Chapter 371. No resistance? Richard looked at the scene outside the airship, a sudden sense of dread rising in his heart. This was wrong, very wrong. No matter what world it was, the entry of a floating city through the world wall would alert the world's will. This would in turn alert the world master within, notifying them of the intruder. Unless this world lacked a world master, there was no reason for them not to be attacked. But this was a small world, and small worlds generally had multiple world masters. How could there not be a world master here? Richard's thoughts echoed those of most wizards. Such a calm and peaceful situation meant there must be an ambush. But they were soon slapped in the face. The floating city had landed. The massive floating city slowly descended from the sky, rumbling loudly through the forest. Then the floating city began to unfold, and the logistics wizards, armed with their magical gear, began to clean up the area surrounding it. Really no ambush? Richard stared dumbfounded at the floating city landing smoothly. This was unrealistic. Where was the resistance? Where was the ambush? Why was there nothing? But soon, an order from command came through the White Wizard's crystal ball. All White Wizards, attention. All White Wizards, attention. Immediately use all firepower to clear the forest below. Immediately use all firepower to clear the forest below. Upon hearing this order, some of the younger White Wizards were a little confused, while the more experienced veterans' expressions suddenly changed. Don't just stand there. Act now. For command to call for all firepower, there must be something seriously wrong with the forest below. As the order was issued, the White Wizard Corps, along with the warships, immediately launched a saturation attack on the forest below. A large number of fire elemental spells were cast into the dense forest surrounding the floating city, and the concentrated elemental fire nearly caused a firestorm. Soon, the White Wizard Corps had cleared the forest surrounding the floating city. Isn't this easy? Laughed a White Wizard, participating in his first planar war. But the veteran wizard beside him glared at him fiercely. Listen, new recruit. If you don't straighten your attitude, I guarantee you won't survive this war. Sizzle. A ball of green slime shot out from the ground, landing on the wizard's magic shield with a sizzling sound. Then the White Wizard Corps saw that the ground, already scorched by their magic, was sprouting a host of vine tentacles. Each of these tentacles sprouted a striking flower, and in its center, something resembling a lamprey's mouth suddenly spurted a cloud of green slime toward them. The slime they had been resisting was the work of these tentacles. Legion Shield. The White Wizard commander calmly gave the order. Although these vine tentacles were somewhat unexpected to the experienced commander, they were nothing more than a group of indigenous anti-aircraft units. And these were unprotected anti-aircraft units. At the same time, the Dark Wizards within the airship received the command from headquarters. All Dark Wizards, attention. All Dark Wizards, attention, enemy strategic weapons have appeared. Dark Wizard deployment will begin in 30 seconds. Target strategic weapons. Hearing this familiar command, Richard felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Although entering this world was a bit strange, things were finally getting back on track. The airship's drop bay door slowly opened, and the wizards inside immediately locked onto their target. Vine tentacles on the ground continuously spewed corrosive mucus. Richard turned his head to Ulysses and said, Ulysses, you have to watch over Hog later. Don't let her die. Huh? You want me to watch over her? What about you? Ulysses asked, somewhat puzzled. Richard smiled faintly, and pale dragon scales began to spread wildly across his skin. I'm a third-ring wizard now. I won't die so easily. The slightly cold voice from the command center echoed from the crystal ball. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1, launch. The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and 300,000 black figures poured out of the warships simultaneously. Due to the intense friction with the air, the magic barriers of these rapidly falling figures even flickered with a dazzling light. 300,000 dark wizards plummeted to the ground like 300,000 meteors. Bang! Richard landed. As a third-ring wizard, Richard was past the age of a flashy debut. His landing was silent, like a normal person's hop. Not far in front of him, a massive vine tentacle continuously sprayed acidic mucus into the air. And around it, at some point, a circle of whip-like vines had sprouted. These vines, covered in sharp spikes, waved constantly in the air, making a cracking sound like a whip. Richard didn't immediately remove the vine tentacle. Instead, he paused upon landing, observing his surroundings. There's something wrong with these things. Richard frowned slightly. Using his mental power to investigate, he discovered that these whip-like vines weren't lashing aimlessly. As they lashed, they released a large number of poisonous spores into the air. While these spores had no effect on a third-ring wizard like Richard, they were a deadly poison to some first-ring wizards with lesser physiques. Furthermore, these spores were extremely small. If Richard weren't a third-ring wizard, he might not have been able to detect them. Richard took out his crystal ball and switched it to a full squad communication. Attention, Dark Wizard Squadron 35. Attention, Dark Wizard Squadron 35. There are a large number of poisonous spores in our area. These spores are lethal to wizards with a constitution below 80 and debilitating to those below 100. Wizards with weaker constitutions, be sure to deploy your magical barriers and do not let your guard down for even a moment. With these words, Richard's magical energy surged, and his body swelled even further due to the expansion of his myriad transformation battle body. He could sense that this vine tentacle was no ordinary creature. He must be fully prepared. Runes flickered within his mithril staff, and fireballs, each brimming with a terrifying aura, appeared around Richard. While Richard had focused on physical evolution in recent years, that didn't mean he hadn't studied the science of evocation. The fireball, already at a power level of 3000, instantly reached a power level of 4500, enhanced by the mithril staff and the lucky enchantment. These terrifyingly powerful fireballs pelted the vine tentacles like a meteor shower. Boom! The raging flames instantly engulfed the vine's roots. The massive tentacles collapsed, sending earth and rocks flying. Black flames spread along the vines. The waving vine whips were reduced to ash by the flames. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but Richard sensed something was amiss. Swish! A sudden sound of breaking air echoed in Richard's ears. Richard turned to his side, and with a vine whip's crack, it struck his feet. Richard probed with his mental power, revealing that the ground beneath his feet had been infested with vine roots. Attention, all third-ring black wizards. Attention, all third-ring black wizards. Command has confirmed that the enemy's strategic weapons discovered so far are offshoots of a giant life form. All third-ring black wizards, please quickly locate the creature's main body. If possible, seal it and return it to command. If not, kill it as soon as possible. Listening to the message from the crystal ball, Richard couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear. Though these vine tentacles seemed inconspicuous from above, upon approaching them, Richard realized that each one was as thick as a century-old tree. If they all came from a single giant creature, wouldn't that creature be as massive as a world mushroom? Thinking of this, a wry smile crossed Richard's face. With great power comes great responsibility. That's truly the iron rule of the planar battlefield. These vine tentacles are mere scum to any third-ring wizard. Command certainly didn't want to waste them here. Ulysses, Richard called. A black crow, riding a giant dragon, flew towards Richard. Gaw! What's going on? Richard pointed to the ground. Look at where the main vines are. As he spoke, he grabbed a whipping vine growing from the ground and ripped it apart. Wow, this thing's quite tough, Richard exclaimed in surprise, examining the vine in his hand. He was currently in his transformed state, his dragon form powerful enough to wrestle a dragon of his size. But as he tried to rip the vine apart, he felt a slight resistance. He held it up to his eyes. Inside, countless tiny fibers woven together like a steel cable. On the outside, countless fine thorns stood upright between the large spines. Richard was certain these thorns were highly toxic. This thing is most likely a biological weapon left behind by the Forerunners. Beside Richard, Ulysses' eyes gleamed, a halo of holy majesty enveloping him. He cast his gaze deep into the dense forest, and soon shouted, Gah! Found it! With that, Ulysses rode hog into the forest. Richard followed closely behind, using his crystal ball to notify headquarters. I'm Richard of the 35th Dark Wizard Squadron. I've discovered the creature's true form. Command has received the message. The three-ring wizards around you will be moving closer to you. At the same time, the three-ring wizards around Richard began to receive the command from Command through their crystal balls. An arrow also appeared in their crystal balls, pointing Richard's direction. Richard found it. Steel, with his iron-gray skin, glanced at the command in the crystal ball, and casually smashed the vine tentacles in front of him. The vine whip surrounding the tentacles, powerful enough to break a first-ring wizard in half, barely left a white mark on him. Did he really just reach the third ring? How come his methods are even more powerful than those of the old guard? He grumbled, rubbing his head. He casually picked up the sledgehammer staff that had been planted nearby and swung it fiercely at the vine tentacles. The next moment, countless iron-gray dust erupted from the ground, grinding the vine tentacle and its surrounding vines into powder. Steel observed the scene and smiled. As expected of a former battlefield, the ground is rich in metal. With that, he quickly flew in the direction indicated by the crystal ball. At the same time, the other three-ring wizards on the battlefield, having received orders from headquarters, resolved their immediate problems, and sped forward in the direction indicated by the crystal ball. He plunged headfirst into the dense forest that had not yet been cleared by the White Wizard. Chapter 372. In the dense forest, a peaceful silence reigned. A black crow flew through the trees like a streak of black lightning. Behind it, besides a black-robed wizard following closely in his footsteps, there was nothing but a tidal wave of vines. Boom! The black-robed wizard casually hurled a fireball, blasting the approaching vines apart. Flames powerful enough to melt steel spread rapidly along the vines, seemingly threatening to transform the vast sea of vines into a sea of fire. Strangely, even as the flames spread, the flames, which should have been blazing fiercely due to the vines, gradually shrank as they spread, as if devoured by an invisible maw. The black-robed wizard, catching a glimpse of the scene, frowned. He sighed inwardly. What kind of monster had the Forerunners created? The black-robed wizard was Richard. Ever since he entered this dense forest, untouched by the magic of the White Wizards, he had felt as if he had entered the belly of a gigantic creature. Everything around him was against him. Snap! Richard casually slapped a bug that tried to cling to him, shattering it. He had been in this dense forest for half a day. During that time, besides the tidal wave of vines chasing him, the most common thing he had seen were bugs. All kinds of bugs. From thumb-sized alien mosquitoes, to fist-sized flying, poisonous ladybugs, to flying centipedes the size of venomous snakes. All of these bugs were highly venomous, and all possessed powerful mouthparts. When he first entered the dense forest, Richard had thought his scales would be enough to fend off these bugs. But after seeing the alien mosquito spewing acidic digestive fluid from its mouthparts, and a palm-sized longhorn beetle biting through his scales with its mouthparts, Richard decided it was better to take action. After all, most of the things here are biological weapons left behind by the Forerunners. Underestimating them will only lead to self-destruction. Level 3 creatures, in the eyes of the Forerunners, weren't considered formidable. Ulysses, how far is it? Richard shouted, heading forward. Gah, at this rate, we'd be there in half a day. Richard couldn't help but sigh at this answer. He glanced at the vines behind him, which had completely engulfed the flames and were about to return. He waved his staff lightly. Then, an invisible air current enveloped him, and his speed skyrocketed. Forget it, let's find the place first. Richard wasn't the only one entering the dense forest. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, struck down, shaking the branches and leaves. What a strange thing. How much did the Lost Ones modify this place back then? The lightning vanished, revealing an iron-gray figure wielding a massive hammer and staff. The figure was still shrouded in subtle lightning, and the slightest movement sent arcs of electricity darting through the air. Not far in front of him, lightning flashed between the branches of a small old tree. Clearly, the previous lightning strike had been caused by this old tree. Seeing it hadn't died from the previous strike, lightning flashed between the old tree's branches, as if brewing a new thunderbolt. But Style only smiled grimly at this. The next moment, a massive black hand emerged from the old tree's base and uprooted it. A closer look revealed that the black hand was nothing more than a collection of aggregated iron sand. Off the ground, the old tree was like a fish out of water, and soon it was still and motionless. Style casually opened a rift in the secret realm, tossed the old tree inside, and then pulled a communication crystal ball from his pocket. Noticing the crystal ball's constantly shifting direction, he frowned slightly. It's still moving. Just how big is that thing? Meanwhile, nearly all the third-ring wizards who entered the dense forest encountered trouble. Some encountered swarms of carnivorous plants, their massive mouthparts hidden beneath dense undergrowth, each secreting digestive fluids capable of melting gold and dissolving iron. Others encountered swarms of aggressive plants, covered in sharp thorns that would spit out upon encountering prey, using them to kill them. These thorns were quite powerful, each possessing a power of 1,000 energy levels. Furthermore, if the prey survived, the plants would even resort to concentrated fire. Additionally, there were hanging trees capable of strangling a second-ring wizard, poisonous mist trees capable of spraying a dense, toxic mist, and zombie mushrooms that sprayed hallucinogenic spores, and that wasn't all. Besides plants, some of these wizards encountered venomous centipedes the size of pythons, whose venomous mist could dissolve energy shields capable of withstanding 5,000-level spells. Others encountered giant spiders, whose webs blanketed entire forests. There were also swarms of poisonous bees, each capable of killing a level 1 creature, energy-sucking mosquitoes that could drain the magic power of magical barriers, and unknown venomous insects whose bite could stun a level 3 creature. Almost all the third-ring wizards were grateful they had come. If it were first or second-ring wizards, no amount of wizards would be enough to fill the gap. This place was a veritable green hell, teeming with deadly creatures. Even the weeds on the ground could bite you. Richard followed Ulises through the dense forest. We reach our destination after crossing the lake ahead. Lake? Richard was puzzled, and the next moment his spiritual power passed through the dense forest and arrived at an open area. A lake, as red as an emerald, appeared in his spiritual power. No, how could there be a lake here? There were no mountains or rivers in this place, so how could a lake appear? Then Richard felt a headache and involuntarily retracted his spiritual power. Someone was attacking him with spiritual power. Before he could react, a crisp sound of branches snapping echoed from the forest. A strange black creature, with a body like a spider and 3 scorpion-like tails, leaped out of the forest. Its strength had reached the peak of a level 3 creature. Ulises? Richard called out sharply. Although he believed he could handle this particular bug, this place wasn't a good place to stay for long. Complete the mission quickly, and leave this damn place as soon as possible. The best way to deal with this forest is with the White Wizard Legion's concentrated spells. Don't care if you're a carnivorous plant or a poisonous insect, I blast you all to ash. But Ulises' response startled him. Deal with it yourself first. If you can't, escape into the secret realm. I'm in trouble here too. Hearing Ulises' response, Richard immediately recalled the previous situation. If nothing unexpected happened, Ulises should be battling the creature that attacked his soul. Never mind, let's just consider it a test of my training, Richard muttered. With that, Richard's magical energy surged, his aura suddenly becoming as imposing as a mountain. The attacking creature, noticing Richard's transformation, instantly locked onto his form with its compound eyes. In its eyes, Richard's movement slowed steadily, capturing every detail. Its instincts, deep within its veins, allowed it to instantly detect flaws in his movements. The next moment, the creature's scorpion tail lashed out, and a sharp stinger, gleaming with a poisonous purple light, struck Richard's left rib. Had this sting been effective, the venom alone would have been enough to devastate Richard, not to mention the severity of the injury. But Richard remained calm. Although the sting was aimed directly at his weak spot, his 10 years of training hadn't been in vain. He shifted his body, gently tapped the scorpion's tail with his left hand, and dodged the lightning strike. Immediately, Richard's body surged with magical energy, and he suddenly vanished. The strange creature's compound eyes flickered left and right, their gaze locked onto the vanishing Richard. Richard had already reached the creature's back, ready to finish it off with a single blow. But before he could react, the 3 scorpion tails pierced him like lightning. Dang dang dang. A golden light, shimmering with runes, emanated from Richard's body, easily deflecting the incoming scorpion tails. This light was the monk's skill from Chanshan Temple. The adamantine arm. Using it made the arms as hard as adamantine gold. After mastering it, Richard reconstructed it using his wizarding knowledge, transforming it into the Vajra body he now uses. Seeing the scorpion tails fail to work, the strange creature began to shake violently, as if attempting to shake Richard off its back. Intense, high-frequency vibrations traveled through the carapace into Richard's body, and he discovered with horror that his energy circulation was becoming disrupted. No, this must be resolved quickly, he shouted, lashing out with his right arm at the carapace beneath him. Ha! Then, a mental shock instantly stopped the strange creature's trembling. Followed by a force as powerful as a mountain, it tore through its carapace. The violent force instantly crushed the organs within into a pulp. Bang! The strange creature's body slammed to the ground, its energy circulation rapidly weakening. Richard exhaled. It's over. With that, he planned to collect the strange creature into the secret realm as a specimen. But before he could act, a violent sonic boom was heard behind him. Dang! Richard's body flew out like a cannonball. Behind him, 3 scorpion tails, seemingly in a state of frenzy, began to attack the surrounding environment frantically. Ahem! A trickle of blood trickled from Richard's mouth. Although he had used his diamond body at the last moment, it was done hastily, and the immense power of the scorpion's tail had still caused him some internal injuries. But at this moment, his face showed no anger or fear. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement. Richard licked his lips, looking greedily at the corpse of the strange creature. Symbiote. Wonderful stuff. Symbiote is a technology from the alchemical school's synthetic beast branch. This technology allows multiple synthetic beasts to fuse together, forming a more powerful and comprehensive composite beast. And now, even with the spider's body nearly dead, this strange creature's scorpion tail continued to attack, its attack power undiminished. This went beyond the scope of a severed tail or a neural reflex. And most importantly, Richard's energy vision revealed a complete energy cycle within the scorpion's tail. Such a complex energy cycle, this thing must have quite a bit of technical sophistication. Richard muttered to himself as he looked at the scorpion tail. And this energy cycle? Why does it look so deliberately designed? Chapter 373. The energy circulation within the scorpion's tail was strange to Richard. Although it appeared to be independent, he could see it had at least two connections. Besides connecting to the spider's body, the scorpion's tail could likely connect to something else. But now wasn't the time to investigate. Richard observed the scorpion's tail, which was constantly attacking its surroundings, and with a shadowy movement, he arrived at its base. So lively. I wonder if you can still be so lively after taking the medicine. Richard chuckled, and pulled 2 bottles of giant anesthetic from his magic pocket. This anesthetic was created by wizards specifically for giant creatures, so its anesthetic effect was extremely strong. The 2 bottles in Richard's hand were a specialized, advanced version, highly effective even against level 3 creatures. This anesthetic was originally made by Richard for salamanders, to capture the flame beasts of the lava sea. However, he later discovered that it wasn't very effective against semi-elemental creatures like the flame beasts, so he casually tossed the 2 bottles into his pocket. I hadn't expected this useless thing would actually be useful today. 3 scorpion tails attempted to attack Richard, but Richard's position made it difficult to attack. So much so that Richard, relying solely on his magic barrier, was unable to block the scorpion tail's feeble stings. Struggle. The more you struggle, the faster the drug will take effect. Richard laughed mischievously, as he tore open the scorpion tail's carapace. Using his magic, he extracted 1/10 of a bottle of anesthetic and injected it into the scorpion tail. In a matter of seconds, the once lively scorpion tail suddenly shrank. Seeing this, Richard immediately repeated the same treatment on the remaining 2. Soon, the remaining 2 scorpion tails, like the first, fell limp to the ground, twitching occasionally. Richard nodded in satisfaction, then opened a spatial rift and tossed the bizarre creature to the world mushroom for safekeeping. At the same time, Ulysses flew over from the lake. Gee, this place is fucking weird. Even a lake is so difficult to deal with. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder and, after taking in the surroundings, said with some surprise, "It's different now that it's become a 3-ringed entity. It handled things on its own without my help." Richard glanced at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. After all these years, he had developed some self-defense skills. Let's keep going. The sooner we deal with that thing, the sooner we can return. Okay. Passing through the dense forest, Richard spotted the lake he had detected with his mental power. The lake, once emerald green, was now completely dry. In its corners, he could see a smattering of blue-black flames blazing. This damn place is truly bizarre. Do you know what this lake is? Ulysses explained. This entire lake is made entirely of a single species of algae. These algae are a gestalt organism, belonging to the principle of 1 in 10,000, meaning a whole colony is a whole. The creatures in this single lake alone possess a combat power greater than that of the average demigod. If this stuff were to flow into a river or sea, it wouldn't be surprising if a world master emerged. Richard gasped in shock at Ulysses' words. If these creatures didn't reproduce under certain conditions, they would simply be another form of flesh and blood cancer. But after the shock, a hint of enthusiasm returned to Richard's eyes. This magical object, it's obvious, has extremely high research value. Wait a moment, I gather some materials. With that, Richard landed on the now dry lake and scooped up a pool of water still ablaze with blue-black flames. He extinguished the flames and placed it in an enchanted quartz tube. Ulysses saw him act and, though he didn't stop him, a hint of worry lingered in his words. This thing is extremely dangerous. Even the slightest escape could cause a catastrophe. You must be careful. Richard nodded, his expression serious. I be careful. Leaving the green lake, the 2 men passed through a small patch of dense forest and arrived at their destination, the Mother of the Vine Tentacle. But to be honest, upon seeing the Mother of the Vine Tentacle, Richard almost thought he had found the wrong place. Through the layers of dense forest, Richard's spiritual power revealed that the mother body appeared ordinary, resembling any of the towering trees found throughout the dense forest. In fact, the mother body was even thinner than the average tree. How could this be one of those mother bodies whose vines and tentacles rivaled those of towering trees? But one should never judge a thing by its appearance. When Richard activated his energy vision, his expression instantly grew solemn. He saw that this seemingly insignificant vine mother body was actually connected to countless energy light pathways. These light pathways spread underground like a spider web, and even energy vision could only glimpse 1/10 or 2/10 of them. Even more terrifying was that all the towering trees surrounding the mother body were connected to it through light pathways. In other words, what they were about to face wasn't a giant matrix, but an entire forest. Richard looked at the matrix, his brow furrowed slightly. This is a bit troublesome. Looks like we have to wait for someone. It wasn't that he couldn't deal with the matrix, but most of his methods were time-consuming and labor-intensive, and prone to errors. It would be better to wait for the other third ring wizards. With more people, they might be able to seal the matrix. The matrix didn't react unusually to Richard's approach, seemingly believing that this third-level creature, a kilometer away, posed no threat. But a faint sense of danger lingered in Richard's heart. It seemed he had overlooked something. Soon, the first third ring wizard approached Richard. He was a transfiguration wizard, ablaze with blue flames and a bony body, looking like a wraith crawling from hell. "I'm Robbie. Where's that thing?" the transfiguration wizard asked, a little irritably. Clearly, the various biological weapons in the forest had irritated the Shaper wizard. "It's right inside," Richard pointed in the direction of the mother body, "but these trees are all its offspring." "These trees?" Robbie glanced at the forest Richard pointed to, then casually summoned a fireball and threw it in. Then, the fireball was shattered by several vine whips. The scattered flames landed on the branches and leaves in the forest, spreading but becoming increasingly weaker. Seeing this, Robbie's flames fluctuated for a moment. This was a sign of his fluctuating emotions. Perhaps the power displayed by this vine offspring had made him somewhat uneasy. "The energy-draining property is a bit troublesome," Robbie said seriously. "If it were just one or two of these creatures, it would be fine, but if a whole forest like this has this ability, then we're in trouble. Giant creatures with energy-draining properties are a natural nemesis for energy-shaping wizards. The former can weaken the power of their spells, while the latter allows the creatures enough time to weaken the spells." "Then we wait," Richard said calmly. This expedition was from the Garlon Wizarding Academy, and among the wizards participating, there was no shortage of muscular men skilled in physical attacks. Soon, 2 more wizards arrived. One of these wizards was Stio, and the other was a giant with 2 faces and 4 arms. "Richard, you're quite capable," Stio laughed upon seeing Richard. "You can even find such a strange place. Do you know how many bizarre things I've encountered along the way?" Richard spread his hands innocently. "Everyone does." Stio came over to Richard, looked at the forest behind him, and asked, "How's the matrix? Judging by your appearance, you're probably going to be a bit of a challenge. These forests are all guards of the matrix. It's about a kilometer away from here as the crow flies," Richard explained. "And these forests should all have energy-absorbing properties. I'm afraid the Shaper won't be of much help this time." Listening to Richard's explanation, Stio stroked his bald head and swung his sledgehammer staff. A large black snake emerged from the ground. "Oh! Metal manipulation?" Richard said, somewhat surprised. His dragon eyes could clearly see that the giant snake was actually made up of tiny metal particles, and when he switched to energy vision, he discovered that the giant metal snake actually had an internal energy circulation. "It's practically a living creature," Stio said with some pride. "This little gadget I came up with in my spare time is perfect for this place." With that, he swung his staff, and the giant snake wrapped itself around a massive tree at the edge of the forest. Instantly, sawdust flew everywhere, branches and leaves trembled, and the metal particles from the giant snake flowed at high speed, grinding the giant tree into sawdust like a chainsaw. In 30 seconds, the tree, over 1,000 years old, was reduced to a pile of sawdust. Seeing this, Stio nodded. "My physical attacks are decent. I lead the way. How about you guys assist?" "Okay. Hurry up." "Okay." Seeing everyone's agreement, Stio's magic surged, and countless tiny arcs of electricity pierced the air from his giant hammer staff. The next moment, he swung his staff, and streams of black metal flew from the ground beneath their feet. "Go!" Stio shouted, and a stream of black metal transformed into a storm, shattering the giant tree blocking the path. The wizards followed suit. The mother vine seemed to finally react, and its guarding offspring displayed their powers. Some sprayed poisonous mist, some summoned thunder, and some simply rose from the ground, wielding massive vines with sonic booms and charging at the crowd. These things posed a deadly threat to first and second ring wizards, but the attackers were a group of third ring wizards. With a single wave of Robbie's staff, the poisonous mist in the air was completely incinerated. As the thunder struck, the metal storm transformed into a lightning rod, blocking the lightning. As for the giant tree that had risen from the ground, Richard and the two-faced, four-armed wizard exchanged a glance, then smiled grimly. They grabbed the tree's vines and forcibly pulled it into the metal storm, that Stio had cleared. In an instant, the forest erupted in elemental flight, wood chips flew, and thunder and fire intertwined, creating an otherworldly painting. Boom! The last giant tree collapsed with a crashing crash. The wizards were only a step away from the slightly slender mother. Seal or eradicate? Stio asked loudly. The other wizards were about to respond when they heard countless tiny noises from the forest. It sounded like a swarm of creatures migrating through the forest. The next moment, the wizards' faces changed dramatically. As a venomous bee appeared in their mental observation, a swarm of countless insects gradually emerged before them. The mother was not unaware of the approach. Like Richard, it was waiting for help. Chapter 374. Damn it! This matrix can even summon insect swarms. Stio cursed, immediately attempting to manipulate the metal storm to destroy the matrix. The current conditions were no longer sufficient for them to seal the matrix. But as he moved, a thick energy barrier appeared on the matrix. This barrier was completely transparent, yet it acted like a wall, blocking out all the metal particles. I do it! The energy wizard Robbie witnessed this scene, and the blue flames on his body instantly flared up. He stretched out his right hand, and a black flame appeared in his hand. The two wizards standing nearby saw the flames, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful flame!" As the wizard advanced, the face behind him continued to spit out flames. His flames were crimson and incredibly hot. Even trees with energy-absorbing properties would break off their limbs to protect themselves, showing no sign of devouring them. Since Robbie called his flame powerful, it must have something extraordinary about it. Sure enough, as Robbie poured his magic power into the flame, it rapidly expanded to the size of a human head in less than a second. And its terrifying temperature caused even space to distort. Robbie flung the flame at the mother body, and the flames on his body suddenly dimmed. The blow nearly drained all of his magic power. Prepare to retreat. My flame has been enhanced with the laws of the fire element, and its power has reached the 10,000th level. This thing can't. Robbie didn't finish his words, and he froze in his place. The black flames traced a dark trail in the air, like a pitch-black meteor, and slammed heavily into the mother body. The energy barrier surrounding the mother body was instantly pierced by the flames, and the pitch-black flames easily reached the mother body. And then nothing happened. The mother body also possessed energy-absorbing properties, and these properties were even more powerful than those of the daughter body. After being touched by the flames, the mother body suffered little damage, and the flames actually shrank significantly. Richard even saw that the somewhat wilted mother body actually became more energetic under the flames. Stio, upon seeing this, immediately declared, "Let's go! This thing is not something we can handle. Let the White Wizard Legion handle it." Richard, upon seeing this, was also deeply shocked. He quickly asked Ulysses via telepathic message, "Ulysses, can you handle this thing?" Ulysses' answer chilled him to the bone. "Difficult," Ulysses said, looking at the mother body and shaking his head slightly. "This thing is far more complicated than you think. Even I will have to work hard to eradicate it." "Is it so powerful?" Richard asked incredulously. "There's nothing I can do. Even I, at this stage of demigod, can make mistakes." Richard's face grew grim as he said, "Looks like we have no choice but to leave." "That's not the case," Ulysses said calmly. "While I can't deal with it quickly, the old mushroom in the secret realm should be able to handle it easily. I suspect this thing is a sub-body of the world tree from this world, and the old mushroom is a member of the same family." Richard's words suddenly dawned on him. Yeah, how could he have forgotten about the world mushroom? Although the world mushroom resided in the secret realm, its tentacles could still emerge. While the world mushroom's tentacles weren't as powerful as Ulysses's, they were far more formidable against this particular foe. After some thought, Richard suddenly said, "Don't go yet. I can handle this thing. Give me 20 seconds. You can handle it?" Stio looked at Richard in shock. "Didn't you study alchemy? How can you handle this? Herbicide?" Richard had told Stio that he was an alchemist before studying physical evolution. But an alchemist couldn't do anything about the situation before he faced it. Stio couldn't think of any other way to defend the Matrix except for the White Wizard Legion's concentrated spellcasting to create an elemental storm. "Richard, are you sure?" Robbie said. "My flame energy is a full 10,000, which is quite impressive for a third ring wizard. You've just reached the third ring, so it's best to think carefully before you act." Clearly, Robbie also had doubts about Richard's abilities. Elsewhere, the two-faced wizard, though silent, gazed at Richard with a look of similar worry. It couldn't be helped. After all, Richard was only a newly promoted third-ring wizard. Richard said in a deep voice, "Please rest assured, I won't risk my life." With that, Richard, ignoring their reactions, teleported to the Matrix's side like a shadow. The remaining 3 wizards, seeing his confidence, though concerned, nonetheless provided him with protection. 20 seconds wasn't a long time, and a delay wouldn't be a major issue. But if Richard succeeded, it would greatly alleviate the burden on the front lines. A tremendous achievement. Richard approached the Mother Vine, and suddenly opened a tiny rift in space. The rift was extremely unstable due to the surrounding energy disturbances, and it seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Thankfully, Richard didn't need much time. A mycelial tentacle emerged from the rift. "Master, what do you need me to do?" Richard pointed at the Mother Vine before him. "Deal with this thing." "Yes." According to the clear command, the mycelial tentacles of the world mushroom instantly expanded. The wizards only saw Richard point at the Mother Vine, and a tentacle with a terrifying aura stretched out from the void, grabbing the Mother Vine. Then, with a powerful pull, the Mother Vine was uprooted, its massive rhizome rising from the surface like a meridian. Then, the tentacle's immense force tore the tough roots apart. The vine's mother body, disconnected from its roots, was instantly dragged into the void by the tentacles. "What is this?" Theo exclaimed in shock. "It must be the limbs of those unspeakable creatures in the astral plane," the two-faced wizard whispered. "I didn't expect Wizard Richard to be so knowledgeable in the mysticism that he could actually collaborate with such an unspeakable being. No wonder he's so confident," Robbie muttered, heartbroken. "This newly promoted third ring is no ordinary being." Seeing the world mushroom take the mother body into the secret realm, Richard felt a sudden sense of relief. As long as it could be resolved, it wouldn't be a big deal. But his relief barely lasted a few seconds before his expression grew serious again. Although the world mushroom had eliminated the vine's mother body, the insect swarm it had summoned didn't dissipate with its disappearance. On the contrary, after the mother vine disappeared, the wizards in the forest immediately noticed a strange substance in the air. This substance, seemingly emitted by the daughter vines of the mother vine, spread through the forest at an almost astonishing speed. All biological weapons that came into contact with it instantly went berserk. Among them, Richard and his companions suffered the most. "Berserk potion!" Theo cursed, and with a fierce swing of his sledgehammer staff, he reorganized the dissipated metal storm. Beyond the storm, frenzied poisonous insects descended upon them like a tide. After their rampage, these insects' speed skyrocketed. Originally some distance away, they were now upon Richard and his companions in a flash, moving faster than a flood. The rapidly swirling metal storm, like a meat grinder, pulverized the incoming insect swarm. But soon, Theo was sweating profusely. He pulled a handful of magic essence from his pocket and stuffed it directly into his mouth. A huge amount of magic power, guided by both his body cells and his mental power, rapidly flowed into Theo's magic flow. But even so, his magic power recovery rate was still far behind his magic power consumption rate. "I help you," Robbie and the two-faced wizard shouted simultaneously. Robbie grasped the magic essence in one hand and swung his staff with the other. As the staff swung, wisps of flame suddenly appeared in the metal storm. But Theo, upon seeing this, quickly shouted, "Don't set fire to my iron sand. Haven't you learned alchemy? Fire will demagnetize a magnet." Robbie paused. Sorry, I forgot about that." Elsewhere, the two wizards quietly swallowed the flames in their mouths and spit out a burst of lightning. Richard watched this scene with amusement. These three-ring wizards, after years of studying their own fields, had forgotten even such common sense. With the help of the two wizards, Theo's pressure was somewhat relieved, and he could at least barely maintain the metal storm. But soon, an uninvited guest swooped into the eye of the storm. It was a centipede-like insect, but unlike a centipede, it had two large scorpion-like claws on its front. "Level 3 bug," Theo shouted. But Richard's speed was even faster than his voice. Just as Theo shouted, Richard and Ulysses rushed to the level 3 bug. Richard and Ulysses exchanged glances, and Ulysses suddenly thrust out his raven claws, tearing open the insect's carapace. The insect, in response, erupted a thick, lavender mist from its mouthparts. But the next moment, a golden fist pierced through the poisonous mist. Following the wound Ulysses had inflicted, it instantly pulverized the insect's internal organs and glands, reducing them to a pulp. Robbie waved his hand, and flames appeared in the air, incinerating the poisonous mist. "What a neat trick!" exclaimed the two-faced wizard nearby. "Just a trick," Richard replied casually. Among the insect swarms, there were many level 3 insects. Whenever they encountered these, Richard and Ulysses would attack together, slaying them on the spot. Bang! A golden fist crushed the insects that had rushed into the eye of the storm. Richard panted heavily, flying with some difficulty. Although the diamond body spell was highly effective, it consumed not magic power, but cellular vitality. This shortcoming wasn't noticeable in short, intense battles, but in a war of attrition and endurance, it became extremely apparent. Cellular vitality, unlike magic power, could last indefinitely as long as there was magic essence. Recovering cellular vitality required time and a large supply of high-quality food. Around him, the other wizards were also in poor condition. Style, in particular, was even steam rising from his brain. Maintaining such a large-scale spell required a significant amount of mental energy. Damn it! Why haven't the reinforcements from headquarters arrived yet? Richard cursed, looking at the crystal ball. He had called for support from the white wizards at headquarters 3 hours ago. 3 hours had passed, and he hadn't seen a single one. If this continued, they would all be swarmed by the insects. Before Richard could finish his words, a voice from command emerged from the crystal ball in his hand. Wizard Richard, the support you called for is in place. Please maintain your current position and avoid accidental injuries. Richard looked up at the sky, only to see a rain of fireballs raining down from the distance. All wizards, prepare. Direction forward, distance 35, spell type fireball, 3 rounds. 3, 2, 1, release. Chapter 375. Individual strength is ultimately limited. Richard understood this principle as a wizard apprentice. But when faced with the White Wizard Legion's concentrated spellcasting, Richard gained a deeper understanding. A rain of fire fell, annihilating the insect swarm. To avoid affecting Richard and his companions, the White Wizard Legion deliberately extended their range. This allowed Richard and his companions to clearly witness the concentrated spellcasting. A shower of fireballs rained down from the sky, like a devastating rain of fire, reducing the dense forest and the insect swarm to scorched earth. The massive fireballs stacked together, blasting the entire battlefield into a vacuum. The violent shockwave instantly shattered the internal organs of those insects not directly hit by the fireballs. Even the 4 third-ring wizards were forced to erect a magical barrier, desperately trying to resist the impact. Is this the power of concentrated spellcasting? Richard said with a hint of shock. The Hellfire Legion's fireball bursts are still as powerful as ever. Steele gazed at the scorched battlefield, approached Richard, and smiled. You're quite good at hiding things. I didn't see you this well back at the academy. Richard smiled back. You're the same. Back at the academy, I had no idea you were also studying magnetism. The two exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. They turned and flew towards the floating city. Back at the floating city, they saw the logistics wizards working with the White Wizard Legion's fortress wizards to clean up the battlefield. As the mother body was taken into the secret realm by the world mushroom, the vine tentacles didn't die immediately, but no new ones appeared. Under the dark wizard's sweep, the tentacles were quickly annihilated. Richard frowned as he watched the corpses collected by the logistics wizards. It looks like we've suffered quite a few losses. This command really made a bad move. It's not a bad move. Richard looked back and saw Jimmy standing not far from him. This third-ring wizard, highly regarded by Grand Wizard Garlon, was, for some reason, not involved in the overall planning of the command. Richard raised an eyebrow. Oh! Master, what do you mean? Is there some hidden secret here that I'm unaware of? Not really a hidden secret, Jimmy explained casually, approaching Richard. It's mainly because the Academy has suffered losses in this area. Our Academy once attacked a world dominated by the World Tree. That world was filled with carnivorous plants. The slave army sent in not only failed to have the desired effect, but actually strengthened the enemy, making the first battle in that world a truly disastrous one. Later, that world even forced the Dean to destroy the world with a forbidden spell. Isn't that even possible? Richard exclaimed in shock. Isn't the Dean a 6th-ring Great Wizard? How could he be forced to use a forbidden spell? A microcosm should only have 2 level 4 world masters at most. Wouldn't such a world be easily controlled by the Great Wizard Garlon? This is the problem with the World Tree dominating the world, Jimmy sighed softly. Even a figure like the Dean, facing a behemoth that has practically turned the entire world into its flowerpot, has to use a forbidden spell to destroy it in order to win. Jimmy suddenly changed the subject, bringing the topic back to the Matrix. I heard you've reached a partnership with a wanderer in the astral plane, asking him to help you remove the Matrix. Hearing this, Richard feigned, it's just a coincidence. A cover-up for the world mushroom matter would be a blessing. What he possessed now was far too valuable for someone of his power. Jimmy smiled faintly. Don't worry. Command is very interested in the Matrix. You can contact the wanderer now, and see if you can exchange it for something else. Of course, if it's unwilling, there's no need to force it. The Dean has extensive experience dealing with such things. If you can't reach an agreement, just give me the contact ritual. The Academy will compensate you accordingly. At the word compensation, Richard's mouth twitched. If they don't give it, they just kill them. But that's quite consistent with the behavior of wizards. It's just an alien. They're initiating the deal to give you face, so you better sign the contract. If you don't, the wizard can save another contract. Richard bowed his head and replied, "Okay, I go talk to it right away. I just don't know what the Academy can offer. If I know the price, I can negotiate more." Price? Jimmy rubbed his bald head and patted it lightly. 100,000 magic essences, I guess. You're an alchemist, so you should be familiar with the prices of various materials and treasures. As long as it's not higher than this, the Academy will accept it. Of course, if that thing wants something unusual, just use this chart. Jimmy pulled a scroll from his pocket and handed it to Richard. Anything listed here will be accepted by the Academy. If it's not, the Dean can talk to him. Richard took the scroll, bowed slightly to Jimmy, and then opened the Secret Realm rift. Oh! You still have Secret Realm fragments? Jimmy was slightly startled when he saw the Secret Realm rift, but he quickly realized what was happening. He patted his head and smiled. I almost forgot. You're a small-time millionaire. Secret Realm fragments aren't worth a fortune to you. Richard entered the Secret Realm and immediately found the World Mushroom. World Mushroom, is that thing I asked you to pull still there? A mycelial tentacle emerged from the World Mushroom stem, carrying the mother vine to Richard's side. Of course it is. The mother vine remained motionless within the mycelial tentacle, but Richard could clearly sense the life force radiating from this powerful creature. Did you tranquilize it? Well, this thing isn't very obedient, and it's trying to parasitize me. Parasitize you? Richard exclaimed in surprise. How can it still move under your pressure? Master, you underestimate this thing. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the offspring of a world tree. And its parent must be an incredibly terrifying creature. Not only me, but even that crow in its prime wouldn't be able to suppress it with its pressure. The World Mushroom's words poured a bucket of cold water on Richard's heart. If that were true, they were in serious trouble this time. Richard shook his head, pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter how dangerous this world was, as long as the great wizard Garen didn't order a retreat, he had no choice but to continue fighting. Even a third-ring wizard is nothing more than a pawn in the hands of a grand wizard. Richard took out the scroll Jimmy had given him. Written within it was a long list of words in a soul language reminiscent of a nightmare world. World Mushroom, come and see if there's anything you need. We can't give this matrix away for free. Although Richard was the honorary vice president of the Garlon Wizard Academy, when it came to personal interests, such prestige could be set aside. After all, the Grand Wizard Garlon was a wealthy family, so he wouldn't need the little he snatched away. World Mushroom took the scroll with its mycelial tentacles. Soon, Richard's muffled voice echoed in his ears. Master, these things are for the Star Wanderers. They're of no use to me. Richard said with some regret, All right then, I take some of the Secret Realm fragments. With that, Richard was about to leave the Secret Realm. But just as he was about to open the rift in the Secret Realm, the voice of the World Mushroom suddenly echoed in his ears. Master, if possible, please find more of these World Tree offspring. They would be of great use to me. Richard paused, somewhat surprised, and asked, Huh? How could this thing be of any use to you? This World Tree is very powerful, and it follows the same evolutionary path as mine. Devouring its offspring will help me see the path ahead clearly. I already sense an invisible barrier. If I can't break through it, the expansion of the Secret Realm will soon cease. See the path clearly. Richard pondered for a moment, then said seriously, Okay, I keep an eye on it. Since this offspring was crucial to the development of the Secret Realm, he naturally had to keep an eye on it. Furthermore, the World Mushroom was a great help to him, so if it could become stronger, that would be great. After leaving the Secret Realm, Richard found Jimmy in the floating city and explained his conditions. Secret Realm fragments. Why would a Star Wanderer want something like that? Looking at Richard's request, Jimmy rubbed his bald head, somewhat bewildered. Richard sighed pretentiously beside him. These things are just SOSO. They're asking for some bizarre things. Jimmy nodded in agreement. That's right. For those indescribable things, asking for anything isn't unusual. After that, Jimmy produced a crystal ball and respectfully addressed it. Dean, do you have any Secret Realm fragments? The Wanderer wants to trade the Matrix for one. Secret Realm fragments? Then came the slightly surprised voice of the great wizard Garlon from the crystal ball. This thing is quite good at eating. As he spoke, a spatial rift appeared beside Jimmy, and a crystal ball fell out. Give it this. If it's not satisfied, I go find it myself. Jimmy handed the crystal ball to Richard and jokingly said, the Dean's secret realm fragment isn't like the warehouses sold by the Wizarding Guild. If your fragment doesn't hold much, why not just keep the Dean's fragment and give him yours? You definitely win in this deal. Richard laughed heartily. Master, that's a good idea. It's a pity I've already turned my fragment into a workshop, so I can't trade it. With that, Richard entered the secret realm and handed the fragment to the World Mushroom. He then waited a moment longer in the secret realm, pretending to perform a ritual, before leaving with the World Tree Child. Bang! Richard dropped the mother body to the ground and wiped the sweat from his brow. Although the mother body looked frail, it was compared to the towering trees surrounding it. In terms of size alone, it was several dozen meters tall, with a trunk so thick that 10 people couldn't hold it. Carrying this thing out of the secret realm took Richard considerable effort. However, he had just thrown the mother vine out, and before Jimmy could react, the mother vine, which should have been paralyzed by the World Mushroom, suddenly erupted with astonishing vitality. It seemed it was summoning something. Chapter 376. Oh no! This thing's summoning something. Richard's face suddenly changed. A circle of fireballs suddenly appeared around him, ready to destroy the Matrix. But before he could make a move, Jimmy stopped him. Why are you panicking? Let him summon, Jimmy said calmly. The Dean and the floating city are here. If we can't defeat them, we all be dead sooner or later. After bursting with vitality, the vine matrix immediately began to proliferate. A vast number of roots surged from its body like a flood, instantly covering the hall where Richard and the others stood. Soon, these roots realized that they were surrounded by metal and could not absorb nutrients. Then, like drills, they bored into the ground, sending sparks flying through the hard alloy of the floating city. The vine matrix's movements quickly attracted the attention of other wizards, but upon seeing Jimmy and Richard, two third-level wizards, they retreated. With two third-ring wizards watching, what trouble could possibly arise? Jimmy's brow furrowed slightly as he watched the Vine Mother destroy the floating city. Destroying a floating city would cost money. He pulled two fist blades from his pockets. The blades were inscribed with dense runes, enough to make even the most ordinary person feel dizzy. Jimmy strapped the fist blades on and swung a punch at the Vine Mother. Instantly, the air in the hall was stirred by the punch, transforming into a massive vortex of wind blades. This technique, almost like a steel-metal storm, seemed effortless in Jimmy's hands. The wind blade vortex shattered the mother's growing roots, but the mother continued to grow. Jimmy frowned at this, then pocketed his fist blade. He tapped himself twice, and a powerful burst of life energy erupted from his body. The mother vine, almost instantly redirecting its roots as Jimmy's life energy erupted. All its roots surged toward Jimmy. As a three-ring wizard with evolved physique, Jimmy's vitality was undeniably conspicuous to any living being. And for parasitic creatures, Jimmy was an ideal host. In this phase, without soil to provide nutrients and earth veins to provide energy, Jimmy was undoubtedly the mother vine's first target. The surging roots instantly engulfed Jimmy's towering figure, but Richard, standing beside him, remained calm and motionless. He believed Jimmy had a motive for this. Richard watched as the roots wrapped Jimmy into a root ball and slowly dragged him toward the mother vine. Then, with a thud, the mother vine suddenly stopped. Richard looked at the mother vine, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is this a sealing technique? In his energy field of vision, the mother vine's energy circulation stagnated after the muffled sound. This was very similar to a sealing technique. Yes, it is a sealing technique, Jimmy's voice rang out from the root ball. Then, a pair of large hands with faint blue magic patterns stretched out from the root ball, tearing a crack in the root ball. Jimmy, covered in magic patterns, leisurely emerged from it. The roots that could send sparks flying from the floating city's alloy drills left Jimmy with no trace of a scratch. You have a good eye. Few people who don't know my sealing technique can discern it. You're the first three-ring wizard to see it without my knowledge. Richard smiled, pointed to his eyes, and was about to introduce his spiritual talent. But before he could speak, the metal ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Looks like that thing is coming, Jimmy said confidently. Let's find a safe place to watch the battle. The Dean's fight might not make much noise, but for us. Jimmy hadn't finished his words when there was a rumbling sound, and the floating city beneath them trembled again. Then, their expressions darkened. Is it my imagination? Richard asked with some difficulty. Jimmy shook his head, his expression solemn. It's not an illusion. Outside the floating city, countless wizards stared in amazement as it gradually ascended. Beneath it, a massive vine slowly grew. The floating city is truly taking flight. Danger alert. All wizards, immediately, leave the floating city. Wizards within, please seek refuge as quickly as possible. Danger alert. All wizards, immediately, leave the floating city. Wizards within, please seek refuge as quickly as possible. The command center's alarm blared from every wizard's crystal ball. Outside the floating city, wizards, white and black, first and third ring, quickly retreated. Faced with the massive vines, without the power of a world master, the farther away, the safer. The wizards within the floating city retreated to the command tower. Unable to leave the floating city, they sought the safest possible location. Just as the wizards were fleeing in panic, a figure suddenly appeared beneath the floating city. But compared to the vines, this figure, which would have been almost a giant among humans, seemed dwarfed. Ah, another one of these. Great Wizard Garen stared at the vines, a look of worry between his brows. He complained somewhat helplessly, "The world tree, which occupies an entire world, how could there be such a thing as you in the astral plane?" The massive vines seemed to sense the presence of Great Wizard Garen, and their growth instantly stopped. A mighty voice, like countless voices superimposed, echoed from the vines. "Get out of here, outsider." The voice was so resounding that it stunned most of the wizards in the floating city, and some weaker wizards even suffered internal ruptures. Great Wizard Garen shrugged. "I'd love to do the same, but..." His body suddenly expanded, and in an instant, he transformed into a towering giant, towering over the heavens. "How could I possibly let go of a rare treasure like you?" Grand Wizard Garland's voice was like thunder, and his speed was lightning. The three-ringed wizards watching from afar didn't even see Grand Wizard Garland move before the massive vine shattered, turning into sawdust like sea sand. And the floating city supported by the vines was now lifted aloft by Grand Wizard Garland's single hand. One wizard murmured, "Is this the power of the first under truth?" As the first Grand Wizard after the Enlightenment, Grand Wizard Garland had already reached the peak of the sixth ring several epochs ago. Rumors even circulated among the wizarding community that Grand Wizard Garen's power had surpassed the limits of a sixth-level creature, leaving him only one step away from becoming a truth wizard. Once he completed the legendary ritual of ascending to truth, he would ascend to truth and establish his own sect. "No, I have to record this." A first-ring wizard from the Garen Academy shouted, pulling a crystal ball from his pocket and capturing the scene of Grand Wizard Garen lifting the floating city. Years from now, this scene would be sculpted onto a mountain peak, becoming one of the most famous attractions in the wizarding world. The world tree remained silent in response to Grand Wizard Garen's response. The next moment, countless vines sprouted from the ground, lashing at Grand Wizard Garen like whips. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the sky. The enormous whip of vines dissolved into a cloud of sawdust. Amidst this sawdust, Grand Wizard Garen, clutching his bone staff, laughed like a demon. "It's been ages since I last took action. This feels so refreshing." With that, he swung his staff. Instantly magic energy began to flow for thousands of kilometers around the Great Wizard Garland. A nearly endless stream of runes flowed from the bones, forming a simple, yet earth-shattering rune sphere. 10. 13th Ring Forbidden Spells. An old wizard exclaimed in shock. The Great Wizard is going to destroy this world. In the wizarding world, while the power of a spell isn't determined by its ring number, any spell strictly forbidden by the Council of Truth must be at least 9 rings high. And among forbidden spells, 13th Ring Forbidden Spells are extremely rare. In all the wizarding world, there have only been 2. One of these spells was the one that Grand Wizard Garen was about to unleash, called Singularity Summoning. Singularity Summoning, a 13th level sorcery of the Evocation School, summons a singularity of nearly infinite mass. This spell is ineffective against normal world masters, as any world master can escape its range before it takes shape. But for a world, it is a truly destructive spell. The singularity will continuously absorb the world's energy and mass until it completely consumes it. To deal with creatures like you, world destruction is the best way. Grand Wizard Garen let out a sinister laugh, and the rune ball in his hand continued to shrink. When the rune ball shrank to its limit, the singularity would appear. But as the rune ball continued to shrink, Grand Wizard Garen's smile gradually faded. He glanced around suspiciously, trying to find any trace of the world tree, but found none. After he used Singularity Summoning, the world tree stopped even sprouting vines. Grand Wizard Garland muttered to himself, "Why hasn't it come out yet? Am I pretending not to be true enough? Have I been discovered?" His spell was indeed Singularity Summoning, but he had no intention of destroying this world. This world contained so many Forerunner ruins. Perhaps some contained the star map the Council of Truth had been searching for. Destroying it for a mere world tree would be a shame. He was simply forcing the world tree's true form to appear. While this world tree, which occupied an entire world, was formidable, its difficulty lay solely in its sheer size, and its nearly limitless energy. This world tree could utilize the same principles as magic missiles, pumping its energy to create a surge of energy at the hundreds of thousands of kilovolts. Furthermore, their immense size meant that if their true form could not be found, the only way to kill them was to destroy the world. That was why he deliberately used singularity summoning, hoping to force the world tree to exert its full strength, allowing him to find its true form. But now that the singularity is about to emerge, why is this world tree still refusing to move? It seems this thing won't budge unless I demonstrate its power. Great Wizard Garlon gazed at the nearly formed singularity in his hand, his heart etched in him. He decided to give this indigenous world tree a dose of wizarding wonder. After all, there's a way to prematurely terminate the singularity summoning. Buzz, Great Wizard Garlon suddenly heard an extremely high-pitched humming sound. The next moment, he appeared amidst a scorched earth. Before him, a towering, pitch-black tree, its canopy covering the entire sky, stood proudly in the center of the scorched earth. From the trunk of this black giant, a dozen creatures emitting a terrifying aura screamed miserably. "Outsider, since you won't leave, then stay with me." Chapter 377. Floating City, Command Tower, 3rd floor, Jimmy's office. The Dean just vanished out of thin air? Jimmy's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he listened to the wizard's report outside the floating city. Who is Grand Wizard Garlon? Number 1 under the Wizard of Truth. Even the Wizard of Truth couldn't make Grand Wizard Garlon vanish without a trace. But it's the truth. The reporting wizard's expression remained calm, but his inner fear still made his voice tremble slightly. "I saw the Dean disappear with my own eyes. Many wizards saw it. All right, go ahead and do your work." Jimmy rubbed his furrowed brow and waved the wizard away. He had great confidence in Grand Wizard Garlon's abilities. He believed that even if he had been ambushed by the World Tree, he was only temporarily trapped. Rather than worrying about Grand Wizard Garlon's safety, they should focus on their own safety. With the disappearance of the Great Wizard Garlon, the entire floating city instantly lost its support and plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. A free fall from this height would inevitably cause some damage, even for a sturdy floating city. Most of the floating city's functions were currently disabled, and repairs would require a considerable amount of time. And most frighteningly, there was a problem with the floating city's power reactor. An inspection by the logistics wizards revealed a significant decrease in the power reactor's output. This was a sign of damage control being activated after the power reactor was damaged. This meant that their floating city would be nearly impossible to leave this world unless they repaired the power reactor or opened a portal to the wizarding world. Of these two conditions, the first is practically impossible to achieve. The power reactor schematics are top secret within the Tower of Truth. Without them, even a Grand Wizard couldn't guarantee that repairs wouldn't fail. The second requires them to gather sufficient resources in this world. But given the current situation, this world is teeming with hidden talents. Conquering it and gathering sufficient resources is no easy task. Furthermore, with Grand Wizard Garlon gone, they're now facing a force at the level of a world lord. They can only rely on the White Wizard Legion and numerous third-ring wizards to trade casualties. If 2 world lords were to enter this world, their expedition would likely be annihilated. Thinking of the current situation, Jimmy felt like his bald head was about to fall out. Ah! This world is truly bizarre. He sighed deeply and was about to head to the headquarters to plan his next move with the other wizards. But as he reached the door, the crystal ball on his desk lit up. Jimmy shuddered. This crystal ball was the one he had used specifically to communicate with Grand Wizard Garlon. "Jimmy, I'm Garlon. I'm trapped in this inner world, and I can't leave it for now. I need you to remove the anchor point of the world tree in the outer world, and the offspring it left behind in the outer world." Grand Wizard Garlon's voice emanated from the crystal ball. Though it was intermittent and tinged with noise, Jimmy still understood what he meant. Jimmy hurried to the crystal ball. "Yes, Dean, I got it. I arranged for someone to remove the offspring of the world tree right away." Upon hearing Jimmy's reply, the crystal ball emitted a murmur, then dimmed. Jimmy pocketed the crystal ball, turned, and rushed out of the laboratory. With a clear goal, the next steps would be much easier. In the inner world, the Great Wizard Garlon pocketed the shattered communication crystal ball. Communication between the inner and outer worlds wasn't easy. Although he knew alchemy, his limited skills were merely serviceable compared to those of a true alchemist. To complete the communication, He had to overdraw the lifespan of the crystal ball. Oh, I was so careless. I didn't expect to encounter the special rules of the inner and outer worlds. The inner and outer worlds are a very special kind of world. Worlds with these rules are divided into the outer world and the inner world. The outer and inner worlds have different rules, environments, and races. And most terrifyingly, these worlds often produce twice as many world masters as normal worlds. Once invaded, the ruler of such a world could utilize this rule to disperse the invading enemy into the outer and inner worlds, then use their superior forces to completely annihilate them. This world was also dominated by the World Tree, which in turn made its power even greater. It had already surpassed the 6th level of life, and was only one step away from becoming a great being. The great wizard Garlon sighed, and shook his head as he transformed into a giant, wielding his bone staff to smash the pitch-black giant tree around him into a cloud of ash. Behind him, the pitch-black ash piled up like a mountain. "Outsider, you cannot kill me." The voice of the pitch-black giant tree echoed across the battlefield. Dozens of kilometers away from the great wizard Garlon, its pitch-black roots emerged from the ground, instantly transforming into a towering tree. "This is my world. Your energy cannot be replenished, while my life is infinite." Great Wizard Garlon looked at the giant tree with a look of near helplessness, then flashed to its side and blasted it once again. Whether it was due to the inherent disadvantages of being the master of the plant world, or perhaps it was due to a lack of interaction with other creatures, this world tree's intelligence seemed unusually weak to Great Wizard Garlon. Not to mention his tactical mistakes, his misjudgment of Great Wizard Garlon alone was enough to show him to be a fool. He still believed that Great Wizard Garlon was trapped by him, and was now fighting desperately. It was not that Great Wizard Garlon was forcibly holding him back to facilitate the smooth progress of the expedition. "You fool! You have such excellent conditions, but you only know how to use them in such a foolish way. You're truly wasting them. Once your offspring in the surface world is eradicated, I see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now." Surface World, Command Tower Conference Room. "This is what's going on. The Dean needs us to eradicate those offspring of the World Tree that remain in the surface world." At the podium in the conference room, Jimmy faithfully recounted Grand Wizard Garland's request. The audience was filled with the Third Ring wizards participating in this interplanar expedition. Eradicating the offspring of the World Tree is no easy task, a Third Ring Black wizard mused. Based on the current situation, these offspring are incredibly powerful. A single Third Ring wizard is nearly impossible to defeat, and even multiple Third Ring wizards might not be able to defeat them. This also means that a quick decapitation by a Third Ring wizard is practically impossible. We must mobilize the White Wizard Legion to eliminate these creatures. "It's definitely something the Legion needs to handle," Jimmy agreed. "But the problem right now is that the White Wizard Legion is moving too slowly." Jimmy produced a crystal projection ball and projected an image into the air. In the image, the White Wizard Legion was battling a flock of gigantic birds. This is one of the magical beasts of this world, tentatively named the Seed Eagle. These beasts range in strength from level 1 to level 3 and are extremely aggressive. Any creature that flies out of the dense forest will be attacked by them. And their numbers are ridiculously large. Jimmy tapped the crystal ball, and the three-dimensional image in the air transformed into a flock of white birds that obscured the sky. The number of these magical beasts is almost incalculable. While the White Wizard Legion may have the upper hand in the battle against them, even if we were to fight them 50 to 1, we would still lose. Therefore, the White Wizard Legion will proceed by land. "Land?" a dark wizard questioned. "Wouldn't that be even slower?" "That brings us to our plan," Jimmy explained. Command plans to split the Third Ring wizards into smaller groups and send them out for clearing and reconnaissance. The Dark Wizard's primary mission is to penetrate the dense forest to discover the coordinates of the World Tree's offspring, taking care of any troublesome creatures along the way. The White Wizards, on the other hand, will focus on clearing the area surrounding the floating city, eliminating as many creatures as possible that could pose a threat to the White Wizard team. "What are your thoughts on this plan?" A faint murmur lingered in the conference room as familiar wizards discussed their opinions. Soon, the voices died down, and no wizard raised any objections. There was nothing wrong with this plan. "Then let's do it," Jimmy agreed. "The logistics wizards will distribute special crystal balls to you shortly. These will help headquarters locate your positions, so please keep them safe." The meeting concluded, and the wizards left. Richard followed the main group to the logistics department, where he received a special black crystal ball. Although most of the floating city's functions were disabled, its communication tower was not. This crystal ball was extremely powerful, and when combined with the communication tower, it would allow headquarters to clearly locate wizards in this world. After receiving the crystal ball, Richard did not immediately move, but returned to the secret realm. What's going on outside? The Lyses landed on Richard's shoulder as he entered the secret realm, asking with concern. Richard shook his head, his expression grim. The situation isn't very optimistic. This world has rules of inner and outer worlds. Grand Wizard Garlon is trapped in the inner world, and he might not be able to get out for 30 to 50 years. Furthermore, the floating city has run into problems, and there's no way to retreat. Inner and outer world. The Lyses pondered for a moment after hearing Richard's words, then said, "This is definitely a good thing for you. Among the members of the god civilization, there is a world tree deity. According to him, the world tree world can only have one world master, the world tree. Now that the world tree has been dragged into the inner world by your grand wizard, it's equivalent to the outer world having no world master. Without the world tree as an obstacle, the losses suffered by you lesser wizards should be much less." Richard sighed slightly. "I hope so." With that, Richard arrived at the alchemy workshop. "Carrion, Selina, come here. These fire lizards' equipment needs to be specialized." Although the command center had instructed that after finding the world tree's offspring, the White Wizard Legion would handle it. But Richard had no intention of doing so. Not to mention the world tree's offspring, which was clearly a prime alchemical material. The mere fact that the world mushroom needed it was enough to make Richard abandon the idea of letting the White Wizard Legion handle it. It was time for the salamanders to move. Chapter 378. Dealing with the world tree's offspring is a daunting task. There's a guardian forest nearby, and it can summon swarms of insects. Its true form is also quite powerful. Richard and Ulysses alone would struggle to even approach the world tree's offspring. The world mushrooms could provide support, but their assistance was limited. While the world mushrooms possess power approaching that of the world lord within the secret realm, their tentacles, aside from their immense strength, are not particularly formidable outside of it. Thus, the Salamander Legion's usefulness becomes apparent. Richard only needs to specialize them, using alchemy to temporarily serve as the White Wizard Legion. A 500-man White Wizard Legion, with just 2 rounds of concentrated spellcasting, could unleash a fire elemental storm. The World Tree's guardian forest would then be severely damaged, a boon for Richard. Furthermore, thanks to the Academy's advice, Richard prepared a sufficient supply of alchemical materials before participating in this war. There were so many materials that even if we rebuilt 10 salamanders, we wouldn't be able to use them all. For Richard, these materials would definitely be useful in the future. It was better to buy more than to be left without them on the battlefield. So, Richard didn't have to worry about materials at all. With such perfect conditions, there was no reason for Richard not to use the salamanders. Calion and Selina quickly joined Richard. "Sir, what should we do?" Richard pulled a notebook from his pocket and began constructing specialized individual armor. The armor's outer shell needs to be thickened to withstand at least 500-level physical attacks, and the exterior needs to be coated with an anti-corrosion coating. Secondly, regarding the weapons, we need to add fireball guns and flamethrowers. The fireball cannon can be less powerful, but the flamethrower cannon must be at least 1000 energy. And a dagger must be added. Finally, a simple air purification device and armor sealing must be added. After writing the plan, Richard tore off the page of notes and handed it to Calion. "That's all. Start work as soon as possible. Estimate how long it will take to fully specialize." Calion took the specialization plan and looked at it. After a moment's thought, he said with difficulty, "Sir, your plan will probably take a long time." "How long?" "At least a year." "A year?" Richard frowned slightly. "Why so slow?" Calion smiled wryly. "Sir, 2 of these things are the most time-consuming. The first is thickening the armor. Our workers are not skilled enough, so this requires us to remelt the original armor, remix the alloy, and then cast it into armor. The second thing is the flamethrower. While it's not difficult to make, the level of skill you've requested is too high, which immediately raises the difficulty. Furthermore, we've never made a flamethrower before, the workers are inexperienced, and the machines aren't specifically designed to produce it. My estimate of a year is optimistic. If there's a design issue, the flamethrower alone could take a year." The difficulties Carrion mentioned were very practical, so Richard didn't get angry. Anger won't solve the problem. Richard thought for a moment and replied, "I handle the flamethrower design. The armor thickening. That's not urgent. The flamethrower is essential. You can prioritize the flamethrower and fireball gun. In this forest teeming with carnivorous plants, a flamethrower is essential. And even if you're not dealing with these plants, the flamethrower is highly effective against swarms of poisonous insects. And the fireball gun is Richard's most valuable weapon against the World Tree's offspring. Without it, this specialization would be meaningless. Kalyan said respectfully, "Thank you for your generosity. If you have no further requests, my lord, let's begin now." "Well, let's begin. By the way, air purification is crucial. There are many poisonous spores in the air on this battlefield." "Yes, my lord." Designing the flamethrower wasn't difficult. Although Richard hadn't studied dragon alchemy much over the years, his foundation was incredibly solid. Even after his guidance, Kalyan and Selina, the most skilled of the salamander artisans, could only match Richard in certain areas. It's fair to say that talent is a myth. Carrion and Selina were already considered prodigies among the fire lizards, but compared to the artisans trained by Richard, their talents were merely average. Richard spent a month developing the blueprints. Afterward, he left the secret realm with Ulysses and Hogg. The battle group still had some time to upgrade, so he might as well search for any traces of the World Tree's offspring. The forests of the Green Forest world were very quiet, and there were few venomous insects or beasts that made any noise. These biological weapons always appeared silently, hunting silently. Even with mental detection, they could often deceive wizards. Snap! A crack like a whip echoed through the forest. In the dense forest, a towering tree, covered in vines, seemed to come alive. The vines dangling from its shade twisted in the air, like the serpentine hair of Medusa, a sight that terrified anyone. Not far away, a black-robed wizard held a crystal ball in one hand, recording the scene. With his other hand, he used a quill to write something on a notepad suspended in midair. Gallows tree, danger level, level 2, characteristics, a vast number of vines dangling from its shade. Kill recommendation. The black-robed wizard paused with his quill, pocketed the crystal ball, and produced a silver staff. With a gentle wave of the staff, a crimson fireball flew towards the gallows tree. With a loud boom, the fireball exploded, and the scattered elemental flames instantly ignited the dangling vines. The vines immediately began to struggle after being touched by the flames. At that moment, the black-robed wizard strode towards the gallows tree, his magic surged, and he struck the trunk with a single punch. The next moment, the black-robed wizard waved his hand, and the notebook automatically flew to his side. Killing suggestion. This creature is sensitive to fire attacks. It is recommended to use fire spells to disrupt its senses, then advance towards it and kill it with physical attacks. Note, this creature has energy-draining properties. If your spells are not powerful enough, do not provoke it. After writing his suggestion, the black-robed wizard tucked his quill into his notebook, casually tossed it into his magic pocket, and turned to leave. Behind him, the gallows tree, tainted with elemental flames, collapsed with a crashing roar. Its trunk, which could easily withstand a 1000-level spell, was reduced to sawdust. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. A massive dragon, guided by a black crow, flew from the dense forest, hurtling towards the black-robed wizard. Behind them, a cloud-like flock of soaring hawks madly pursued them. Paw, paw, paw! The dragon entered the dense forest, sending leaves scattering in a hail of defoliation. The white soaring hawks, however, stopped high above the trees. Quack, 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 you foolish birds! Come down! The black crow atop the dragon's head shouted at the flock. The black-robed wizard, watching this, shook his head. Ulysses, these birds are biological weapons. They don't understand your taunts. Ulysses turned to the black-robed wizard and said somewhat disappointedly, Richard, could you please not be so disappointing? The black-robed wizard was Richard, who had been sent by command into the deep forest to search for the World Tree's offspring. Richard casually asked, what were the results of this exploration? Searching for the World Tree's offspring in this dense forest is no easy task. It was easy before because the World Tree's offspring took the initiative. But now the World Tree's offspring are dormant, making them incredibly difficult to find. Ulysses' annoyance instantly vanished upon hearing this, replaced by a smug look. Quack, quack! Praise the great Lord of Crows! I found it this time. Richard was stunned, then said excitedly, you found it. Where is it? Ulysses flapped his wings, and a jet of black-blue flames erupted from his body, transforming into a simple flaming map in the air. We're here now, Ulysses pointed at a spot on the map with his wing. That thing's location is here. As he spoke, Ulysses marked a spot in the upper right corner of the map with a jet of black flame. It's only about 50 kilometers from you. Richard immediately agreed. Okay, you lead the way, we go now. 50 kilometers wasn't far for Richard. Even with the numerous obstacles along the way, it only took him an hour to reach the destination. Looking at the familiar dense forest before him, Richard immediately switched his eyes to energy vision. Sure enough, in his energy vision, the entire forest was connected to the somewhat wilted tree in the center. Wow, these world tree sub-bodies are all cut from the same mold, Richard exclaimed as he observed the familiar layout. The protective measures of this world tree's offspring were identical to the one they had encountered previously. Ulysses urged, "Stop sighing. Call out your salamanders. Don't let that thing attract another swarm of insects." A month had passed since Richard entered the dense forest. During this time, while the salamanders' individual armor hadn't been fully upgraded, their fireball guns and air purifiers had been fully deployed. This satisfied Richard's basic needs for dealing with the world tree's offspring. Richard, upon hearing this, immediately opened the secret realm rift and pulled the salamanders out. After the modifications, the salamanders' helmets had a filter device resembling a mask, and they also held a somewhat strange-looking fireball gun. The fireball gun's grip remained the same as a pistol, but it had a revolver-like cylinder on the barrel. This was the fireball gun's casting element. At the front of the casting element was a large, flared barrel. In theory, a fireball gun doesn't need a barrel to fire fireballs. However, after experimenting, Richard discovered that adding a flared barrel could slightly increase the casting speed. Furthermore, with a flared barrel, the fireball gun could be transformed directly into a dragon's breath gun, or a fire-breathing gun, simply by replacing the casting parts. Such a good thing, Richard only needed to pay for a very inexpensive flared barrel, so he naturally added it. The salamanders emerged from the secret rift, briefly cleared the dense forest, and quickly formed into a neat square formation. A salamander stepped out of the formation and gave Richard a wizard salute. "Sir, what do we need to do?" Richard pointed to the dense forest before them. "See this forest? Use your fireball guns and blast it open." Chapter 379. Blow up this forest. The fire lizards were stunned upon hearing this order. Although the members of the fire lizards were all blood tax soldiers, their combat effectiveness had not been reduced by the blood tax. On the contrary, they were even more diligent in their daily training than normal fire lizards. The teachings of their elders taught them that on the battlefield, their own strength was their only reliance. And they, the elite among the blood tax soldiers, were chosen to join the war band and trained by a top-tier silver horn noble. They were clad in armor the most formidable they had ever seen, and equipped with weapons the most terrifying they had ever seen. They had imagined they were about to enter a battlefield of unprecedented horror, to battle creatures more ferocious than the demons of myth. But now, Richard had told them to blow up a forest. "What? Do you have a problem?" Richard frowned. Obeying orders was a soldier's duty. He didn't need a bunch of soldiers who kept asking why. "No problem, sir," the fire lizard shouted back immediately. Although they had some doubts about Richard's order, 5 years of training had taught them not to ask why. Soldiers simply followed orders. Richard nodded. "Very good. Stay safe. You have a tough fight ahead." Quickly, the fire lizards divided into 5 teams, based on their combat companies. 3 of them took up positions, while 2 served as guards for the firing squad. The fire lizards aimed their fireball guns at the dense forest before them, and then, at the company commander's command, began a concentrated fire of spells. Company 1 ready, fire. In an instant, 100 fireballs, each with a power reaching 300 energy levels, shot into the dense forest, nearly engulfing it in a crimson glow. But before the flames faded, the second company captain shouted, "Second company, fire." The next moment, another 100 fireballs rained down upon the dense forest. This time, the crimson glow grew even brighter. The elemental enrichment created by the first wave of fireballs significantly intensified the power of the second wave. Soon, the third wave of fireballs also descended upon the dense forest. This time, a massive blaze shot skyward, and a tiny storm of fire elemental force swirled through the blaze like a python, instantly carbonizing several giant trees. But it wasn't over yet. Since the 4th and 5th companies didn't participate in the shooting, their fireball muskets naturally fell to the firing squad. With the first company captain's resounding shouts, the 4th and 5th waves of fireballs descended upon the dense forest. At the same time, the cooldown period for the first wave of fireball muskets had expired. The cycle had begun. Rumble, rumble. The roar of the spell echoed in the fire lizards' ears, but amidst the overwhelming noise, some of them keenly sensed something amiss. The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble. "Something's underfoot. Dodge!" With a shrill alarm, a massive vine suddenly erupted from the ground, instantly sending a fire lizard flying. "Don't panic. Keep firing!" the captain shouted, turning to hand the command of the fire to his deputy. He himself drew the scimitar from his waist and charged towards the vine. Bang! The scimitar was unsheathed, instantly igniting with a layer of golden flames. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the captain's body, and the muscles in his arm gripping the sword flexed. He swung his sword. The sharp blade carved a transparent streak in the air, and then, a sharp whistling sound filled everyone's ears. The blade sliced through the air like butter, leaving a vacuum in the air. Boom! The massive vine collapsed, and golden flames emanated from the broken ends, spreading along the fallen vines. But this was only the beginning. Before the captain could sheath his sword, the ground trembled, and several new vines tore through the earth and emerged. Accompanying them were countless tiny whips, growing from the giant vines like tentacles, each swing releasing a tiny wind blade. Attention everyone, activate combat mode. As the captain issued his command, a buzzing sound suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Golden lines began to appear on the individual armor of the salamanders. Even the green camouflage coating on the outer shell couldn't mask the intense golden glow. Energy flowed like blood, flowing through the armor along the tree patterns. When the tree patterns were fully illuminated, the armor awakened. The sound of swords being drawn echoed across the battlefield, and the next moment, the whistling sound of wind, like a dragon's roar, echoed through the forest. Hundreds of blades swung simultaneously, the air they sliced through almost forming a wall of wind. The wind blades from the whips were like a tide, but this wall of wind stood firm like a reef. Richard stood in the distance, watching the scene silently. "Your salamanders look quite impressive," Elisa said, observing the salamander's performance. "Of course not." Richard's lips curled up with a smug smile. "These fire lizards are the elite of the fire lizards. The equipment they wear, and the tools they wield were all crafted by renowned alchemists from the former Fire Lizard Empire. The techniques embodied in them combine the essence of both wizard and dragon alchemy. Furthermore, these fire lizards have also learned the standard combat techniques, a synthesis of all the advanced combat techniques from the New World Island and the Fire Lizard Empire. It would be absurd if they weren't strong. So when do we go in?" Ulises gazed at the dense forest ravaged by the fire elemental storm, a glint in his eyes. "That thing is already summoning a swarm of insects." "Already summoning?" Richard's face flickered with surprise. "Then let's do it now." With that, Richard produced a crystal ball and said to it, "Slow down your fire, slow down your fire." With that, Richard and Ulises vanished. When they reappeared, they were already in the dense forest. Rumble. A tremendous roar echoed in Richard's ears, and the raging fire elemental storm nearly carbonized Richard's dragon scales. The continuous explosion of fireballs provided a constant source of power for the fire elemental storm. And this thing doesn't care if you're a wizard or a world tree spawn. No matter who you are, encountering it will slap you. Richard's magic surged within him, and his dragon scales suddenly glowed with a golden light. Before him, Ulises had transformed into a black-blue firebird. His body, like many other Shaper wizards, had been completely elementalized. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck Richard from behind. The World Tree spawn had finally discovered the two level 3 creatures that were steadily approaching it. The surrounding guardian forests rose from the ground, braving the elemental firestorm and charging towards Richard. Instantly, a group of flame tree men emerged from the dense forest. Like the Soviets during the Stalingrad counterattack, these tree men would stop Richard and his companions even if their branches and leaves turned to ash and their trunks to charcoal. "I deal with them." Ulises suddenly turned, and the blue-black flames on his body suddenly turned pure black. At his call, the fire elementals and the firestorm flowed into his body like a torrent, causing him to expand into a pitch-black flaming beast in an instant. With a flick of his wings, a raging black flame instantly transformed several approaching tree men into torches. "Okay." Richard's face remained calm. With a wave of his staff, a howling gust of wind instantly surrounded him, causing his speed to surge. However, this gust of wind not only accelerated Richard but also attracted the elemental fire around him. The scorching air was like burning embers, and the elemental flames continued to erode Richard's adamantine body, intensifying. Richard held his breath, waving his staff, continuously casting acceleration spells on himself. He was now less than 10 meters away from the World Tree's offspring. Bang! Richard felt as if he had knocked down a wall, the immense force of the impact leaving him dizzy. The flames on his body had now vanished, an invisible barrier separating the World Tree's offspring from the surrounding flames. Facing this level 3 creature charging towards him, the World Tree's offspring felt a strange sensation. This creature didn't possess the ability to kill him. The threat it posed to him was even less than that posed by the little creatures outside. But despite its confusion, the World Tree's offspring had no intention of letting go of this readily available opportunity. A level 3 creature, no matter how weak, was still a level 3 creature. Their vitality was excellent nourishment for it. Dense roots stretched out from deep within the earth, like tentacles toward Richard. But before its roots had extended far, it sensed a powerful aura that had appeared out of nowhere. Level 4 creature? A strange word suddenly popped into the World Tree's brain. The memories woven into its bloodline instantly gave it a full understanding of level 4 creatures, and even the methods for dealing with them materialized within its mind. Hold firm, call upon its mother. Faced with this plan, the World Tree's offspring chose to comply. A call, transmitted through its bloodline, reached the World Tree in the other world. But all it received was silence. In the other world, the World Tree gazed at the great wizard Garen with shock and anger. Outsider, what exactly did you do? The great wizard Garlon rubbed his head with a strange laugh and replied, hee, nothing much. I just added a spatial anchor to make your manipulation of space a little more difficult. Little sapling, stop trying to fiddle with your crude rules. You only have one option now. Kill me here. Otherwise, you become the shaft of my staff. The World Tree looked at the massive creature before it, and a sudden fear welled up in its heart. It suddenly felt that pulling this creature into the inner world had been a mistake. In the outer world, gigantic mycelial tentacles extended from the spatial rift and plunged into the ground. This time, there was no shaper to break the world mushroom's energy barrier, so it had to adopt a different strategy. Starting from the rhizome, capturing the World Tree's offspring. No matter how formidable the World Tree's energy barrier was, it couldn't protect the entire rhizome. If the rhizome was severed, the world mushroom could use its unreasonably immense strength to pull the World Tree's offspring out. Adhering to a steadfast strategy, the World Tree's offspring continuously battled the world mushroom with its roots. But the mother it awaited never appeared. Finally, after nearly half an hour of struggle, the World Tree's roots were defeated. The world mushroom pushed the World Tree's offspring out of the ground and pulled it into the secret realm. At that moment, the delicate sound of the insect swarm echoed through the forest. Richard shouted to Ulises, who was still wreaking havoc in the fire. Ulises, open the spatial rift and bring those fire lizards back to the secret realm. The insect swarm is coming. With that, he immediately opened the secret realm rift and plunged into the secret realm. Though the insect swarm was formidable, as long as it hid within the secret realm, it could not harm even a wizard apprentice. Chapter 380. A raging swarm of insects surged through the dense forest like a tide, leaving no blade of grass in its path and transforming the earth into a poisonous quagmire. The instigator of all this was now in a secret realm, happily counting his spoils. Under the canopy of the world mushroom, the returning salamanders, aided by the holy tree spirits, were removing their individual armor. Miraculously, the salamanders survived this operation with no casualties, though 5 unfortunate individuals were struck by the massive vines, suffering severe shattering of most of their bones. Such injuries would have been difficult even for wizards to treat. However, with the world mushroom's help, these injured salamanders received adequate treatment, although the treatment itself was somewhat sloppy. The world mushroom's mycelium penetrated their bodies, restoring broken and deformed bones and sewing up shattered internal organs. After completing all this, the world mushroom infused them with a sufficient supply of life energy. It wouldn't be long before these severely injured fire lizards would return to the battlefield, even stronger than before. Aside from these 5 unfortunate souls, the remaining fire lizards also suffered injuries of varying degrees. The original artisan Type 1 individual armor was practically as good as paper compared to the biological weapons of this world. The fire lizard workers collected the damaged individual armor, repaired and reinforced it, and studied future improvements. While individual armor could never be perfect, its common problems were still worth addressing. The fire lizards removed their armor and, with the help of the sacred tree spirits, tended to their injuries. The holy tree spirits can manipulate the mycelium to help them heal wounds. The holy tree spirits' bloodline abilities can also accelerate the fire lizards' recovery. If their individual strength weren't so weak, Richard would have sent them directly into the battlefield to serve as nurses. Let's put the fire lizards aside for now. Let's look at Richard's greatest achievement from this operation. As soon as the World Tree sub-body entered the secret realm, it became the World Mushroom's plaything. Under the World Mushroom's manipulation, the World Tree sub-body was completely infiltrated by the mycelium. Even its energy circulation was controlled by the World Mushroom, like a puppet. World Mushroom, what are you going to do with this thing? Richard approached the World Tree sub-body, his eyes burning with the breath of life. Last time, because he had to hand it over to the Academy, Richard didn't dare examine it closely, fearing it would cause him more trouble. But this time, no one was competing with him for it, so he naturally examined the sub-body carefully. This examination wasn't a big deal. It nearly brought on Richard's occupational illness as an alchemist. This tree's spawn was packed with valuable alchemical materials. "Sir, I'm going to eat it." The world mushroom's response was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Richard's thoughts. "Ah, could you spare some for me?" Richard said, looking at the world tree spawn with a hint of heartache. Of course. For some reason, even though the world mushroom's words were ordinary, Richard could sense a stifled laugh in them. "Wait a minute, I need to study this thing carefully." As a top-tier, third-level creature, the world tree spawn was a treasure trove from head to toe. A nerve agent extracted from its leaves, bark, and vines could cause a living being to enter a state of suspended animation, a state that also affected its soul. This poison is effective even against soul wizards skilled in soul magic and disembodied necromancers. The trunk is incredibly tough, capable of withstanding spell attacks up to 5,000 energy, bludgeoning damage up to 3,000 energy, and slashing damage up to 1,000 energy. Its mass is more than half that of an alloy of the same volume and strength. Furthermore, deep within its trunk, Richard discovered a tree heart. Although the material of this heart is inferior, its rich vitality and magical conductivity comparable to mithril are enough to significantly enhance the effectiveness of any energy-related spell. It is a natural wand embryo. And within its roots, Richard discovered a special evolutionary substance. This substance can promote the mutation of living cells, and this mutation can also be induced to a certain degree. Richard is confident that these discoveries represent only a portion of the world tree's offspring. If he continues his research, he will find even more useful information within the world tree's offspring. "Wow, this world tree's offspring is a treasure trove," Richard exclaimed in amazement as he surveyed the results of his research over the past 6 months. Afterward, he pocketed his research notes and moved to the test bench. On the bench, a 2-meter-long, milky white wooden pole emanated a rich, lifelike aura. This was one of the items Richard had left behind from the world tree's offspring. He planned to craft this wooden core into a staff to replace his mithril staff. While the mithril staff was excellent, its material wasn't strong enough to withstand Richard's physical attacks. Although mithril was excellent, its hardness and spell resistance were far inferior to adamantine. If used as a melee weapon, the mithril staff would break after just a few uses. So Richard planned to replace it. Although the tree core was of poor quality, he could create a shell from adamantium alloy. While he could do the same with the mithril staff, crafting one from scratch was much easier than patching up someone else's. After removing the original mithril staff's head, Richard grasped the mithril alloy shaft. With a thought, a message appeared before his eyes. Raw materials, mithril alloy. Refinable material, mithril. Refining cost, 10,000 mana. Refinable material, copper essence. Refining cost, 50,000 mana. Refinable material, dark gold. Refining cost, 20 mana. Because the staff shaft was made of an alloy, it contained many different substances. Therefore, the information provided by the Miracle Forge was unusually complex, even revealing impurities. Richard selected a few useful substances from among them. With a thought, the magic within him flowed to an unknown destination. Once refined, the mithril staff in his hand transformed into a finger-sized piece of mithril, a head-sized piece of purple copper, and other items of his choosing. The remaining impurities were meticulously disposed of by the Miracle Furnace. The Miracle Furnace devoured impurities during the refining process, something Richard had long since discovered. During the refining process, anything Richard deemed unnecessary would be silently devoured by the Miracle Furnace. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, however. The impurities left after refining many materials are quite troublesome to deal with. Many hazardous substances must be rendered harmless before they can be landfilled or incinerated. Otherwise, expect the law enforcement wizards to come and teach you that protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. After refining the mithril staff, Richard took out his adamantium armor. After Richard arrived at the third ring wizard, the armor's protective effect seemed somewhat useless. After activating his myriad transformations battle body, his dragon scales could provide 80% of the armor's protective effect, and they could also regenerate themselves. He repeated the same process with the armor. Soon, Richard had a piece of adamantium the size of a human head. Afterward, he collected a few more materials, smelted the alloy, and cast a dark golden outer shell for the staff. Then he began intricate rune engraving and constructed the magic conducting circuit. Fortunately, Richard's alchemical skills hadn't declined. After 6 months of work, the staff, known as the World Tree, was complete. The World Tree staff shone with golden light, its tip inlaid with a fist-sized crystal ball, encased in a golden skull-like protective shell. Okay, now it's the final step. Richard grasped the heavy staff, and a soft holy light shone from it. The final step, the luck enchantment. A ray of light gradually took shape in Richard's hand, and then penetrated the staff. After completing this final step, he excitedly grasped the staff and summoned a fireball, firing it at a pre-prepared target. Boom! The metal target, capable of withstanding damage from 5,000 level elements, trembled continuously under the fireball's explosion. Soon, the crystal ball connected to the target displayed the power of the fireball. Power, 3,500 energy levels. Not bad, Richard said with some surprise. After becoming a third-level wizard, Richard iterated his spell model several times. The power of the fireball had reached nearly 2,000 energy levels, almost identical to the original Heart of Annihilation. So the staff's power increase was around 1,500 energy levels. Of these, 1,300 energy levels were the staff's power increase, while the remaining 300 energy levels were the effect of the luck enchantment. And this was just the spell's power. In addition to the spell increase, the staff also had a gravity enchantment suitable for close combat. Thinking of this, Richard approached a target used for testing physical attacks. This target was made of world mushroom mycelium, which could effectively absorb the impact of physical attacks and even simulate the body of a flesh and blood creature. Looking at the target, Richard grasped the staff with both hands and swung it vigorously. With a single pop, the mycelium target instantly sank inward. The crystal ball connected to the target then displayed the staff's power. Power, 3,500 energy levels. A flicker of shock crossed Richard's face at the result. He hadn't expected that the power of his powerful swing would be as great as his spell. Wow, I wonder who dares to approach me again, Richard muttered to himself. Shrinking his joy over his new staff, Richard packed up his test bench and then opened a rift in the secret realm. After 6 months in the secret realm, it was time to leave. In the distance, the salamanders were training in their specialized armor. Over the past year, the salamanders' armor had been fully upgraded, and the dragon's breath gun had been issued. Their melee weapons had also been specialized. Now they were fully prepared, ready to slaughter everyone on the battlefield. Richard shouted to them, "My soldiers, it's time to go to the battlefield." Chapter 381. After upgrading their individual armor, the salamanders' combat effectiveness rivaled even that of wizards. Even compared to many wizards, who had never participated in a planar war, or had only fought in one or two, these salamanders were superior. So Richard didn't intend to keep them in the secret realm forever. The Green Forest world was so vast, and it would take at least decades for just 100 or so third-ring dark wizards to scour it completely. And that was if they focused solely on searching. If wizards fought, researched, or their search areas intersected, this time would be more than doubled. Richard dispatched the salamanders to expand his search range and increase his chances of finding the World Tree's offspring. After all, one person's power was limited. Of course, Richard also knew that wizards couldn't rely solely on dark wizards like them to find the World Tree's offspring. As the white wizards cleared the forest of carnivorous plants, their controlled area would continue to expand, ultimately eradicating every offspring of the World Tree. The dark wizards merely accelerated this process, making the eradication of the World Tree's offspring more efficient. After leaving the secret realm, the salamanders split into 25 combat teams, centered around Richard, to expand their exploration of the surrounding area. To minimize casualties and facilitate the transmission of intelligence, each salamander team was equipped with a single-use teleportation scroll. When opened, the scroll created a rift leading to the secret realm. Richard affectionately named it the City Portal Scroll. In case of emergency, the salamanders could use the City Portal Scroll to return to the secret realm. As for what to do if the enemy pursues them into the secret realm, Richard hoped that these monsters, considered difficult by the fire lizards, would be able to enter. Below the World Lord, the only option within the secret realm is to become a toy for the World Mushroom. As the fire lizards began to disperse and explore, Richard was not idle either. He took out a large pile of alchemical materials and quickly created a simple radar. The fire lizards all had Richard's specially crafted communication crystal balls. The radar could emit magic waves of a specific frequency, which would resonate with the crystal balls, causing them to emit magic waves of a specific frequency, allowing Richard to know the team's location. The special crystal balls issued by the headquarters to many third-ring wizards were an enhanced and expanded version of this device. Richard's device could only cover a radius of 20 kilometers, while the one in the floating city could cover most of the world. Although Richard's device was very crude, it was sufficient for the current situation. Richard's radar consisted of a crystal ball with a diameter of half a meter as a receiver, and beneath it was a metal base with a side length twice its diameter. Moving this thing is a real hassle. Because it's a simplified version, the parts inside can't withstand any knocks or bruises. If Richard isn't careful, he'll have to repair it. Richard examined the radar, pondering for a moment. Soon, he found a suitable person. Hogg, you carry this thing. As a giant dragon, and a descendant of the Dragon King, Hogg's strength far surpassed that of ordinary dragons. Richard's radar, though heavy, was nothing to her. Furthermore, Hogg could fly and move regardless of terrain, making him very radar-friendly. Upon hearing Richard's order, Hogg, who was discussing with Ulysses how to play with the Seed Hawk, suddenly felt a little frustrated. She approached Richard with a somewhat dejected look and said reluctantly, "Yes, master." Seeing her like this, Richard couldn't help but glare at Ulysses behind her. Richard had been busy with experiments over the years, and Hogg had been practically single-handedly raised by Ulysses. Ulysses, in turn, was very fond of Hogg, often taking her out for all sorts of fun. He even included Hogg in Richard's teachings. He assigned her the title of Mount of the Supreme God, and the status of Lord of all Dragons. "Why are you glaring at me?" Ulysses said confidently. "Didn't Hogg follow your orders? This kid may like to play, but he never neglects his duties." Richard waved his hand helplessly. All right. I just give you a look. Don't get so worked up." Although Ulysses' upbringing deviated somewhat from Richard's, Hogg never failed to obey orders. This was also why Richard let Hogg go. Richard was a pragmatist. As long as something worked and was useful, he didn't care who made it, or what it had been through. After dispatching the salamanders, Richard's search efficiency improved dramatically. In just one day, he searched an area that normally would have taken 5 days. The only drawback was that the salamanders had lost some personnel. During their search, Company 1's second squad encountered a biological weapon of the same type Richard had seen before. Although the team leader used the scroll of returning to the city in time, 2 unlucky guys were still stung by the scorpion's tail, and their armor was pierced on the spot. Against level 3 creatures, even the salamander's reinforced armor was but a fold of paper. But war is not without its share of casualties. Richard had already provided them with excellent equipment. Their survival depended on their own luck. As time passed, the salamanders gradually adapted to the jungles of the Green Forest world. The Green Forest world was no longer the transformed fortress world it once was. After dozens of epochs of abandonment, the traces of the Forerunners had been almost completely erased. The biological weapons they left behind had also, under the might of nature, become part of the biosphere. Thus, as long as one could find their place in this biosphere, survival, and even exploitation, was not impossible. Freedom Array. Accompanied by the salamander captain's roar, massive vines emerged from the ground. Colorful, highly toxic spores erupted from the vine's nozzles, casting a psychedelic hue on the surroundings. Faced with this seemingly sudden attack, the salamander warriors in the forest remained unfazed. The neat formations instantly dispersed, forming into 2-person combat units. In one unit, a fire lizard calmly launched a fireball at the nearby guardian forest with one hand, maintaining the fire elemental storm. With the other, he produced a short pistol with a trumpet. Boom! The pistol erupted in a fierce burst of flames, like a dragon's breath, incinerating the poisonous spores in the air. The other member of the unit drew the scimitar from his waist and expertly cut through the creeping vines around him, then finished off the attack with his dragon's breath gun. The massive vines, spewing poisonous spores, collapsed in a flash of golden blade light. As the remains collapsed, several dragon breath guns precisely targeted every part of the vines, incinerating the toxic spores that were about to erupt into ash. In the previous battle against the World Tree's offspring, the World Tree's offspring had used this method to slay an entire squad of salamanders. The poisonous spores instantly melted the armor, and the salamanders within were reduced to a pool of multicolored thick water in an instant. The battlefield is the best teacher. All those who fail to learn, or who learn slowly, will pay a heavy price. Soon, the captain shouted, "Operation over, retreat." With that, he produced a scroll, tore it open, and summoned a mystical rift. The salamanders, receiving the command, immediately sheathed their fireball guns and, drawing their scimitars, approached the nearby mystical rift. 30 seconds later, the bustling battlefield fell silent. The forest echoed with the rustling sounds of an impending insect swarm. In the secret realm, the returning salamanders, aided by the holy tree spirits, removed their individual armor. The severely wounded salamanders received healing from the world tree, while the less injured received care from the holy tree spirits. The salamanders' faces showed no joy at having survived, nor the exhilaration of battle, only numbness. War profoundly changes people. Across the world mushroom, Richard was examining a newly acquired world tree offspring. Soon, Richard finished and recorded his findings in his research notebook. Type 4 world tree offspring. Because the world tree of this world is so powerful, its characteristics cannot be fully manifested by its offspring, resulting in significant differences between different offspring. Richard had seen 4 types of offspring over the years, and this one was a type 4 poisonous spore offspring. After the inspection was complete, Richard waved his hand, and the offspring was collected by the world mushroom. For the world mushroom, devouring any offspring was never enough. These offspring held the secrets of the world tree's evolution. Even a glimpse of them could propel the world mushroom to new heights. However, at Richard's request, one of each of these world tree offspring was retained for his research. Another type 4 offspring. All I've acquired recently are type 4 offspring. It seems I'm nearing a unique area, Richard muttered to himself, looking through his research notes. The characteristics of world tree offspring are affected by their surroundings, and Richard had already captured 3 type 4 specimens in a row, suggesting he was currently nearing a large, unique environment. Guess I need to change my search direction. With that, Richard pulled a map from his pocket. Most of the map was blank, with only a single wavy line containing detailed information. This was the area Richard had searched over the years. Looking at the map, Richard fixed his gaze on the starting point. 10 years, and I have no idea how far the headquarters has advanced. Adjusting his search direction, Richard waited in the secret realm for 3 days, to ensure he wouldn't encounter a swarm of insects, then left. But this time, he didn't call the salamanders along. Richard was concerned for his subordinates. Having just experienced a major battle, the salamanders would have a 2-week break. So, during this time, Richard had to go out and explore on his own. Entering the jungle, Richard casually swatted a venomous insect that charged towards him, reducing it to pulp. The violent matter in the jungle lingers in the air for 1 to 2 weeks, making the entire jungle extremely dangerous. This was also Richard's criterion for categorizing salamanders as fake. After determining his direction, Richard flew northeast. As Richard explored deeper, the air around him became increasingly humid, and a faint, rancid odor permeated the air, gradually deepening. This further confirmed Richard's suspicions. There must be a vast and unique environment surrounding this place. 3 days later, a black-robed figure emerged from the dense fog and stopped beside a large tree. Below him, the black swamp bubbled continuously, releasing a deadly stench into the air. Richard surveyed the scene before him and muttered to himself, "What a vast, poisonous swamp." Chapter 382. The poisoned swamp is a unique geographical environment unique to the green forest world. This swamp is different from swamps in other worlds. Because it has consumed so many corpses of biological weapons, the sewage and mud within it are often highly toxic. Furthermore, due to its unique environment, even alchemists need a long time and exceptional luck to cultivate the extraordinary pathogens within the poisoned swamp. It contains at least 3 types. It should be noted that ordinary pathogens are ineffective against creatures that have reached level 1. These extraordinary pathogens, however, can infect creatures at level 1 and above. To the extraordinary pathogens, even level 1 creatures are as vulnerable as ordinary creatures. When Richard first discovered this geographical environment, his salamanders nearly lost a squad. If the squad leader hadn't noticed something was wrong and used a city return scroll to return to the secret realm, they would have all perished in the poisoned swamp. Over the years, Richard had encountered poisoned swamps several times, but those were usually small expanses. The poisonous swamp beneath his feet was as vast as a poisonous sea. He flew for nearly 3 days, yet he couldn't circumvent it. Coo-choo. Suddenly, a toad's croaking echoed beneath Richard's feet. Looking down, he saw a purple-skinned toad emerge from the swamp. The toad was pale purple, the size of a human head, and covered in dark green pustules. The large pustules on its back, in particular, looked ready to burst at any moment. Huh? Something I've never seen before. Richard stared at the toad in amazement. He had seen poisonous swamps many times, but this was the first time he had seen a purple-skinned toad like this. Could this creature be a species unique to this poisonous swamp? Richard wondered. He carefully kept himself suspended in the air, watching the purple-skinned toad swim past him. This toad's perception seemed weaker than other biological weapons, so much so that even when Richard stood above it, it didn't attack. Any other biological weapon would have pounced by now. Perhaps this toad isn't a biological weapon of the Forerunners. Perhaps it's a creature native to this world, Richard speculated. Thinking, Richard pulled an enchanted metal cage from his pocket, ready to capture the toad for further study. He grasped the enchanted metal cage with his magical hand, opened the cage, and positioned it in the toad's direction. He himself hid to the side, controlling everything remotely. There was no other way. After suffering from explosive poisonous insects, exploding mushrooms, exploding trees, and even exploding grass, Richard was extremely wary of these things. Under the control of the magical hand, the enchanted metal cage was positioned before the purple-skinned toad. The purple-skinned toad, seemingly lacking intelligence, plunged headfirst into the cage despite seeing it. As soon as it entered, the cage's door automatically closed, trapping it inside. Done. Richard's face lit up with joy, and he was about to use his magical hand to retrieve the cage. But before he could do anything, he saw a layer of light purple mucus emanating from the toad's body. The metal cage corroded the instant it came into contact with the mucus, and the toad slowly swam out of the cage, with barely a hint of delay. Richard gasped as he observed the scene. His cage was made of fine material, even enchanted with protective spells. But before the toad, it was like rice paper, melting at the touch of the slime. Goodness, this thing is truly poisonous. Richard sighed, then pulled 2 metal ingots from his pocket and began crafting a new cage. Meanwhile, the purple-skinned toad swam leisurely through the swamp. There was no way. With that slime coating on this creature, ordinary biological weapons were powerless against it. No wonder its perception wasn't very strong. With its physical condition, other creatures could only avoid it. Richard spent nearly an hour crafting a finely crafted cage. Then he repeated his previous trick, placing it in front of the toad. This time, the toad didn't even try to avoid it. It slipped into the cage, and the door closed instantly. The toad once again secreted a layer of purple slime, attempting to corrode the cage. But this time, the cage showed no sign of reaction. The toad stared at the cage before it, a look of confusion in its eyes. It seemed to be wondering what it was, and why it hadn't dissolved. Seeing the cage trap the toad, Richard opened a rift in the secret realm and prepared to use his magical hand to send it into the secret realm. Once inside the secret realm, no matter who you are, you will be his specimen. But as soon as Richard lifted the cage out of the poisonous swamp, a sudden panic welled up in him. The fear of impending death made him plunge into the secret realm without a second thought. Boom! The moment Richard entered the secret realm, a huge roar echoed from the cage. Richard's caution proved to be a good idea. This toad really does explode. And with considerable force. The instant the toad exploded, it shattered Richard's finely crafted cage. After all, radiation resistance doesn't guarantee explosion resistance. A small purple mushroom cloud accompanied the blast wave. Soon, the mushroom cloud dissipated, spreading over the poisonous swamp like a thin mist. Everything it touched, whether plant or animal, even the stones on the ground, was transformed into thick water by the terrifying poison. Soon, the poisonous mist dissipated. With the toad as the center, a 50-meter radius was empty, with only a faint purple swamp, indicating the presence of an explosion. In the secret realm, Richard clutched his chest, feeling his heart pounding. At this moment, he had no idea he had nearly turned into a pool of thick water. Strange. There shouldn't be a world master in the surface world. Richard clutched his chest, trying to analyze the source of his fear. But no matter how hard he thought, he never imagined that his life was in danger from the toad he had captured. What's wrong with you? The Lyses flew out of Halonist and landed on Richard's shoulder. Richard waved his hand. Nothing. Come with me to take a look. This is really weird. So what happened? Ulysses asked, somewhat bewildered. Nothing. I just felt an inexplicable surge of fear, Richard explained. It was a feeling comparable to facing the Lord of the World. Huh? Ulysses listened to Richard's description, feeling a sense of disbelief. Impossible. There can't be a world master out there. Otherwise, all you little wizards would have died long ago. That's why I say it's strange. As his heart gradually calmed, Richard adjusted his appearance, took the World Tree Staff, and solemnly opened the rift in the secret realm. Be prepared. Gah, don't worry, Ulysses said confidently. Richard took a deep breath and silently activated his diamond body. Although Ulysses' assurances were sound, Richard felt it was better to be safe. Enveloped in golden light, Richard, staff in hand, dashed out of the secret realm in one swift stride. As soon as he emerged from the secret realm, Ulysses immediately cast an energy barrier around Richard. But he looked around and saw no sign of danger. Richard, isn't this just a poisonous swamp? I don't see any dangerous creatures. No. Richard looked around, his expression growing even more serious. This place wasn't like this before I entered the secret realm. As he spoke, Richard gestured at the surroundings. Before I retreated into the secret realm, this area was filled with reeds, weeds, and aquatic trees. But now? Richard paused. His mental power probed, and a familiar object entered his field of vision. He reached out his magical hand into the swamp and quickly snatched up a pitch-black, bubbling metal object. Richard recognized it as the fragment of his toad-catching cage. But now? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Richard's mind. Could it be that toad? Coo-choo. A deep, toad-like croaking sound reached Richard's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a purple-skinned toad swimming leisurely in the swamp in the distance. Richard shuddered as he watched the toad retreat. What's wrong? Ulysses looked at Richard with some confusion. It was rare to see Richard looking like he was facing a formidable enemy. Did you see that toad? Richard's voice trembled. I suspect it's the thing that's causing me danger. Ulysses followed Richard's finger and saw a purple-skinned toad, barely a level 1 creature, swimming leisurely in the swamp. This thing? Ulysses' eyes lit up, confirming his presence. This thing isn't even a level 1 creature. How could it possibly be your danger? As he spoke, Ulysses was about to reach out with his crow's claws to grab the toad. But before he could act, a scorpion-tailed monster, one Richard had seen before, emerged from the forest and landed right next to the purple-skinned toad. The next moment, the toad seemed startled, its entire body swelling instantly. Richard then understood the reason for his fear. With a sound, the purple mist, like an eraser, melted the level 3 scorpion-tailed monster into a pool of purplish water. The monster didn't even struggle. Gulp. Richard swallowed, shuddering at the sight of the purple mist. If he hadn't evolved his physical constitution, sensing danger more acutely than the average wizard, he would have been like the scorpion-tailed monster, reduced to a pool of purplish water. Gah, a toad's appearance is not to be judged. Ulysses stared at the toad's devastation for a long moment, the glimmer in his eyes not even fading. Only when he saw the poisonous mist rushing towards him did he react, and summon a ball of fire to completely consume the approaching purple mist. We need to avoid this swamp. Richard observed the toad's achievements and made his decision without hesitation. He wasn't willing to throw the salamanders into such a dangerous situation. Are you sure? Ulysses suddenly asked. What's wrong? Richard tilted his head, looking at him with some confusion. Nothing. Ulysses' dim eyes now shone brightly like 2 light bulbs. He gazed into the fog-shrouded depths of the swamp and said uncertainly, deep down there, I think I see a tall crystal tower. Chapter 383. Crystal Tower. Richard's voice suddenly rose, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Having dealt with the Forerunners so many times, he was well aware of the characteristics of their creations. That tower was undoubtedly a Forerunner creation. He also looked in the direction Ulysses was looking, but even with his eyes wide open, he couldn't see a single trace of the crystal tower. The mist hanging over the poisonous swamp was like a veil, completely obscuring the view deep within. You don't need to look. You can't see it. Ulysses' eyes returned to normal, and he shook his head at Richard. Is it far away? Not far, but there's something wrong with this fog, Ulysses explained. This fog must be a product of some kind of rule. It hinders detection. Even I could only vaguely discern a crystal tower with my divine eyes. I have no idea what's going on inside. Hearing this, Richard's fiery heart instantly calmed. If this fog was the product of some kind of rule, it was likely a defensive device left behind by the Forerunners. This also meant they were very likely to encounter weapons left behind by the Forerunners. Richard gazed into the depths of the swamp, his expression conflicted. Undoubtedly, exploring the swamp was a high-risk, but equally high-reward undertaking. If he gave up, he might miss out on a vast treasure, but he might also avoid a trap. No one knew what lay deep within the swamp. Look at you, you're so conflicted. Just as Richard was torn between his own thoughts and his own, Ulysses suddenly spoke up. Are you here on vacation? Aren't you here to train yourself and collect Forerunner artifacts? If you can give up on such a massive relic, then you can forget about becoming a great wizard. No path to power is smooth. Pursuing absolute safety and smooth sailing is impossible. And compared to other third-ring wizards, you're not weak. You have my protection, a secret realm as a refuge, and the fruits of your centuries of research. I just don't understand. What are you afraid of? Ulysses' words were like a revelation, instantly awakening Richard from his hesitation. Yes, he wasn't weak. He was now a third-ring wizard, one of the most elite among ordinary wizards. With his trump card, even if the World Lord tried to kill him, he still had a chance of escaping. Could the weapons left in these Forerunner ruins be more terrifying than the World Lord? Even if such weapons existed, why would they fall into the hands of Richard? Richard didn't believe the Forerunners could make weapons used against the World Lord as powerful as alchemical magic stone cannons, allowing them to be used at will. Besides, so many years had passed. Even if such weapons existed, they should have been damaged by the passage of time. Otherwise, wizards entering this world would be attacked by these weapons. After understanding everything, Richard felt a surge of joy, and even his mental strength became more active. "You're right, Ulysses. I'm certainly a little hesitant." Seeing Richard's state, Ulysses nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. One can be cautious, but never timid. The path to becoming a god is bound to be thorny, and those who are timid will never achieve great things. But before we go in, I need to make some preparations." Richard opened the secret rift and said without looking back, "This swamp is incredibly dangerous. I must be fully prepared." Ulysses was stunned, a bit amused and saying, "It's changed, but not completely." To enter the swamp and explore, Richard retrieved the mechanic individual armor, originally designed for salamanders. This individual armor is a very useful auxiliary magical armor for Richard now. Of course, before the exploration, Richard modified the individual armor twice. First, to adapt it to the body shape. This individual armor was designed specifically for salamanders, and its interior space was quite spacious for Richard. Second, to optimize the internal components. Centuries have passed since the design of the mechanic individual armor. During these centuries, salamanders' artisans have continuously refined their skills and optimized the armor structure. Today, the design of the mechanic individual armor has been greatly optimized, and many redundant features have been streamlined. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Richard could make a major update. The alchemy workshop's flames blazed once more, and the massive furnace gushed out scalding molten gold, transforming into alloy parts. The fire lizard workers stood at the forge, using dragon alchemy to imbue these parts with the desired properties. At the test bench, Richard also used wizard alchemy to modify and process the internal parts of his armor. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In the secret realm, a 3-meter-tall steel giant stood beneath the world mushroom, like a statue. Suddenly, a wave of magical energy emanated from the iron giant's body. Buzz, then, the iron giant came to life. Richard's voice rang out from within the iron giant. "Ulysses, we can go to the swamp now." The poisoned swamp was still as peaceful as ever today. A spatial rift opened above the poisoned swamp, and an iron giant stepped out. Atop the giant's shoulder, a black crow with eyes like the sun gazed intently into the depths of the swamp. "That's right, it's a crystal tower, a damaged one at that." Ulysses closed his eyes, 2 streams of blood dripping from the corners of his eyes. "Which direction?" Richard's voice, muffled from his armor, sounded a little muffled. Ulysses swung a ball of flame, forming an arrow in the air. "This direction, straight ahead." Getting the direction, Richard, clad in his armor, landed on the surface of the swamp. Amazingly, this multi-ton metal construct didn't sink, but instead remained as steady as if standing on dry land. "Let's move forward. Get ready. If anything goes wrong, we retreat." With that, the iron giant actually began to move across the swamp's surface. The poisoned swamp, a unique landscape characteristic of the green forest world, is home to countless venomous insects and snakes. Richard himself counted over 100 species of venomous insects, and over 20 species of venomous snakes. The venom of these insects and snakes is so potent that even level 3 creatures can't withstand it. It's hard to imagine what kind of enemy the Forerunners were fighting back then, to the point of crafting biological weapons like this. Crack! Richard's leg armor suddenly made a crisp sound. A black, pointed-headed serpent, as thick as an adult's arm, was wrapped around his leg, its sharp fangs still half remaining in its mouth. Though the venom of these snakes was fierce, it needed to enter a living organism to be effective. Before the armor plates refined by dragon alchemy, the fangs of these venomous snakes and insects could only scratch the paint. This was the power of demon spirits. Richard aimed the flamethrower on his arm at the black snake. With a boom, the blazing, white-hot flames reduced the serpent to a ball of charcoal. At this moment, Richard had reached the depths of the swamp. The mist that had seemed so hazy at the outer edges of the swamp grew even thicker here. Everything around Richard was white. Even the sky was shrouded in thick fog. From vision, hearing, and mental awareness, Richard's range of perception was only 3 meters. Beyond this range, he could not receive any information. This layer of fog was like a movable cage, imprisoning Richard, forever unable to see the light of day. Over his shoulder, Ulysses, his eyes blazing, constantly observed his surroundings. "Stop!" Ulysses shouted. Richard stopped, and soon a low, gurgling sound reached his ears. Gurgle, gurgle. A purple skin toad the size of a calf passed through the thick fog and entered Richard's range of perception. As Richard delved deeper into the poisonous swamp, these purple-skinned toads appeared more and more frequently. He encountered one almost every distance. And the deeper he went, the higher the level of these toads. The toad before Richard's eyes, judging by its life force radiation, was nearing level 2. Each of its pustules contained venom capable of instantly killing a level 3 creature. If this toad exploded, its power would undoubtedly be many times greater than the purple-skinned toad Richard had seen before. Even though Richard had armored personnel carriers for self-defense, he dared not act rashly. He remained where he was, like a stone, watching the purple-skinned toad swim past him. Suddenly, a bloody maw burst from the swamp and seized the toad in its jaws. Richard's body tensed instantly, and a magical barrier, and a layer of pitch-black energy instantly appeared around him. A fine stream of cold sweat trickled down his back. But the expected explosion did not occur. The purple-skinned toad remained motionless within the maw. Its ruptured venomous sac oozes light green venom, which dripped onto the water's surface, instantly transforming the surrounding poisonous algae into thick water. The owner of the bloody maw emerged from the water. Judging by its size, it was a giant python with black grid-like stripes. But Richard knew it wasn't a python, merely a grown venomous snake. The black snake slowly swallowed the toad. The toad's all-powerful mucus seemed to have no effect on it. Interesting. Mutual support and mutual restraint. Richard looked at the black snake in amazement. The purple-skinned toad that roamed the swamp was being eaten by a black snake. Ulises, please help me get this thing into the secret realm. Ulises looked at the black snake digesting the toad, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as well. It's interesting that it can eat that purple-skinned toad. With that, Ulises extended his talons and grabbed the black snake. Before the snake could struggle, a spatial rift opened beside it. Old mushroom, I've got you. With that, the black snake was thrown into the secret realm. Richard continued forward, and soon his eyes suddenly lit up. The white fog that had obstructed his perception had vanished, or rather, he had emerged from its enveloping area. A few kilometers in front of him, a towering crystal tower, covered in filth, cracks, and moss, stood silently in the depths of the swamp. Beside it, a purple-skinned toad, emitting a terrifying aura, lay quietly on the ground. This toad. Richard observed the purple-skinned toad, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Its strength isn't right. Ulises looked at the toad and spoke slowly. Your pioneers here are no ordinary creatures. This toad, like the blue fire lizard I encountered in the Red Sun world, has already surpassed the limit of a level 3 creature. They are only one final leap of soul away from becoming world masters. Chapter 384. Only one final leap in the soul. Richard repeated this, somewhat puzzled. According to the feedback effect, a breakthrough in physical fitness would also lead to a breakthrough in mental strength. And a breakthrough in mental strength represents a qualitative change in the soul. But Ulises said that these creatures still lacked one final leap. Yes, that final leap, Ulises said slowly. This is the difficulty of pure physical evolution. Although pure physical evolution can, through the so-called feedback effect you mentioned, push mental strength beyond the limits of mortals, this breakthrough is merely a quantitative increase. In terms of quality, their souls remain mortal souls. Huh? Then isn't pure physical evolution a dead end? Richard exclaimed in surprise. Not quite. Ulises shook his head. Those abyss scumbags are pursuing pure physical evolution, and they have two overlords. The final step of pure physical evolution requires an item to assist. What item? Richard asked hurriedly. Soul Sea Light. Richard froze at the name. If this thing were needed, wouldn't pure physical evolution be sheer suicidal? Soul Sea Light is a specialty of the Soul Sea. To obtain it, one must hunt a Soul Sea creature called the Soul Sea Lantern Fish. This creature's combat power is a dimensionality-reducing blow to creatures below level 4. Souls below level 4 will be sucked into the lantern on its head. Without specialized skills, escape is impossible. Even the most experienced third-ring soul wizards avoid this creature when encountering it while exploring the Soul Sea. Isn't that courting death? Richard couldn't help but reply. Ulises said nonchalantly, there are other paths, but this is the only one I know of. And those abyss scum seem to have their own methods. But you're not one of those unconventional ones. You have at least two paths. Two paths? Ulises said calmly. One is the path of advancement in your wizarding world, and the other, naturally, the path to becoming a god. In our civilization of the gods, there are 3.5 ways to ascend to godhood. I can't share the full 3, but that half is not one of them. If you truly can't pursue the path of wizardry, that half might help you ascend. Hearing this, Richard's heart skipped a beat. Once, He'd been a distant prospect from becoming a great wizard. But now, he could even consider becoming one. "Thank you," Richard said sincerely. "There's nothing to thank me for," Ulysses said calmly. "Our interests are already intertwined. If you become stronger, I also benefit." He then gave another sly smile. "Besides, I have to redeem this 10,000-year fateful contract. I might earn less, but a win-win situation is always better than a loss." Richard was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. This Lord of the World is truly a fascinating person. Enough of small talk. How do you plan to deal with this toad? Ulysses turned the subject back to the issue at hand. "I can tell you clearly that I may not be able to defeat this toad. Although his soul hasn't made its final leap, his body has already reached the level of a Lord of the World, albeit a weak one." Richard contemplated the Toad King for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "You say, since there's a Toad King in this swamp, then could the black snakes that feed on toads also have a Snake King? If not, then the black snakes that devour toads should flee this swamp." Ulysses was stunned, then agreed, "That makes sense. When I became the Lord of the Crow Realm, I killed many creatures that preyed on us dark crows." Richard smiled. "So the solution to this dilemma should lie with the Snake King." Inside the secret realm, the black snake Ulysses had thrown in was firmly held in place by the World Tree's mycelium. Suddenly, a rift in the secret realm opened, and Richard and Ulysses returned. "World Mushroom, bring that snake here." World Mushroom, upon hearing this, brought the black snake to Richard's side. Richard had World Mushroom remove the mycelium, and then deactivated the closed mode of his personal armor, revealing the powerful life radiation of a level 3 organism. The moment it came into contact with this level 3 biological life radiation, the black snake curled up into a ball of fear. Seeing this, Richard's face lit up with a look of astonishment. Sure enough, this black snake isn't a biological weapon left behind by the Forerunners. The Forerunners' biological weapons all shared a common characteristic: their fearlessness and undaunted nature. Their life cores had been manipulated by the Forerunners, their instinctive tendency to seek advantage and avoid harm having been eliminated. Otherwise, a mere release of the enemy's life radiation would have been enough to drive away these mindless, venomous insects. Richard grabbed the black snake, brought it before him, and asked through telepathic communication, "Little one, tell me where your Snake King is." The black snake before him had already reached the level of a second-level creature. Even a creature like snakes, with their inherently small brains, should now possess some ability to communicate. Sure enough, after Richard's questioning, the black snake let out a series of rapid hisses. Richard had never learned serpent language, and even if he had, the serpent language of the Green Forest world wouldn't necessarily be the same as the serpent language of the Wizarding world. So, after hearing this flurry of serpent language, Richard turned his gaze to Ulysses. "Ulysses, I have a difficult task for you." "What task?" Ulysses asked warily. If Richard described it as difficult, it was probably not an easy task. "How about making this black snake my disciple?" "That joke doesn't sound funny." "It's not funny, but unfortunately, I'm not kidding. Of course, you could find another job. What do you think about using soul messages to teach this thing?" "I try to teach it." Ulysses took the black snake from Richard. Teaching such a nearly uncivilized creature was no easy task. "Let me ask you, why do you want it to believe in you?" Richard spread his hands. "I need to communicate with it, but I don't understand serpent language. If it's just for communication, we can try another method." With that, Ulysses illuminated a majestic holy light, and then a beam of light shot into the black snake's body. Then Richard understood what the black snake was saying. "Don't eat me, don't eat me. I take you to see the Lord Snake King." Richard chuckled, "Ha, this little guy seems pretty cooperative." He took Black from Ulysses and asked with a smile, "Has your Snake King ever clashed with the Toad King next to the Crystal Tower?" Under the pressure of the level 3 creature, Black trembled and said, "Yes, yes. That stinky toad and Lord Snake King have fought many times." "Who won?" "Neither one, but Lord Snake King is weaker." Richard stroked his chin, a sly smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Weaker? That means the Snake King is injured, right?" "Hiss. How did you know?" Richard waved his hand. "You don't need to know how I know. Just know that you take me to him later. Do you understand?" I understand. So you signed this contract, right?" With that, Richard pulled a soul contract from his pocket and handed it to Black Snake. "Leave your soul mark on this." The Black Snake looked at the soul contract. Its instinct told it that signing it would likely lead to a bad end. But how bad could a fate be worse than death? The Black Snake looked at Richard, who was staring at it from the side. He could sense a terrifying aura of evil in Richard. It was the creature Richard had killed, a warning to others. Don't mess with this creature. If it didn't agree to the contract, it was almost certain it would die here, or suffer something even more horrific. So, without hesitation, the black snake left its soul mark on the contract. As the contract transformed into flames and vanished into thin air, Richard opened the rift in the secret realm and left with the black snake and Ulysses. Upon returning to the secret realm, the black snake immediately became active. But before it could enter the swamp, its body suddenly froze in place. It could sense an invisible force restraining it. If it dared to escape, that force would instantly shatter its soul. Little one, don't even think about escaping, Richard sneered. Before signing the contract, won't you read the terms? The black snake froze. In its current situation, not signing the contract would mean immediate death. What difference would it make whether or not it read the terms? Forced by the constraints of the contract, the black snake could only abandon its ulterior motives and, carrying its two uninvited guests, swam deeper into the swamp. This poisonous swamp was vast, shrouded in mist, and it was unknown how many terrifying creatures lay hidden. Richard followed the black snake forward, and the further he went, the more venomous snakes surrounded him. These snakes were either entangled in trees or hidden in the water, ready to meet any approaching creature with their bloody maws. Even though they were fellow snakes, these venomous snakes showed no mercy. Or perhaps it's just that snakes are their most common food in this swamp. Ding! Another blind venomous snake bit Richard's armor. Richard calmly crushed the large snake to death and casually tossed it into his pocket. The venom of these venomous snakes holds great research value. If he could understand it, his potion-making skills would surely improve significantly. And even if he didn't, it would be excellent for making snake soup. Little one, how long will it take? Not far, just ahead. The black snake leading the way had a remarkable bloodline. In this snake-strewn swamp, it moved only when other snakes gave way, not when it gave way to others, even to third-level snakes. Richard guessed that this black snake was likely related to the Snake King. Just as the black snake had predicted, it wasn't long before Richard saw the Snake King. In the pitch-black swamp, a massive dragon-blood serpent, its body covered in golden gold and crowned with dragon horns, coiled around the body of a dead world tree, hissing and spitting its tongue. Behind its back, a dark, rotting wound oozed pus and blood. The Serpent King looked at Richard, his golden eyes gleaming like the sun. Outsider, you shouldn't be here. Oh! Why do you say that? Richard asked with interest. The Serpent King swam down from the tree, his tongue spitting, and approached Richard. Because this world is dying. Chapter 385. A dead world? Richard was somewhat bewildered. The green forest world impressed him with nothing but vitality, a near overflowing vitality. A tree felled in the morning would be entwined with vines by the afternoon. Within 3 days, moss would cover the entire tree. The entire tree would become a bed of mushrooms. This terrifying vitality was in no way connected to death. I think our definitions of death are somewhat different, Richard said. This world leaves me with only vibrant vitality. That's just the appearance, outsider. The Snake King's dragon eyes surveyed Richard, then he slowly replied. These are all illusions created by that damn tree. That damn tree was supposed to protect us, but it chose to betray us. It is rooted in the very origin of the world, using the entire world as its flower pot, constantly transforming it into the nourishment for its growth. If it continues to grow like this, in another epoch or two, the entire world will become part of it. Even now, the poisonous swamp and the ancient battlefield are the only areas of this world that haven't been controlled by its seeds. Richard's mind raced upon hearing this, analyzing the information contained in the Snake King's words. The Snake King's words revealed a great deal. First, this world tree was originally supposed to be something like a world guardian. But later, perhaps due to the influence of the Forerunners, it was transformed into its current form. Second, the world tree's control over the surface world may be beyond the wizard's imagination. Of the entire surface world, only the poisonous swamp before him, and a place called the ancient battlefield remained untouched by the seeds. This meant that the great wizard Garen must have held the upper hand in the battle against the world tree. Even after so many seeds were pulled out, the world tree remained motionless. For the world tree, even the White Wizard Legion was a piece of cake. If he had even a fraction of his strength, Richard would have been fertilized by now. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help but feel a flicker of relief. The Snake King continued, in the past, many outsiders, like you, entered this dying world. But those outsiders were not as fortunate as you. Many perished in the jungle, while the stronger ones were pulled into the underworld by the tree. Outsider, if I were you, I would flee this world right now. I have to say, your words are deeply touching, Richard said calmly. It's rare for a native to show kindness to a wizard. But there's a mistake in your words. This world will not die. Already, a being more powerful than you can imagine has entered the underworld to battle the tree you speak of. And I, his vassal, am responsible for clearing out the remaining world tree seeds in the surface world. Hearing Richard's words, the Snake King was stunned for a moment, then a mocking smile appeared on his face. Outsider, I never imagined you would abandon the glory of your ancestors and submit to an ignorant individual. Your so-called unimaginably powerful being is merely the ruler of a microcosm, at most a small world. Over the years, countless powerful individuals of this caliber have been slain by that tree, including some at level 5 and 6. Alas, I thought I met a fellow tribesman. It seems you completely lost your heritage and become a fool. How pathetic, how lamentable. The Snake King's words left Richard baffled. Fellow tribesman? He didn't possess any snake blood. No way. Richard's eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly understood why the Snake King had shown him kindness and called him a fellow tribesman. It wasn't snake blood, it was dragon blood. He could sense the dragon blood he absorbed into his body to cultivate his myriad transformations battle body. This Snake King mistook him for a dragon blood. Combined with his disdain for the World Master, this meant this Snake King was most likely a descendant of one of the Forerunner's former servants. His bloodline memories still contained records of the Forerunners. Inheritance. I certainly don't have one, Richard said. But the Lord behind me possesses an ancient heritage. With these words, Richard entered the secret realm before the Snake King. Soon after, Richard emerged from the secret realm, followed by a golden dragon chariot carried by 8 men. The bearers were all armored guards clad in golden armor. Atop the chariot, a majestic beast with platinum scales lazily crouched. A giant dragon, and a descendant of the Dragon King. At the sight of Hog, the Snake King's dragon eyes widened. He lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, and said respectfully in the dragon tongue, "Greetings, son of the mighty Dragon King." Hog glanced at it with a certain indifference, then said calmly, "Rise, commoner." The Snake King raised his head. Richard could actually detect humility and flattery on the giant snake's face. It asked cautiously, "Son of the great Dragon King, will the Supreme One finally reclaim this lost land?" Supreme One. Richard, beside the dragon chariot, instantly associated the word with the Forerunners. The snake before him was unaware that the Forerunners had vanished. Supreme One. At the sound of this word, Hog suddenly recalled some ancient memories. Those memories seemed to stretch back hundreds of epochs. Strangely, these memories contained no mention of the Supreme One. The dragons bowed to nothingness. It was as if an invisible force had erased the Supreme One mentioned by the Serpent King. "What do you know about the Supreme One?" Richard's voice echoed in Hog's ears, and Hog shook his head slightly. "The Supreme has vanished. My bloodline memories contain no trace of the Supreme. The dragons have bowed before the void. It seems something has erased all traces of the Supreme." Richard shuddered slightly at Hog's response. Erase the Supreme? With the power the Supreme currently displays, not counting its truth-level combat power, wizard civilization would be completely crushed by the Supreme. But the Supreme had been erased. It suddenly occurred to Richard that no one had ever mentioned what the Supreme looked like. Wizards only interacted with their creations. Logically, even if a civilization was destroyed, there should be remains. Dinosaurs still have fossils even after billions of years of extinction. Instantly, an indescribable fear enveloped Richard. What civilization had the Supreme fought against back then? Had that civilization also been destroyed? But after a moment, he calmed down. These things were too far away from him. He wasn't even a great wizard, and couldn't even participate in the Council of Truth. He couldn't influence or stop the direction of wizard civilization. Tell him that the Supreme One has vanished. The dragons and wizards have reached a cooperation. The Snake King looked at Hog, who hadn't responded for a long time, and a sense of unease crept in. When Hog spoke, his heart sank to the bottom. Hog slowly said, "The Supreme One has vanished. The dragons and wizards have reached a cooperation." The Snake King's expression darkened upon hearing this. Sure enough, the Supreme still didn't win. "Do you remember what happened back then?" Hog asked curiously. "Even the Supreme has disappeared from my heritage." "No," the Snake King shook his head slightly. "My bloodline only remembers the title of the Supreme, and that they were the former masters of this world, our saviors. I thought there was something wrong with my heritage, but judging by what I see now, the Supreme didn't win that war." "What enemy was the Supreme fighting against?" Richard couldn't help but ask. "Even their body can't be found now." The Snake King looked at Richard in surprise, puzzled as to how this dragon blood could be so rude in front of the heir of the Dragon King. Hogg said calmly, "Don't be surprised. He's a wizard. As I said, dragons and wizards have now reached a cooperative relationship." The Snake King was stunned. He had assumed this dragon blood was merely a servant of the Dragon King's son. To his surprise, this creature was actually a collaborator of the dragon. "The war of that year isn't mentioned in my inherited memories," the Snake King said, shaking his head slightly. "I only know it was an unimaginably formidable enemy. To fight them, the Supreme Ones even manipulated the stars, forging a wall out of the world. But even so, they still didn't win, and even the traces of their existence were wiped out." But what?" Richard pressed. The Snake King replied, "But, while the Supreme Ones didn't win, they certainly didn't lose either. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking here now." Richard frowned. "A mutual destruction? That would be best. If you want to know more about the Supreme Ones, I recommend a place," the Snake King continued. "The ancient battlefield hasn't been eroded by the World Tree yet, and there are still many artifacts from that time. You might find what you're looking for." "Oh!" Richard raised an eyebrow. "I know a closer place in this swamp. You want to enter the tower?" The Snake King's pupils suddenly shrank, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Richard. But it only saw the black crow on Richard's shoulder cry out, and a pressure no less powerful than its own blocked its way out. The Snake King withdrew his pressure and said with some surprise, "I didn't expect such a powerful figure to be here. That stinking toad is watching over that tower. No one can enter unless it's killed." "That's why I came to you," Richard said with a faint smile. "I should be able to treat your injuries. Together, we can definitely kill that toad. You can handle it?" The Snake King shook his head slightly. "You underestimate that toad. The toad's venom has undergone a qualitative change to make it this far. Even I'm just trying to avoid being poisoned. Unless the World Lord intervenes, I can't fight that toad again. But if you can get the World Lord to intervene, then there's naturally no need for me." With that, the Snake King swam up to the dead World Tree. "Go away, both of you. Let this dying old man get some sleep. Don't even think about forcing your orders on me. I'm a subspecies dragon, not a dragon blood to be arbitrarily manipulated." "Not necessarily," Richard said with a confident smile. "Why don't you come with me to the secret realm?" Chapter 386. Enter the secret realm? The Snake King felt that this creature called the wizard was somewhat overconfident. The purple-skinned toad, a creation of the Supreme Being, contained venom meticulously formulated by the Supreme Being. And the Toad King had surpassed the limits of mortals, his toxins already infecting the very laws of nature. Below the level of the World Master, let alone unlocking the secret realm, even for someone like him, managing to avoid being poisoned, was a testament to his supreme strength. This wizard even wanted him to visit the secret realm. Could it be that there could be another World Master within his secret realm? "Wizard, could there be another World Master within your secret realm?" the Snake King asked with a hint of sarcasm. Richard didn't get angry, but simply smiled. "You find out once you enter." The Snake King looked at Richard. This creature seemed to possess a mysterious confidence. This confidence wasn't blind arrogance stemming from a lack of knowledge. Rather, it was a self-recognition based on sufficient strength. This wizard truly believed he could cure its poison. "Wizard, let's not even mention that I doubt you can cure my poison. We've only just met. How can I confidently enter your secret realm?" The Snake King hissed, clearly sensing every pheromone in the air. Judging from the pheromones, the creature before him, known as the wizard, wasn't nervous at all. "That's easy." Richard pulled a soul contract from his pocket. "I have a soul contract here. Sign it, and this problem will be resolved." "Oh!" The Snake King's gaze fell on the contract Richard had held out. He sensed a mysterious power within this scroll of unknown material. A replica of the fateful contract? Richard wrote the contract and presented it to the Snake King with his magical hand. The contract was written in dragon language, which the Snake King could understand. After reading the contract, the Snake King licked the scroll with his tongue. Like the toad, it had transcended the limits of mortals. Therefore, it too possessed some special abilities. Using his tongue's perception, the Snake King determined the contract's purpose. Once this contract was signed, a curse would befall both parties. If either party violated the contract, the curse would unleash. "Alright," the Snake King swam down from the dead tree. "Since we were once kin, I trust you once. If you can remove the poison from me, I will help you kill the toad." With this, the Snake King inscribed his name on the contract. The contract dissipated into a ball of fire, and Richard smiled confidently. "It's a deal." With that, Richard opened the rift in the secret realm and gestured for entry. But the Snake King didn't enter immediately. Instead, he glanced at Hogg, standing aside. I cannot walk before a Dragon King's son. This is etiquette among dragons. Hogg nodded in agreement, then lazily ordered, return. At the same time, Richard also nodded slightly. The fire lizard warriors carrying the dragon chariot saw this, and returned to the secret realm. Richard gestured to the Snake King to enter. Come on, Your Excellency the Snake King. The Snake King stared at Richard again and again, finally speaking slowly. You and the Dragon King's son are not partners, are you? Richard's expression remained unchanged, his face still beaming. The word cooperation might sound a bit strange, but our relationship can certainly be described as such. Really? The Snake King asked doubtfully, his tongue spitting out its tongue. Of course. The Snake King, using pheromones to confirm Richard's honesty, nodded thoughtfully. After bowing slightly to Richard, it leisurely entered the secret realm. Then it stopped leisurely. What the hell is this? As soon as it entered the secret realm, the Snake King immediately sensed something was amiss. It could sense that everything within it was being controlled by an invisible, massive hand. It felt less like entering a secret realm, and more like entering the belly of a giant beast. When it got a clear view of the object in the distance, it suddenly let out a sharp, booming cry. It was hard to imagine a snake making such a shrill sound. What's wrong, Your Excellency Snake King? Richard followed the Snake King into the secret realm and, upon seeing the Snake King's sharp, booming cry, couldn't help but laugh. What is that? A world tree? The Snake King pointed its tail at the world mushroom in the distance and asked loudly. How could there be such a large mushroom in your secret realm? It's not a world tree, it's a world mushroom, Richard corrected solemnly. You called it by the wrong name. Be careful, it might treat you with harsh methods later. Treat? The Snake King stared at the world mushroom in amazement. He had never dreamed that Richard had hidden a world master in his secret realm. A mycelial tentacle emerged from the ground, and quickly transformed into a milky white humanoid. Master, I'm not that petty. Hearing the world mushroom's name, the Snake King's pupils instantly widened, nearly popping out of his head. Master? You're its master? No wonder. No wonder. The Snake King looked at Richard, as if understanding something. He exclaimed, No wonder the Dragon King sent one of his offspring to marry you. It seems you must be someone. Stop. Richard immediately interrupted the Snake King's absurd speculation. Who told you that Hogg and I were in a marriage alliance? Why don't you make a more reliable guess? The Snake King was stunned by this and said unconvincingly, How can my guess be unreliable? Look, this prince lives in your secret realm and uses your servants. And she said that dragons and wizards have a cooperative relationship. But dragons don't cooperate so easily. They won't cooperate unless they've been defeated in a battle. So, I suspect the dragon lost the war, so it chose to cooperate with the wizard, and then used its offspring in marriage to solidify the relationship. Isn't this a strange guess? Listening to the Snake King's explanation, Richard was left in a state of amazement. He waved his hand, and Hogg flew off the dragon chariot and landed beside him. You guessed the process right, but the outcome was wrong. Richard patted Hogg's head, a sinister smile on his face. Dragons and wizards did indeed fight a war, but the dragons lost, and lost miserably. The relationship between dragons and wizards now is that of pet and owner, slave and master. Of course, this relationship is also a form of cooperation. A momentary silence fell. The Snake King had never imagined that these pure-blooded dragons, fellow kin and servants of the Supreme Being, would be defeated by other races and become their slaves and pets. After a long pause, the Snake King spoke, You shouldn't be telling me this. Richard shook his head slightly. There's no need, because this world has already been discovered by the wizard. It won't be long before this world falls under the great wizard's domain. You will still know all this then. But then, the wizard won't talk to you in this way. What awaits you is only submission and death. The Snake King spit out his tongue, and his pheromones told him that the creature hadn't lied. You're recruiting me. The Snake King finally saw Richard's intention. Richard snapped his fingers. That's right. As a creature that has transcended the boundaries of mortals, don't you want to take a step further? Or perhaps, you rather stay in this world forever, gazing at the stars every day in this poisonous swamp, without even seeing them. To join the great wizard's army, you be a slave, a familiar, or even an experimental subject. But to me, you be a subordinate. We be bound by a contract, each taking what we need. Faced with Richard's solicitation, the Snake King fell silent. Richard didn't push him, trusting the Snake King to make the right decision. Richard was eager to study this Snake King, who had transcended the boundaries of mortals, but hadn't yet made the final leap. This Snake King was far more valuable to study then the flaming beast mutated by the blue flames. This creature was pure flesh and blood. Heal your wounds first. The Snake King was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. You must heal me before we can discuss recruiting you. Richard gave a kind smile, knowing the Snake King had already agreed to the offer. Indeed, heal your wounds first. With a wave of his hand, the World Mushroom's mycelium incarnation led the Snake King to the World Mushroom's main body. Elises chose to follow. Many divine arts can also remove toxins. Under the World Mushroom, the Snake King quietly watched as the World Mushroom's mycelium burrowed into his body. Under the erosion of the poison, the mycelium quickly corroded. This poison is unusual, the Snake King said with a hint of humor. Indeed, it is unusual. And you're deeply poisoned, making it difficult to completely remove the toxin. The World Mushroom incarnation gave a diagnosis, then glanced at Elises. Old Crow, will your divine arts work? Elises landed on the Snake King and gently dipped a feather into the poisonous blood. As soon as it touched the poisonous blood, it began to sizzle and smoke. Furthermore, the poison continued to flow through the feather, attempting to penetrate Elises' body. A holy light shone from Elises' body, and then a beam of light fell on the poisonous blood wound on the feather. But the poisonous blood on the feather only faded slightly, not turning into normal blood or clear water, as he had expected. Elises exclaimed, such a powerful poison rule. Can it be saved? Yes, but you need to assist. This great snake is deeply poisoned. Using divine arts to detoxify it might simply turn its blood and flesh into pure water. You need to provide some support with your vitality. That's no problem. After a brief exchange, Elises' holy light suddenly intensified, and divine arts fired at the Snake King like a machine gun. The World Mushroom then injected a massive amount of vitality into the Snake King's body, stabilizing its precarious life force. As the divine arts continued to clear it, the poison within the Snake King's body was gradually dispelled. Clean water flowed out of the wound. Finally, with the 66th divine art, the Snake King's body suddenly erupted with astonishing vitality. Without the suppression of the poison, the Snake King's vitality, which had been used to suppress it, burst forth. Under the influence of this vitality, the wound healed instantly. Surprisingly, the Snake King possessed not the toad-like venomous principle, but rather a life principle somewhat incompatible with its serpentine nature. Thank you for the treatment. After recovering, the Snake King, with a radiant look, bowed his head to the World Mushroom and Elises in gratitude. Then he swam over to Richard and said respectfully, Sir, I am willing to join your army and see the vast starry sky. Chapter 387. The Snake King's decision was undoubtedly the right one. For the great wizard Garlon, his combat prowess was far less useful than his displayed traits. A physical evolutionist who had transcended the boundaries of mortals was, no matter how you looked at it, a natural candidate for physical evolution research. Since the Snake King had agreed, Richard didn't hesitate and had the World Mushroom prepare a fate contract. The restraining power of a soul contract was limited. For a creature that had transcended mortal boundaries, a fate contract was undoubtedly the best form of restraint. With the signing of the contract, Richard gained another powerful general. After the contract was completed, Richard asked a question deep in his heart. Snake King, I have a question for you. You and that toad are both creations of the Supreme Being. Logically, you shouldn't be enemies. How did you end up like this? The Snake King sighed helplessly upon hearing this. That's true, but unfortunately, that toad is brainless and still bears grudges. Our clan's job is to limit their numbers and prevent them from over-reproducing. But that toad is brainless, and as a weapon, it has no bloodline. So after it grew up, it began to reproduce in large numbers, and I had to intervene to solve this problem. But you saw the result. The Snake King sighed helplessly. As a predator of toads, it was almost killed by its own food. It would be embarrassing to tell anyone about this. Richard frowned slightly, sensing something amiss in the Snake King's words. Excuse me, Snake King, how did you break through your mortal boundary? You can open your mortal boundary, I'm sure, but how can a biological weapon also break through that boundary? Upon hearing Richard's news, the Snake King was stunned. It's true that he could transcend the mortal realm, because his bloodline came from the Supreme Being. But how could these toads, as disposable consumables, also transcend the mortal realm? The mortal realm isn't like the window paper in martial arts dramas that can be pierced with a little spit. The Snake King recalled his ancient memories, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. You really stumped me. I originally transcended the mortal realm because I desperately devoured a seed from a world tree, and it was by chance that I achieved this breakthrough. But how could this toad, a consumable that explodes when startled, break through. Seeing that the Snake King didn't know, Richard suddenly became intrigued. This toad seemed even more valuable for research than the Snake King. "Ha, forget it," Elisa said. "Your idle thoughts won't lead to anything. Just go and kill that toad. Once its body is preserved, the answer will become clear. Or sink into an abyss from which we never find the answer," Richard continued. "But this is certainly a solution. Just imagining it won't yield the answer." He then looked at the Snake King and asked, "Do you have anything to prepare? We go kill that toad next." "Prepare?" The Snake King smiled grimly. "No preparations necessary. I've been constantly thinking about how to kill that toad for years. When the battle begins, you just serve as a support, helping me distract it. As a predator of toads, the Snake King possesses a natural resistance to them. If the toad's venom hadn't been so potent, the Snake King would have devoured it. In that case, it's up to you, Snake King," Richard said with a smile. "But it would be best if you could leave the body. I want to see what adventure this toad encountered that allowed it to transcend the limits of mortals with its biological weapon." The Snake King nodded slightly. "Okay, no problem." Exiting the secret realm, the Snake King entered the swamp, and a wave of energy emanated from his dragon horn. The energy wave spread along the swamp sewage, and the snakes in the swamp suddenly began to surge, a wave of venomous snakes rushing towards the Snake King. Watching the tide of snakes in the swamp constantly converging towards the Snake King, Richard felt a chill in his heart. I hadn't expected so many venomous snakes to hide in this swamp. Even the White Wizard Legion would have to be cautious with such a large number. "Do we need to summon the snakes to kill that toad?" Richard asked. "Of course, there's no need to kill the toad, but that toad can summon its own little ones," the Snake King explained. "Though those little toads aren't as powerful as the old one, they're still a real nuisance." Richard nodded in agreement. Indeed, those little toads were quite powerful. If they multiplied, even creatures beyond the limits of mortals would be in serious trouble. After summoning the snakes, the Snake King hissed a few words in Parseltongue and then headed towards the Crystal Tower. The snakes trailed behind him like rolling white waves, endless and boundless. Beneath the Crystal Tower, the Toad King was leisurely basking in the sun. Occasionally, when he felt hungry, he would scoop up a few seed eagles from the sky with his tongue. His life was quite comfortable. Suddenly, a subtle feeling welled up within the Toad King. It stood up, its frog-like eyes scanning the surrounding white mist. As a creature that had transcended the limits of mortal physique, it naturally possessed a remarkable intuition. It could clearly sense the approach of a great danger. "Goo-goo! Goo-goo!" A low, humming sound emanated from the Toad King's body, carried by the effluent water, instantly spreading throughout the swamp. Countless purple-skinned toads emerged from the water, the grass, and the reeds, converging toward the Crystal Tower. But before the Toad King could make any further preparations, a dark figure darted out from the mist, 2 streaks of cold light barreling towards its head. Goo-goo! Though his bulk made him appear clumsy, the Toad King's movements were lightning fast. With a simultaneous exertion of force from all 4 legs, he lunged forward. The pustules behind him also unleashed streams of thick green venom at the shadow. The venom shot like arrows. The shadowy figure sensed the attack and dodged in time. An invisible barrier of air formed around him, deflecting any venom he couldn't avoid. The venom landed on the ground, instantly turning the swamp black. The green algae and dead wood were transformed into black water by the venom. The pustules on the Toad King's back were about to fire again. But a powerful gust of wind burst from the mist, sweeping them high into the air. Now, the Toad King could finally see the attacking being. "Damn big snake!" The Toad King let out a resounding cry, though it contained in it as direct as a spiritual message. "Big Toad, long time no see." The Snake King looked at the Toad King with a sinister smile. The next moment, streaks of lightning appeared on his dragon horns. Boom! A stream of white-purple lightning, as thick as a bucket, shot out from the dragon's horn, piercing the air and striking the Toad King. Gah! The Toad King's body stiffened suddenly, paralyzed by the lightning, its limbs unable to move. But before the lightning could completely dissipate, it saw the Snake King, its maw wide open, lunging towards it in the air. Good! The Toad King's body paused in midair. A fierce gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, lifted it up and carried it rapidly upward, just avoiding the Snake King's bite. As a being who had also transcended the limits of mortals, the Toad King had naturally learned to manipulate the elements without a teacher. The attack failed, and the 2 beasts distanced themselves. The Snake King, over 10 meters long, shimmered with golden light, lightning coursing through its scales, like a living thunder god. The Toad King, unwilling to be outdone, suddenly swelled its body like an inflated pufferfish, now as large as a mammoth, its pustule brittle as a drop of air. The two were old rivals. In their previous battle, the Snake King had been defeated, left venomous and slowly dying. Now, in their rematch, the Snake King was a changed man. Suddenly, a pitch-black beast, blazing with black flames, shot out from the mist and charged towards the Toad King. The beast's aura was no less ferocious than that of the two Beast Kings. The Toad King was momentarily distracted by the beast, and the Snake King seized the opportunity, opening its maw and charging straight at him. The Toad King tried to evade, but the pitch-black beast entangled his hands and feet. Puff, the Snake King bit the Toad King, and the pustule burst open. The venom, imbued with the laws of nature, instantly corroded the Snake King's maw into a skeletal mess. But even so, the Snake King refused to relent, its ferocious venom pouring continuously through its fangs into the Toad King's body. The fear of death instantly enveloped the Toad King. Goo-goo! A terrifying energy surge suddenly erupted from the Toad King's body. As a former biological weapon, even though it had transcended mortal limits, its instincts as a biological weapon had only been suppressed by reason, not completely dissipated. Now, the Toad King no longer had reason to suppress its instincts. As a biological weapon, its instinct was to explode when frightened. What's wrong with you? Why is this thing going to explode? Ulysses, sensing the fluctuations within the Toad King's body, shouted to the Snake King in fear. Don't worry, it won't. The Snake King calmly injected venom into the Toad King's body. As a predator of this biological weapon, its venom acted as a stabilizer for the self-destructing toad. The facts were just as the Snake King had expected. The energy fluctuations within the Toad King's body quickly ceased. Soon, the Snake King opened its mouth as wide as it could, swallowing the elephant-sized Toad King bit by bit. Ulysses asked, somewhat puzzled, if you swallow this thing, what will you do with its body? If I don't, it explodes soon, the Snake King explained as he swallowed. Once I've completely dissolved its venom sac, I spit it out. Suddenly, the Snake King's expression changed drastically. A violent wave of energy emanated from his body, blasting him in half. Fuck. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Why are you showing off? Ulysses, upon witnessing this, suddenly glowed with a majestic holy light, and cast divine spells at the Snake King like they were free. The power of faith can be accumulated, but once a person is gone, they're gone for good. Thankfully, the rules the Snake King mastered were the rules of life. Even if he was ripped apart, with most of his organs reduced to pulp by the shockwave, he could still cling to life. The Snake King cried weakly, leave me alone. Go look at the remains of the toad. I can't die. There's something inside. Something? Ulysses extended his raven claws, and fished the lower half of the Snake King's body out of the swamp. The venom had almost completely dissolved the Toad King's flesh, leaving only a calcified sphere lying quietly in the venom. What is this? Soon, Ulysses returned to the secret realm with the Snake King. Looking at the dying Snake King, Richard hurriedly called out, World Mushroom. Come help. Richard then turned to Ulysses, standing nearby, and asked, what's going on? Is that toad so powerful? Ulysses shook his head, the toad wasn't that strong. But something must have gone wrong with the giant snake, causing the toad to explode from its stomach. Oh, this is what we fished out of the toad's stomach. Ulysses then handed the calcified ball to Richard. Richard stared at the ball stunned. What is this? An inner elixir? Chapter 388. Although this world is a fantasy world, with wizards, magical beasts, and other fantasy elements, the wizarding world, and indeed most other worlds, does not possess magical cores or crystals. For those races that do possess such things, their magic essences and cores are used as energy storage devices, or as attack organs. But the inner elixir-like object before Richard's eyes is completely different from either. This inner elixir of the Toad King is pure white, the size of a baby's head, and covered with a layer of calcification similar to scale. It weighs approximately 5 kilograms. Furthermore, the inner elixir's shell possesses strong insulating properties, preventing Richard's mental power from probing its interior. This thing is a remnant from the toad's body. Don't underestimate it. When I found it, it was soaking in the toad's venom, yet it remained untouched. Ulysses explained the inner elixir's condition, and a flicker of surprise crossed Richard's face as he listened. This thing can actually withstand the Toad King's venom? That's worth studying. Richard brought the inner elixir to the test bench and carefully scraped some white powder from it for testing. The results showed that the powder was an extremely stable calcified substance, very useful as an insulating layer. He then took out several magic probes and attempted to probe the inner elixir. Unfortunately, the inner elixir's protective properties were very strong, and the magic waves emitted by the probes were firmly blocked by the inner elixir's outer shell. Richard examined the probe results, stroking his chin and speculating, "This inner elixir doesn't look like an organ to me. It looks more like a stone specially prepared by the toad to preserve something. It's a kidney stone." The Snake King's voice suddenly came from behind Richard. Richard looked back and saw that the Snake King's body, which had been shattered by the explosion, had returned to its original state, though the vital energy radiating from it betrayed a sense of exhaustion. This newly restored body was likely just a facade. Full recovery would likely take a long time. This stone is a special ability this toad has evolved, capable of storing certain items. I suggest you take precautions and then open it. It likely holds the secrets behind this toad's evolution. Oh! Richard was startled. What did you discover? The Snake King nodded slightly. This toad was in my stomach, supposedly digesting peacefully. But as soon as I swallowed it, I noticed something strange happening within it. An unusual energy surge erupted within it, reactivating its self-destruction, which I had suppressed. If I hadn't discovered it in time and detonated it prematurely, I'm afraid I would have been like this toad, reduced to a pool of thick water. I think the source of that unusual energy surge was stored within the toad's body by the stone. Richard nodded slightly. The Snake King's judgment made sense. He then handed the inner elixir to the world mushroom. Cut this thing open and take a look. Yes. Soon, the mycelium incarnation of the world mushroom arrived at Richard's side, carrying a transparent force field cage. Inside the cage lay a pitch-black stone. Master, this thing radiates powerful energy, capable of mutating flesh and blood. The world mushroom's voice echoed in Richard's ears. Richard nodded slightly, then reached into the force field cage and gently touched the black stone. Raw materials, unknown black stone. Refined rule, radiation rule, extremely incomplete. Refining cost, 5 soul forces. Looking at the information from the miracle furnace, Richard removed his mutating hand from the force field. Nice stuff, put it away for now. Ulysses asked curiously, what is this? Nothing much, just a stone with radiation rules. I guess the Toad King used this to break through the limits of mortals. Because the Snake King was injured, Richard allowed him to recuperate in the secret realm. He and Ulysses returned to the Green Forest world, preparing to enter the Crystal Tower. Exiting the secret realm, Richard was struck by a silence. He glanced down and saw that the once murky swamp water was now pitch black. Ulysses, didn't you get rid of the venom? Richard frowned. The Toad King's poison was extremely toxic, and it contained a contaminating rule. If left untreated, this poisonous swamp will become a deadly place. Huh, I didn't expect that. Ulysses gave an awkward laugh, then a holy light shone from his body, and he cast several divine spells into the water. Under the spell's influence, the swamp water instantly became clear. What kind of spell is this? Richard asked, somewhat surprised, observing the suddenly clear swamp water. Ulysses' spell seemed even more miraculous than a wizard's. Water purification, a minor spell. It can purify polluted and poisonous water. The effectiveness of the purification increases with the user's strength. In my prime, a single water purification spell could cleanse a small river. However, the energy consumption is hundreds, even thousands, of times greater than that of a mortal's water purification spell. Upon hearing this, Richard's mind suddenly popped up with an idea. Blood also contains a lot of water, so could I use the water purification spell? No, Ulysses interrupted. The original version of this thing did have the function you described, but after the creator of this divine spell learned of it, he modified it. Things like blood can no longer be treated with the water purification spell. Okay, why would the creator of this divine spell change it for no reason? Are they being chased? Richard said somewhat angrily. A water purification spell that purifies a living being's blood into pure water, or even directly purifies tissue fluid or cellular fluid into water, is quite exciting just to think about. Because this deity felt it was unacceptable for a supplementary divine spell to have such a terrifying effect, Ulysses said dimly. Later, based on this divine spell, he created the divine spell called Blood Control, which also purifies blood into water. Richard was stunned. He couldn't quite understand the deity's thinking. Ulysses explained, the art of water purification is widespread, and almost all priests at the lower levels know it. This is done to prevent those with ulterior motives from using it to commit evil. He sighed again. Alas, the gods can't constantly monitor every priest. Sometimes, when we're off guard, many scumbags emerge from among the priests. Those lesser priests are often even more despicable than those in higher positions. They're often in the places where they're most needed, yet they often commit evil. Many churches, every 300 or 400 years, must support a chosen one to drastically purge the church of its scum from within, using forceful means. It's a real hassle. At the mention of the cleansing of the church, Ulises' resentment practically materialized. He must have put a lot of thought into this. It seems I need to keep an eye on the order of miracles, too, Richard said thoughtfully. After that, he turned his gaze to the nearby crystal tower. After all that talk, let's go in. The crystal tower wasn't noticeable from a distance, but as he approached, Richard realized it was taller than he imagined. The entire tower was constructed of a dark crystal material. Over the years, the crystal had lost its former translucence and become somewhat cloudy. On the first floor of the tower stood a large door, its protective devices having long since failed due to aging. Richard entered the tower without much difficulty. The interior was completely bare. The equipment and other items seemed to have been emptied out long ago. However, this wasn't beyond Richard's expectations. Judging from the state of this world, the Forerunners must have voluntarily abandoned it. Having voluntarily abandoned it, everything within the tower must have been moved if possible. The crystal tower lacked stairs, merely a large hole in the center of each floor. Richard speculated that these Forerunners were naturally gifted with the ability to fly, thus lacking any concept of stairs. Following the large hole in the center of the tower, Richard reached the top. There, Richard discovered a broken machine, still functioning. It was a crystal artifact resembling an old phonograph, its horn continuously releasing a specific energy into the outside world. Richard observed the crystal artifact and said excitedly, "This must be the source of the swamp fog." As he spoke, he gently touched the crystal artifact. Ingredients: broken mist barrier generator. Refined information: mist barrier incomplete. Refining cost: 100 spiritual power. Huh? There are no rules. Richard checked the information from the miracle furnace, slightly startled. I hadn't expected that something like this, which could even shield Ulises' divine eyes from the thick fog, was simply created using the appearance of rules. The technology of those pioneers back then was truly formidable. Richard silently chose to refine, only to see the crystal artifact suddenly vanish, while the base it was connected to showed no signs of damage. A moment later, the crystal artifact reappeared. Richard was surprised to find that it was still functioning. He tried to move it, but found that it was still tightly connected to the base. Don't try. This is spatial relocation, Ulises suddenly said, watching Richard attempt to move the crystal artifact. This is a highly sophisticated method. The furnace simply removed the space containing the machine. Essentially, the machine wasn't removed, nor was it separated from its base. So miraculous? Richard explained in amazement. Ulises said calmly, given the furnace's status, such a method is quite normal. Having secured his greatest reward, Richard activated his energy vision, preparing to examine the tower's power supply system, hoping to learn something. After all, this tower had relied on a self-charging system to maintain the fog barrier generator for so many years. There must be something worth learning from it. But when Richard activated his energy vision, he suddenly realized that this tower seemed to be supporting more than just the fog barrier generator. This tower seemed to even have a basement. Chapter 389. On the walls of this crystal tower, faint, dense energy paths sparsely and fragmentarily formed, like a broken spider web. These paths intersected, ultimately splitting into two. One path reached the tower's summit, powering the dense fog shield generator. The other path converged into the center of the first floor lobby and vanished. The floor of the crystal tower was covered in a filth of dead algae. Who could have imagined that beneath this pitch-black sludge lay a hidden basement? Richard waved his staff, and a sudden gust of wind blew through the lobby, sweeping away the sludge. Once the sludge had cleared, Richard discovered a door in the center of the lobby. This door had even eluded Richard's mental detection. If he hadn't activated his energy vision, he would have missed it. Approaching the door, Richard frowned as he gazed at the crystal door, which had almost merged with the crystal floor. Discovery is discovery, but how do you open this thing? But before Richard could do anything, the door suddenly disintegrated into crystal blocks and scattered to the side, revealing a pitch-black hole. The door seemed to have detected someone above and opened on its own. Automatic sensing? There must be some sort of screening process. Richard didn't think much of it, and simply headed down to the basement. He wasn't worried about any defenses down there, as the tower's fragile energy cycle was no longer sufficient to sustain them. The mist barrier generator consumed considerable energy. Richard even wished he had some of the defenses still standing, so he could have a better harvest this time. Entering the basement, thanks to Richard's clearing of the sludge on the first floor of the crystal tower, there was a slight light, making it less pitch black. But Richard still felt unsatisfied. He waved his staff lightly, and a ball of light flew out from the crystal ball at its tip, transforming into a sphere of light. Under the light, the basement instantly became brighter. Like the area above, the basement was empty, nothing remaining. Only in his energy vision could he see the basement floor filled with a spiderweb of energy paths. These energy paths intersected, and were not limited to 2 dimensions, but a 3-dimensional structure. A flicker of excitement crossed Richard's face. He hadn't expected such an unexpected discovery. Although he didn't know much about the Forerunner's technology, these energy paths were extremely complex, and clearly had great potential. Once he memorized them, perhaps he could even transform them into a rune. But before Richard could finish his imagination, he noticed that the energy paths in the basement seemed to have activated, instantly illuminating. The next moment, Richard felt a flash of light before his eyes, followed by an intense feeling of dizziness. It felt like walking in a straight line, while drunk and wearing a kaleidoscope. It was as if the entire world had warped and distorted. Holy crap! What kind of defense is this? Richard was certain he wasn't suffering a mental shock. This strange feeling wasn't caused by a mental distortion, but rather by a sensory perception of the real external space. This isn't a defense. Ulises' voice echoed in Richard's ears. Ulises, now distorted beyond recognition, looked like he stepped out of a funhouse mirror. This is a teleportation array. We went into the basement and activated the array in the floor. But the array's power supply isn't stable, which is why the teleportation is what it is now. How do we escape this? Richard asked loudly. At this moment, a strong feeling of nausea nearly overwhelmed his brain, nearly making him vomit. Ulises replied just as loudly, "We can't escape. We're trapped in a rift between time and space. Forcing our way out might result in a spatial storm, and I can't protect you then." As he spoke, the world before Richard's eyes suddenly returned to normal. But Ulises' figure disappeared from Richard's shoulder. Disappeared? Richard glanced over his shoulder, his heart sinking. If the teleportation array failed, the consequences would be dire. With luck, the teleported person would simply merge with the surroundings, like a stone wall. With wizard skills, it would simply be a change of body, and their lives would be saved. But with bad luck, they might even fall into the rift between time and space, shattered by the spatial storm. Richard took a deep breath, calming himself. Usually, it was Ulises who worried about his safety, but today, the situation was reversed. Richard closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully sensing the depletion of his power of faith. In the canon of the Order of Miracles, the Raven God and the Son of God are one and the same. Faith in the Raven God is faith in the Son of God, so Richard and Ulises' power of faith are drawn from the same pool. The purpose of this is primarily to maximize the power of faith. Ulises' use of it is clearly greater than Richard's. For this same reason, Richard can sense any use of Ulises' divine magic. If Ulises were now trapped in a rift in time and space, he would probably be frantically using his power of faith to escape. But Richard sensed it for a long time, and still couldn't detect any depletion of his power of faith. There were 2 possibilities. One was that Ulises was directly killed by the turbulent spacetime flow, never having the chance to cast his divine spell. The other was that Ulises was fine, and had simply been teleported elsewhere. To verify which possibility was the correct one, Richard immediately opened the Secret Realm Rift. He and Ulises both possessed the Secret Realm spacetime beacon. As long as Ulises was safe, he would surely enter the Secret Realm and reunite with Richard immediately. Richard surveyed the collapsing Secret Realm Rift around him, lost in thought. The rift couldn't be opened. The environment here was experiencing extremely strong energy disturbances, and the spatial structure was extremely unstable. These factors severely affected the stability of the Secret Realm Rift. No wonder the teleportation was problematic. Richard turned and glanced around. He was now in a place similar to the basement of a crystal tower. But compared to the crystal tower in the poisonous swamp, the energy path in this basement was even more dazzling, and the energy contained within was more than a level higher than that of the crystal tower in the poisonous swamp. Let's go out and take a look first. Richard flew up, and the door in the ceiling opened automatically. A dry breeze blew across Richard's face, feeling warm. Something's wrong. Richard's heart sank. The green forest world's environment is characterized by vitality and humidity. The air humidity is constantly at a terrifying level, so low that mushrooms can grow on chrysanthemums. But the wind outside this basement was dry. What was the purpose of this teleportation array for him? Was it going to throw him into the other world? As the crystal door opened, a powerful energy radiation immediately entered the basement. This radiation was almost equivalent to a 200-level magical shockwave, and it was also specialized in penetrating energy. If a first-ring wizard had come here, they would have been reduced to a pool of sewage in a matter of hours. This energy radiation would drain his magic power at an alarming rate, shattering the lifeblood of every cell in his body. Thankfully, Richard was a third-ring wizard. With his physique, even without protection, this energy radiation would only speed up his skin's metabolism. The biggest problem would be that he would have to scrub a few more times in the shower. But out of caution, Richard still activated the magic barrier before leaving the basement. The scene before him was quite unexpected. Outside the basement was the ruined first floor of the tower. But through the crystal, Richard could clearly see that beyond the crystal tower was a desert. No, I'm really in the other world. Richard stared at the scene in astonishment. The desert didn't look like the surface world of the Green Forest world at all. However, after some testing, Richard quickly confirmed that this place wasn't the other world. The rules of this world hadn't changed. If he were in the other world now, then the rules of that world would have changed. Furthermore, if nothing unexpected happened, the other world would be completely controlled by the World Tree. For the World Tree, this energy radiation would be excellent nourishment. It wouldn't be allowed to waste here. That left only one possibility. Is this the ancient battlefield? Richard muttered to himself. The Snake King once mentioned that the only places in the surface world not controlled by the World Tree's seeds were the Poison Swamp and the ancient battlefield. The surroundings of this haunted place perfectly matched Richard's vision of the ancient battlefield. Well, this teleportation is great. It saves me the trouble of searching, Richard consoled himself. He truly wanted to visit the ancient battlefield, and being teleported here saved him quite a bit of effort. Leaving the tower, the intense energy radiation even caused subtle ripples in Richard's magic shield. The radiation outside the tower was more than double that inside. Richard frowned slightly and said, with such intense energy radiation, what could possibly be hiding in this desert? Glancing at the sun, Richard barely determined his directions. But looking around, he saw nothing but yellow sand. Only to his northwest could he see a faint, dark shadow. There seemed to be a gigantic creature there. Richard pondered for a moment, and decided to head in the direction of the massive creature. Let's go check that place out first. Ulysses should be heading there too. On the other side of the ancient battlefield, Ulysses, his body ablaze with black flames, flew out of the basement. Beneath him, a molten crystal cave entrance suddenly appeared on the ground. Ulysses cursed, "This is really strange. This door can be opened when Richard is here, but why won't it open when I'm alone?" Crow discrimination. Exiting the basement, Ulysses took in his surroundings. Such a strong energy radiation. What the hell is this place? It tried to open the secret realm rift, but the result was the same as Richard's. Strange. The spatial structure is so unstable, and the energy radiation is so strong. Could that teleportation array have led me to that ancient battlefield that Giant Snake mentioned? Ulysses flew out of the tower and looked at the vast sea of sand around him, confirming his thoughts. What bad luck, I was teleported to this damn place. I hope there's nothing here. Ulysses hadn't finished his words when several crystal floaters, flashing blue light, suddenly flew in from the distance. Unusual target detected. Anomaly detected. After spotting Ulysses, the crystal floater suddenly trembled, as if the erosion of time had caused a problem with its system. Then, it suddenly turned red. Erasure mode activated. Chapter 390. Bang! The dark golden staff, accompanied by a whistling sound, shattered the last glimmering dark red floater like a tiger descending from a mountain. As the crystal fragments fell to the ground, Richard retracted his staff, frowning, his gaze deep into the distance. The crystal floater, a forerunner weapon mentioned by a third-ring wizard during the pre-war meeting. Although it was only the size of a baby's head, its attack had a full 3,000 energy level, and was extremely flexible. Moreover, if necessary, it could self-destruct, with a power reaching 8,000 energy levels. If faced with multiple floaters, even a veteran third-ring wizard would be overwhelmed. This was Richard's third encounter with these creatures on this ancient battlefield. And now, only half a day had passed since he left the Crystal Tower. After all these years, these weapons still have such abundant energy. It's incredible. Richard waved his hand, and an invisible stream of air swept the fragments of the floaters toward him. Although broken, the materials they contained still had some value. If he could capture one in the future and gain access to its manufacturing technology, these crystal fragments might even be used as raw materials. Continuing toward the distant shadows, Richard constantly surveyed the surroundings. This desert wasn't formed naturally. In that battlefield many years ago, countless terrifying weapons clashed across this land. This desert must be the product of the remains of those weapons. Suddenly Richard stopped. About a kilometer in front of him, a pitch-black crystal creature slept quietly in the sea of sand. Common sense would have it that this object was a remnant of a weapon left over from the war. But Richard cautiously activated his energy vision. On this battlefield, Richard didn't intend to underestimate anything. After activating his energy vision, Richard's surroundings instantly transformed. Intense energy radiation emanated from the air like streaks of light, almost filling Richard's entire field of vision. Oh no! My energy vision isn't working anymore. Richard surveyed the vast expanse of energy light, and had no choice but to shut it off. It's a common saying that one regrets not having learned enough when one needs it. Soul talents can be cultivated. If a soul wizard were here, he could easily adjust his vision, dimming the intensity of the energy light and allowing it to function normally. But Richard rarely used this soul talent, so training was out of the question. Now, faced with this extreme situation, he could only silently accept the bitter fruit. However, even though his energy vision wasn't working, Richard had other options. He pulled metal ingots from his pocket and used alchemy to create a collection of parts. When these parts were combined, they transformed into a six-legged metal spider. Richard then pulled out a few pieces of living flesh and some biological materials, and formed a low-level synthetic beast core. Using this core as a foundation, Richard quickly created a fist-sized, fleshy synthetic beast. Besides being alive, this synthetic beast possessed no other functions. But that was enough. Richard placed the synthetic beast into the metal spider's central chamber, and, using his mental power, guided the spider away. When the metal spider came within 400 meters of the crystal creature, it suddenly lit up. Immediately, a beam of light accurately struck the fleshy, synthetic beast within the metal spider's central chamber. Richard narrowed his eyes. The crystal creature he had been testing had now risen from the desert. It was a pitch-black spider-like puppet, its dark crystal body covered in scars. 2 wounds, resembling broken legs, flared along its left edge. At its front, a polyhedron, resembling a crystal ball, emanated a dark red light. The beam that had just killed the synthetic beast had been emitted from it. Open fire on contact. It seems the Forerunners must have ordered these weapons to engage any enemy they encounter. Richard muttered to himself as he watched the crystal creature, his hand gripping the World Tree staff tightening involuntarily. Now, without Elisa's help, without a secret realm to hide in, he had only the knowledge and combat power he had amassed over years of research. The unique environment of the ancient battlefield completely deprived him of external aid. He now had to rely on his own strength to solve the problem at hand. Buzz! A wave of energy suddenly emanated from the spider puppet's polyhedron crystal, and then its body swung in a direction, rapidly dashing towards Richard. Richard stared at the spider puppet, his expression unchanged. With a flick of his staff, a ray of magical light descended upon the spider puppet's feet. Then, ordinary sand instantly transformed into quicksand. With 2 legs missing, the spider puppet's remaining 6 legs inevitably sank into the quicksand. Although it only delayed it for a moment, for the wizard, it was enough. Pitch-black fireballs continuously appeared around Richard. These were no ordinary fireballs, but rather hearts of annihilation, Richard's own refinements. Richard was quite concerned about this, his first spell. Over the years, while refining the fireball spell model, he had also been continuously refining the Heart of Annihilation spell model. Thanks to Richard's refinements, the Heart of Annihilation's power had reached 5,000 energy levels. Its only drawback was its high energy consumption. Even after Richard had optimized it with the Forerunner Rune No. 1, its energy consumption was still 5 times that of a typical fireball spell. With a wave of Richard's staff, 5 Hearts of Annihilation arced through the air, flying directly towards the spider puppet's missing leg. Sensing the approaching fireball, the spider puppet suddenly formed a web-like structure composed of faint light. Within this web were hexagonal energy shields. The Heart of Annihilation collided with the energy shield, instantly disrupting the balance of its water and fire elements. Then, a black sphere suddenly expanded from the fireball, instantly engulfing half of the spider puppet. Richard watched calmly as the remaining 4 fireballs continued their intended course. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the black spheres, accurately striking an Annihilation heart and detonating it prematurely. Followed by this, several beams of light shot out from the black spheres, intercepting all the Annihilation hearts. The black spheres exploded in the air, almost transforming into a black curtain, obscuring the scene behind. Soon, the curtain vanished. The spider puppet stood intact, seemingly unharmed by Richard's spell. Richard's expression remained unchanged. As he swung his staff, several streaks of white-purple lightning shot out from the tip, but were still blocked by the spider puppet's energy shield. Followed by this, Ice Mist, Fireball, Earth Spikes, Storm. Elemental spells blazed at the spider puppet with impunity. Strangely, these spells were extremely weak, some only reaching a mere 1500 or 1600 energy levels. Without the staff's support, these spells' raw power would be mere 1000 or 2000, or even just a few dozen energy levels. The spider puppet stood still, silently blocking the chaotic elemental spells with its energy shield. Target information collected. The target has been confirmed to be a sacrificial enemy. Activate Sacrificial Hunter mode. The next moment, an extremely violent energy surge erupted from the spider puppet, and its entire body rushed towards Richard like lightning. It was so fast that Richard couldn't even intercept it with his spells. In a critical moment, Richard swung his staff, summoning a wall of earth several hundred meters in front of him. The next moment, Richard's afterimage was pierced by the spider puppet. Richard's figure suddenly appeared within the shadow cast by the earth wall. What a swift speed! Richard muttered to himself. The spider puppet had transformed, its polyhedron crystals, used for energy attacks, now embedded within its body. 2 slender mantis blades protruded from its front, and its 6 newly advanced legs now had serrations, sparking with arcs of energy. Chainsaw sword? Looking at the spider puppet's legs, Richard instantly thought of the Sacred Guard's demon-smashing chainsaw swords. But before Richard could examine them more closely, the spider puppet flashed and appeared beside him. This spider-like puppet could actually teleport short distances. The spider-like puppet serrated limbs tore through Richard's magical barrier like butter. The 2 mantis blades on its front instantly stretched to a perfect straightness, piercing Richard's abdomen. Sizzle. A series of sharp, almost metal-slicing sounds echoed. The 2 mantis blades, which should have ripped Richard apart, were blocked by a layer of golden light. And beneath the golden light, a layer of platinum dragon scales had appeared. Hee hee, I tricked you. Richard chuckled and waved his staff. In an instant, 6 crisp cracks merged into one, and the spider-like puppet's 6 limbs were instantly shattered by his staff. In the wizarding world, high-level alchemical puppets often have many built-in combat strategies. These strategies are often the optimal solution for a given situation, designed by the wizard based on years of experience and the puppet's performance. Once the combat conditions met a specific strategy, the alchemical puppet would automatically act according to that strategy. As a civilization more advanced than the wizards, the Forerunners' war puppets were bound to have something similar. Richard's previous elemental spells were intended to trick the spider puppet into mistaking him for a fragile spellcaster. Now, the spider puppet charged forward, its limbs transformed into a magic-breaking form, clearly activating its built-in combat strategy against spellcasters. After breaking the limbs, Richard erupted with runic chains, attempting to seal the spider puppet. But before the runic chains could form an icy shell, Richard frowned. With a wave of his staff, a magical hand instantly hurled the spider puppet's body forward. Then, with a loud boom, the spider puppet exploded into a fleeting sun in the sky. Self-destruct mode again. Are these Forerunners bombers? They've got self-destruct modes on every weapon. Richard complained irritably. But having done so, Richard didn't let his anger fade. After storing the 6 broken limbs in his magic pocket, he continued toward the shadow. On the other side of the battlefield, Ulysses, his body ablaze with black flames, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fire, incinerating a complete spider puppet. Suddenly, Ulysses turned to look in the direction of the spider puppet's self-destruction. He muttered to himself, his voice somewhat brisk, "Sure enough, it's coming this way. Looks like I was right." With that, Ulysses flew rapidly toward the shadow. Chapter 391. The ancient battlefield was blanketed in yellow sand. Richard gazed at the rippling magical barrier around him, lost in thought. He felt he might have gone in the wrong direction. The closer he got to the shadow, the higher the energy radiation in the air. He had walked towards the shadow for 7 days, and the energy radiation in the air had nearly doubled. If he had walked in the opposite direction, he would have probably left the ancient battlefield by now. Richard gazed into the distance. The shadow had become somewhat clearer. Through his eagle vision, he could vaguely discern a giant sphere. It must be the wreckage of a war machine left behind by the Forerunners. Oh, I'd take a gamble. The energy radiation from the ancient battlefield reminded Richard of the black stone he had obtained from the Toad King stone. He suspected that the shadow he had seen contained many such black stones. If that were true, he could probably obtain a fairly complete set of rules. This would undoubtedly be a solid foundation for his path to becoming a great wizard. A relatively complete set of rules, used to enhance a spell, can transform an ordinary spell. With the power of the fire elemental rules, A lesser fireball spell can even rival the power of a sunfall. This will undoubtedly be a tremendous aid in future great wizard trials. Thinking this, Richard pulled 2 pieces of magic essence from his pocket and began absorbing magic power from them to replenish his magic flow. Although the energy radiation in the environment at this moment wasn't a major problem for his physique, reality is not a game. Even a drop of water can wear away a rock, let alone energy radiation comparable to a spell. Even the thickest armor can be penetrated by bullets. Boom! A black sphere exploded in the air, engulfing the last of the crystal floaters. Richard stood aside, his face pale as he gazed at the distant shadow. It had been half a month since he emerged from the crystal tower. The energy radiation in the air was now comparable to that of a 1000-level energy sorcery specialized in penetration. Even Richard had to activate his energy shield to prevent widespread cell destruction in his body. While a 1000-level spell would only cause limited damage to him, no one could withstand a constant barrage of spells. The shadow in the distance now revealed its true form, a crashed spaceship. Honestly, Richard had never dreamed that a crashed Forerunner spaceship would appear on this ancient battlefield. The spaceship was made of metal and black crystal, and its shape resembled a giant sphere. The front half of the spaceship almost completely exploded, while a small portion of the back half crashed into the desert, buried by rolling yellow sand. Deep within the spaceship, Richard spotted a strange green light. Although Richard had never seen a Forerunner spaceship before, he was certain that the green light was the source of the radiation emanating from the entire desert. This gave Richard the motivation to continue. 2 days of walking would bring him to the base of the spaceship. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound reached Richard's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, Richard saw a dozen floating cannons flashing crimson light, rapidly approaching him. Intruder detected, activating obliteration mode. Intruders detected, activating obliteration mode. Damn it! Why are they here again? Richard's already pale face paled even further as he gazed at the approaching floaters. The energy radiation in the air was now steadily draining his magic power. This had left his mana reserves extremely limited, forcing him to constantly use magic essence to replenish them. But these floaters before him were different. I wondered what kind of advanced technology the Forerunners had equipped them with, but they were completely unaffected by this high-intensity energy radiation. They even seemed quite vibrant, as if the energy radiation could actually recharge them. And as he approached the crashed spacecraft, these creatures appeared more and more frequently. He encountered one every hour or two. If they were few in number, it would be easy to deal with, but if they were numerous, even Richard would have to work hard to deal with them. Buzz! Richard dodged 3 energy beams fired by the floaters with his side. These beams weren't powerful, but they had strong penetrating power. If they concentrated their attacks, they would easily break Richard's magic barrier. So Richard usually didn't activate his magic barrier when he encountered them. The surging dragon scales spread across Richard's body, and in the blink of an eye, Richard transformed from a somewhat sturdy, ordinary human into a ferocious, half-dragon, half-man dragon man. Dragon scales are highly resistant to energy radiation, so Richard didn't need to use a magic barrier to protect against environmental radiation. If it weren't for the fact that the myriad transformation battle body consumed both cellular vitality and magic power, Richard would have wanted to keep it activated. After transforming into a dragon man, Richard's physical qualities were greatly enhanced. Even his eyesight improved. With the blessing of the myriad transformation battle body, his dragon eyes, radiating from the Dragon King's bloodline, became even brighter. Richard waved his staff lightly, and a wall of earth appeared on the ground. He then took a step forward, suddenly appearing in front of a crystal floater. The floater, sensing its approach, suddenly erupted in an energy shield. The surrounding floaters also immediately adjusted their positions, attempting to surround and kill Richard. But all this was in vain. With a single swipe of the dark gold world tree staff, the floater's shield was overloaded, shattering the floater itself midair. Having struck successfully, Richard swung his staff again, and 2 thick, small magic shields suddenly appeared behind him, blocking the floater's beam. Around him, crystal floaters, gleaming dark red, nearly encircled him. An invisible field expanded, momentarily stagnating Richard's form. Hysteresis field, a combination skill of the floaters. This skill requires at least 3 floaters to unleash, and the field's effectiveness increases with the number of floaters. A hysteresis field like this one, cast by a dozen floaters, can make even a physically evolved wizard like Richard feel like he's bogged down. The spells cast are even slower than a tortoise's. However, this hysteresis field has 2 significant flaws. First, it's ineffective against teleportation abilities. Richard suddenly vanished, reappearing in the shadow of the earthen wall he had created before the battle began. Second, it's easy to activate but difficult to disarm. The hysteresis field also imposes certain restrictions on the floaters. Once the hysteresis field is formed, the floaters forming it must spend half a second to disengage from each other. Don't underestimate this half second. In a battle between level 3 creatures, it can mean the difference between life and death. Richard waved his staff lightly, and pitch-black hearts of annihilation hurled themselves like meteors at the floating cannons in the air. Followed by a humming sound, the pitch-black fireballs exploded in the air, transforming into pitch-black spheres. Under Richard's control, the power of the hearts of annihilation was not wasted in the slightest. Each heart of annihilation accurately struck a floating cannon. Richard gazed at the sky with a pale face, holding 2 pieces of magic essence to replenish his mana. The dozen or so hearts of annihilation nearly drained his magic power. Soon, the black spheres dissipated, and a dozen crystal floating cannons transformed into pools of lava dripping from the sky. Where do all these floating cannons come from? Why do I feel like there's an endless supply of them in this ancient battlefield? Richard muttered as he surveyed the lava, then began to continue on his way. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Richard looked down at the ground. Even in the still air, the sand was trembling slightly. It seemed something was coming this way. No, we have to hurry. A sense of unease seized Richard, and he immediately attempted to fly towards the distant spaceship. But before he could take flight, he saw a blue cloud in the distance, hurtling towards him. What the hell? Blue clouds? Richard pulled a pair of eagle vision glasses from his pocket, put them on, and took a closer look at the blue cloud. But the sight was momentary. Richard, as if he had seen a ghost, turned and sped towards the spaceship. The blue cloud was actually a swarm of crystal floaters, gleaming blue, and beneath them, a giant spider-like puppet was slowly advancing towards him. Behind the spider-like puppet, a large maintenance bay was constantly filled with crystal floaters. If the Snake King saw this thing, he would exclaim in astonishment. The Forerunners still had a giant floater mothership left on the ancient battlefield, and it was still able to move. The giant floater mothership, carrying a swarm of floaters, swiftly moved across the battlefield, with floaters constantly returning from afar or flying off into the distance. Suddenly, the giant floater mothership stopped. At its front, 6 polyhedron crystals existed. One of them suddenly emitted a red light, illuminating the ground a kilometer in front of it. The area enveloped by the red light happened to be where Richard had melted the floater, leaving behind debris. Residual energy traces of a level 3 creature have been detected. Residual energy traces of a level 3 creature have been detected. Defend the fortress, activate #error. Defend the fortress, activate obliteration mode. As the giant floater mothership made its decision, a crystal floater within the group trembled, its light suddenly turning from blue to red. The next moment, a red light spread like a plague through the swarm of floaters. Soon, the swarm turned from blue to red, spreading outward like a tide. The giant floater mother extended 2 tentacles, gathering the crystal particles on the ground. Soon, 2 brand new floaters flew out from the compartment behind it. In the distance, a black crow, its eyes gleaming, carefully observed the swarm of floaters. After watching the swarm turn from blue to red, its expression suddenly grew serious. Oh no! Richard has discovered it. With that, the light in Elisa's eyes vanished, and with a swift, unfurled wings, he soared towards the spaceship. Chapter 392. Amidst the yellow sand, swarms of crystal floaters wandered like messengers of death. In the distance, the massive Forerunner spaceship resembled a deadly beast, emitting terrifying radiation. Boom! A pitch-black fireball exploded in the air like a black firework. Immediately afterwards, dozens of energy beams pierced the darkness, hurtling towards the black-robed figure sprinting toward the spaceship. Buzz! Buzz! The humming of the floaters gave Richard a slight tinnitus. The beams struck him like sledgehammers, shattering his scales and tearing his flesh. But he showed no intention of resisting the beams. Resistance consumed mana, and right now, Richard needed mana most. The radiation intensity near the spaceship far exceeded Richard's imagination. In just a few dozen kilometers, the energy radiation in the air had doubled. To combat this radiation, Richard had to use all his mana to maintain the recovery of his cells. As for the floater attack, no big deal. The floater's power could even increase his speed. Energy radiation is far more lethal than the floater's laser beam. Suddenly, several dark red lights caught Richard's eye. In the distance, a dozen or so floaters had circled in front of him without him noticing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dozen energy beams rained down on Richard like a hail of arrows, forcing him to dodge sideways. The beams behind him could still provide him with power, but taking the beams in front head-on would be no use. But after dodging, Richard suddenly noticed something amiss. He glanced to his sides and froze. Dozens of crystal floaters were flanking him. If they succeeded, a massive hysteresis field would form. At that point, even if Richard used Shadow Shuttle, he wouldn't necessarily be able to escape. Shadow Shuttle also has a maximum range. Damn it. Richard's face darkened, and he suddenly stopped. Then he took a step forward, appearing in front of the floating cannon that had been chasing him for so long. Going forward would only lead to entering the hysteresis field. Going back would be fatal, but as long as he avoided the hysteresis field, he still had a glimmer of hope. This was enough for Richard to give it a try. Richard gripped his staff with both hands, his magical power surging. With 3 crisp cracks, the World Tree staff struck the air 3 times, shattering the 3 crystal floating cannons and their energy shields. This was the secret technique of Chanshan Temple, the mountain climbing staff technique. In the mountain world, the peaks were steep, and hiking up them on foot inevitably required the use of a trekking staff. The peaks of the mountain world were hard, and most of them were smooth from wind and rain. To climb a mountain, one must pierce the rocks with an iron staff, only if the staff can penetrate an inch into the stone, allowing for unimpeded ascent. This staff technique was born from this. The ingenuity of the mountaineering staff technique lies in the coordination of the body's muscles and energy circulation, emphasizing the ability to unleash immense power within a small space. It is considered the most cost-effective weapon among the Chanshan Temple's inherited traditions. As the floating cannon shattered, Richard was about to run behind him. But a sudden bird cry in the distance stopped him in his tracks. A pitch-black beast, blazing with black flames, swooped past the floating cannon like a tiger descending a mountain. Then, a layer of black flames ignited its body, instantly melting and deforming it. Gaga, Richard, you're a bit embarrassed. The black flame beast flew over to Richard with a smile, transforming into a black crow. The person who arrived was Elises, who had been separated from Richard due to a teleportation error. Seeing Elises, Richard felt relieved and said with a smile, "Stop talking nonsense and get going. We can't kill all these guys. TSK, you're saving me, and you don't even say anything nice about it." Elises smacked his lips. With that, he suddenly grew larger, grasping Richard's shoulders with his 2 crow claws, and flew towards the spaceship. The surrounding crystal floaters automatically ignited with black flames as they approached. "Wow, you're quite good at that," Richard exclaimed in surprise at Elises' trick. Elises' voice was tinged with pride. "It's just a little trick. Thanks to the surrounding energy radiation, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use it." Soon, the two arrived at the base of the spaceship. The yellow sand outside the spaceship was covered with molten crystal puppets. Seeing this scene, Richard couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Given the number of puppets outside the spaceship, even without the floaters, he would likely be in grave danger. Elises set Richard down. "All right, get down. Those floaters can't get through." Richard held the magic essence in his hand, and the magic barrier around him rippled continuously. The energy radiation around the spaceship had reached a terrifying level, and even Richard's magic barrier couldn't fully resist it. He had to use his myriad battle body to superimpose the magic barrier to ensure safety. "How do I get in here?" Richard looked at the behemoth before him. Made of crystal and metal, it was perfectly smooth, with no hint of a hatch. "Who knows? I personally suggest burning them in. These crystals don't seem very resistant to fire." "Burn them in?" Richard frowned slightly. This wasn't a good idea. Those ruined crystal towers could be traversed freely because they lacked sufficient energy. But this ship didn't appear to be without energy. If the ship's defenses were accidentally activated, the consequences would be far more disastrous than those floating cannons. Richard approached the ship, using his mental power to try to find any traces. But as he approached the ship, a red light emanated from it and fell upon him. Identity confirmed, Dragon King. After confirming Richard's identity, the light instantly turned from red to green, and a hole automatically opened on the edge of the ship. Elises observed this, and looked Richard up and down in amazement. "Richard, tell me the truth. Are you a pure-blooded human? How come this thing automatically opens when it encounters you, but not me?" Richard rubbed his chin, dismissing Elises' joke. He speculated, it must be the dragon blood. Dragon status in the Forerunner civilization must be much higher than we thought. But whatever the reason, they could now enter. The two flew into the spaceship through the entrance, but an energy barrier blocked Elises' entry. Unknown advanced creatures have been detected entering the fortress. Please register. A cold voice suddenly echoed in Richard's ears, startling him. But after hearing the content, Richard replied in dragon language, "This is my pet. Identity registration in progress, please wait." Identity registration completed. Welcome to World Tree Star Fortress number 3. This thing is quite intelligent. Ulysses flew to Richard's shoulder and whispered in his ear. There's probably a tower spirit inside. You better be prepared. I know. As the two entered, the ship's hatch immediately closed. Then, the energy radiation that permeated the air disappeared. Even space became stable. Richard was slightly startled, but quickly recovered. It was because the wizard's floating city had both radiation-proof materials and space-stabilizing anchors. With space stabilized, Richard and Ulysses forced the space anchors to open a secret rift, allowing Hogg and the Snake King to emerge. This action once again attracted the attention of the ship's intelligence. Warning: all space manipulation within the Star Fortress must be registered and reported. Dragon King, you have violated ship regulations. If you do this again, you will be automatically sent to the temporal confinement chamber for punishment. But despite the warning, Richard and his companions' actions were still successful. The Snake King and Hogg both successfully exited the secret realm. After registering, Hogg looked around with a confused look. Where is this? The surroundings seemed like a key, causing ancient memories to flood back into his mind. Elsewhere, the Snake King, looking at the interior of the spaceship, was also lost in thought. But he absorbed memories quickly, and it didn't take long for him to know where he was. The Supreme One's Astral Fortress. The Snake King exclaimed. Yes, it's the Astral Fortress. Richard nodded slightly. Is there any other information in your bloodline inheritance? We are currently in a crashed Astral Fortress, and I need a guide to help me find something. What are you looking for? The Snake King asked. Richard smiled slightly, a flicker of ambition in his eyes. I'm looking for a star map. The star map is the most valuable asset the Forerunner civilization holds for the Wizarding civilization. The Wizarding civilization's current efficiency in obtaining world coordinates is so low that many great wizards haven't been able to launch an expedition to another world for thousands of years. This has greatly slowed the Wizarding world's progress. But if wizards could obtain the Forerunner star map, they could deduce the coordinates of all the worlds recorded by the Forerunner civilization. This would greatly accelerate the Wizarding civilization's conquests. Richard didn't even expect to obtain a complete star map. Even a fragmented one would satisfy him. A fragmented star map would be enough to exchange for substantial benefits from the great wizards, or even the Tower of Truth. If the map contains enough information, it's not impossible for him to directly exchange it for the opportunity to be promoted to the rank of Great Wizard. Even if the map's contents are extremely incomplete, he could still use it to obtain 2 permanent feats. Or he could simply hide away and conquer them once he becomes a Great Wizard. Command room. Let me think about it. The Snake King wasn't surprised by Richard's request. He had already learned the general situation of wizard civilization from Hogg. Overall, it was a vibrant civilization. The star map left by the Supreme Being could greatly accelerate the growth of wizard civilization. After a moment's thought, the Snake King suddenly opened his eyes. Richard then saw him address the wall of the spaceship. Fortress Control, where is the command room? Richard was startled by this scene. Then, the Snake King turned and said, the command room is in danger. Control tells me it's under attack from an unknown enemy, and is now within the radius of the power reactor's radiation. Chapter 393. After hearing the Snake King's news, Richard didn't focus on the issues in the command room. Instead, he asked, Snake King, what is this master controller you're talking about? This fortress's tower spirit? Tower spirit? The Snake King was a little confused. Tower spirit was a term coined by wizards for the spirits of wizard towers. There was no such word in dragon language. He explained to Richard, the fortress's master controller is a mechanical intelligence created by the Supreme Beings to more efficiently utilize the fortress's capabilities. You can think of it as a machine simulating a biological brain. All information about the entire astral fortress can be obtained through the master controller. The Snake King's description was clear, and Richard immediately understood what this fortress's master controller was. Artificial intelligence, after all, wasn't a rare thing. However, Richard hadn't expected the Forerunners to use artificial intelligence to increase the efficiency of their fortress management. He had expected this master controller to be more fantastical. Okay, this thing sounds similar to a tower spirit, except that instead of using machines to simulate it, it directly processes souls. Process souls? The Snake King was shocked. That's too unreliable. Souls are not as reliable as machines. Richard spread his hands. Tower spirits are stewards, not soldiers. Reliability is far less important than affordability. The process soul of a level 1 creature is enough to manage a small wizard tower. However, if an artificial intelligence with the same performance were to be built, the price would be several times higher. When it comes to managing more complex machines, while soul processing becomes more expensive and has its limits, alchemists can be used as a substitute. The soul of a great wizard who studies alchemical machinery is the most powerful tower spirit. If a great wizard who studies alchemical machinery were to see this fortress before us, he could even offer a world in exchange. The passages in the fortress are all made of crystal. Under the control of the master controller, the crystal passage leading to the command room will dimly illuminate, making it very convenient. On his way to the command room, Richard took the opportunity to ask some questions about the Forerunners. As the Dragon King recognized by the fortress master controller, he naturally had the authority to question the master controller. But the results he received were somewhat chilling. The fortress master controller's permission list contained the highest level of permissions, and even several higher levels of permissions, which were surprisingly empty. The civilization fighting the Forerunners could even interfere with an artificial intelligence like the master controller. However, although this news was somewhat horrifying, it was undoubtedly a good outcome for Richard. The lack of the highest level of permissions led to some logical errors in the fortress master controller, which nearly caused it to collapse. Fortunately, the Forerunners' technology was sufficiently advanced that the master control quickly modified itself after the logical error. Now, the master control's highest authority has been assigned to the dragon whose information remained undeleted. In other words, Hog is now the highest-ranking creature within the master control's authority. As the heir of the Dragon King, she would have been ranked third in the original version's authority hierarchy. Now that the Forerunners have vanished, she has directly taken their place, becoming the holder of the fortress's highest authority. All areas of the astral fortress are open to her. And Richard, as a Dragon King who absorbed Hog's blood, has authority second only to Hog, on par with subspecies dragons like the Serpent King. Passing through the dimly lit black crystal tunnel, Richard and his companions soon arrived at a fractured section. This ancient astral fortress was severely damaged, its upper section nearly shattered. This massive damage even damaged the fortress's power reactor. The massive radiation emitted by the power reactor shone through the fortress's cracks, a shimmering green like an aurora. This radiation intensity. Richard observed the aurora-like radiation and rubbed his brow with a headache. A conservative estimate put the energy intensity at 8,000. Even a third-level wizard wouldn't be able to withstand this level of radiation for long. But according to the fortress's controller, the command room was in such an environment. "I just fight my way in," Ulysses said suddenly, looking at the radiant aurora. "You're not strong enough. Going in would be a death sentence. This energy radiation poses no significant threat to my soul. Even if my body is destroyed, I can return safely." Ulysses' proposal seemed the most feasible option at the moment, but Richard wasn't entirely happy with it. Making a body for a level 3 creature wasn't easy, especially one like Ulysses, a near-top level 3 creature. If his body was destroyed, he'd likely be stuck in the secret realm during this interplanetary war. Level 1 and Level 2 combat power was essentially useless to Richard. Suddenly, Richard spoke to the wall. "Master, what are the rules for manipulating the fortress's interior space?" Manipulating the fortress interior space required an application to the fortress master. After the fortress master reviewed and approved the application, the purpose and consequences of the space manipulation had to be registered before the space manipulation could proceed. The master's voice echoed in Richard's ears. Recognizing this answer, Richard spoke, "I'd like to request space manipulation. The application has been submitted to the fortress master. Please wait." At the same time, Hog, standing beside Richard, suddenly heard the fortress master's voice. "Since the fortress master has been killed, according to the wartime authority hierarchy, you will now serve as the temporary fortress master of the World Tree No. 3-star fortress. Dragon King Richard has requested space manipulation. Please review it." Hearing the fortress master's voice, Hog looked at Richard in bewilderment. Richard smiled and nodded, saying, "As expected, after the fortress master's death, control of the fortress will fall to the person with the highest authority within the fortress. Don't hesitate. Please approve my application." "Yes," Hog said, somewhat flustered. "The application has been approved. Please register." After hearing the fortress's main controller's response, Richard continued, "The purpose of space manipulation is to facilitate cross-dimensional collaboration and help us enter the command center. The consequence is the appearance of one or more tentacles of World Tree-type life. Registration complete. You now have permission to manipulate space." Having received permission, Richard felt a slight sense of relief and smiled at Ulysses. "All right, you don't have to be a death squad anymore." Ulysses feigned disappointment. "Alas, My vacation is over. Go to hell. Richard cursed. Then he and Ulysses opened the rift in the secret realm, allowing the mycelial tentacles of the world mushroom to emerge from the secret realm. Master, what do you need me for? Richard pointed to the radiant aurora not far away. Do you have any idea how to deal with those radiant aurora? The mycelial tentacles emanated a wave of energy, and Richard heard the confident voice of the world mushroom. Master, before, I could only withstand these radiation auroras. But after consuming those world tree offspring, I have evolved. This energy radiation is excellent nourishment for me. Richard nodded in satisfaction. After feeding so many world tree offspring, it finally came in handy. That's good. You escort us from now on. Yes. With the world mushroom's tentacles escorting them, Richard and his group's journey became much smoother. The world mushroom acted like a bandage, tightly sealing all the cracks they encountered along the way, preventing any energy radiation from entering. The group quickly reached the command room. The command room was located in the upper center of the fortress, with the power reactor at its foot. While this design looked dangerous, the power reactor was the core of the fortress and the most heavily guarded location. If it failed, it would be a disaster no matter where the command room was located. Through the world mushroom's energy barrier, Richard could see a blanket of radiation enveloping the entire command room. Given these conditions, Richard could only pray that the Forerunner's equipment was of high quality, that even after tens or even millions of years under such intense radiation, it would still. Never mind, that seemed unrealistic. The world mushroom used its mycelial tentacles to seal the cracks in the command room, but the prolonged exposure had already altered the properties of the contents within. They could actually emit energy radiation. Thankfully, these radiations were not very strong, and everyone present, with the exception of Hogg, could easily withstand them. The command room was a mess, with numerous crystal artifacts shrouded in a faint glow. Even Hogg and the Snake King couldn't tell what they were. So Richard resorted to the crude method, peeling them one by one. As long as the miracle furnace reacted, it was a win. The others following Richard watched as he began to pick through the crystal fragments on the floor, working his way up to the few large crystal artifacts in the room. What is your excellency doing? The Snake King asked, somewhat puzzled. Ulysses, who knew of the miracle furnace's existence, replied calmly, don't worry about him. This is his unique way of finding things, and we can't imitate him. Suddenly, everyone heard Richard exclaim. Found it. Everyone looked over to see Richard excitedly holding a regular polyhedron the size of a human head. Even when the cells in his hands began to collapse, he refused to let go. Ingredients, damaged star map. Information to be extracted, incomplete supreme star map. Extraction cost, 20 mental energy. Richard's heart leaped with joy at the information the Miracle Forge gave him. It's not completely broken yet. Forerunner made. Quality is undeniable. Is this the star map? The Snake King asked, somewhat puzzled. But it looks broken no matter how you look at it. It was simply that the fluorescence emitted by this regular polyhedron was so intense that it could even cause Richard's cells to collapse. It was obvious that it had been exposed to radiation for a long time. If it was still usable, its quality could only be described as terrifying. Don't worry, if he says it works, it definitely works, Ulysses replied calmly. Richard pulled 2 metal ingots from his pocket and made a box for the shattered star map. He then put it in his pocket and continued to explore. If the star map was still usable, then perhaps other things might be as well. But just as he was exploring, Hogg suddenly spoke. Master, the main control told me that someone from the other world is contacting us. Chapter 394. The Underworld. Great Wizard Garlon gazed at the crystal creation before him, fiddling with it curiously. In the distance, a terrifying demon god, towering over the heavens and earth, wielded a bone staff, shattering the roots of the world tree into ash. Although the underworld had been reduced to a scorched earth by the ancient war, it also held numerous war relics. So whenever he had a moment's leisure, Great Wizard Garlon would explore these ruins. After all, the decisive point in his battle with the world tree lay not in him, but in the surface world. How do I use this thing? Great Wizard Garlon scratched his head, perplexed, and kept adjusting his magic power. For a wizard of his level, these relatively simple Forerunner items were not much different from a wizard's magical gear. With just a slight adjustment of their magic power, they could easily use Forerunner items. Long ago, Grand Wizard Garlon had learned from other Grand Wizards how to use precursor artifacts. Unfortunately, it hadn't been used for so long that even the Grand Wizard had lost some of his memory. So, he could only adapt based on his own experience. Suddenly, Grand Wizard Garlon let out a cry of joy. Hey, it worked! Before him, a pitch-black crystal ball suddenly lit up with intricate patterns. After tens of thousands of attempts, he finally figured it out. It looks like a communication device, Grand Wizard Garlon said uncertainly, looking at the crystal ball before him. He sensed a wave of energy passing through the void and disappearing. But before he could do anything else, the crystal ball before him projected a three-dimensional figure in black robes. Richard. Grand Wizard Garlon said with some surprise at the crystal ball's projection. He had a very deep impression of Richard. Besides the time he pulled out a World Tree offspring at the start of the war, the mark of the Great Being on him also left a deep impression on him. Few wizards could be marked by a Great Being at the third ring level. Long time no see, Dean. Richard's projection gave Grand Wizard Garlon a wizard salute. I'm so glad to see you're alright. Grand Wizard Garlon waved his hand, signaling him not to be so rude. Then he smiled and said, What could possibly happen to me? It's just a small sapling. You, on the other hand, are quite lucky, having obtained the legacy of the lost. Richard smiled at this. Haha, thanks to you, I've reaped a great harvest this time. A great harvest, that's good. Grand Wizard Garlon nodded slightly, then changed the subject. I temporarily requisitioned this item. When you return to the floating city, give it to Jimmy. I need to keep in touch with him to stay informed of developments in the surface world. This? Seeing Richard's hesitation, Grand Wizard Garlon said with some surprise, I'm not asking for your things. I returned them to you after the war. What? You're so reluctant to use this thing? Or is there a limit to its use? Neither. It's just that I can't take this thing with me, Richard replied somewhat helplessly. Besides, I don't even know where I am. Even if I could take it with me, I wouldn't know how to get back. I ended up here because I accidentally triggered the teleportation array. Hearing Richard's words, Grand Wizard Garlon frowned. This is bad news. The World Tree's offspring in the surface world is planning a counterattack. Didn't you hear from Jimmy? Huh? Richard was stunned upon hearing the news from Grand Wizard Garlon. I sent the message to Jimmy 2 months ago, Grand Wizard Garlon said slowly. Evaluate your own abilities. If you can, return. If not, hide in the secret realm. No, you can't hide in the secret realm yet. If the surface world war fails, I will forcibly break the inner and outer worlds. If you hide in the secret realm, you might lose your spatial coordinates and never return. Huh? You can't return directly? Richard explained in surprise. Grand Wizard Garlon shook his head. No, the World Tree has become smarter in the past 2 years. A while ago, it broke through my spatial anchor and sent a counterattack command to the offspring in the surface world. Then, before I could react, it reinforced the spatial anchor. Now neither he nor I can return normally. Grand Wizard Garlon pinched his brow with a headache. He had a favorable impression of Richard. Wizarding civilization needed talented wizards, like Richard. Furthermore, since Richard had been marked by a great being, he likely had his own unique qualities. He still wanted to save such a talent. Suddenly, Great Wizard Garlon noticed that Richard seemed to be communicating with something else. Then, seeing Richard's face light up, he asked, Dean, do you have a large black crystal disc? Crystal disc? Great Wizard Garlon extended his mental power, revealing the entire ruins. Soon, he found the object Richard had described in the basement. Yes, what's wrong? Well, that disc is a teleportation device. I just tested it, and your space anchor has no effect on it for now. No effect. Great Wizard Garlon's eyes widened. The space anchor had trapped him and the World Tree, so how could it be breached by a tiny machine? Wait a minute, I go take a look. With that, Great Wizard Garlon held the communicator and headed straight for the crystal disc. The crystal wall in the middle seemed like paper, shattered by the impact of the Great Wizard Garlon. Soon, Great Wizard Garlon arrived at the basement where the disc was located. After confirming that this thing really worked, his mind raced. Soon, Grand Wizard Garlon spoke to Richard's projection. Richard, I have a mission for you. Go ahead. Although this disc can break through the limitations of the spatial anchor, I estimate it only has one chance to teleport. Afterward, it will undoubtedly be blocked by the World Tree. So I intend to make it more valuable. Later, I use this to give you a beast puppet, which has considerable combat power. Your mission is to escort this beast puppet back to the floating city. Escort the beast puppet? Richard's face was troubled upon hearing the mission. To be honest, this mission was extremely difficult and dangerous. He was currently hiding in the ancient battlefield, most likely avoiding the World Tree's counterattack. But if he were to return, he wasn't sure he could survive the insect swarm. I know this mission is a bit arduous, Grand Wizard Garlon said with a serious expression. But if you succeed, the war in the outer world should be safe. When the time comes, I record your contribution as the first in my book of merit. Seeing Grand Wizard Garland's seriousness, Richard knew he likely had no refusal. The war situation in the outer world directly impacted the future of the Garland Wizard Academy for nearly half an epoch. If they lost the war, it would be difficult for the Garland Wizard Academy to regain its current strength for half an epoch. Richard vaguely guessed that the wizards of the Garland Wizard Academy would be very useful to Grand Wizard Garland. He didn't want to suffer large-scale losses. "Alright, Dean, I can only say I do my best," Richard said somewhat helplessly. Grand Wizard Garland nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, I do my best." After saying this, Richard saw the Great Wizard Garland snap his pinky finger and then signal him to begin teleporting. Richard raised his hand, and the fortress's main controller activated the teleportation device. Instantly, a tiny spatial rift formed above the disk. Then, the rift suddenly widened, and a terrifying aura passed through it, causing every creature present, except Ulysses, to tremble. "Is this the powerful being you spoke of, my lord?" the Snake King said tremblingly. "This creature is probably already at the 6th level. More than that." Richard exhaled and shook his head slightly. Soon, a pinky finger fell out of the rift. Then, the spatial rift abruptly closed. Before it closed, Richard saw something like a root flash by. After the pinky finger emerged, it began to grow rapidly. In a few moments, it transformed into a white bear. The white bear opened its mouth and uttered the voice of the Great Wizard Garland. "This is a beast puppet. You can use it as a more advanced synthetic beast. Its physical fitness is 300 points, surpassing the limits of mortals. It also possesses many advanced combat techniques, making it a considerable combat capability for you." After saying this, the white bear approached Richard's side, like a loyal bodyguard. 300 points. Richard's mouth twitched slightly at the number. Great Wizard Garland actually described the beast puppet with this physical strength as possessing considerable combat power. Richard felt that this thing could easily defeat both of them. "Who's escorting whom?" "You, the new dean, are quite formidable, Richard." Ulysses, watching the vanishing spatial rift, patted his chest with a touch of fear. The last time Great Wizard Garland attacked, Richard and Ulysses had both retreated into the secret realm and missed the opportunity. So, this was Ulysses' first encounter with Great Wizard Garland's power. "This one gives me the impression of surpassing the Lord. A level 6 world lord." Ulysses glanced at the beast puppet as the words reached his lips and hastily changed his tone. "Who knows if this beast puppet has any memories, so it's always better to be cautious. Being the number one under the truth is no joke," Richard replied casually. Looking at the beast puppet, he rubbed his temple and began to ponder his next move. How should he get back now? In the dense forest, a black-robed wizard darted through like lightning. Even though he was pale, sweating, and his mental strength was nearly exhausted, he still didn't dare slow down even a little. Behind it, a tidal wave of biological weapons engulfed tree after tree. Such a massive insect swarm naturally needed nourishment. Besides devouring each other, the tall trees in the dense forest naturally became the swarm's primary targets. Behind the swarm, towering trees took heavy steps, waving branches and vines like shepherds, driving the swarm in its intended direction. These towering trees were originally the guardian forests of the World Tree's offspring, but under the command of the World Tree's mother, these guardian forests, along with their offspring, rose from the ground and approached the floating city. The World Tree's counterattack was imminent. Chapter 395. Floating City. Compared to other worlds, the wizards of the Green Forest world are more difficult to establish. The biological weapons left behind by the Forerunners are no ordinary artifacts. Even a wizard could be killed if careless. Furthermore, these creatures are also adept at survival. Drilling insects, led by the burrowing earthworms, bore holes through the hardened ground of the fortress wizards. Seeds sown by the sowing eagles can even take root in alchemical machinery. Additionally, there are trees with roots, like drill bits, and poisonous insects that devour metal. While this may not be noticeable in the short term, it will deplete the enchanted energy-eating spores over time. The harsh environment of the Green Forest world taught the fortress wizards, who considered themselves knowledgeable, a harsh lesson. Thankfully, wizards are not a species that is stagnant. Learning and improvement are their forte. Although the Green Forest world's environment is extremely harsh, after years of evolution, these creatures are no longer just biological weapons. They have formed an ecosystem, with a well-developed food chain and web. By studying the relationships between organisms, wizards quickly found ways to deal with these creatures, even exploiting them to accelerate their own progress. For example, within the dense forests of the Green Forest world, there exists a giant pitcher plant. This carnivorous plant feeds on poisonous insects and small biological weapons. Its digestive fluids emit a special pheromone that lures poisonous insects into its digestive cavity for prey. After determining that its diet includes most poisonous insects, wizards immediately began large-scale cultivation. Led by several third-ring wizards, the wizards even domesticated this carnivorous plant, turning it into a powerful aid. Now, this pitcher plant can even be used as an emergency medical pod. Influenced by this approach, the wizard's expansion speed increased with each passing day. Before the World Tree issued the order to counterattack, the wizard's expansion speed was even 2/3 that of the normal world, and they were about to catch up. After all, this was an extremely dangerous and untamed world. Alas, the World Tree's order forced the wizards to close their defenses. Hurry, hurry, we only have 12 hours. In the unfinished fortress complex, a second-ring white wizard shouted to the other white wizards, while controlling an earth elemental giant to move materials. According to intelligence from a third-ring wizard, who had never returned from the frontier, the next wave of insects could enter the fortress complex's attack range in as little as 12 hours. If things slowed down, this time could extend to 18 hours, and no more than 24 hours at most. This was definitely not good news for the wizards. Due to the unique circumstances of the Green Forest world, Command had not prioritized fortress construction during the expansion. While this strategy greatly accelerated the wizards' expansion, it also meant that even after they learned the intelligence, their defenses were still far from perfect. Many loopholes in the defenses were being repaired by the fortress wizards working tirelessly day and night. But the insect swarm wouldn't wait for them. The white wizards' urging forced the wizards to accelerate their efforts once again. Even though some of their mental strength was already depleted, they persevered and continued to work hard. It was simply that the integrity of the fortress complex was closely tied to their safety. When their lives were at stake, people were always extra cautious. Floating city, command room. Jimmy nodded repeatedly as he gazed at the crystal ball before him. Okay. I understand. Dean, don't worry. The wizards in our academy have all emerged from the sea of blood and corpses. We will definitely win. Okay. Soon, the crystal ball's light dimmed. Grimly, Jimmy put the crystal ball into his pocket and took out another one. Everyone, we're facing a serious challenge this time. The power of the Zerg swarm has already exceeded our planned threshold and is nearing our estimated critical point. As he spoke, a newly produced crystal ball projected a three-dimensional image. In the image, the wizard-built fortresses were relying on alchemical weapons to thwart the Zerg swarm. Chain lightning, fireballs, wind blades, and other spells ravaged the Zerg horde, with almost every spell capable of wiping out a large number of them. But none of the wizards in the command room looked relaxed. Instead, their expressions were solemn. A flash of magical energy flashed from Jimmy's fingertips, pausing the image. I think you've all seen this. The command room was silent for a moment, and then an old wizard in a white robe spoke. The number of advanced creatures among these insects is too great. Our alchemical weapons are unlikely to completely destroy them. Jimmy nodded slightly. That's right. The number of advanced creatures in the Zerg swarm is incredible, and their defenses are extremely exaggerated. Jimmy pointed to a corner of the paused video. This biological weapon took 5 high-energy lightning strikes. If I remember correctly, the point-kill weapon equipped by the Hellfire Legion should be the Tesla 9 modified alchemical magic stone cannon. This magic stone cannon has a power of 5,000 energy and possesses penetrating properties. Even I would suffer minor injuries if I withstood this power with my physical body, but this biological weapon was able to withstand 5 strikes. Such biological weapons are not uncommon in the insect swarm. They are even quite common. Jimmy pointed to several particularly prominent biological weapons in the image. While these can't withstand 5 strikes, they can still withstand 2 or 3. These biological weapons pose a daunting challenge to our fortresses. If their numbers exceed our capacity, our fortresses will be no different from paper. Jimmy said solemnly, I don't think our fortresses are strong enough to withstand a level 3 biological siege without suffering damage. The command room was utterly silent. All wizards, both black and white, frowned, pondering a solution. Activate the spell support vehicle, a white wizard suddenly said. The spell support vehicle's concentrated spell fire can effectively reduce the number of insect swarms. Our fortresses can just clean up the remnants behind. Do we have enough parts for the spell support vehicle? Jimmy asked, frowning. I remember that the spellcasting parts on that thing need to be replaced very frequently. We're fighting a protracted war this time. If we play our trump cards early, we won't be able to use them later. If we use them for support purposes, we don't have enough parts, the White Wizard Legion leader explained. But we're not planning to use them in the conventional way this time. Thanks to Grand Wizard Toglin, Our additional order was exceptionally advanced by the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce. This gives us a very ample supply of spell support vehicles. In this case, we don't have to be so extreme as to use the spell components until they melt. We can fire a round, let them cool down, and then fire again. In this case, the spell support vehicle's spell components will be extremely durable. Jimmy was slightly taken aback by the Legion commander's words. Indeed, the spell support vehicle's greatest use is to overdraw the lifespan of its spell components, providing timely spell support. But that doesn't mean that's the only way it can be used. I appreciate your advice, Jimmy said with a slight bow. This trick, though insignificant, is also a form of knowledge. If Jimmy participates in another planar expedition in the future, this little trick might help him solve a problem. It's perfect. There's a swarm of insects coming soon. Let's practice with them, and see if this plan works. The wizards nodded in agreement, and the conversation shifted to another topic. Besides the insect swarms above ground, our underground is also under attack. A flash of inspiration flashed through Jimmy's fingertips, and the image projected by the crystal ball changed to a three-dimensional model. The model contained a rough outline of the entire wizard-occupied area. Although we have reinforced our foundation with native grass, the roots of the world tree's offspring continue to shake it. This is extremely detrimental to our defense. In the image, roots drilled holes in the wizard's solidified foundation like drill bits. As the image continued, the massive roots would slowly shatter the foundations of the wizard's fortresses. At that point, even the world tree's offspring wouldn't need to take action. Simply retracting its roots would be enough to create holes in the wizard's fortresses, even leading to their collapse. Let a dark wizard skilled in earth elemental magic do this, a black-robed wizard said. White wizards can't fully utilize their strengths underground. Furthermore, fighting underground requires not only strength, but also a strong heart. Fighting alone and without support underground is too harsh for a white wizard. The dark wizard's words were not pleasant to hear, but none of the white wizards present objected. They were all third-ring wizards, and rationality had long since triumphed over unnecessary emotion. While the dark wizard's words were unpleasant to hear, they were true. The underground environment was indeed unsuitable for white wizards. Okay, this is the tentative approach to the underground roots, Jimmy agreed. But relying solely on wizards who know the element of earth isn't enough. I plan to release a batch of knowledge about the element of earth, so that the rest of the dark wizards can learn as much as possible. What do you think? Even the third-level wizards present were somewhat surprised by this strategy of distributing knowledge. Of course, the only ones surprised were wizards outside of Garlon Academy. Garlon Academy's own wizards weren't surprised at Jimmy's plan. For a wizarding academy, a permanent dean has a significant impact on the academy's atmosphere. People unconsciously imitate the behavior of the powerful in the hope of becoming stronger themselves. Just like a fan of a man in a cape with a broken arm, who cuts off his own arm, and then finds for gay men to humiliate him for 3 months. Releasing a batch of knowledge, the great wizard Garlon is truly generous, a dark wizard exclaimed. This plan is feasible. I think there's no problem. Knowledge is a tempting bait. Seeing that the wizards had no objections, Jimmy finalized the plan. In the subsequent meeting, the wizards discussed the distribution of supplies and personnel. After the discussion, Jimmy adjourned the meeting. Soon, a swarm of insects arrived. Swarms of insect herding tree men, like giants herding sheep, drove the swarm of insects toward the wizards' fortresses. They brandished their whips, each twitch releasing a massive amount of violent matter. Driven by this matter, the swarm of insects erupted into a frenzy. A tidal wave of insects rushed toward the fortress, obscuring the sky and the sun like a black sandstorm in the desert. Chapter 396. Support Brigade, prepare. Distance 35, stage release fire. Behind the fortresses, a vast number of magic support vehicles gathered together, silent and solemn, like a sleeping dragon. And at the command of the Legion commander, this dormant dragon suddenly awakened, breathing a destructive breath into the sky. Thousands of fireballs shot out from the turrets behind the support vehicles, drawing fiery arcs through the air before plummeting into the insect swarm. In an instant, a massive influx of fire elementals converged, rendering the power of the spell secondary. The fire elemental storm was what the wizard truly needed. Faint winds exceeding 100,000 degrees swept through the insect swarm, reducing the insects to charcoal and ash. And this was merely the aftermath of the fire elemental storm. The fire elemental storm at the center of the battlefield, like a merciless furnace, incinerated all who dared enter. Even level 3 creatures within the fire elemental storm's radius were instantly reduced to ash. Even those that managed to hold on only survived for a few seconds. Under the erosion of the massive fire element, the crystallization process, which would have taken thousands of years, was dramatically accelerated. In the center of the fire elemental storm, even low-quality fire elemental gems the size of sesame seeds appeared. Then, a second wave of fireballs arrived. This wave of fireballs instantly caused the fire elemental storm, which had already begun to dissipate, to expand again. The wizards in the fortresses saw a fire tornado form in the center of the fireball explosion. This tornado continued to expand as the fireballs bombarded it. The violent fire elemental transformed into a faint wind, directly severing the insect swarm. My goodness, what else do we need to do? In the fortress, an old wizard muttered unconsciously as he watched the fire tornado in the distance. But soon, he noticed something amiss. The fireball stopped. Something's wrong. Prepare to attack. Behind the fortresses, the commander of the Hellfire Legion listened to his subordinates' reports, lost in thought. Oh, I actually forgot about that. He pulled a communication crystal ball from his pocket. After connecting, Jimmy's voice emanated from the crystal ball. What's wrong, Adams? We may need to adjust our strategy, Jimmy, Commander Adams said in a low voice. I overlooked something. Using the same spell so intensively will create a free elemental vacuum. So our decision needs to be slightly revised. Elemental vacuum? Jimmy asked, somewhat surprised. Indeed, I had forgotten about that too. Elemental spells require a large amount of elements to form, and wizards obviously can't create these elements out of thin air. Free elements are the source of the elements in elemental spells. However, the free elements within a unit space are limited. Repeatedly using a particular elemental spell on a large scale can lead to a loss of that element within that unit space, resulting in an elemental vacuum. Once an elemental vacuum occurs, any spell involving that element becomes unusable. On the battlefield, the White Wizard Legion is largely immune to elemental vacuums due to range constraints. However, the spells fired by the spell support vehicle currently affect a location too far from the casting point, and the elemental return rate is far slower than the spell support vehicle speed, resulting in an elemental vacuum. I find a few wizards who specialize in elemental science to calculate the maximum capacity of a unit space for magic support vehicles. You lead the convoy back first, leaving 2 battalions behind as support. This wave of insects isn't large. The fortresses should be able to withstand it. Okay. After hearing Jimmy's response, Adams immediately ordered the convoy to retreat, leaving only the 1st and 2nd support battalions behind for emergency response. Ah, something's really wrong, Adams muttered to himself, watching the distant flames rise into the sky. The images of the formidable insects in the insect swarm flashed through his mind, giving him a headache. We can't rely on pure magic to suppress them. This battle is going to be difficult. In the Astral Fortress, Richard and his companions were traveling through the black crystal tunnels. While Grand Wizard Garland's mission was arduous, it wasn't impossible. Richard learned from the main controller that the Astral Fortress contained a radar-like detection array. Although this detection array was damaged when the fortress fell, it's still working fine at low power. If it works, Richard should be able to find his way back. The Snake King's ancestors had visited the ancient battlefield, so this place isn't far from the Poison Swamp. As long as they can find the Poison Swamp, the Snake King will have a way to bring everyone back to the Crystal Tower. Richard can then use the previously recorded map to return to the floating city. As for why he didn't use the teleportation array, Richard simply said that anyone can use that damn teleportation array. In other words, he and Elisus were lucky. They were simply separated during the teleportation. If they had been less fortunate, not to mention the possibility of being transported to some chaotic place, the mere possibility of falling into the space-time turbulence would have been enough to stop Richard in his tracks. So let's just hurry back. Tap, tap. Accompanied by crisp footsteps, the long-sealed information hall was opened by a black-robed wizard. Is this the information hall? What a shame. Richard looked at the damaged crystal artifacts in the hall, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. If these things were intact, who knows how much knowledge could be extracted? While that knowledge might not be useful, no wizard has too much knowledge. In the center of the hall, a massive milky white crystal platform stood. This crystal platform served as the operating platform for the reconnaissance array, and was the only crystal artifact in the hall that hadn't been completely damaged. Richard approached and saw that, under the control of the main controller, an operating interface suddenly appeared on the milky white platform. Wow! I didn't expect the Forerunners to even specifically adapt operating systems for different species. Richard concluded that the Forerunners didn't have eyes, so this visual operating interface was clearly designed for dragons. Following the instructions on the interface, Richard quickly found a reconnaissance option. The Forerunners had designed 10 levels for the reconnaissance array, and Richard decided to start with the smallest. Level 1 reconnaissance array activated. Following the main controls prompt, a surge of energy from the power reactor instantly poured into the long-dormant energy transmission lines of the Star Fortress. Instantly, several energy transmission lines shattered. But this did not affect the activation of the reconnaissance array. With a humming sound, the damaged outer shell of the Star Fortress suddenly lit up with a bluish-purple light. A powerful energy wave instantly unleashed from the array, sweeping across hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land surrounding the fortress in an instant. Next to the control panel, a projection appeared in the air. A map of a 400-kilometer radius centered on the Star Fortress instantly appeared on the projection. Richard, observing this, quickly recorded the map in his crystal ball. According to the map, they only needed to travel due north for a little over 300 kilometers to reach the poison swamp. What a powerful reconnaissance array! Richard exclaimed heartily. This is only level 1. If it were level 5 or 6, I'm afraid the entire world would be encompassed. Putting the map away, Richard began to explore the control console. He wanted to see what valuable technology this console could extract. But upon seeing the information from the Miracle Furnace, Richard lost interest. Ingredients: Supreme Projector. Information to be extracted: 3D projection. Extraction cost: 5 mental power. Ingredients: Supreme Control Bar. Refined information: Touch screen imaging technology. Refining cost: 5 spiritual power. What a piece of crap! Richard looked at the information provided by the Miracle Forge and shook his head. These two technologies were completely useless to him, as they already existed in the wizarding world. If Richard wanted, he could buy them anytime. It seems the stuff here is just a front end. The real work lies in the reconnaissance array and the fortress main control. Leaving the information hall, Richard turned to the main control and asked for directions to the reconnaissance array. Naturally, Richard wasn't going to let go of such a good thing. After receiving the reply, Richard quickly arrived outside the fortress. Due to a design issue, the reconnaissance array could only be accessed from the outside, so Richard had no choice but to brave the energy radiation and reach the outer reaches of the astral fortress. The ancient battlefield was shrouded in yellow sand. The shimmering green aurora shone through the cracks in the astral fortress, gradually diluting into invisible energy radiation. Richard activated his ever-changing battle form and, braving the magic barrier, reached the location of the reconnaissance array. The reconnaissance array was located in the center of the fortress, the least damaged of the modules. Even more gratifying to Richard, the reconnaissance array wasn't a complete device, but rather comprised of individual components, each approximately 1 cubic meter in size. This meant that the refining cost of the array wouldn't be excessive. Richard fumbled through the reconnaissance array for a while, before finally finding a usable module, and removing it from the main fortress. Raw materials: reconnaissance array module. Refinable information: reconnaissance array module manufacturing technology. Refining cost: 200 spiritual power. Satisfied with the information provided by the Miracle Forge, Richard tucked the module into his pocket. But just as he was returning to the fortress, he suddenly followed a narrow crack that stretched to the base of the fortress and glimpsed a chamber at the base, filled with objects resembling crystals. Richard was startled by the sight. Could there be a materials warehouse within the fortress, used for routine repairs and maintenance? Thinking of this, Richard quickly approached the crack to examine the contents carefully. If this were true, he'd likely make a small fortune. This astral fortress contained more than just crystal components. It also contained numerous metal parts. If these were indeed materials, they would undoubtedly contain a wealth of precious alchemical materials. But after viewing this, Richard took 2 steps back, somewhat dazed. He waved his staff and cast a mental appraisal spell on himself. After confirming he wasn't hallucinating, he muttered to himself, "Holy crap, this is a steal." Behind the gap lay not the materials needed to repair the fortress, but thousands of armed Forerunner puppets. Chapter 397. Richard had tasted the Pioneers' armed puppets. Excellent energy barriers, sturdy and reliable crystal bodies, and powerful magic-breaking methods that could pierce energy barriers in an instant. The excellence of these armed puppets was comparable to the finest of a wizard's alchemical puppets. Alchemical puppets of this level were often jokingly referred to by alchemical wizards as the Royal Guard. Even great wizards could only include a small number of these puppets in their alchemical puppet armies, using them as sharp weapons. And yet, behind this rift, Richard saw thousands of these armed puppets. The immense joy filled Richard with a sense of surrealism. Is this truly real? However, reason quickly reasserted itself on Richard's mind. He hurried into the astral fortress and immediately informed the Master Control about the armed puppets. Master Control, how many armed puppets are stored in the fortress? There were still 932 spider-shaped armed puppets in the fortress. After receiving a definitive answer, Richard took a deep breath, calming himself, and then continued, "Are these puppets usable?" Mobilizing armed puppets requires the fortress master's approval. Hog. Richard, frantically excited, darted through the passageway, quickly arriving at Hog's location. Hog, upon seeing Richard's appearance, was startled and instinctively dodged behind Ulysses. "Uncle Crow, what's wrong with the master?" Ulysses flapped his wings, appearing beside Richard. "Richard, what's wrong with you? What's got you so excited?" Richard stopped walking, his lips curled up. "There are still a number of intact armed puppets in the fortress. As long as Hog agrees, we can take them." "Huh?" Ulysses said in surprise. There were quite a few armed puppets left on the ancient battlefield, and he had destroyed quite a few along the way. Honestly, these armed puppets would be a deadly sight against ordinary level 3 creatures. Even wizards could be killed on their first encounter. With this number of armed puppets, they could basically navigate this interdimensional war with ease. That's great. Even if we encounter insects along the way, we still be able to fight them. Richard nodded and submitted a request to the main controller. Hog, upon receiving Richard's request, naturally approved it immediately. "Done!" Richard cheered, and then flew down the passage towards the warehouse at the base of the fortress. To others, those armed puppets might just be puppets. But to Richard, they were blueprints scattered on the ground. While fish is delicious, the fishing rod is more important than the fish. Passing through the black crystal passage, Richard reached the lower levels of the fortress. Here, metal with golden veins began to replace the black crystal. Richard touched it twice, only to discover that it was like factory-produced parts, devoid of any value for refinement. Soon, Richard reached the fortress's lowest level. This level reminded Richard of the slave quarters of a wizard's floating city. Wizards would place their slave armies at the bottom of the city to deplete the natives' initial attack. The astral fortress also had a cluster of armed puppets at its lowest level. Could this mean that the astral fortress was once used as an invasion weapon for cities, like the floating city? Richard's mind flashed back to the map the reconnaissance array had recently discovered, further solidifying his belief. In the warehouse, 932 spider-shaped combat puppets stood quietly in a corner. Richard walked over to them and gently touched one of the puppets. The miracle furnace quickly provided its information. Raw materials, spider-shaped armed puppet. Refined information, spider-shaped armed puppet blueprint. Refining cost, 250 mental power. Looking at the information the miracle furnace provided, Richard's face lit up with joy. This wasn't the fragmented technology he encountered before. This was a complete blueprint. If he could truly understand this, who knows how many useful technologies he could derive from it. However, Richard didn't choose to refine it immediately. Firstly, there was no rush to refine it. There would be plenty of time to do so later. Secondly, according to Ulysses, the miracle furnace used a spatial method for refining, and using it in this fortress would easily attract the attention of the Master Control. Richard was unaware of the internal rules and regulations of the Star Fortress, nor was he fully aware of the capabilities of the fortress's Master Controller. If the Master Controller discovered the refining process, it would cause even more trouble. The Forerunner technology was profound and inscrutable. Mastering it would take far longer than a short time. He didn't need a few hours. "Master Controller, how do I use these puppets?" The new permission system was being installed. Once complete, the puppets would automatically recognize the commander's commands. As soon as the Master Controller finished speaking, several metal tentacles, each tipped with crystals, extended from the floor of Richard's warehouse. These tentacles attached themselves to the spider-like puppets using their crystals, and immediately, a faint, ripple-like light began to flicker within them. Soon, the tentacles left. The spider-like puppet, crouching on the ground, instantly stood up, its polyhedron crystal atop it, emitting a red beam of light towards Richard. "Confirmed, Commander. Puppet QY9743 has been added to your command. New authority system." Richard noticed the Master's peculiar term. With a new authority system, there must also be an old one. Considering that the Master had once said that he nearly experienced a system crash due to the erasure of the Supreme, Richard's heart suddenly palpitated. Could the giant plankton matrix roaming the ancient battlefield be killing anyone it saw simply because of a system crash? If he could upgrade his system, could he also bring the giant plankton matrix under his command? The giant plankton matrix had left a deep impression on Richard. Even a third-level wizard would have no choice but to flee from those massive floating cannons. And even that wasn't guaranteed to be an escape. If he were to take possession of this, its combat effectiveness would likely be no less than that of the armed puppets in this warehouse. With an idea in mind, Richard immediately asked the main controller master, "Do you have a way to upgrade the permission system for the armed puppets in the wilderness?" "Yes, there are two options for you. Option 1. Have the armed puppet return to the fortress and use the information transmission tentacles to upgrade its system. Option 2. Install the information transmission crystal into the armed puppet's information interface and perform the system upgrade directly in the wilderness." "I choose option 2, Richard said without hesitation. The giant plankton matrix is surrounded by a large number of floating cannons, making it too difficult to lure it to the Star Fortress. Also, there's no guarantee that the giant plankton matrix will be attracted. After all, as a vessel with a similar positioning to an aircraft carrier, charging into battle is certainly not its forte." After receiving Richard's choice, the main control remained silent. Half an hour later, a metal tentacle emerged from the ground and approached Richard. At the tip of this tentacle, a polyhedron crystal landed with a click in front of Richard. Richard caught the crystal, and the miracle furnace immediately relayed a message. Ingredients: Information Transmission Crystal. Refined Information. New Permission System. Refining Cost: 10 mental power. Richard pocketed the crystal and immediately inquired about the giant plankton matrix. But this question seemed to touch upon the main control's knowledge gap. The main control only provided the location of the information interface. The main control had no knowledge of any other giant plankton matrix. This seemed somewhat unusual. "Master, where is your crystal array?" Richard suddenly asked. Entry into the main control array room is prohibited for anyone other than the fortress master. Even with permission? There was no such request. Even a repairman can't do it? The fortress master control has a sufficient number of repair bees, eliminating the need for additional repairmen. Richard nodded slightly, thinking, it seems the database isn't corrupted, but rather something hasn't been entered into the master control's database. He asked about the master control array's location, not because he had any intentions. In truth, he wasn't particularly interested in it. He wasn't into alchemical machinery, and the master control's mechanical intelligence wouldn't be of much use to him. Secondly, the wizard's tower spirit technology could serve as a substitute for the master control. Finally, and most importantly, if one were to inspect the fortress master control and then be unable to refine the technology due to consumption, that would be quite frustrating. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Richard decided it was best not to cause himself any trouble. After all, besides the fortress's main control, there was much more to explore within this astral fortress. Master Control, show me the path to the fortress's secondary guns. A fortress, besides solid walls, naturally also required defensive weaponry. Although damage to the energy pipelines had destroyed the fortress's main guns, along with most of its secondary weapons, in the battle that led to the fort's fall, a small number of weapons had survived, such as the defensive secondary gun before Richard's eyes. This was an exquisite artifact crafted from a combination of metal and crystal, its base constructed of colorless crystal, connected directly to the fortress's power supply. Atop this base rested a metal barrel shaped like an inverted trumpet. This barrel was connected to the base via a simple yet reliable mechanism, allowing it to be adjusted up, down, left, and right. In short, it was something like a turret. This device looked a bit out of place. While the metal barrel was delicate, it possessed a complex, mechanical beauty. The crystal base, on the other hand, was seamless, all parts blending seamlessly into one. It was a somewhat contradictory artifact, but after using it, Richard immediately recognized its unique beauty and strength. When fully functional, this device possessed a power level of 10,000. And this was just one of the most common and numerous defensive weapons in the fortress. Even the secondary explosion caused by the energy pipelines failed to completely destroy it. Even though he had witnessed the terrifying power of the Forerunner's creations, after testing the power of this defensive secondary cannon, Richard sighed softly. A common weapon of 10,000. What a powerful civilization. Chapter 398. The fortress had only a few defensive secondary guns, only a dozen or so. However, according to the main controller, the Star Fortress, in its full state, possessed a full 10,000 of these secondary guns. Above these secondary guns were the defensive main guns, and above these were other offensive weapons. One can imagine what a fortress like this would have been in its heyday. After removing these secondary guns, Richard explored the fortress again. He also discovered a small floating gun similar in design to an officer's pistol, a laser cutter for maintenance, a simple crystal machine tool, and a few other miscellaneous gadgets. All of these items were of considerable value. After confirming that he had reaped most of the benefits of the entire fortress, Richard finally set his sights on his original target, the power reactor. For such a massive star fortress, its power reactor was naturally quite formidable. According to the main controller, the power reactor of World Tree No. 3 Star Fortress is a Type 9 radiation power reactor, fueled by the very same black stone Richard had obtained from the Toad King stone. A single refueling can keep the Star Fortress operating at full capacity for 500 years. This number increases exponentially in the absence of combat. Normally, a Star Fortress wouldn't even need to refuel its power reactor for an entire epoch if it weren't engaged in combat. Even in the event of a Star Fortress crash, the fuel in the power reactor would continue to emit radiation for countless epochs. This remarkable device, with its technological sophistication, surpasses even the power reactors of Wizard's floating cities. At least according to Richard's intelligence, the floating city requires a major overhaul every 500 years. This includes maintenance of the power reactor and refueling. Following the main control's guidance, Richard quickly arrived at the passage closest to the power reactor. Once outside this passage, Richard would face the radiation from the power reactor's fuel. Without the world mushroom, I really wouldn't be able to control this power reactor. Richard observed the aurora of radiation streaming through the cracks, a faint smile of satisfaction on his face. Soon, a massive mycelial tentacle slid down the passage to Richard's side. Also with it was Ulysses. Finally, we get to work on this thing. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder, a faint glint in his eyes. This thing's going to be tough. Even if the old mushroom can absorb energy radiation, its tentacles will rot under such high intensity. Richard glanced at the mycelial tentacle next to him. World mushroom, what do you think? As much as I hate to admit it, what the old crow said is true. My tentacles will rot if they come into contact with the radioactive materials in the power reactor. Richard frowned at this. If the world mushroom couldn't do it, then it seemed he really couldn't get it. However, Richard quickly discovered a problem. Since direct contact with the tentacles will rot, why not just avoid contact? Wouldn't it be better to create a thick energy barrier? The world mushroom was stunned by Richard's proposal. For a long time, it had relied solely on its powerful body to fight, rarely using strange techniques like energy barriers. This had conditioned its thinking. Ulysses and Richard were similarly misled by this, to the point that they had forgotten that the world mushroom could actually use energy barriers. Indeed, I almost forgotten about the energy barrier, the world mushroom said somewhat embarrassedly. It's true that an energy barrier can be used, but the radiation from this thing is significant. If an energy barrier is used to resist it, the magic concentration in the secret realm will decrease to a certain extent. And how to store it is also a problem. Using a large amount of mycelium to store it will slow down the expansion of the secret realm. Put it underground and use your mycelium as a partition, Richard said without hesitation. It doesn't matter if the secret realm expands a little slower. Richard will definitely need to refine these black stones later. The delay will only delay the Green Forest world for a few years. Based on the current situation, as long as the war in the surface world can be won, their plane expedition will basically be over. The remaining time is simply to eliminate the remaining World Tree offspring and then ignite the portal. The World Tree will be dealt with by the great wizard Garlon. Seeing that Richard had made up his mind, the world mushroom did not say much. After Richard requested permission from the master controller, he and Ulysses, protected by the world mushroom, opened another secret realm rift. This secret realm rift was near a massive crack in the wall, allowing them to later deliver the fuel ring into the secret realm. Soon, a new mycelial tentacle emerged from the rift. This thick, white tentacle also formed a milky white energy barrier. Relying on this energy barrier, the tentacle slid along the rift and headed straight for the power reactor. The Type 9 radiation power reactor, from the outside, resembled a massive pillar. The pillar's shell was made of crystal, with occasional metal components interspersed within. Now, the power reactor had transformed into a blooming firecracker, revealing its fuel within, radiant black stone. The power reactor's fuel ring consisted of 9 layers. The battle that brought down the Star Fortress shattered 3 of them, exposing the 4th. The world mushroom's task was to remove this exposed 4th layer. The world mushroom's mycelial tentacles multiplied in the air, and the shimmering green aurora shone on the milky white energy barrier, stirring up a raging storm. The closer the energy radiation got to the fuel, the stronger it became. The fuel itself radiated energy at tens of thousands of energy levels. If Richard had endured this level of energy, he would have been reduced to ash in less than a second. But fortunately, It was the world mushroom that was taking action. Because the world mushroom could absorb energy radiation as nutrients, its energy barrier didn't completely block all the radiation. Instead, it deliberately allowed some to penetrate, replenishing the energy barrier. This was the reason it was able to retrieve the fuel ring. Otherwise, even the world mushroom would have struggled to retrieve it. The world mushroom's mycelial tentacles quickly wrapped around the fuel ring. The ring trembled briefly before being lifted up by its tentacles. The mycelial tentacles wrapped the fuel ring tightly in midair, then swiftly launched it toward the secret realm. If it hadn't been wrapped, the fuel ring's terrifying radiation would have instantly destroyed the secret realm rift. Soon, the fuel ring entered the secret realm rift. "It's done!" Richard exclaimed excitedly. "Once we've entered the secret realm, the rest will be easy." Inside the secret realm, the salamanders and their craftsmen were slowly emerging from the world mushroom stem. Just now, the world mushroom had captured them all and tucked them into its stem, claiming that something dangerous was about to enter the secret realm and that they needed refuge. They found it hard to imagine what kind of horrible thing would require them to seek refuge within the world mushroom stem. But before they could all emerge, a black-robed figure hurried past them and arrived beneath the world mushroom stem. The salamanders looked closely. "Wasn't that Richard?" "Sir. Sir." The salamanders bowed slightly to Richard. Normally, Richard would have calmly nodded in acknowledgement. But today, Richard clearly had no such desire. "Go about your business. No need to crowd around me." Soon, a passage appeared on the world mushroom stem. Following it, Richard quickly arrived at the location of the fuel ring. An underground cavern densely encased in layers of mycelium and soil. The world mushroom erected an energy barrier for Richard, allowing him to reach the fuel ring. Gazing at the pure black fuel ring before him, Richard's magic surged, and a powerful energy wave suddenly emanated from his left arm. Richard had already prepared himself to sacrifice his entire arm. This was bound to come to this point sooner or later, and this material was impossible for anyone other than the world master to physically touch. Richard's left arm passed through the energy barrier and lightly touched the fuel ring. The next moment, Richard's entire arm was reduced to ash, and half of his chest was also experiencing cellular collapse. Pale ribs were exposed. The world mushroom quickly followed suit, its abundant vitality flowing continuously through its mycelium into Richard's body. The collapsed cells quickly recovered, and even the severed arm slowly grew back. But Richard paid no attention to his own physical condition at this moment. He was completely captivated by the information contained within the miracle furnace. Raw materials, fuel ring. Refinable rule, radiation rule, level 1. Refining cost, 500 soul power. Complete rule detected. Whether to activate rule fusion. The initial information provided by the miracle furnace was quite standard. While Richard was pleasantly surprised by the complete radiation rule, it didn't exceed his expectations. But the subsequent information provided by the miracle furnace truly astonished Richard. The miracle furnace actually had other functions. Richard had always suspected that the miracle furnace, a device of such high status, could be used for more than just refining. Now it seemed his suspicions were correct. "Activate," Richard said without hesitation. The next moment, the flames in the miracle furnace roared, and the once dark furnace gradually began to turn red. Ancient characters flashed across the furnace walls. Just glancing at them made Richard feel dizzy. The text contained an unimaginably terrifying power. Soon, the furnace ceased its transformation. The once dark furnace, aside from the addition of a few fiery red characters, remained unchanged. Rule fusion had been activated. Then, Richard's mind flashed to the new functionality of the miracle furnace. In short, the furnace could now not only refine rules, but also fuse them, transforming them. "That's it?" Richard scratched his head, feeling that this new function didn't seem particularly useful. Even without rule fusion, the rules he mastered still interacted. Furthermore, using this function required using rules as fuel, a luxury Richard considered excessive. However, he wasn't the master of the world, so he couldn't jump to conclusions. After leaving the secret realm, Richard returned to the astral fortress. With the loss of the fuel ring, the radiation emitted by the power furnace suddenly decreased. After all, the power furnace wasn't completely destroyed. The remaining power core still contained the fuel ring's radiation. The radiation was so strong earlier because the fuel ring Richard had taken was completely exposed, unconstrained by the power reactor. Richard found Ulysses and explained the new features of the miracle furnace to him. "Huh? Rule fusion?" Ulysses stared at Richard in amazement, his mouth agape with shock. "Judging from your expression, this feature must be incredibly powerful," Richard said with a smile. "More than powerful, This feature will save you at least several epochs of toil. Ulysses screamed frantically, Richard, my Lord God, my future as a Lord God depends entirely on you. Chapter 399. Richard was somewhat startled by Ulysses's excitement, wondering if this rule fusion was so powerful that even a master of Ulysses's caliber would be so excited. Come on, don't get so excited. First, tell me what this function actually does. After Richard's words, Ulysses finally realized his own loss of composure. Sorry, I got too excited. Ulysses tried to calm himself. If I understand correctly, this rule fusion should be about melting many rules into one, thereby making the rule more perfect. Stop, Richard interrupted suddenly. What do you mean by melting many rules into one? I know there are interconnected rules, but is there any difference between the two? Ulysses nodded. Of course there is a difference, and it's quite significant. This concept is a bit difficult to explain. As a friend I met in the virtual world said, all the rules in this world are actually different aspects of a single rule. The reason we can see so many rules is simply because our life level is not high enough. Looking at this rule is like a blind man touching an elephant. We can only see part of it. So-called rule fusion is about combining these parts we see to make our rules as close to that single rule as possible. As my friend said, it's about getting closer to the Great Way. The Great Way. Richard's face turned a little strange as he heard Ulysses say this word, though the syllables were unfamiliar. The meaning was strangely familiar. The astral plane is vast and boundless. If it could give rise to a civilization like that of wizards, then it wouldn't be surprising if it could also give rise to a civilization of immortal cultivators, as he imagined. Richard shook his head, brushing aside his wild thoughts. So, the promotion to World Lord is also related to this? Yes, Ulysses nodded. Once a creature becomes World Lord, it needs to find a complete set of rules as a foundation to forge its rule body. Once the rule body is forged, the World Lord reaches its limit, the limit of a level 4 creature. At this point, you need to fuse other rules into your own rules, allowing you to evolve again. This process is very long, because not all rules can be fused together. Some rules conflict violently, requiring certain conditions to be met before they can fuse. Furthermore, different civilizations fuse rules differently, which can also prevent some rules from fusing. Even worse, these conflicts don't manifest violently. They only manifest when you fuse them. If there's a problem with the fusion, the rule body could be damaged at best, or even destroyed, resulting in death. But you don't have that problem. Your furnace can do it all for you. At this point, Ulysses looked at Richard with envy. There's no need to worry about problems with the fusion of rules. This characteristic is enough to drive any world master mad. And yet, Richard, at the level of a third-level creature, already possesses it. Okay, then what do you mean by relying on me to become the Lord God? Richard asked again. Well, Ulysses chuckled. Rules can be stripped away. When you become the Lord of the world, I strip them away from you and let you fuse them in the furnace. Once the fusion is complete, I take them back. Wouldn't that greatly accelerate my growth? My soul has been severely wounded, and I already have no hope of becoming a lord. But if this method works, I can still sit on the throne before I die. For a powerhouse of Ulysses's caliber, nothing is more wonderful than further advancement. Richard was stunned by this, and something suddenly struck him. Stripping away the rules, and handing them over to him sounded like a highly risky undertaking. If he harbored even the slightest ulterior motive, Ulysses would lose everything. But Ulysses saw it as a viable path. The implications were self-evident. Richard laughed heartily and replied, All right, just wait. When I become the Lord of the world, I see to it that you take the throne of the Lord God. After taking the fuel ring, Richard didn't attempt to see if the power reactor could refine it. Even if such a large object could be refined, it was clearly beyond his current capabilities. So it was best not to bother himself. After leaving the power reactor, Richard reunited with Hogg and the Snake King and prepared to leave the fortress. The fortress had been emptied of its resources, and it was time to leave. Before leaving, Hogg used her highest authority to have the fortress's main controller delete the record of their visit. This was to prevent anyone from taking over the fortress and gaining access to information about Richard. The ancient battlefield was still thick with yellow sand, but the energy radiation had significantly diminished. If nothing unexpected happens, the edge of the ancient battlefield will soon be eroded by the dense forests of the Green Forest world. The 932 spider puppets had now fully updated their systems. Following Richard's orders, they began searching the ancient battlefield for the floating matrix. Have you set your sights on that giant? Ulysses asked casually. That giant is going to be tough. Those floating cannons around it are a real nuisance. Richard pulled the information transmission crystal from his pocket. No need to deal with it. Simply insert this into the information port on its back, and the new permission system will automatically allow it to join us. Ulysses was startled. So powerful? Richard smiled faintly. We see after we try it. The spider puppet's search yielded quick results. The floating matrix was currently moving 100 kilometers due west. After determining its location, Richard and his companions immediately followed the spider puppet's instructions and gave chase. Soon, the iconic blue cloud appeared before them. I go, Ulysses volunteered. You can't avoid detection by those floating artillery. Richard handed the information transmission crystal to Ulysses without further ado. The transmission port is at the midpoint of the central axis behind it. Be careful. If something goes wrong, return immediately. Ulysses took the crystal and said confidently, don't worry. When it comes to escape, you all combined can't beat me. Ulysses clutched the crystal and vanished in the air in an instant. The Snake King's pupil shrank upon seeing this. He thought, it's actually gotten beneath the veil. What's the origin of this crow? How could it possess such an ability that even the Lord of the World might not possess? Soon, the swarms of floaters surrounding the mothership suddenly turned red and began to battle. It worked. Ulysses' voice suddenly echoed in Richard's ears. Richard turned his head and saw a shadow that had reached his shoulder, gradually rising and transforming into a black crow. Soon, the swarms of floaters stabilized, turning a deep blue again, and the mothership stopped. Richard, taking Ulysses with him, cautiously approached to see if the system had been updated. Arriving at the swarms of floaters, the deep blue remained motionless. It seems it worked. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. His suspicions were correct. The floaters were indeed in their current state due to a system malfunction. Arriving directly in front of the giant mothership, he saw a beam of light emanating from its head, enveloping Richard. Soon, Richard heard the giant mothership's voice. Commander, confirmed, the land-based floating mothership QE-124 has been added to your command. The blazing fire element raged across the battlefield, causing the ambient temperature to rise dramatically. In this environment, even breathing became a torture. The air, heavily infused with fire, was like burning charcoal, and every breath caused severe burns to the respiratory tract. Experienced wizards could still control their biological instincts and stop breathing. Young wizards, however, constantly breathed unconsciously, forcing them to endure the painful burning sensation again and again. This war had devolved into torture. Boom! Fireballs rained down with precision upon the insect swarm, stabilizing the small fire elemental storm that was about to dissipate. The wizards in the fortress had to muster their energy once again, manipulating their alchemical magic stone cannons to annihilate any that had slipped through the fire elemental storm. This war had raged for nearly 2 months, and the fire elemental storms on the battlefield had also lasted for 2 months. These days, the ashes of the insects killed in the fire elemental storms could have piled up into a small mountain, yet the swarms of insects remained endless. This terrifying phenomenon even caused many wizards to waver, doubting whether they could win this war. Can these swarms of insects really be annihilated? Hundreds of meters beneath the fortress, a black-robed wizard, staff in hand, sat in a crypt, quietly listening to the sounds emanating from the soil. Suddenly, the black-robed wizard opened his eyes and waved his staff. A beam of magical light emanated from the tip of the staff and penetrated the surrounding soil. Soon, the black-robed wizard waved his staff again. The soil before him cracked under the spell, revealing a thick, 3-meter-long rhizome. At the end of the rhizome, a pitch-black obsidian blade dripped green juice. The black-robed wizard silently pocketed it. Command was buying large quantities of this item. This one, 3 meters long, was enough to exchange for a whole magic essence. 1 spell, 1 magic essence. Under normal circumstances, the black-robed wizard would have been overjoyed. But now, the black-robed wizard was remarkably calm. He pulled a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at the time, and silently counted, 20 minutes and 32 seconds until shift change, 31 seconds, 30 seconds. Floating city, command room. Jimmy stared at the map before him, his brow furrowed. On the map, the wizard's controlled area formed a nearly perfect circle. Outside this circle lay the insect swarm, painted black. Around him, dozens of third-ring wizards were coordinating the deployment of supplies for the defense circle. Position 324 requests support. 1/3 of our alchemical turrets are damaged. Without repairs, our firepower won't be enough to even eliminate the remaining foes. Position 129 requests support. 2 level 3 biological weapons have breached our firepower network and destroyed one of our forts. We need firepower to repair them. A special creature has appeared at position 32. This creature. The crystal ball continuously emanated requests for assistance from the commanders of various positions. A third ring wizard, having completed the immediate request, looked at Jimmy with a weary expression. Jimmy, has Grand Wizard Garlon contacted you? Our defenses are already stretched thin. Jimmy turned upon hearing this. Behind him, a special crystal ball dimmed. My crystal ball has always been here. Since the Dean told us he was sending us support, when did it light up? Jimmy sighed weakly. Let's pray that the support the Dean is sending us doesn't get intercepted by the Zerg swarm along the way. Chapter 400. The wizard's battlefield was devoid of smoke. Boom! The fireballs that fell from the sky exploded mid-air before they even touched the ground. The fire elements brought by the fireballs once again stabilized the waning fire elemental storm. The raging fire elemental storm, like a red grim reaper, ruthlessly savages every creature caught within its reach. This fire elemental storm has been raging on the battlefield for 2 months. If the wizard so desire, it could rage for another 2, or even 20. Each time it was about to dissipate, new fire elements would be replenished to keep it going. But this time, something was different. Something's wrong. Are there fewer fireballs this time? In the fortresses, an old wizard keenly noticed the changes on the battlefield. The fire elemental storm on the battlefield was dissipating at an astonishing rate. This speed was far beyond normal. If no more fireballs replenished the fire elements, this fire elemental storm, which had been raging on the battlefield for 2 months, would soon dissipate. Ek, report to the position commander that the fire elemental storm is about to dissipate. Request the spell support vehicles in the rear to provide immediate support. The old wizard frowned as he watched the dissipating fire elemental storm. Years of war experience had given him a whiff of danger. Each wave of fireballs launched by the spell support vehicles was calculated by command. The number of fireballs was precisely calculated to sustain the fire elemental storm until the next wave arrived. Even if a spell support vehicle malfunctioned, a backup would be on top, ensuring that every fireball was fired. But now the fire elemental storm was about to dissipate. Something must have happened behind the scenes. The old wizard pulled out a crystal ball and called out, "Attention all members of Squad 16, Position 315. Everyone, prepare for battle. Everyone, prepare for battle." "Captain!" Command has responded. The wizard, whom the old wizard called Ek, interrupted the old wizard's command. He held a crystal ball and walked toward him with a serious expression. "The number of launches from the magic support convoy is sufficient. The commander has instructed us to carefully survey the battlefield and report back to him at any time." The old wizard's heart sank at this. He knew that his days of defending the fortress and slaughtering the insects were coming to an end. The old wizard shouted into the communication crystal ball, "All artillery batteries, prepare. Prepare to meet the enemy. Prepare to meet the enemy." At the same time, the squad commanders of nearly every fortress along the entire line, closest to the front lines of the battlefield, issued the same order. The old wizards all vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Boom! 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 The dull sound of footsteps pierced the fire elemental storm and reached the ears of the wizards on the front lines of the battlefield. Every wizard who heard the sound could feel the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. Soon, the fire elemental storm dissipated. A row of treemen, their bodies ablaze with flames, marched in formation toward the fortresses. Behind them, the boundless forest sea moved forward almost simultaneously. After 2 months of war, the world tree's offspring had finally evolved the ability to devour fire elements. Floating city. The command center was filled with chatter. Commanders of all positions along the entire defense line reported to the command room almost simultaneously. Every position along the entire defensive line was under attack from the treemen. This instantly shattered the already stretched defenses. Has the treemen report arrived? As the commander-in-chief, Jimmy, though a bit impatient, remained remarkably calm. At this moment, the higher one's position, the more composure one must maintain. "It's out." A third-ring wizard casually tossed a spellbook to Jimmy. Jimmy took it and glanced at it, feeling a bit dazed. The spellbook contained a summary of ratings based on information relayed from the front lines. Flame treemen, life rating, 3.5, defense rating, 3, attack rating, 2.5, overall rating, 3 number, very small. Treemen, life rating, 3, defense rating, 2.5, attack rating, 1.5, overall rating, 2.5, number, very large. The numbers in the ratings represent difficulty. A life rating of 3 means this creature's vitality is comparable to that of a level 3 creature. If it's 3.5, it's comparable to a third ring wizard. Among the attacking treemen, The Flame Tree Men have already reached a comprehensive rating of third-level creatures, and the Tree Men, who make up the majority of their numbers, have each reached the level of a second-ring wizard. This disparity in combat power essentially means the defense line has collapsed. Jimmy set his magic book aside, rubbed his brow, and began adjusting the defense. Order it. Abandon the first line of defense. All idle third-ring wizards will be deployed. All logistics wizards, except the medical wizard, will also be deployed to the battlefield. Also, release the synthetic beasts you cultivated a while ago. Synthetic beasts? A third-ring wizard asked doubtfully. Aren't synthetic beasts used to provide them with nutrients? Jimmy pressed his hands against the table and explained. The alchemists in the logistics department have modified the synthetic beasts so that upon their death, they release a variety of poisons that are highly toxic to plants. Although we can't recover them this way, they can still be used as cannon fodder. Though Jimmy's voice was calm, the wizards present could sense a hint of weakness in it. A skilled cook cannot cook without rice. They only had so many resources, and they were facing an enemy with nearly the resources of an entire world. I be out for a moment. Elko, you take command. Jimmy suddenly straightened, the immense pressure making him breathless. He needed to vent. Okay, but you only have half an hour, the wizard known as Elko replied without even looking up. Phew, half an hour is plenty. Jimmy let out a sigh of relief and instantly disappeared from the command room. When he reappeared, Jimmy had transformed into a giant in a black robe covered in magical patterns, appearing outside the floating city. Hey Vice Dean, come out and relax, a three-ringed wizard, about to head off to the battlefield, greeted. Jimmy nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm out to relax and let off some steam. With that, Jimmy's figure flashed, and a massive sonic boom echoed through the air. Soon, Jimmy appeared at the front lines. Looking at the somewhat disheveled wizard team being pursued by the tree people, Jimmy's eyes flashed with a cold light. Trees should just stay on the ground and grow. With that, Jimmy's magical energy surged, and the entire sky's magical energy seemed to converge on him. The treemen on the ground, sensing the flow of energy, shot bolts of lightning into the sky. But Jimmy, facing the lightning bolts that rivaled a concentrated spell, not only did not dodge, but instead a sinister smile appeared on his face. Lightning? Good. The next moment, Jimmy's figure was engulfed in lightning. But then, a fist shrouded in lightning illuminated half the sky. Jimmy's entire body was wrapped in lightning, like the mythical god of thunder, soaring into the air. That fist was even more destructive, plowing a clear path through the endless swarm of tree men, crushing all who stood in its way. That single punch reduced thousands of ordinary tree men to charcoal, freeing the retreating wizards from any worries. A young wizard, witnessing this scene, was mesmerized. Is this a third-ring wizard? One day, I could become one. Don't be silly, hurry up. The veteran wizards weren't as clueless as the young ones. The scenes of a great wizard's attacks were far more spectacular. But there was no denying that Jimmy's punch had the grace of a great wizard. Nothing more. Jimmy boasted to the tree man, but his body flew towards the floating city. It was because this punch had almost exhausted all his magic and mental power. And he had only barely achieved this effect by relying on the tree man's thunder, and his own thunder rules. If he kept pretending, he would be surrounded by the tree man and become fertilizer, which would be a joke. On other battlefields, the third-ring wizards also displayed their prowess. While these tree men were powerful, to a third-ring wizard, they were still merely second-level creatures with stronger vitality. Even the flame tree men were merely ordinary third-level creatures. As long as they weren't surrounded, these tree men posed little threat to a third-ring wizard. Unless... Snap! A seemingly ordinary, even somewhat frail treeman lashed out with a whip at the third-ring wizard, who was covering his retreat. Then the third-ring wizard's energy barrier exploded with a snap, and the whip, still lingering, whipped the wizard away. Oh no! The World Tree's offspring has infiltrated these ordinary tree men. The third-ring wizard, who was whipped away, was startled. He hadn't expected these wooden creatures to resort to such a trick. The third-ring wizard immediately took out his crystal ball, ready to report the situation to headquarters. But before he could deliver the message, a white-purple bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, struck him head first. He tried his best, but could only barely hold it off. Command, command, I am the third-ring wizard Ichak. The offspring of the World Tree has infiltrated the Treants. All third-ring wizards must carefully distinguish. Snap! Hearing the sound of the magic barrier shattering from the crystal ball, the third-ring wizard, who received the message, silently switched the crystal ball to the next communication. Third-ring wizards were accustomed to life and death. The uncertainty of a wizard's life or death was not enough to shake their hardened hearts. Attention all third ring wizards. Attention all third ring wizards. Attention. The offspring of the World Tree has infiltrated the ordinary trance. Please carefully distinguish. I repeat, the offspring of the World Tree has infiltrated the ordinary trance. Please carefully distinguish. Next to the map at the command center, Acting Commander Elko used a magical aura to modify it. The once perfectly round defense line was now full of gaps. The black areas representing the insect swarm had been changed to the green areas representing the trance. Now, the green tide was rapidly approaching the floating city. Chapter 401. The World Tree spawn is mingling among ordinary tree people? Listening to the news from the crystal ball, Stio scratched his head and casually reduced the size of the metal storm around him. As one of the first wizards to encounter the World Tree spawn, he was deeply impressed by it. If such a monster were to get close to him, even he would suffer greatly. But even with the metal storm's range reduced, the pitch-black storm continued to decimate the tree people with extreme efficiency. It wasn't just the storm that could bring down trees. Chainsaws could do the same. The high-speed metal particles, like a gaping maw, crushed the tree people to pieces. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a white-purple lightning bolt as thick as a bucket pierced through the layers of tree people and struck the metal storm. The rapidly spinning metal storm was stunned by the blow, nearly shattering into tiny particles. Wow, that's quite powerful. Stio's somewhat relaxed expression suddenly straightened, and the sledgehammer staff in his hand suddenly flashed with subtle lightning. He exerted his mental power to the utmost, attempting to search among the numerous tree men for the trace of the World Tree's offspring. He also pulled a potion from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it up and swallowing it. As the potion took effect, Stio's body began to turn slightly red. Under the potion's influence, every cell in his body burst with power. While this power might seem insignificant individually, when multiplied by 60 trillion, it would be enough to shake the world. Suddenly, Stio looked in one direction. In that direction, a World Tree's offspring, hidden among the ordinary tree men, was secretly gathering strength. Stio grinned, revealing a gleaming fang. I've got you. With a single swing of his sledgehammer staff, the swirling metal storm around him shattered the obstacles between him and the World Tree's offspring at astonishing speed. The next moment, a thunder-wrapped hammer appeared before the World Tree's offspring, its mighty power unleashing a powerful force. Bang! The World Tree's offspring was shattered in half, its horrific force leaving the cut smooth as a mirror. With one successful strike, a streak of white-purple lightning erupted from the sledgehammer staff, cleaving the lower half of the World Tree's offspring into charcoal. As for the upper half, before he could even begin to move, a burst of blue flames reduced it to ash. Stio, long time no see, a dark blue fire figure greeted. Stio plunged the hammer into the ground and panted, replying, "It's been a while, Robbie. But I have to say, I could have taken care of that thing without you." Robbie smiled, "I know, but I think it's best if you save your energy." While the potion's effects were astonishing, its side effects were equally alarming. This potion was called the one-strike potion, meaning it only lasted a single blow. Once that devastating blow was delivered, the user would be weakened. Robbie walked over to Stio and, waving his staff, summoned a sea of fire, incinerating any approaching tree men. "I've seen the guy Liungnian, but I haven't heard from Richard yet. It seems he's traveled quite a distance." Stio replied weakly, "He was the first to find the World Tree's offspring. I think he has a method for finding them, so it's not surprising that he's traveled quite a distance." But despite saying so, both knew in their hearts that it was just an excuse. No matter how far Richard had gone, he should have returned by now. Over the past 2 months, wizards had dispatched the White Wizard Corps several times to escort returning third-ring Black Wizards. But Richard was nowhere to be found among these wizards. Alas, what a pity. After a moment's silence, Robbie spoke with a hint of regret. "He's quite powerful, and his familiar is even more formidable. I had been planning to borrow his familiar to study it after the war was over." "Don't jump to conclusions. Richard isn't as simple as you think." Stio stood up straight and, with a wave of his sledgehammer staff, summoned Metal Storm again. Wizards who have evolved their physical constitution are far more adaptable to various abnormal conditions than ordinary wizards. The weakening period of a single potion would leave an ordinary third-ring wizard weakened for at least an hour. Some wizards whose physical constitution is merely adequate could even suffer a permanent decline in their physical strength. But for Stio, the weakening period lasted only a dozen seconds. Let's return to the second line of defense first. If we encounter the World Tree's offspring, even we... Stio hadn't finished his words when he felt a sense of impending pressure, a sense of suffocation. The tree men around him suddenly stopped, Their branches pointed at the two third-ring wizards. What is that? Style looked at the tree men with a tense expression. He could sense that behind the layers of tree men, a terrifying creature was gazing at them. Lord of the world. Robbie's flame suddenly wavered, and subtle magical fluctuations continued to emanate from the staff in his hand. No, not Lord of the world. As a wizard with physical evolution, Style's senses were far superior to those of Robbie, who had transformed his body into an element. While the owner of this oppressive feeling was powerful, he was definitely not the Lord of the world. Boom! 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 A dull sound like drumbeats pierced their ears, and the treemen around them suddenly moved simultaneously. White-purple lightning spread from one treeman to another, as if all the treemen had connected into a single entity. Oh no! Gestalt connection. Style's face suddenly changed. He turned and flew towards the floating city, so fast that he was almost a phantom. While Robbie didn't know what a Gestalt connection was, seeing Style's panic, he figured it was no good, so he decided to follow him. But that moment of hesitation led him into serious trouble. Countless roots emerged from the ground, instantly blocking his path. Robbie waved his staff, and a surge of power instantly transformed the blue flames on his body from orchid to deep blue. After the transformation, the vines blocking his path were reduced to ash before they even touched the flames. But before Robbie could rejoice, a sudden explosion erupted from behind him. Boom! A bolt of lightning, like a mighty river, instantly engulfed Robbie's figure. Flying ahead, Style glanced back fearfully. He saw a charred road stretching thousands of meters across the ground, hardened by the wizard's enchantment. At the edge of the road, boiling lava was even cooling. Damn it! Style was shocked and furious. As a third-ring wizard, he had almost forgotten the last time he had been so embarrassed. He took out his crystal ball and connected it to headquarters. Command, I'm the third-ring wizard Style. I've discovered a secondary Gestalt connection within the World Tree's offspring. All third-ring wizards, please retreat immediately. With that, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from his body again, shooting like a bullet towards the floating city. A deep silence fell in the command room. Gestalt connection, Jimmy said weakly. He wondered if he had provoked some cursed wizard before this expedition. Why were the war news getting worse and worse? First, the floating city fell, the power reactor was damaged, then the defenses were breached, and now there was a Gestalt connection. And his only trump card now was the item the Dean had given him, whose whereabouts were now unknown. Haha, what a treasure trove of trump cards. Organize the White Wizard Legion, said Legion Commander Adams. We can't stop the Gestalt with just a fortress. A Gestalt connection occurs when a group of creatures, through some kind of connection, becomes a single giant entity. This connection is divided into 3 levels. The first level is simply a mind fusion, where the personalities of the group merge into a single entity. The entire group's suborganisms work together, as closely as a person's left and right hands. The second level is a dual fusion of mind and energy. At this stage, the Gestalt creatures are not only mind-fused, but all their individual energies are also shared. At this stage, the Gestalt connection is already a formidable creature comparable to the White Wizard Legion. Even a regular army of white wizards might not be able to defeat them. As for level 3, this level is beyond the reach of mortals like them. Level 3 Gestalt creatures require the intervention of a great wizard or a saturation attack from the floating city to defeat them. Organization. Jimmy hadn't finished his words when he heard another crystal ball light up. As soon as the call was connected, a terrified voice shouted, Level 2 Gestalt. No! A Level 2 Gestalt cluster. All the World Tree sub-bodies are about to become Gestalts. Followed by a loud explosion, the crystal ball suddenly dimmed. The command room fell silent again. Everyone, prepare for a decisive battle. After a moment's silence, Jimmy slowly spoke. A secondary Gestalt cluster. Adam suddenly laughed. I never thought I'd die at the hands of something like this. The astral plane is so vast, the possibilities are truly endless. Haha, yes, a secondary Gestalt cluster, such things are rare. Alas, what a pity for my magical armor. If I'd known I was going to die, I would have left it to my students. The third-ring wizards looked relieved. Having spent years on the battlefield, they had long since accepted death on the battlefield. No, you won't die, Jimmy interrupted calmly. If I die, the Dean will forcibly open the boundary between the inner and outer worlds. Then, while this world might be lost, you all might still survive. As he spoke, Jimmy pulled 2 brass knuckles from his pocket and put them on his hands. Alas, dying on the battlefield is a worthy death. The second line of defense, The White Wizard, who had just finished assembling his alchemical weapon, was suddenly summoned from the fortress by the Legion commander. This unusual phenomenon frightened some veteran wizards. Something was about to happen. The White Wizards had assembled in a battle formation of 10,000. Since there had been few battles before, and casualties in the fortress battles were minimal, the White Wizard Legion still numbered 650,000. But scattered across the battlefield, even 65 seemed a bit thin. For they faced an endless green tide. Boom! 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 The dull sound of footsteps carried through the air, constantly penetrating the wizard's ears. It sounded like the drums of an ancient battlefield, each beat a battle cry and wailing of countless lives. Soon, the tree people were approaching. The White Wizard commander issued a command through the mental network. Everyone, prepare, head forward, distance 35, spell type, wind blade, 3 rounds. 1, 2, 3. In the next instant, invisible wind blades, like mountains filling the sea, flew towards the tree people. Vast amounts of air elemental energy gathered, forming a massive storm in the sky with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Under the immense suction of the storm, the dead branches, fallen leaves, rubble, and bricks on the ground were all swept up. And anything that entered the storm, no matter how powerful, could pierce through gold and shatter stone. But the tree people paid no attention to the massive storm. Their branches intertwined, their vines intertwined, their roots connected. Though the storm was mighty, it couldn't shake them in the slightest. The White Wizard commander's heart sank upon seeing this scene, and he made a decisive move, Wind Blade, unleashed to the fullest. The tree people had already evolved the ability to absorb fire elements, leaving the White Wizard Legion with only wind spells to unleash elemental storms. If this storm couldn't shake the tree men, then the White Wizard Legion would be helpless. Whoosh whoosh. Thousands of wind blades entered the storm, like birds returning to their nests, rapidly expanding it to dozens of kilometers in size. This time, the tree men finally stopped. It worked. The White Wizard commander was delighted, but then his expression suddenly changed. For a thick energy barrier had appeared above the tree men. Before this barrier, the storm, powerful enough to cut through metal and jade, seemed like a wooden knife. It took all his might to break through the energy barrier. But what good would it do? The remaining storm could only rustle the tree men's branches and leaves, unable to even cut them apart. It's over. The commander's face paled as he watched. And like him, there were 650,000 white wizards. Gestalt group. Ah, what a perfect army. Jimmy watched Lin Hai approach the floating city, a hint of relief on his face. Death at the hands of such an enemy wouldn't be such a shame. Jimmy's body suddenly expanded to 5 meters, magical patterns appearing on its surface. He pulled a bundle of one-hit potions from his pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. Everyone, is anyone recording this? Jimmy suddenly turned around and asked the people behind him with a smile. I can use this punch as promotional material when I get home. Yes, Elko said calmly, holding the crystal ball. This is the Tesla Chamber of Commerce's finest crystal ball. I guarantee it can even record your hair clearly. Jimmy cursed with a laugh, screw you. My hair, a bald man. With that, the entire sky's magical energy converged on Jimmy, and streams of magical aura continuously penetrated his body. Watch out, this punch will be very. Before Jimmy could finish his words, he saw a faint blue light suddenly illuminate behind the forest. Then, a large area of the forest was engulfed by the blue light. A voice familiar to Jimmy echoed through the air. Master Jimmy, I've brought you the things the Dean asked me to bring you. Chapter 402. Hearing this familiar voice, Jimmy was at a loss for words. He'd taken the medicine, spoken his last words, and suddenly, he wasn't going to die. Jimmy lowered his stance, and the magic power that had surged into his body dissipated like the tide, his body shrinking back to its normal form. Everyone, it seems we still have some luck. Jimmy's voice was weak. His cells were already exhausted. Even if he hadn't delivered that attack, it would only have slowed his weakening. The Dean's gift has finally arrived. Everyone at the command center was instantly delighted upon hearing this, and a hint of relief crossed their faces. Although they were prepared to die in battle, who would want to die when they could live? But this thing's a little hard to get. Adam said worriedly, watching the distant light shift from dark blue to crimson. We need to fight our way through these tree people. A ruthless look flashed across Jimmy's face, and he said in a rather menacing tone, use the spell support vehicles for a saturation attack, with the White Wizard Legion supporting them. No matter how fast these tree people absorb fire elements, they can't outstrip the speed at which the spell support vehicles can cast spells. Adams nodded slightly. Okay, I make arrangements. After saying that, he glanced at the red lights in the distance. He had a feeling that they looked familiar. Behind the tree people, Richard, standing on the back of a giant plankton matrix, breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, a massive number of floating cannons were flying out of the compartment behind the giant plankton matrix. Coupled with spider-like armed puppets, they were rapidly reaping the tree people's lives. Although the treemen's personalities were fused and their energies connected, they remained distinct individuals. But against the spider-like armed puppets, which had been able to kill wizards on sight, these treemen seemed somewhat vulnerable. Though their combined shields were thick, they were still somewhat weak against the swarms of floaters and the spider-like puppets' demon-destroying limbs. The combined fire of tens of thousands of floaters was no less powerful than an elemental storm. And when these concentrated fire was concentrated at a specific point, it could breach even the energy barriers of a great wizard. Gah! If we had arrived a little later, that kid named Jimmy would have perished along with these logs. Ulises stood at Richard's shoulder, his eyes gleaming as he scanned the surroundings. These days, they traveled almost day and night. Even during meditation, Richard let Ulises hold him fast. It had taken Richard only a day to reach the poison swamp from the ancient battlefield, but a full month to get from the poison swamp to here. Besides the long journey, the ancient battlefield and the floating city were on opposite sides of the world, and the insect swarms encountered along the way were also a problem. 3 months was far from enough for all the World Tree offspring to reach the floating city. But fortunately, after overcoming the insect swarm, the rest of the journey was unimpeded. All biological weapons within 1,000 kilometers of the floating city were summoned by the World Tree offspring to serve as cannon fodder. Otherwise, his time would have been exponentially increased. Richard said briskly, "The timing is perfect. Have you spotted those World Tree offspring? Not bad. They're not difficult to find." As he spoke, Ulises suddenly shone with a majestic holy light, and a soul link connected with Richard, allowing Richard to share Ulises' vision. In Ulises' field of vision, the World Tree offspring glowed faintly. Among the ordinary tree people, they were like stars in the dark night. There are so many. It seems the other wizards are a little slow in clearing out the World Tree offspring. Ulises could see that there were at least 100 World Tree offspring nearby. And that was after the wizards had already cleared out the nearby World Tree offspring. "Can we handle it?" Ulises asked. "If not, we must break out quickly." At this moment, some of the tree people, having reacted, had already turned around and were heading towards Richard. And from beneath the giant plankton matrix, a number of enormous vines emerged. It looked as if they were about to envelop the giant plankton matrix. It's impossible to completely eliminate them all. Even if we used all the floaters and puppets, we could only eliminate a portion. Richard released the link, his tone still relaxed. The real hero lies in the dean's stuff. Richard gestured behind him, and the white bear the dean had assigned him to escort came to his side. "Roar!" Richard pointed ahead and commanded, "Charge forward. Don't stop until I say so." With that, before Richard could react, the white bear, like a flash of white lightning, rushed to the front of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The white bear roared, and the earth and rocks on the ground, like flowing water, climbed up his body, transforming into a suit of black stone armor. Then, the white bear took a stance, and the magic energy of the surrounding environment instantly surged towards him. Richard saw clearly that this move was the same one Jimmy had used when he demonstrated the power of his physical evolution. The next moment, the white bear slammed its palm forward, a dazzling flash of light like a steamroller, carving a path through the forest. The dozens of tree men blocking the path were all crushed by this single blow. "So powerful," Richard exclaimed. "This bear could probably defeat 3 of me." "3?" Ulises continued. "I don't think you have a chance of escaping without 5. Richard's face froze, and he said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "You're looking down on me. I'm not weak." Ulises' eyes gleamed, and he stared intently at the white bear. "You're certainly strong, but this bear is stronger than you think. The power it displays is only a fraction of its strength. It still holds immense power within it, untapped." Ulises even shuddered as he spoke. As the white bear began to stir, he could sense a faint aura of death. So strong? No wonder the dean said that with him, the war in the outer world is almost certain to be won. Richard was slightly startled, then established a mental connection with the spider puppets beside him, and the giant floating matrix beneath him. "Don't linger, charge with all your might." The command was issued, and all the spider-armed puppets and all the floating cannons paused for a moment. Command confirmed, charge with all your might. The next moment, the puppet formation, which had been somewhat scattered, suddenly became a leading force. The massive number of floating cannons, coupled with the spider-armed puppets, whose combat power rivaled that of a third-ring wizard, meant that even the treeman, having completed a second-level Gestalt connection, was no match for this charge. Not to mention, the puppets were trailed by a massive floating matrix. While the giant plankton matrix wasn't designed to charge into battle, its combat power was far from weak. The treemen blocking its path were no more than a matter of seconds. Not to mention its defensive cannons. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning as thick as a giant tree barreled straight for Richard behind the plankton matrix. Boom! From beneath the giant plankton matrix, gigantic vine tentacles emerged from the ground, binding it firmly in place. But Richard remained unfazed. I said, "There's no thunder here." Elisa's deep voice echoed with holy light, and the massive bolt of lightning suddenly dissipated in the air at these seemingly innocuous words. Divine word was unpredictable. Richard glanced at the thundering world tree child and, with a wave of his arm, launched thousands of floating cannons towards it. The buoyant artillery group, despite the damage sustained, surrounded the world tree's offspring, trapping it within its grasp with a hysteresis field. In just 10 seconds, the buoyant artillery group fired tens of thousands of blasts, instantly reducing the world tree's offspring to ash. Richard withdrew his gaze, muttering to himself, "Even if we can't kill them all, we can definitely kill one or two." In the distance, everyone at the command center watched the scene in astonishment. Just gone. A white-robed wizard looked at the others in disbelief. Are those the Tesla Chamber of Commerce's new strategic weapons? No, a third-ring wizard, his body mostly mechanical, shook his head. Tesla Chamber of Commerce products don't have those things. Unless that person is an insider of the Tesla Chamber of Commerce, otherwise. That thing is a lost one weapon, a wizard interrupted. He pulled a crystal ball from his pocket, and within it was a similar floating cannon. He said with a hint of envy, during the pre-war meeting, this guy kept a low profile. I didn't expect he could actually control lost one weapons. Each lost one weapon was exceptional, and the one Richard was currently manipulating couldn't even be described as a single piece. Richard had acquired a fleet of lost one weapons. It seems Adams's spell support vehicles were deployed in vain, Jimmy said darkly, looking at the fleet of floating cannons. Richard can get through without us. As he spoke, the stone-armored white bear plowed a path to the floating city with a thud. Then, the pitch-black spider-like puppets rapidly widened the gap, preparing to shield the giant floating mother body from exiting. At this moment, Adams had finally completed deploying the spell support vehicles. At his command, a shower of fire fell precisely on either side of Richard, blasting the treemen to dust. Richard, taking advantage of the cover, quickly rushed out of the sea of treemen with the giant floating mother body. As soon as they entered, the White Wizard Legion immediately launched a blocking attack. Without losing any time, the massive fireballs once again triggered a fire elemental storm, briefly halting the treemen's advance. Master Jimmy, long time no see. Richard flew to Jimmy's side, carrying the white bear. I fulfilled your mission, Dean. Jimmy looked at the white bear, a relieved smile on his face. He turned to Richard and smiled. You've arrived just in time. If you had been any later, you wouldn't have seen me. Richard laughed heartily at this. Better arrive early than late. Now it's up to you, Master. Jimmy smiled, patted Richard's shoulder, and flew to the white bear's side. The next moment, Jimmy merged into the white bear's body. Richard, you must have been curious all along the way about the Dean's gift of this thing. The white bear uttered Jimmy's voice, giving Richard the illusion that the bear had become a spirit. Richard replied honestly, indeed, this white bear is powerful, but it's not enough to determine the outcome of a battle. This beast puppet alone certainly isn't enough. The white bear walked over to Richard, facing the sea of treemen in the distance. But this beast puppet is just a box. What's inside it is the real gift you want. What's inside it? Richard asked expectantly. The white bear took a stance, his arms retracted, ready to strike. What's inside it? The white bear released a palm strike. The Dean's 3 strikes. A fist-like beam of light, piercing the heavens and earth, flashed through the sea of treemen like a storm. After the storm, most of the sea of treemen vanished as if evaporated. Chapter 403. After the final blow, the white bear soared into the air, its gaze glaring disdainfully at the remaining treemen. All the wizards present were stunned. Those unaware simply marveled at the power of the blow. But those in the know, like Richard, marveled at the might of the world tree. If a single strike from the great wizard Garen could be so formidable, how much more powerful must the world tree be, having battled the great wizard Garen for years in the other world. Suddenly, Richard approached the white bear and quietly supported him. Take me back, don't let us get away. Jimmy's weak voice echoed in Richard's ears. Richard, expressionless, silently cast a wind spell, carrying the white bear back. Back in the command room, Richard placed the white bear on a chair and was about to call for the support wizards. But before he could leave the conference room, a wave of magical energy erupted from the white bear. Richard looked back and saw a frail, old figure, covered in blood, emerging from the white bear. Master Jimmy? Richard hurried over to support Jimmy, but Jimmy waved him off. It's just a minor problem, just overdrawn, Jimmy said lightly. Richard looked at the blood-stained figure before him, and couldn't help but compare it to the Jimmy of the past. Back then, Jimmy had a strong build, his skin smooth and radiant, the look of a muscular middle-aged man. But now, Jimmy was emaciated, his face and body covered in wrinkles and brown spots, the look of an old man nearing the end of his life. But you don't look like someone who's simply overdrawn, Richard said with some concern. Jimmy was not only the commander-in-chief of this war, he was also a capable lieutenant to the great wizard Garlon. If he died, and if the great wizard Garlon got upset and didn't manage his blows properly against the world tree, then all of these little wizards would be doomed. Haha, not so bad. Jimmy laughed, summoning a stream of water to wash the blood off his body. The Dean's power is difficult to control. My current state is the result of special training. Anyone else wouldn't be able to land this blow. Even if they did, it wouldn't be as effective as mine. Seeing that Jimmy was still willing to brag, Richard felt a little more at ease. That's good. Since you're okay, I go clean up those tree men. Although Jimmy had cleared out most of the sea of tree men with his beast puppets, the remaining area was still a formidable challenge. The White Wizard's reckless barrage of spells had already consumed most of their mental and magical energy. Without Richard's help, the White Wizard army might not have been able to completely clear the sea of tree men. There's no guarantee he'd be killed by the sea of tree men. Though Jimmy's attack was powerful, it was a bit too strong. None of the force dissipated. The tree men near the fist light weren't harmed at all. Don't worry, the White Wizard Corps under those tree men will handle it. Jimmy waved Richard to sit down. First, tell me about the Dean. Besides the beast puppet, didn't he ask you to bring me anything else? Richard stroked his chin, recalling the incident. No, the Dean just asked me to bring you a beast puppet. He said that with it, the war in the outer world would be virtually won. Jimmy nodded and asked, so how did you contact the Dean? Did you use the Lost One's magical armor? Indeed. But it's too big to bring back. Big? Jimmy was puzzled. Don't you have a secret realm? How big can it be to bring back? Richard recalled the size of the astral fortress, which was even larger than the floating city, and nodded seriously. Yeah, I can't bring it back. That? Okay. Jimmy was stunned by Richard's answer. How could a communicator be so large? But Jimmy didn't dwell on it any further. Since Richard couldn't bring it back, he could definitely go there. Richard, you played a vital role in this war. Without your timely arrival, most of these over 800,000 wizards would have perished. Breaking the inner and outer worlds is no easy task. If the inner and outer worlds were broken, the spatial structure of the Green Forest world would undergo drastic changes. The resulting spatial turbulence and elemental storms would surely kill countless wizards. Richard said modestly, You're too kind, Master. I'm just a postman. Jimmy shook his head slightly. No need to be modest. You deserve the lion's share of credit for this battle. After the battle, I petitioned the Dean to get you a silver star. The silver star is a valuable item. With it, your great wizard trial. Jimmy paused mid-sentence when he saw Richard pull a silver star from his pocket. A little embarrassed, he said, Well, I already have one of these. If I get a few more, can it be upgraded to a gold star? No. Jimmy replied, a bit stunned, but then he realized what was happening and exclaimed in shock, How did you get a silver star? I only have one, and it was given to me by the Dean. The silver star is a ticket to direct entry into the Grand Wizard selection process, and I wonder how many third-ring wizards have struggled mightily to obtain one. Even his own was awarded for his contributions in the planar expedition. Grand Wizard Garlon, in recognition of his achievements, deliberately used his connections in the council to get him approved. But Richard had only been a third-ring wizard for a few years. Richard scratched his head and said, A few years ago, I was lucky enough to encounter a third-ring mad wizard and I killed him. Hearing this, Jimmy was at a loss for words. Third-ring mad wizards are no weaklings. Those who reach the third ring are no pushovers. Even experienced wizards might be unlucky upon first encounter. The fact that Richard was able to kill one was more than just luck. Good luck. Heh, since you already have it, let's switch to something else. We see what you need after the battle, and then... Buzz, a buzzing sound suddenly interrupted Jimmy. He turned around and saw that the crystal ball he kept in the command room, used to communicate with Grand Wizard Garlon, suddenly lit up. Jimmy! Tell all wizards to return to the floating city and activate the final defense. This world tree is desperate. Grand Wizard Garland's stern voice startled the two of them. Without a word, Richard rushed out of the command room and went to gather his puppet army. Jimmy immediately pulled out his crystal ball. Attention all wizards! Attention all wizards! Everyone return to the floating city immediately. Everyone return to the floating city immediately. Outside the floating city, the White Wizard Legion was frantically encircling and killing the remaining tree men. As Richard had predicted, even with most of the tree men already decimated, the White Wizard Legion, with its mental and magical power severely depleted, was struggling to annihilate the remaining tree men. They even seemed to be facing a resurgence. After witnessing the attack from the Great Wizard Garen, the tree men seemed to have evolved again. Suddenly Jimmy's voice echoed from each wizard's crystal ball. But the order to return to the floating city left everyone somewhat bewildered. All wizards, return to the floating city? Adams frowned at the message from the crystal ball. If they didn't eliminate the remaining tree men immediately, they would have to wait for them to fight the world trees behind them. It wouldn't be long before they would face an even more formidable group of tree men. What should we do? Asked the deputy leader of the Hellfire Legion. Adams pocketed the crystal ball and sighed softly. What else can we do? The commander-in-chief has given the order. Everyone must retreat immediately. Alas, this battle has been truly frustrating. The other world. Countless pitch-black roots burst forth from the ground. Most of these roots were slender, each crowned by a black crystal. With their appearance, countless blazing white rays of light shot forth from the crystals, nearly illuminating the entire sky. And their destination was the Great Wizard Garland, who stood at the center of the sea of roots. Garland's body had shrunk, from its former towering form to the size of a mountain. He clutched the bone staff, a fusion of the bodies of several world masters, and gazed, frowning, toward the end of the world. There, a dark figure was continually destroying the barrier between the inner and outer worlds. Grand Wizard Garen swung his staff, and an invisible force emanated across half a world, shattering the world tree. But soon, the world tree revived, continuing to destroy the barrier between the inner and outer worlds. Grand Wizard Garen cursed helplessly, what a jerk. As a native creature of this world, the world tree's understanding of its laws and structure far surpassed that of an outsider like him. Coupled with the world tree's nearly boundless vitality, if it were determined to destroy the inner and outer worlds, not even Grand Wizard Garen could stop it. A shower of light descended upon Grand Wizard Garen, causing him a slight sting. Although the power of each of these rays wasn't enough to break Grand Wizard Garen's defenses, the thousands of beams striking a single point inevitably inflicted minor injuries on even a formidable figure like Grand Wizard Garen. This was the power of the group in warfare. Through the accumulation of numerous normal attacks, damage could be inflicted on a World Lord level target. Although this damage was insignificant, in the battle between the World Masters, it was enough to tip the scales of war. Soon, a violent spatial fluctuation reverberated simultaneously in the inner and outer worlds. The spatial turbulence and elemental storms caused by the shifting spatial structure almost instantly reduced the inner and outer worlds to utter devastation. Swathes of jungle were ripped apart by the spatial turbulence, and the elemental storms added a vast volcanic mountain range to the green forest world, along with a massive storm covering most of the world. Pounding rain instantly turned the storm's area into a swamp. The wizards, who had returned to the floating city, were horrified by the near-apocalyptic scene outside. Before the might of nature, these small wizards were nothing more than giant ants. Ulises stood on Richard's shoulder, his eyes blazing as he gazed at the eye of the storm in the distance. There, two terrifying, towering creatures slowly emerged. Richard watched carefully. A battle of this magnitude is rare. The two great men are about to engage in the final showdown. Chapter 404. In the eye of the storm, two colossal figures faced each other from afar. On one side, a pitch-black tree, connecting heaven and earth, its trunk as thick as a mountain and its canopy blotting out the sun. Its swaying branches absorbed the turbulent currents of space, transforming them into nutrients. On the other side, the figure of the Great Wizard Garland once again towered over the heavens, three heads sprouting from his torso. The left one was filled with rage, spewing black flames from its mouth. The right one was compassionate, tears of mercy dripping from its eyes. The center one, neither sad nor happy, had a calm expression and an indifferent gaze, like a deity descending to earth, overlooking all living things. The branches and leaves of the world tree swayed, and the sound, like a great bell, even drowned out the thunder. Wizard, I admit you're powerful. But you can't defeat me in this world. If you retreat now, I can pretend nothing happened. But if you insist on seeking death, then... The world tree wasn't finished when the great wizard Garlon interrupted. You old tree, you talk too much nonsense. When I make you into a staff, I definitely seal your mind. Otherwise, you bore me to death. With that, the three heads of the great wizard Garlon spoke simultaneously, sucking 1,000 miles of energy into a vacuum. Countless runes swirled in the bone staff in his hand. A close examination by an alchemist would reveal that the runes on the staff were mostly used for reinforcement. The rune arrays used for actual amplification were few and far between. The great wizard Garland's terrifying power was so overwhelming that even a staff crafted from the remains of a level 6 creature couldn't withstand it. Wizard, you will undoubtedly become my best nourishment. The world tree's voice was filled with anger, like 10,000 thunderclaps exploding in the sky. I will make your soul wail in my branches. Boom! A massive shockwave instantly created a vacuum within the storm. Grand Wizard Garlon, grasping his bone staff, slashed at the world tree. The terrifying force, combined with the raging wind, instantly shattered a small portion of its canopy. For Grand Wizard Garlon, the combat techniques of a mortal body were no longer effective. The techniques underlying the rules were hidden beneath the surface, invisible to the average person. Thus, each of his attacks was incredibly simple and direct. And the world tree responded with an equally simple method. 2 vine whips suddenly emerged from the world tree, shattering even space with their swings. Snap! The vine whips, powerful enough to rip apart space, left only a white mark on Grand Wizard Garland's body. In the distant floating city, Richard stared blankly at the 2 behemoths in the storm. At that moment, a vision suddenly dawned upon him. The surface of the world faded before his eyes, allowing him to glimpse the world behind the veil. Is this the world beneath the veil? Richard muttered to himself. As a third-ring wizard, Richard was already qualified to peek behind the veil. The battle between Grand Wizard Garlon and the world tree might appear crude, but in reality, each of their strikes involved the application of countless rules. The application of these rules lay hidden beneath the veil. Without the strength of a third-level creature, ordinary people would be completely unaware of the profound depths within. Before Richard's eyes, everything shed its outer form, revealing its essence beneath the veil. The rain was no longer rain, but a tangle of 4 elemental rules. The deep blue water element possessed the most rules, yet it achieved a delicate balance with the other 3. The air was no longer simply air, but a tangle of rules dominated by the air element. The rules underlying everything in this world were interconnected, like an abstract painting. It was immersive, yet dizzying. Deep within the storm, every action of the 2 behemoths involved countless rules. And in each of them, Richard saw an incredibly complex, multifaceted rule. These 2 rules stood in stark contrast to the surrounding rules, yet they were interconnected. Is this the body of rules? Richard muttered to himself. Over Richard's shoulder, Ulysses gazed at the stunned Richard and nodded with satisfaction. Finally, I've seen behind the veil. He turned to the side, and saw that the several third-ring wizards watching the battle with Richard were also stunned. The large-scale manipulation of rules by the great wizard Garen and the world tree had a tremendous impact on those beneath the veil. These undercurrents surged beneath the veil, making it easy for those with the privilege to peer behind it to detect changes and ultimately see beyond. Some naturally sensitive creatures, in such situations, can see beyond the veil without even reaching level 3. Come to think of it, this must be his first time seeing beyond the veil, Ulysses muttered, as if remembering something. Before this, he remembered Richard's rules, all obtained through the Miracle Forge. This was his first time truly glimpsing and witnessing the rules beyond the veil. Ah, what a lucky guy. Third-ring wizards often acquire rules by observing the rules behind the veil, obtaining fragments of them. Alternatively, they observe and study objects manifesting certain rules for a long time, gaining insight into their characteristics, and then using rituals to strip them of their rules. Or they absorb them into their bodies, forcibly acquiring those rules. Richard, relying on a miracle furnace, could obtain the rules without even needing to lift the veil. If the other level 3 creatures knew, they would surely gnash with envy. Ulysses cast his gaze back into the storm. Though he had seen many battles behind the veil, he had only witnessed a battle of this magnitude. He needed to learn from this. In the storm, 2 behemoths clashed like primal beasts. Each of their blows was powerful enough to shatter space. The vines and branches of the world tree twitched with each twitch, swirling spatial turbulence. But before the terrifying form of the great wizard Garlon, such feats left not even a scratch, only a white mark. Although Garland's bone staff was immensely powerful, each strike sending the world tree's branches trembling and with chips flying. But with the support of the world tree, such injuries could be healed in an instant. This seemed destined to be a protracted battle. Suddenly, the great wizard Garland's angry head cracked into a strange smile. The compassionate head shed a tear. The middle head said, neither sad nor happy, it's over. The next moment, the great wizard Garland thrust his staff into the ground, and a massive fissure suddenly appeared in the earth. And deep beneath the magma sea, a massive root ball, a tangled mass of countless roots, continuously absorbed nutrients from the magma. This was the core of the world tree that the great wizard Garland had been searching for. All the world trees they had seen before were tentacles of this root ball. World tree, why don't you surrender? The three heads of the great wizard Garland spoke in unison. If you surrender, I will make you my wand spirit. We will rise and fall together. But if you still persist, don't blame me for sealing your soul away, forevermore, from the light of day. Great wizard Garland's voice was as loud as thunder, shaking even the rain clouds in the sky apart. But the world tree did not panic. So what if you found me? With that, a milky white glow suddenly emanated from the world tree's core. The origin of the world. Great wizard Garland's expression was solemn. He hadn't expected the world tree to have taken such deep roots, nearly embracing the origin of the world as its own core. If it succeeded, even if he destroyed the world, he wouldn't be able to kill it. I have the origin of the world to protect me. If you can break it, come quickly. Looking at the world tree's core, the angry head laughed heartily, the compassionate head wept tears, and even the head in the middle sighed. You're so obsessed. What a waste of my wand. With that, the great wizard Garland clenched his fist, and the magical power of half the world surged towards him. The world tree, seeing this, naturally wouldn't let him continue. The world tree's branches and leaves swayed, and countless roots sprouted from the ground, intercepting 2/3 of the energy that was supposed to flow to the great wizard Garland. A skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Without energy, no matter how powerful the great wizard Garland was, he would not be able to penetrate the defenses of the world's origin. For an ordinary person, this trick would indeed work. But unfortunately, the world tree was facing one of the most wealthy wizards in the wizarding world. A spatial rift suddenly opened around the great wizard Garland. Dark magic essence flowed from it like a river. Wizard battles often involve a clash of wealth. And Grand Wizard Garland happened to be one of the wealthiest wizards. The next moment, countless demonic spirits suddenly shattered, transforming into energy and entering Grand Wizard Garland's body. A concentrated fist of light pierced the earth, reaching its core, instantly shattering the milky white light emanating from the world tree's core. The fist of light vanished, and the pitch-black giant tree on the ground suddenly became motionless. Without its core, the tree was truly just a tree. But soon, Grand Wizard Garland noticed something amiss. Oh! It's not dead yet. Grand Wizard Garland looked toward the edge of the world, where a small sapling suddenly trembled. Don't kill it, I'm with you. The world tree's panicked voice echoed in Grand Wizard Garland's ears. Grand Wizard Garland's body returned to normal, and he took a step forward, approaching the sapling. What? You're not being stubborn anymore? Grand Wizard Garland asked, a smile on his face, gripping the trunk of the sapling with one hand. No more stubbornness, no more stubbornness, the sapling's branches trembled. He had never dreamed that this being, so similar to himself, could actually break through the defenses of the world origin. The world origin of each world is the most important of all. Its defenses are so formidable that even a great being can only destabilize the defenses of a microcosm. And the Green Forest world is a small world. Logically, Grand Wizard Garland couldn't possibly break through its defenses. Unless... The world tree suddenly trembled. You could have become the master of the Star Realm a long time ago? Oh, I actually saw that, Grand Wizard Garland said, somewhat surprised. But your statement is a little wrong. It's not that I could have become the master a long time ago, but that I already possess the qualifications to become one. But to truly become a master, I still have a small step to go. With this, Grand Wizard Garland uprooted the world tree. Little sapling, you won't lose out by being my staff. What's so fun about being a world tree? Even if you become the master of the cosmic realm, you'd be trapped in this one world. Isn't that just building a cage for yourself? Follow me, and your future life will be absolutely rich and colorful. Chapter 405. The end of the war caught many wizards off guard. No one had expected that a war that was supposed to last a long time would end in less than 10 years. Of the 1 million wizards who participated in the expedition, the white wizards lost 70,000, while the dark wizards lost nearly 50,000. The brutality of the underground battlefield far exceeded that of the surface battlefield. But compared to a normal expedition, this loss was still relatively small. For most wizards, this was something to be thankful for. Not many wizards were willing to risk their lives fighting those tree people. Post-war work quickly began to proceed in an orderly manner under the arrangements of Grand Wizard Garlon. The first issue was the planning of the settlement. The area of the existing wizard settlement would remain unchanged, but the remaining wilderness would not need to be further developed. The White Wizard Corps' mission before the portal opened was to repair and maintain the wizard settlement. Grand Wizard Garlon graciously agreed to some wizards' requests to explore the savage lands, but only on the condition that no major disruptions occurred. Secondly, there was the issue of repairing the floating city. Grand Wizard Garlon had no good ideas for repairing the damage. He also lacked the blueprints for the floating city's power reactor. To fully repair the floating city, he would have to wait for the portal to open and for the Tower of Truth's maintenance personnel to return. However, before that, the floating city's minor ailments still needed to be repaired by the wizards on the expedition. These tasks would be assigned as missions, and wizards who accepted them would receive varying amounts of compensation. Finally, there was the issue of rewarding merit. In the final battle, although the White Wizard Legion suffered numerous setbacks, their role remained unquestionable. The Hellfire Legion nominated several wizards for their outstanding contributions to the war. Although they weren't able to save the overall situation, they played a crucial role in some local battles. Grandmaster Garlon commended them and awarded them generous rewards. Then it was Richard's turn. Wow, you truly discovered something remarkable. Grandmaster Garlon gazed at the nearby astral fortress and couldn't help but sigh. If the floating city is the culmination of alchemical machinery, then this astral fortress before us can practically be called a miracle. If those old alchemical machine geeks saw this thing, they'd probably die of envy. Haha, I think so too, Richard laughed. When I first saw it, my first thought was to move it into the secret realm. Then why didn't you? Grandmaster Garlon remarked with amusement. Richard threw up his hands helplessly. This thing is so huge, how can I move it? That's true, Grand Wizard Garlon said with a sudden realization. Having been a Grand Wizard for so long, he had become accustomed to judging things by Grand Wizard standards. For a Grand Wizard, this astral fortress before him would be at most a minor nuisance. But for a third-ring wizard like Richard, moving it would be no easier than moving a mountain. Alright, Grand Wizard Garlon patted Richard's shoulder cheerfully. You've made the greatest contribution in this war. I make you a promise. You can use any research I find on this thing. You can teach it to students, but you can't sell it. Richard nodded repeatedly. Of course. The two entered the floating city. Grand Wizard Garlon gazed at the aurora of radiation within the rift, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He took a step forward, and the next moment, the two of them appeared above the power reactor. Gazing at the fuel ring below, Grand Wizard Garland's eyes lit up. This thing is quite good. I never thought the Lost Ones could apply the rules to this extent. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Richard, seeing his interest, opportunely added, Dean, what else could this thing possibly be like? Isn't this just a power reactor powered by energy radiation? Grand Wizard Garland smiled and said, You're also a third-ring wizard. You need to look beyond appearances. I'm not an alchemist, so I have no opinion on the structure of this power reactor. But as a Grand Wizard, the fuel used in this power reactor is quite impressive. You see the radiation emanating from the fuel ring, but you don't see the underlying energy behind it. As he spoke, Grand Wizard Garlon casually picked up a piece of black stone that had fallen from the fuel ring. This material might exist within the astral realm, but I'm certain that the piece we see was artificially synthesized by the Lost Ones. They imprinted a complete fundamental law upon the material, using it to power the power reactor. Hearing this, even though Richard already knew the secret of the fuel ring, he still managed a look of surprise. A complete fundamental law? Could the Lost One's power be so formidable? The so-called fundamental law is a type of extremely simple and pure law discovered by wizards. Specifically, no matter how it is broken down, the effect of the fragments compared to the complete law is only different in strength. Just like the fundamental rules of the fire element, no matter how you shatter them, their effect remains to control the fire element. Non-foundation rules, however, will have different effects as they shatter. For example, if the flame of destruction were transformed into a rule, its fragments could potentially control fire, control shadows, absorb energy, and so on. These fundamental rules are the foundation of the body of rules. Every body of rules is an extension of a single fundamental rule. Great Wizard Garlon said with a slight sigh, yes, they were that powerful. But alas, they still vanished. Not even their names remain, only the title of Supreme. He shook his head slightly, sighed, and returned to the floating city with Richard. Outside the floating city, Jimmy, who had recovered considerably, was directing the wizards to build the arena. This world's resources are extremely scarce. It seems the Forerunners had already mined most of them before they established it as a fortress world. Although the world itself has regenerated some resources over the years, these resources are still more than enough. The wizard commissions, the damage to the floating city, and the massive amount of magic essence used by the great wizard Garlon in his final attack meant that this plane expedition was a huge loss. After all, the world tree couldn't be sold for magic essence. So, Jimmy set his sights on the various biological weapons that existed in this world. These biological weapons were quite powerful, and would be a good choice for training the wizards within the academy by using them in arenas. According to Jimmy's plan, he intended to build 10 arenas in the existing wizard-controlled areas, stocked with biological weapons and magical beasts of varying difficulty levels. He intended to make this world a training ground for the Garlon Wizard Academy. Jimmy. A voice behind him startled Jimmy. He turned and saw Richard and Grand Wizard Garlon standing behind him. "Dean, how did you get back so soon?" Jimmy asked, puzzled. "Didn't Richard take you to see the lost ruins?" "We've already finished," Grand Wizard Garlon said with a smile. He walked over to Jimmy and squeezed his arm. "You're recovering well. When the portal opens, you better go to the hot spring world and soak in the fountain of life. It'll help you recover." With that, Grand Wizard Garlon suddenly vanished. Jimmy turned to look at Richard. "Richard, you're back just in time. I wanted to discuss a deal with you regarding your puppet army." Command Tower, Jimmy's office. Jimmy sat behind his desk and said affably, "On behalf of the Academy, I'd like to purchase the giant floater mothership you possess, along with those spider crystal puppets." Richard, sitting at his desk, wore a composed expression. He had long been prepared for Jimmy's request. After all, such a large collection of Forerunner weapons in the hands of a single wizard would be both conspicuous and wasteful. After the siege, Richard still had 821 spider-armed puppets, over 35,000 floaters, and the mothership intact. These weapons alone were powerful enough to rival 10 white wizard regiments of 10,000. Even if, according to the rules of the planar war, Richard had to surrender a third of these items, the remaining weapons would still be priceless. "So, Master, what's your offer?" Richard sat up straight, a slight business smile on his face. Since this was a deal, relationships and feelings had to be put aside. Profit came first. "Honestly, I don't know what to offer." Jimmy rubbed his head, a little troubled. "The value of your weapons is too high. I don't know what to offer right now." Jimmy knew that Richard had no shortage of magic essence, which meant he had no shortage of resources. So he had to trade with Richard for something that magic essence couldn't buy: knowledge, promises, favors, or even treasures not available on the market. But the value of these things was difficult to measure, and the perception of the value of an item could vary greatly. "So, I was going to ask you, is there anything you can't accomplish on your own?" With the support of the great wizard Garlon, Jimmy had access to formidable resources. Many things that ordinary wizards couldn't accomplish were no problem for him. Richard pondered for a moment before speaking of which, "I actually have one. I have a very good alchemical material, and I plan to make it into a staff. However, I lack the necessary materials and the skills, so it's been put aside for years. I wonder if you, Master, can invite a great wizard from the alchemical school. If so, the rest will be easy." For Richard, the greatest value of these Forerunner weapons lies in their blueprints. He has already refined the blueprints for the spider-shaped armed golems and the crystal floaters. He can also refine the remaining giant floaters once he returns to the wizarding world and makes some preparations. So, if these things can be sold for a good price, it would be great. As a dark wizard, he couldn't possibly leave the floaters behind to destroy them. Leaving behind a few spider-shaped armed golems would be enough. A great wizard of the alchemical school? Jimmy was slightly surprised, then smiled. "Despite your youth, you possess quite a few valuable resources. Tell me what material is missing from your staff." Richard smiled and said, "The light of balance?" "Lots of it." The staff project Richard was referring to was the hand of balance he had envisioned. Chapter 406. Balance of Light. After hearing Richard's missing information, Jimmy fell silent. He pulled a magic book from his pocket and wrote the name of Balance of Light on it with a quill. Soon Jimmy looked up and said, "How many lights of balance do you need?" Richard estimated in his mind, "I'm not sure, but I estimate around 1,000. 1,000. Jimmy frowned slightly. "That's too many. All your puppets combined wouldn't even be worth 1,000 lights of balance. This thing is a specialty of the Libra dimension, and the source of power for the Libra Lord. 1,000 lights of balance are almost as valuable as a lesser Libra Lord." Besides, you need more than just the light of balance. You also want the opportunity to have the great wizard refine a staff. Change the terms, or change the plan. Change the terms. Richard pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Besides this, I don't have any other plans for now. But if I were to change my plan, honestly, this is excellent material. If it turns out to be mediocre, I probably regret it for 10,000 years. That's a difficult situation. Jimmy rubbed his head in annoyance. When he was doing business, he hated running into people like Richard who had plenty of money. If Richard weren't a faculty member at the academy, he could still use some behind-the-scenes tactics to seal the deal. But Richard was one of us. When negotiating a deal with one of us, one naturally couldn't resort to underhanded tactics. It was a matter of principle. If he violated this principle, even if Great Wizard Garen valued him, he would be expelled from the academy. How about this? I rent this thing to the academy? Richard suddenly said. That way, the academy would only have to pay the magic essence. Jimmy was stunned at this, then exclaimed in delight, that's a solution. If buying it isn't possible, renting it is also an option. After all, the academy needs its combat power. Speaking of research, the alchemists at the Garlon Wizard Academy are all flesh and blood wizards. Researching this thing is a sheer waste of talent. Seeing Jimmy's affirmation, Richard smiled and said, let's discuss the specific lease agreement back in the wizarding world. Okay, Jimmy agreed. Richard clapped his hands. Then it's settled. It's a good opportunity. I also have something to trade with the academy. Oh, what is it? Jimmy asked curiously. Besides these Lost One puppets, he didn't think Richard had anything else worth trading with the academy. Richard took out a projection crystal ball and placed it on the table. With a flash of inspiration from his fingertips, the crystal ball projected a three-dimensional image. The image contained several bright spots, which, when combined, resembled a simple rune. Jimmy stared at the image, somewhat bewildered. What is this? A rune? A magic circle? Richard shook his head. Master, if you don't understand, let the Dean take a look. Wow, this thing is so powerful? Only the Dean can understand it. Jimmy's interest was piqued. Think about it carefully. The Dean may be easygoing, but he's not someone you can summon and dismiss at will. If you try to be mysterious, you probably suffer greatly. Richard smiled mysteriously and sat down in his chair, his words brimming with confidence. Master, just call me that. Jimmy didn't waste any time, immediately pulling out the crystal ball used to communicate with the great wizard Garlon. Dean, are you free now? Richard has something interesting here that I'm a little confused about. I appreciate your help. Take a look? Great Wizard Garlon asked, a hint of confusion. The next moment, he appeared in the room. What kind of interesting thing is this? Even an alchemy encyclopedia can't explain it. Great Wizard Garlon paused, his gaze shifting from Jimmy to the crystal ball's projection. Good boy, this war was truly worth your while. Jimmy couldn't discern the meaning of these light dots. Besides the object's extreme incompleteness, the main reason was his limited perspective. He still viewed things from a mortal's perspective. If his vision were broader, he would have recognized that the light dots in the projection weren't runes at all. These points of light clearly represented worlds. This projection was the incomplete star map Richard had obtained. Grand Wizard Garlon looked at Richard. Is that all? Or? Richard stood up, bowed slightly, and said, this is half. Okay, I take it, Grand Wizard Garlon said. When you become a Grand Wizard, I give you an unexplored miniature world. How much? Richard asked, his voice trembling. He felt he must have misheard. Otherwise, how could he have heard Grand Wizard Garlon offer him a miniature world in exchange? A miniature world, Grand Wizard Garlon said calmly. If there's a medium-sized world here, I give you a small one. Jimmy, standing nearby, finally realized what was happening. He pointed at the projection on the table and said in disbelief, this is a star map. You found it. Grand Wizard Garen glanced at him and said with some disapproval, Jimmy, do you want everyone in the floating city to know? Jimmy immediately shut up, but his wide eyes still showed Richard his shock. The star map is incredibly valuable. Richard took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Dean, you're so generous. Grand Wizard Garen raised an eyebrow. That should be a compliment. Richard's face froze, and he immediately replied, a compliment. Of course it is. That's good, Grand Wizard Garen smiled. This item's value is a bit too high for a Grand Wizard. I feel like giving it away for a whole world would be a bit stingy. After that, he said proudly, do you have any other requests? Just let me know. I grant them all if I can. Richard's eyes lit up at that, and he immediately said, Dean, can you give me a gold star medal? The Gold Star Medal is the highest-ranking medal of honor in the wizarding world. Wizards who possess this medal are eligible for promotion to Grand Wizard without having to participate in the Grand Wizard trial. I really can't get this, Grand Wizard Garlon said somewhat awkwardly. While this medal nominally grants exemption from the trial, it's actually given to Grand Wizards. Even I can't get it for you. Try another one. Richard felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that even Grand Wizard Garlon couldn't obtain the Gold Star Medal. If the Gold Star Medal doesn't work, then I'd like to ask you to make me a staff. As he spoke, Richard pulled a metal box from his pocket. Inside the box was the arm of the World Lord, which he had retrieved from the Grand Wizard's vault in the Black Tower. Huh, you got quite a few goodies, kid. Grand Wizard Garlon opened the box and pulled out the arm. After examining it, he was somewhat surprised. Although it's just the arm of a level 4 creature, the principles within it are quite good, and it has great potential for development. What do you plan to do? If you don't have a plan, then I design one for you. I have a plan. Richard quickly told Grand Wizard Garlon about his idea for the Hand of Balance. Grand Wizard Garlon smiled. That's a good idea. Using the Light of Balance to amplify the 4 elements. I agree to your request. After the war is over, I ask an old friend to help you make a staff. I take care of the Light of Balance and the Universal Crystal. Anything else you need besides this? Richard thought for a long time, realizing he didn't seem to need anything. If not, then I go back. You can merge the 2-star maps and give them to Jimmy. With that, Grand Wizard Garlon was about to leave. Suddenly, Richard had a sudden thought and frantically called out, Dean, do you have a way to bring items back from other dimensions? From other dimensions? Great Wizard Garlon paused. That's easy for me. But if you want to bring items from other dimensions yourself, it's a bit more troublesome. I remember there's a ritual in my warehouse that can bring items back from other dimensions, but it's a bit expensive each time. Richard bowed and said, just being able to bring them back is enough. Okay, I go back and look for it. With that, Grand Wizard Garlon vanished. Jimmy walked over to Richard and said with envy, Richard, you've struck it rich this time. An unexplored world, that's a fortune. Richard shook his head slightly and smiled, not at all. The Dean promised to give it to me after I became a Grand Wizard. The Grand Wizard trial is so dangerous, no one can guarantee a 100% chance of passing it. Jimmy waved his hand. Well, that's just talk. Once you've finished that staff, passing the Grand Wizard trial is, if not guaranteed, then at least a near certainty. In a few thousand years, I'd probably be calling you Master Richard. Haha, Master, don't be kidding me. It's impossible that soon. After finishing the star map, Richard handed it to Jimmy. Jimmy took it and immediately passed it to Grand Wizard Garlon. After Grand Wizard Garlon confirmed that there were no problems, the transaction was complete. Richard then handed the Hand of Earth to Jimmy and began a leisurely life. With the war over, the Dark Wizards naturally had no more missions. Aside from a few new Dark Wizards, who chose to remain in the frontier for research, the remaining Dark Wizards mostly returned to the Untamed Wilderness. Due to the final battle, the danger level in the Green Forest world's jungles had plummeted. This had also sparked interest among many veteran wizards. The Green Forest world's jungles held more than just biological weapons. Many dangerous plants themselves were rare resources. If domesticated, these plants could produce magical ore. As a third-ring Dark Wizard, Richard naturally wouldn't stay in the frontier for research. After handing the star map to Jimmy, he immediately returned to the jungle and began tracking down the remaining World Tree offspring and the debris left behind by the battle between the World Tree and the Great Wizard Garlon. Research could be conducted back in the wizarding world, but once outside the Green Forest world, re-entry would be difficult. Chapter 407. Although the World Tree had been subdued by the Great Wizard Garlon, he did not eliminate the remaining World Tree offspring, instead allowing them to take root in the Green Forest world. This wasn't because the Great Wizard Garlon was particularly kind-hearted, but rather because he simply couldn't be bothered to deal with these minor characters. Furthermore, as the barrier between the inner and outer worlds was broken, the spatial structure of the inner and outer worlds was altered, and spatial turbulence and elemental storms would occasionally flow through the spatial rifts and into the inner and outer worlds. Though these World Tree offspring lacked the power of the parent world, they could still absorb some of the damage as nutrients. With them, the damage caused by these storms would be much less, facilitating the world's recovery. However, the Great Wizard Garlon did not prohibit wizards from hunting World Tree offspring. He simply set a quota. A single wizard, or group of wizards, could only hunt a maximum of 3 World Tree offspring. This rule was crude, leaving many loopholes. But none of the wizards participating in the planar war chose to exploit it. Challenging an ancient, six-ring great wizard is not a wise decision. Boom! A mighty roar echoed through the forest. In an instant, countless fine bolts of lightning spread outward from a giant, pitch-black tree, like a Tesla ball. But as soon as these bolts of lightning appeared, they were completely absorbed by mycelial tentacles. Followed by this, countless mycelial tentacles emerged from the ground, surging towards the pitch-black tree like a tide. No matter how hard the tree attacked, their spread remained unabated. The white mycelial tentacles quickly crawled over the giant, pitch-black tree's energy barrier like worms. They absorbed the energy barrier like parasites, quickly dimming the giant black tree's barrier. Soon, with a crisp snapping sound, the entire giant black tree emerged from the ground, lifted by a single mycelial tentacle. In the distance, Richard and Ulysses watched the scene in silence. Beside them, the salamanders remained as silent as iron. "This old mushroom is getting stronger," Ulysses said casually. "All those years of feeding it weren't in vain." "That's normal. World Mushroom told me it's about to evolve," Richard replied. "I remember World Mushroom was a level 4 creature in its prime. Now that it's evolving, doesn't that mean it's going to be a level 5 creature?" "Almost," Ulysses replied. "But the combat power of creatures following the World Tree's evolutionary path can't be categorized by conventional life levels. The area they control is what matters most. If your secret realm can truly expand to the size of a small world, then even if Old Mushroom is only level 4, it can rival a level 6 World Master." "Huh? Didn't World Mushroom say before that the secret realm's expansion has reached its limit?" Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. "How can the secret realm expand to the size of a world without evolution?" "Ulysses, it's just an analogy." As they chatted, World Mushroom had already returned to the secret realm, clutching the pitch-black giant tree. This pitch-black giant tree was not a child of the World Tree, but one of the remnants of the battle between the World Tree and the Great Wizard Garen. Due to the World Tree's incredible vitality, its fragments quickly took root upon reaching the ground. If left untreated, these fragments would soon grow into degraded versions of the World Tree's offspring. Although these degraded World Tree offspring lack the abilities of World Tree offspring to protect the forest and summon insect swarms, their individual combat effectiveness is no less than that of ordinary World Tree offspring. If they are left unchecked, within a few years, the forests of the Green Forest world will become even more dangerous than before. Thankfully, these creatures are extremely attractive fodder for many biological weapons. Before they could even form a climate, the creatures of the Green Forest world had already cleaned up the tiny fragments. The larger ones, however, have established a symbiotic relationship with the biological weapons. Only the powerful ones, such as these, remain in the forest. For the World Mushroom, these degraded offspring evolved from the World Tree fragments are also highly valuable. Devouring these debris in large quantities has dramatically increased their strength, and they are now on the verge of evolution. Seeing that the World Mushroom had concluded its action, Richard ordered the salamanders beside him, "All right, continue exploring." "Yes." The salamanders chorused. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, it was 10 years after the final battle. Swish! 3 salamander warriors in camouflaged individual armor darted through the forest. Behind them, a spider-like, level 2 biological weapon approached. This biological weapon was pitch black, its skin like the bark of an old tree, and its 8 limbs were covered in something like moss. Puff! The biological weapon suddenly expelled a stream of sticky purple venom, instantly filling the forest with a fishy sweet scent. The mere smell of it was enough to make even a level 1 creature dizzy. But the pursued salamander warriors didn't pause. After years of modification, the air filtration systems in their individual armor were now capable of filtering out most of the poison gas. The last of them casually pulled out a sturdy, trumpet-mouthed pistol and, without even glancing behind him, fired a single shot. The next moment, a thick flame instantly incinerated the biological weapon's venom. They had hunted this type of biological weapon countless times over the years. With the help of anatomy, they understood its body even better than the biological weapon itself. Suddenly, a web of vines rose from the biological weapon's feet. Immediately afterwards, 8 thick, living steel ropes emerged from the forest on either side, tightly binding the biological weapon's 8 legs. These steel ropes were engraved with runes, and when combined, these runes formed a sorcery called animated ropes. On the other side of the ropes, 4 salamander warriors tightened the ropes, instantly immobilizing the biological weapon. Then, a towering fire lizard warrior descended from the treetops, a sharp chain sword in one hand and a thick gold-patterned steel spike in the other. The chain sword hummed, and with a single blow, It split the shell behind the biological weapon. Strangely, the biological weapon's shell felt like wood, sending shards flying as the chain's word slashed at it. Following this gap, the 1-meter-long, gold-patterned spike pierced the biological weapon's body with ease, instantly destroying its nerve center. For safety's sake, the tall fire lizard twisted the spike a few times, confirming the biological weapon was still. Then he said, "Call it a day." With that, the two salamander warriors strapped the biological weapon to 2 sticks and then, using the sticks, lifted it up. Although the biological weapon was dead, it still contained a highly toxic substance, making contact with it unwise. A salamander warrior tore open a scroll, and a rift in the secret realm appeared before them. The two salamander warriors first carried the spoils into the secret realm, followed by the ordinary salamander warriors, with the tallest salamander warrior last. Inside the secret realm, energy waves continuously emanated from the giant world mushroom, like a heartbeat, brimming with vitality. Suddenly, a rift in the secret realm opened, and the salamander warriors, carrying the freshly killed biological weapon, entered the secret realm. They carried the biological weapon to the world mushroom and, with the help of the holy tree spirit, began to remove their armor. The world mushroom, like a snack, grabbed the biological weapon with its mycelial tentacles and tossed it into the stem. On the other side of the world mushroom, Richard stood at a laboratory table, carefully observing the green algae under a microscope. He was fascinated by the myriad qualities of this unexpectedly acquired Gestalt organism. Stimulated by Richard's magic, the green algae constantly shifted in form to respond to environmental changes. Richard explained, "Such efficient cellular collaboration, such efficient energy utilization. This organism is simply the ultimate form of life." But just as Richard was absorbed in his experiment, the world mushroom's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Master, I may have to sleep for a while." "Oh, Richard asked, somewhat surprised, realizing what was happening. "Why did I suddenly fall asleep?" "I'm evolving, Master." The world mushroom's voice was muffled, but it was tinged with barely suppressed excitement. "I found a breakthrough from that world tree. I'm about to break through the boundaries and reach a new level of life." Richard was stunned by this, then overjoyed. Okay, what else do you need?" "No," the world mushroom replied. "But my slumber this time may be quite long. During this time, my body can respond to some simple manipulations of the holy tree spirits. They can assist you in contacting the fuel ring. But they can't provide the cross-secret realm support you once did." Richard nodded slightly. "Okay, I understand. Just focus on evolving." Seeing that Richard had nothing else to worry about, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from the world mushroom. Immediately, the giant world mushroom's body began to shimmer with a ripple like light. Ulysses flew out of Hallownest and landed on Richard's shoulder. "Is the old mushroom going to evolve?" "Yes." "Gah, it really paid off." A flicker of envy flashed in Ulysses' eyes. He had put so much thought and effort into evolving before finally succeeding. And the world mushroom lay in the secret realm, and the opportunity to evolve fell into his grasp. Fate was so unfair. "Just luck," Richard replied with a smile. Who could have imagined stumbling upon a world with a world tree? Ulysses sighed softly, then said with renewed vigor, "Don't worry. When you become a great wizard, I can ascend too." "Ha, fine. Once I become a grand wizard, I let you ascend without a care." Because the world mushroom began to evolve, the salamanders' missions were halted. Before then, the salamanders had been scouting the jungles of the green forest world, capturing biological weapons infested with fragments of the world tree. As for why they didn't seek out those degraded offspring of the world tree, Richard could only say that individual strength couldn't compare to that of a group. 9 years ago, the Hellfire Legion, along with some individual wizards, totaling nearly 700,000, entered the jungle and began clearing out the degraded offspring of the world tree. So, in the first 2 years, Richard, leveraging his early advantage, had some gains. But as time went on, the degraded offspring of the world tree in the jungle became increasingly scarce. Richard could only rely on hunting creatures that coexisted with the world tree fragments to obtain them. But despite the pause in their missions, the salamanders showed no sign of slacking off. They remained vigilant of their surroundings, alerted by the slightest movement. Daily training involved real combat. They were taciturn, calm, yet violent. The omnipresent environment of the green forest world's jungle seemed to have permanently changed these salamander warriors. This made Richard ponder the salamander's future. In his original plan, after fighting a planar war, most of these salamanders would retire to the rear and become instructors. Only a small number would remain with the chapter. But the current situation of this salamander chapter member forced Richard to change his mind. Returning a group of PTSD sufferers would undoubtedly dampen the morale of the reserve troops. Salamanders, assemble. I have an announcement to make. Chapter 408. After years of fighting, the Salamanders have shed most of their numbers, currently numbering only 132 members. However, these members have all made significant progress in the battles of the Green Forest world. Spurred on by the brutal biological weapons, and the various plants rich in dangerous yet evolutionary substances, nearly 100 of these remaining members are level 2 salamanders, and the remaining level 1 salamanders are on the verge of breakthroughs. Even the chapter's first captain recently became a level 3 salamander. And most astonishingly, a significant number of these salamanders have mastered simple spellcasting. Although these salamanders' spellcasting abilities are rudimentary, even wizard apprentices surpass them. This is still a surprising discovery. This demonstrates that the potential of these salamanders has yet to be fully realized. The fire lizards assembled as ordered. Richard, observing the ironclad fire lizards before him, said, "Your performance in this war has astonished me. You have once again proved to me that the aliens are not insignificant. Now that this war is drawing to a close, I will fulfill my promise. I have 2 contracts here, one for continued service in the chapter, and one for returning to the Red Sun world as an instructor. Each contract has its own advantages. You can decide for yourself." With that, Richard produced 2 group contracts and handed them to the first captain, now a level 3 creature. The first captain took the contracts and signed them without hesitation, confirming his continued service. Following him, one fire lizard after another signed their contracts, confirming their continued service. This situation was somewhat unexpected for Richard. He hadn't expected these salamanders to be so devoted to war that modifying the contract seemed completely unnecessary. Even if he hadn't modified the contract, these salamanders would have continued serving. They had become almost inseparable from war. They all chose to serve. This situation was something I hadn't anticipated. Richard looked at the contract filled with names, and casually wrote his own. The next moment, the contract transformed into a ball of flame and vanished into thin air. The salamanders remained silent as before, but Richard sensed a shift. This shift was spiritual. This contract seemed to become a test of sorts, tempering the spirits of every member of the chapter. The entire chapter seemed to have become a single, unified entity. "But since you have chosen this, I will not send you all back. Continue your training." "Yes," the salamanders replied in unison. 15 years after the final battle, the portal opened. But unlike previous portals, this time the portal didn't connect directly to the Tower of Truth, but to a transit world called a hub world. The distance between portals isn't infinite. When the distance between them exceeds a certain limit, another portal must be added in between to serve as a transit point. The distance between the Green Forest world and the Wizarding world just exceeded the portal's maximum distance. Thus, the portal connected to the hub world. The hub world connected to the Green Forest world was bustling with activity, with portals from over 10 worlds transiting through it. Cross-region caravans from the Wizarding Guild, wandering wizards seeking to broaden their horizons, various subspecies of humankind, and even the slave races of the great wizards converged in this world, forming a wondrous yet harmonious scene. "Wow, this world is quite nice, just like our commercial world." Ulysses, standing on Richard's shoulder, gazed at the chaotic cities of the hub world, and said with a touch of nostalgia, "We have these transit worlds too. Caravans traveling north and south stop in transit worlds to trade goods or restock supplies. All sorts of strange and bizarre creatures and races converge in one world. If you're willing to look, you can find anything you want in the transit world." Richard, looking at the chaotic city before him, didn't share Ulysses's sigh. To him, this world was just an expanded commercial layer of the Tower of Truth, nothing much to see. After emerging from the portal, he began searching the city for a wizarding guild called the Fist of Truth. Jimmy told him that Grand Wizard Garen had discovered the ritual magic that could bring objects from other dimensions years ago. However, because the portal wasn't connected, Grand Wizard Garen didn't bother returning from the Wizarding world to the Green Forest world for such a trivial matter. So years ago, he gave it to the Fist of Truth, a guild affiliated with the Academy, for temporary safekeeping. With the portal now connected, the ritual magic was transferred to a branch of the Fist of Truth guild in the hub world. Richard had come to the hub world this time to retrieve the spell and return to the Wizarding world. Cities in hub worlds are often megacities sprawling outward from a portal. Finding a guild branch in such a city can be quite challenging. Although the Fist of Truth guild is backed by the Garen Wizarding Academy, it's not actually a large guild. Its primary business is specializing in ingredients from various worlds, serving as the external procurement department for the Garen Wizarding Academy cafeteria. So, naturally, unlike some larger guilds, they wouldn't establish a luxurious branch in a hub world city, where every inch of land is valuable. To find the guild branch, Richard had to seek out a local guide. Wizard Master, are you sure you said the right name? A local guide with a humanoid body and a jellyfish-like head asked Richard in confusion. Richard frowned slightly. I'm sure it's the name. Why can't you find it? Then you may have come to the wrong city, sir, the guide said regretfully. There's no such chamber of commerce in this portal city. But could you tell me about their main business area? I know a bit about other cities, so I might be able to give you some advice. Richard said in a steady voice, this chamber of commerce specializes in magical ingredients, like magical beast meat and magical plants. Is that so? A series of tiny electrical arcs suddenly flashed through the guide's jellyfish brain, as if recalling something. Then I guess they've set up a branch in City 9, the world connected by the portal, which is rich in magical beasts. City 11 is also a possibility, as that world is rich in magical plants. Okay, thank you for your advice. Richard casually tossed a magic drop to the guide, and immediately pulled out the hub world map from his pocket. According to the map, his current city should be Portal City 7, not far from City 9. Not bad, not too far. Richard put the map away, and transformed into a stream of light, flying off into the distance. The Jellyfishman guide, sensing Richard's life force, suddenly felt his legs weaken, and nearly fell to the ground. He stared at the receding light with some horror, and said with a hint of lingering fear, My sea mother, she's actually a third-ring wizard. Fortunately, I didn't trick him with the magic drop, or I'd be dead this time. Following the map's instructions, Richard spent 5 days traveling to reach City 9. There, with his experience, Richard immediately found a local guide. You're looking for the Fist of Truth Chamber of Commerce? I know that place. A short green man in front of Richard smiled flatteringly. Take me there, Richard said calmly. You have to pay for it. The green man chuckled, and a pair of fly-like wings sprouted from his back. All right, sir, follow me. Following his guide, Richard navigated the complex city of Number 9. But soon, Richard sensed something was amiss. The surroundings were becoming increasingly shabby, like entering a slum. The Fist of Truth Chamber of Commerce was, after all, backed by the Garlon Wizarding Academy. Even if they couldn't afford a grand branch, they wouldn't have fallen into such a state. Are you sure you're on the right track? Richard asked, frowning slightly. He gathered a lot of information about the hub worlds along the way. Wizarding crime was rampant in these portal cities, with foreign wizards often being robbed. Sir, don't be fooled by this shabby place, the little green guide explained, seemingly guessing Richard's thoughts. This place was once one of the starting points of City 9. It looks so shabby now mainly because renovations are difficult, and no one is willing to pay. But the people living here are all respectable wizards, unlike those slums. Richard looked around. Most of the buildings nearby were tall, somewhat different from the current popular architectural style in the wizarding world. At least in the fourth ring Tower of Truth, this towering style had been outdated for over 2,000 years. Now, low, spacious wizard towers are in vogue. When Tozio built the wizard tower, he often complained to him about the current popular style. Calling it a short, fat wizard tower was a complete insult to wizard towers. After flying with the guide for another 10 minutes, Richard arrived in front of a small arena. Sir, we've arrived. This is the Fist of Truth Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the iconic arena, Richard confirmed that the guide had taken him to the right place. After casually tossing a magic essence to the guide, Richard turned and arrived at the arena entrance. 2 golden-haired lion men stood in front of the arena, looking extremely majestic. Seeing Richard about to enter the arena, the lion man to Richard's left asked, Sir, do you have a ticket? No, but I'm not here to watch the fights, Richard said calmly. I'm here to see the branch president of the Fist of Truth Chamber of Commerce. Do you have a reservation? The lion man to Richard's right asked. No. Sorry, you need to make a reservation. The lion man on the left hadn't finished speaking when he felt a terrifying, trembling pressure from Richard. Under this overwhelming pressure, the 2 lion men froze, unable to move. Richard calmly walked past the lion men and said apologetically, I'm sorry, but I've traveled 5 days to get here. I simply can't wait any longer. Chapter 409. The entrance to the arena was a long corridor. Torches pierced the walls. In the bright light, the animal heads embedded in the walls seemed to contain souls, brimming with an indescribable aura. As Richard walked through the corridor, shouts and screams drifted into his ears. It felt all too familiar to Richard. Since moving to the Garlon Wizard Academy, he hadn't been to the arena. Soon, the illuminated entrance appeared before Richard. As he emerged from the corridor, the thunderous roars sent the hem of his clothes flying. In the arena, a second-level wizard battled a tiger whose body resembled a cloud of mist. Second-level wizards wore specially crafted magical armor that limited their spellcasting abilities and magical power. Anyone could slay a beast with magic, but the audience wanted to see the thrilling, flesh-to-flesh combat. The tiger he was fighting had also been carefully selected. This tiger possessed the bloodline of a wind elemental creature, allowing it to temporarily transform into a wind element. This ability wasn't ideal against elemental attacks, but it was absolutely ineffective against physical attacks. The cloud tiger lunged forward, its body suddenly transforming into a tiger-like cloud, covering half the arena. In previous battles, wizards had already witnessed the fate of entering the cloud. The wizard's body had ultimately had to be collected with a shovel. The arena was split into two groups at this moment. One group cheered, their faces filled with bloodthirsty anticipation, as they watched the second-ring wizard reduced to a pool of pulp. The other faction remained silent, their gaze fixed intently on the second-ring wizard, eager to see how he would handle this seemingly unsolvable situation. "The script is well written," Richard, standing at the corridor's exit, said calmly to the person beside him. Beside him, a burly wizard, resembling a black bear, stared intently at the uninvited guest. As a third-ring wizard, he unexpectedly sensed a deadly threat in Richard. "Friend, I heard you were looking for me," the black bear wizard asked warily. "Are you the branch president of the Fist of Truth Chamber of Commerce?" "Yes, I am." "Then I am indeed looking for you." Richard extended his right hand toward the black bear wizard. "I am Richard. I've come to retrieve the spell the dean gave you." The black bear wizard was startled at the words, then relaxed. He extended his right hand, shook Richard's, and said with a smile, "Master Richard, I thought someone was looking for trouble. I'm John, the president of the Fist of Truth's hub chapter." "Looking for trouble?" Richard raised an eyebrow. "Who dares to cause you trouble? Do you want me to help deal with it?" Richard's tone was calm, but the murderous aura within made John feel very familiar. There was a time when he was like this too. "No need. Just a minor conflict." John smiled. "There's more than one arena in City 9. We've had some minor business conflicts with other arenas. It's nothing serious." As he spoke, John gestured for Richard to come in. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else." Under the arena, John led Richard into a plainly decorated room. Inside the room, besides the usual bookshelves and desk found in a wizard's room, there were also some small dumbbells for exercise. This room, I presume, must be John's study. John walked behind the desk and pulled out a black scroll from a drawer. "The headmaster has sealed this thing, ensuring no one has seen it." With this, John tossed the scroll to Richard. Richard took it. As John had said, the scroll was covered with a strong seal. Without the proper means to unseal it, even a master wizard would have to struggle to open it. How did the master know we were prearranged? John pulled two thick cigars from his pocket and handed one to Richard. Richard shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with the acting. It looks beautiful from the audience. But this kind of fancy trick is obviously useless. Ordinary Warcraft wouldn't use such an inefficient ability unless they were taught." John nodded and smiled. "Indeed, it might fool laymen, but it won't fool the experts." "But your idea is quite good," Richard continued. "Most wizards in the wizarding world only go into battle once in their lives. This kind of thing is enough to fool them. You could even make the script more dramatic, or the spells more grandiose." Even what?" John, who was listening with great interest, couldn't help but ask. Richard stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, "What do you think? If we recorded the gladiatorial scenes, added dubbing, and sold them, wouldn't it be great? Our Colosseum tickets should be quite expensive, right?" John was stunned by this and replied this. "The price of the projection crystal ball isn't cheap, is it? Besides, no matter how realistic the scene in the projection crystal ball is, it's still fake. Wizards really are." No, Richard waved his hand. "Wizards can afford Colosseum tickets, but these things aren't for them. It's not just wizards who live in the Portal City. The demi-humans, the families of great wizards, and even wizard apprentices are our targets. While these individuals may not have the spending power to afford Colosseum tickets, their sheer numbers more than make up for it. We can build a projection theater dedicated to showing Colosseum battle projections. We can then earn these people's magic stones by selling extremely cheap tickets. Although the projections are fake, they're better than nothing. If we put in a little effort, the projections might even be more impressive than seeing them in person." Richard grew increasingly excited as he spoke. Due to the social system of the wizarding world, virtually no one paid attention to beings below the level of wizards. These neglected groups were definitely a huge gold mine. Good idea. The more John listened to Richard's idea, the more feasible it seemed to him. Beings below the level of wizards also possessed a desire to consume. Projection technology was essentially free to run, making it possible to profit from small profits, but quick turnover. Suppose a projection theater could accommodate 1,000 people, with a ticket price of 1 magic stone. Each projection would yield 1 magic spirit. A gladiatorial match lasted no more than an hour, and some as little as 30 or 40 minutes. At the end of the day, he could earn at least 24 magic spirits. If they were to expand the number of such venues, projection theaters could potentially be more profitable than arenas. Of course, this assumes every show is packed, and the reality might not be quite so ideal. But projection crystal balls are inexpensive, housing in lower-income residential areas is also affordable, and arena projections are free. So this business is a sure win, no loss. The more John thought about it, the more feasible he felt. He immediately took out a piece of paper and prepared to sketch out a plan. But as soon as he picked up his quill, his hand stopped. He looked at Richard, who was still mumbling words like movie and blockbuster that he didn't understand. This idea was Richard's, and if he wanted to use it, he would have to get Richard's approval. While borrowing ideas from the wizarding world doesn't count as stealing knowledge, Richard's proposal wasn't just an idea, but a nearly complete implementation plan. When he put it into practice, he couldn't avoid Richard's ideas. If he used this idea without Richard's consent, he would be doomed if Richard came to his senses. After all, Richard wasn't an outsider. Master Richard. John's voice jolted Richard out of his brainstorming. He looked at John with some confusion and asked, "What's wrong, John? Do you have any questions?" John said nervously, "I think the idea you proposed is very feasible. So I'd like to ask for your authorization." Looking at John's awkwardness, Richard suddenly realized what was happening and said with a smile, "I have my own chamber of commerce. You could discuss cooperation with the head of my chamber of commerce. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, John stood up, quickly walked over to Richard, and extended his right hand, saying sincerely, "Thank you for your support, Master." Richard stood up, extended his hand, and smiled, "This isn't support at all. It's simply mutual benefit." Leaving the arena, Richard immediately found the public portal and returned to the wizarding world. The far north was still blanketed in snow. A mere 25 years wouldn't have caused much change in nature. But Richard vaguely sensed that the concentration of magic in the wizarding world had decreased slightly. However, he dismissed this feeling as a serious concern. If the sky falls, there's always someone higher up to support it. The wizarding world's mess will be handled by the truth wizards and the great wizards. Back in Far North City, Ellie had returned to the Black Tower Wizarding Academy due to Richard's expedition. Therefore, the vast wizard tower was completely devoid of life. This gave Richard a long-awaited sense of discomfort. The far north is shrouded in blizzards for most of the year. Even wizards, who live there for a long time, will develop a sense of loneliness. This is why so many wizards at the Garlon Wizarding Academy choose to reside in the Academy's experimental area rather than build wizard towers in the wilderness. How about taking in another student? A thought suddenly crossed Richard's mind. But he quickly dismissed it. Taking in a student is a serious matter. Taking in a student just because you're lonely is a deeply immoral act, even though many wizard apprentices would gladly be subjected to Richard's immorality. Forget it. Let's first take a look at the ritual magic the dean gave me. Richard went to the laboratory and took out the scroll given to him by the great wizard Garlon. Before leaving the Green Forest world, Jimmy had told him how to break the seal. Richard tapped his finger on the seal, and a thin ray of magical light penetrated it. The next moment, the seal was broken, and Richard eagerly read the scroll's contents. This dimensional bubble, interesting. Chapter 410. Great Wizard Garland's ritual spell is called multidimensional space storage. This spell, through a ritual, creates a dimensional bubble placed within a dimensional gap. Because this bubble is located within the dimensional gap, it can be connected to other dimensions, enabling interdimensional material transport. It's an incredibly brilliant concept. Interdimensional material transport was originally the privilege of world masters and certain ethereal creatures. But through this spell, even a first-ring wizard, or even an apprentice wizard, can transport material from other dimensions into the material world. But this spell has a minor drawback. It's too expensive. This ritual requires a large number of rare materials, some of which are even extinct, making them extremely difficult to find. Richard, drawing on his experience, did a quick calculation. A conservative estimate is that this ritual will cost nearly 1 million magic essences. Furthermore, this dimensional bubble won't last forever. It only lasts 10 years. After this period, the dimensional bubble will automatically shatter. Everything stored within will fall into the dimensional gap, potentially never to be recovered. No wonder even the great wizard Garlon remarked on the price of this ritual magic when discussing it. For an ordinary wizard, this item would be a deadly loss. But Richard was clearly no ordinary wizard. With this dimensional bubble, he could continuously send soul essence from the nightmare world back to the wizarding world. This meant that Richard had essentially achieved soul essence freedom. Soul essence is a hot commodity in the wizarding world. As soon as it appears on the market, third-ring wizards snap it up like crazy. If Richard were willing, earning back his investment from soul essence would be a breeze, and he could even make a killing. Of course, Richard doesn't plan to do that for now. It would be extremely risky and unnecessary. The Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce, the Golden Goose, brings him a vast amount of magic essence every year. While 1,000,000 magic essences might be painful for him, it wouldn't bankrupt him. Brother Richard, the items on your list are quite unusual. Bob's distressed voice echoed through the communication crystal ball. Richard replied with a smile, "That's why I came to you, Brother Bob. Would I need to ask the president of the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce for help with such ordinary items? Haha, I'm no match for you, Richard Chorode. You're a big name among the white wizards. By the way, I heard the Tesla Chamber of Commerce is currently researching your spell support vehicle and preparing to release a similar weapon. You should keep an eye on that." Tesla Chamber of Commerce. Richard frowned slightly at this. The Tesla Chamber of Commerce was a behemoth among the wizarding guilds. More than half of the white wizards of the wizarding world were equipped with alchemical weapons produced by their chamber. Furthermore, an epoch ago, the Tesla Chamber of Commerce merged with the Zeppelin Chamber of Commerce. The Tesla Chamber of Commerce now boasts everything from alchemical magic stone cannons to warships. They even participate in the construction of floating cities. Legend has it that the Council of Truth is behind the Tesla Chamber of Commerce. Being targeted by such a behemoth is not a good thing. Okay, thanks for the heads up, brother. Okay, just be careful. Although your magic support vehicle has proven the feasibility of this weapon, creating an alchemical weapon from scratch is no easy task. Especially for a major guild like Tesla. Richard was puzzled. Shouldn't a guild like Tesla have ample technical expertise? Designing an alchemical weapon should be quite simple. There was a moment of silence from the crystal ball. Brother, you don't usually participate in the guild's operations, do you? Indeed. Brother, the larger a guild, the slower its operations. Unless the Tesla Guild's top brass directly greenlights this project, I bet it'd be nothing more than a name in a few hundred years. Alright, brother, I'm busy here. I keep an eye out for the things you want. With that, the crystal ball suddenly dimmed. Richard tucked the crystal ball into his pocket, sighing. The larger the organization, the slower its efficiency, a rule that holds true even in the wizarding world. However, Richard still put the upgrade of the support vehicle on his to-do list. He wasn't about to give up on the Golden Goose that was the spell support vehicle. Gathering materials couldn't be left to just one person. Besides the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce, Richard also entrusted Chorode with the task. Chorode was already a well-connected alchemist, now a third-ring wizard and the president of the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce. His connections rivaled Bob's. There was also a benefit to handing it over to Chorode. It allowed him to leverage his connections at the Black Tower Wizarding Academy. Chorode was, after all, the vice president of the Black Tower Wizarding Academy. He was using the academy's channels to help his students collect some supplies. While there was a suspicion of misappropriation, no one cared. After all, Chorode wasn't unwilling to pay. Besides Chorode, Jimmy at the Garlon Wizarding Academy was also helping Richard gather materials. With the combined efforts of these 3 parties, Richard waited 5 years, spending nearly 800,000 magic essences, and finally gathered all the ingredients for the ritual magic. An average 3rd-level wizard wouldn't be able to collect all the materials in their lifetime, let alone thousands of years and millions of magic essences. This was the power of connections. After the materials were gathered, Richard immediately began intensively preparing for the ritual. The theoretical difficulty of the dimensional space storage technique was around the 7th level, significantly more complex than the previous Nightmare Gate. Fortunately, Richard didn't need to simplify things this time. He only needed to enlist the help of a few third-ring wizards. Over Far North City. Chorode gazed at the bustling Far North City, lost in thought. It was hard to imagine that this prosperous city beneath his feet was a barren wasteland just over 200 years ago. 200 years isn't a long time for a wizard, but these mortals had transformed this barren land into its present state in just over 200 years. Chorode muttered to himself, "It's a shame for this kid to be a dark wizard." Suddenly, a streak of light flew out from the wizard tower and landed beside him. "Teacher, What are you looking at? Jorod shook his head. Nothing, let's go down. In the Wizard Tower's reception room, a group of impressive third-ring wizards were chatting. This wizard tower is quite impressive. The two-faced wizard, who had fought alongside Richard, stomped on the floor of the reception room. The recoil from the ground was clearly not the force of ordinary enchanted bricks. Hey, he's so rich, it's only natural that the wizard tower is a bit extravagant. Style, who was familiar with Richard, replied casually. See that city outside? He built it with his own money. He founded a city in the far north, and then developed it to this point. The investment involved. Hearing Style's words, the wizards present began to mentally calculate Richard's expenses. But they stopped short. The cost was too high, and it was obviously impossible to be the actual number. What are you all talking about? Richard's voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Richard, smiling, led Jorod into the wizard tower. Nothing much, just talking about your city out there, Style said with a smile. I still don't quite understand why you built this city. To pass the time and make some money, Richard replied matter-of-factly. Perhaps to conduct experiments on mad wizards? Can you make money out of this? A wizard exclaimed in surprise. Of course you can. Taxes in Far North City are quite high. While these revenues are technically Far North City's property, if I want them, they definitely bring them to me. As a mortal-dominated city, Far North City's leaders naturally understood that all of its prosperity was built on the wizard tower in the city center. Without Richard's mushrooms, the city would soon be engulfed in a blizzard once again. The wizards were stunned by his words, then nodded in admiration. Richard could profit from a business that others considered a loss-making venture. No wonder he was so wealthy. Richard glanced around the living room. Everyone's here, let's get started. With that, Richard led everyone to the fourth basement level of the wizard tower. The room where Richard once kept the dragon egg had now been transformed into a vast ritual hall. A massive, intricate magic circle was set in the center of the hall, and in the corners, Richard had specially placed magical incense to enhance the wizard's mental clarity. This ritual required enormous magical effort. If it failed, even Richard would be delayed for hundreds of years. So, Richard wasn't afraid to do anything to increase his chances of success. To this end, he even asked Ellie to perform a simple, psychologically comforting ritual for good luck. Entering the hall, Richard distributed the necessary steps to the wizards. Including Jorod, Richard had invited 7 third-level wizards to assist, including 2 third-level wizards from the School of Soul. This significantly reduced the difficulty of the ritual magic to around 4th level. For many third-level wizards, casting a 4th-level spell was a breeze. The wizards took the scroll and examined it carefully. If it succeeded, each of them would receive 2,000 mojo. Even if it failed, they would still receive 1,000 mojo. While none of the wizards present were short of mojo, no one was willing to throw away such practically free money. Not to mention, it was Richard's invitation. After familiarizing themselves with the spell, everyone stood at the 8 corners of the magic circle, as required by the ritual magic. Then, with Richard at the starting point, the participating wizards began chanting the incantation and organizing the spell. Ancient incantations echoed through the hall, like whispers from time immemorial, mingled with the smoke of magical incense, making the ritual magic seem like an ancient sacrifice. As the incantation was chanted, the materials within the magic circle began to transform. These strange ingredients came together, and under the spell's influence, gradually transformed into a pitch-black hole. This was the most crucial tool in ritual magic. The dimensional bubble. As the dimensional bubble formed, the wizards present immediately began chanting in unison. The mighty incantation seemed to pierce the roof and tear apart space. Under its influence, the magic circle beneath their feet grew brighter and brighter. Finally, with the resounding sound of the incantation, the curtain of the world was drawn back, and the dimensional bubble successfully entered the gap between dimensions. Seeing this, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. It's done! Chapter 411. The ritual was complete, and many third-level wizards breathed a sigh of relief. While the difficulty of this ritual magic wasn't great, its cost was truly staggering. Even though Richard had promised not to hold any wizard responsible for any mistakes, even the wealthiest wizard would be resentful if such a precious spell went awry. The wizards present had no grudges against Richard, and they were eager to become his friends. No one wanted to provoke him unnecessarily. Thankfully, the ritual went smoothly. Richard bowed slightly to the wizards and said, "Thank you all for your help this time. If you need anything from me in the future, please let me know." The wizards present, while acknowledging their gratitude, smiled inwardly. No one took such polite words seriously. The ritual was complete, and Richard was in high spirits. After settling the wizard's magic essence, he took them to the Garlon Wizarding Academy for a hearty meal in the cafeteria. After the meal, the wizards dispersed, each going about their own business, leaving only Jorod and Richard to return to Far North City. On the way back, Jorod remarked with a touch of nostalgia, "Great Wizard Garlon is truly generous. The food in this cafeteria is even better than those specialized wizard restaurants." Richard replied with a smile, "Of course. The wizards at Garlon Wizard Academy are mostly those pursuing physical evolution. Physical evolution requires 70% training and 30% diet. Bad food won't benefit physical evolution. For this cafeteria, Great Wizard Garlon even designated a world as a vegetable farm and established a chamber of commerce to trade in ingredients. Which wizarding restaurant could possibly offer such facilities?" "That's true." Jorod nodded slightly. "Speaking of the Chamber of Commerce, our cooperation with the Fist of Truth Chamber of Commerce has already begun. Projection theaters have begun to roll out in various white wizard cities, and so far, the results are quite good. That three-ring wizard named John, while looking like a clumsy bear, is quite skilled, and his publicity is excellent." Richard was slightly surprised. "Has it already begun? And is it so efficient?" Jorod glanced at his student and said quietly, "This is the cooperation you negotiated, so of course it's efficient." Richard was stunned, then said with a mixture of amusement and a smile, "What's the big deal? Should a cooperation I negotiated come first?" "What else?" Jorod said calmly, "You're also the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, cooperation you negotiated comes first. Besides, this plan is truly outstanding. Honestly, I never thought I could make so much money from my apprenticeship this way." Jorod still remembers the same emotion he felt when the wizard named John walked into his office, handed him a fairly complete business plan, and told him that it was the concrete result of Richard's ideas. His student had brought him so many surprises. Having Richard as his student was not Richard's good fortune, but his own. He had a clear premonition that Richard would leave a significant mark in the history of wizarding civilization. And he, a mediocre alchemist, could, through his status as Richard's teacher, leave a tiny, insignificant mark in history. Richard replied with a somewhat beaming expression, "Haha, it's precisely because no one expected this that we can make money, master. And I have a feeling there will be more and more wizard apprentices in the future, and this projection center will become a gold mine, like the spell support vehicle." Looking at Richard's exuberant expression, Jorod couldn't help but smile. He walked over to Richard and patted him on the shoulder. "I trust your judgment." After sending Jorod away, Richard returned to the wizard tower and immediately entered the nightmare world. The nightmare world remained peaceful. Over 20 years hadn't altered this territory in the slightest. Before the emergence of Far North City, the barren land of the Far North had a population barely large enough to support a nightmare lord, and even a nightmare knight was barely enough. Even nightmare lords, who had lost their territories, based on experience, would not venture near the Far North in search of new nightmare territories. This meant that Richard's nightmare territory, despite its wealth, was completely free of enemies. In a dark room, a black knight stood beside a pitch-black coffin. The black knight's body was covered in runes, bound tightly like chains, preventing any trace of nightmare power from leaking out of his body. Suddenly, a pitch-black door appeared out of nowhere. The black knight, sensing the door, suddenly opened his eyes. After recognizing the incoming figure, he knelt on one knee and said with surprise, "Boss, you're back." Richard nodded slightly. "Yes." This time, things went surprisingly smoothly, so it didn't take long. "Has anything happened in the territory recently?" "No, everything is normal." After his soul entered the nightmare body, Richard and Bone arrived at the nightmare power warehouse. In the years Richard had been away, the nightmare power he had consumed had long since been replenished, even surpassing 10 million. "How did it become so much more?" Richard asked, somewhat surprised. Bone replied, "The construction of the territory is nearly complete, so the nightmare power is naturally free." Richard was taken aback by this, then realized what Bone meant by territory construction. The nightmare territory, as the place where the nightmare lord ascends to the throne, plays a crucial role in the advancement of nightmare creatures to lord. Before ascending, nightmare creatures must construct the nightmare network within the nightmare territory, creating a nearly energy circulating cycle of nightmare power within the territory. This cycle ensures that the nightmare creature will not be directly overwhelmed by the overwhelming amount of nightmare power upon ascending to nightmare lord. It also preserves a significant portion of nightmare power for the nightmare creature should it fail to ascend. "The webway is complete? So fast?" Bone, hearing this, said with a hint of resignation, "Boss, this is already very slow." You haven't been pushing those lazy guys around, so they've been slacking off. After I killed a few of them, their efficiency immediately picked up. Richard smiled awkwardly. He had never been particularly interested in matters of the nightmare world. Fine, just finish the construction. Since Richard had returned, Bone naturally no longer managed Richard's territory. After reporting on the situation, he returned to his own city. Richard, on the other hand, began to refine nightmare power in the warehouse. Refining the nightmare rules requires 500 soul powers, so Richard now needs to prepare at least 500 mental powers worth of soul essence. Converting this to 20 million nightmare powers, the warehouse's nightmare power wasn't just sufficient. It was even plentiful. Having a territory is wonderful, Richard said with a sigh. I can refine tens of millions of nightmare powers at a moment's notice. I won't have to worry about mental power issues when I encounter rules in the future. Refining soul essence is a tedious task, and the constant replenishment of mental power is mentally exhausting even for Richard. After nearly 2 months, Richard finally refined the soul essence he needed. The moment he left the warehouse, Richard breathed a sigh of relief and began to use the spell imprint engraved on his soul to communicate with the space bubbles between dimensional gaps. As mental power flowed into the spell imprint, Richard felt as if his soul had entered a mysterious state. He suddenly saw things he couldn't normally see, such as the dimensional gaps hidden beneath the veil. But his current state was different from the one he experienced when he watched the battle between the great wizard Garlon and the world tree. It seemed as if the veil of the world wasn't just one layer, each layer holding something different. After seeing the dimensional gap, the rest became simple. Richard summoned a space bubble from the dimensional gap, then inserted the soul essence into it, and finally returned the space bubble to the dimensional gap. After completing all this, Richard's vision suddenly went dark. These operations seemed simple, but each step consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. Even though Richard's mental energy had reached the limit of a third-ring wizard, performing a single storage action still consumed nearly all of his mental energy. Wow, this thing can't be used casually yet. After recovering his mental strength, Richard assigned the administrator some territory construction tasks and returned to the wizarding world. Back in the wizarding world, Richard repeated the same process, summoning the dimensional space bubble from the dimensional gap. Then, the soul essence he had refined in the nightmare world appeared in the material world. It's done. Richard, struggling against a near-fading state, stored the soul essence in his specially prepared enchanted container. If the soul essence isn't placed in a special container, it will evaporate quickly. After storing the soul essence, Richard's vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed to the ground, waking up 7 days later. After waking, Richard was briefly disoriented, then immediately opened the secret realm rift. The preparations were complete. All that remained was the real action. Arriving at the secret realm, the holy tree spirits, summoned by Richard, immediately opened the way to the fuel ring. Although the world mushroom had fallen asleep, its body continued to function normally. Its blockade of the fuel ring remained unwavering, its layers of mycelium absorbing every ray of radiation emitted by the fuel ring. Richard led Ulysses down the path, quickly reaching the fuel ring. Dozens of level 1 holy tree spirits, led by 3 level 2 holy tree spirits, harnessed the energy of the world mushroom to create a thick energy barrier to protect him from the radiation. Richard tilted his head and spoke to the black crow on his shoulder. Ulysses, protect my body for now. This refining will take some time. God, don't worry. I promise your body won't be destroyed, Ulysses said sternly. Seeing this, Richard no longer hesitated. Holding the box containing soul essence in one hand, he passed through the energy barrier with his other hand and touched the fuel ring. Raw material, fuel ring. Refining rule, radiation rule, level 1. Refining cost, 500 soul power. Refining? Yes. Then, Richard's soul began to weaken, and his soul power slowly flowed into the miracle furnace within his soul. But at the same time, Richard opened the box containing soul essence and began absorbing it. The vast amount of soul essence immediately began to nourish Richard's soul. Nourished by this vast amount of soul essence, Richard, who had already become a third-ring wizard, felt a long-unseen sense of distress. This feeling from his soul was beyond his willpower, and Richard soon fell into a deep sleep. After he fell asleep, Ulysses immediately summoned the spirits of the sacred tree to restore Richard's body. Even with Ulysses's protection, Richard's arm turned to ash the moment he touched the fuel ring. A month later, the fuel ring suddenly vanished from the crypt. Observing this, Ulysses knew the refining had begun. It wouldn't be long before Richard would take his first steps on the path to becoming a great wizard. Chapter 412. Drowsily, Richard felt as if he had returned to the space where he first acquired his soul gift. But this time, the radiant soul tree had not yielded fruit. Instead, it had dimmed. But soon, as if nourished by some kind of nourishment, the tree suddenly came to life, radiating with incomparable brilliance. Under the soul tree's brilliant light, Richard suddenly opened his eyes. Wow, how long have I slept? Richard sat up abruptly and touched his left arm. In his memory, that arm had been shattered to dust by contact with the fuel ring. But now, his arm was intact, or rather, his physical condition was excellent. The activity of his cells was at its peak. Not much, just 10 years. A voice came from behind Richard. He turned and saw Ulises standing above Hogg, manipulating him to fall from the sky. Bang! The ground splattered with dirt and rocks. Although Hogg had slowed down, the massive inertia of her body still caused her to slam into the ground. Hogg had grown considerably over the years. 10 years? How could the refinement take so long? Richard stroked his face, his untrimmed beard now lush and green. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye? Ulises flew to Richard's shoulder and replied, "It only took about a month to refine the rules. You slept for 10 years, because you consumed a huge amount of soul essence. To be honest, a 10-year slumber is relatively short. With all that soul essence you suddenly used, sleeping for 100 or 200 years seems perfectly normal to me. 10 years, so be it." Richard shook his head, his untrimmed beard falling like leaves in the autumn wind. His consciousness entered the spiritual realm, and he saw a pale yellow ball of light bobbing above the miracle crucible. With a flick of his mind, Richard's fear entered his body. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain, as if something had been ripped out. The fragmented rules that had previously merged with his body were now being squeezed out by the radiation rules. Ulises, standing on Richard's shoulder, was quick-witted and, with a flick of his wings, collected the squeezed rules, transforming them into a phantom ball. What's going on? Richard opened his eyes, a little surprised. How could his rules have just emerged out of nowhere? Could it be that the radiation rules conflicted so strongly with these rules that they couldn't coexist within the same body? That's perfectly normal. As a demigod, your body can only accommodate a complete basic rule. If you want to accommodate multiple rules, or integrate these fragments, you have to wait until you become a great wizard. Richard was slightly surprised. You even think that? Ulises rolled his eyes at him. This is common sense. You've now entered the realm of the gods. It's time to inquire about your wizard's ascension ceremony. That's true, Richard nodded thoughtfully. He stood up, and a ball of green radiation suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, a pitch-black fireball appeared beside him. Then Richard did something incredible. He actually merged the radiation aurora and the black fireball. This kind of direct spell fusion is a taboo, even for a transmutation wizard. Each spell's model is independent. If other energies were rashly introduced into a spell, the spell would likely collapse. But in Richard's hands, the radiant aurora and the pitch-black fireball blended perfectly, showing no sign of collapse. Richard gazed at the fireball and muttered to himself, "Is this the wonder of complete rules? No wonder the great wizard is so powerful." With that, he tossed the fireball skyward. Boom! With a resounding bang, the pitch-black fireball exploded in the air, transforming into a massive black sphere nearly 5 meters in diameter. Sensing the fireball's power, Ulises couldn't help but praise it. Not bad. This thing must have a power level of 10,000. Is that right? Richard gazed at the sky, a flicker of shock crossing his face. Although he anticipated the power of the Heart of Annihilation, enhanced by the rule of radiation, he hadn't anticipated the sheer magnitude of the spell's enhancements from a single complete rule. He merely activated a few of the rules, and the Heart of Annihilation reached a power level of 10,000. If he exerted his full power, the spell's power would easily reach 50,000. Spells of this level could already harm the Lord of the World. Richard explained, the complete rule is truly powerful. Ulises, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. That's just the beginning. Once you master the abilities granted by the rule, you be practically a demigod, capable of unstoppable power. If you can deeply develop the rules, you be able to fight even some newly ascended indigenous world lords. While you certainly won't win, a short-term confrontation won't be a problem. Richard's mind flashed back to the time when he, as a mortal, faced off against a world lord. Let's get more proficient first. Richard swallowed, suppressing his inner throbbing. While the thought of battling a god in a mortal's body sounds impressive, challenging a world lord isn't a wise choice. Ulises nodded. Indeed, aiming too high isn't a good idea. With the help of the Holy Tree Spirit, Richard showered, tidied his appearance, and then left the secret realm. The wizard tower remained unchanged. Thanks to the magic circle, not even a dusty dust had settled in the laboratory for 10 years. Richard examined the laboratory's evolution illuminator, and suddenly thought of something. Now that his distortion rules had been squeezed out by the radiation rules, would he no longer be able to use them to cultivate and strengthen cells before becoming a great wizard? This wasn't good news. Although the power of the rules was formidable, Richard didn't intend to slack off on his physical training. A strong body would allow the power of the rules to be better utilized. That's a vexing problem. Richard rubbed his brow and decided to go to the library of the Garlon Wizard Academy later to search for books on the Third Ring Wizard stage. He vaguely remembered that in alchemy, there seemed to be a method for imprinting rules into magical armor. After all, he had the miracle furnace, so even if these rules were incorporated into the magic armor, he could extract them intact. Why not transform those scattered rules into rule magic armor now? Richard pondered this as he pulled out his communication crystal ball, intending to see if anyone had contacted him in the past 10 years. A gathering of three-ring wizards? The crystal ball contained little information. Besides the report on the Chamber of Commerce shared by Jorid, and the report on Muni's withdrawal of magic essence, there was only one invitation message from Jimmy. The Tower of Truth is held to promote communication among three-ring wizards, and to select military personnel. Richard examined the three most important points in Jimmy's message, a flicker of thought crossing his brow. The Tower of Truth meant it was an official event, absolutely flawless. Communication among three-ring wizards meant there would be some fighting involved. Richard didn't believe a group of three-ring wizards would rely solely on verbal communication. And the last point was the most crucial point in this message. The military department, also known as the Wizarding World Development Department, is a department directly under the Council of Truth, on the same level as the Wizarding World Legal Department and the Wizarding World Resource Coordination Department. This department's primary functions are to explore plane coordinates and wage plane wars. Yes, the majority of this department's work is spent on plane expeditions. The wizards within are all specialized war wizards, specializing in plane warfare. The worlds they explore are the property of the Council of Truth. As the highest governing body of the wizarding world, the Council of Truth naturally cannot rely solely on tax revenue to sustain its existence. The vast majority of these worlds explored by the military department are open to the public. Ordinary wizards only need to pay a small amount of magic essence to enter and explore these worlds. As for the remaining closed-off worlds, aside from those containing strategic resources, they were essentially worlds where ordinary wizards would face certain death. Or perhaps they were worlds favored by truth wizards and designated as their private property. Yes, theoretically, worlds developed by the military could be claimed by truth wizards at any time if they so desired. However, such a move required the approval of the Council of Truth and the consent of all 5 wizards. At the level of truth wizards, ordinary worlds, even medium-sized ones, might not be of much interest to them. So such moves were rare. Military. Richard looked at the information, silent for a long moment. For the average third-ring wizard, the military was definitely a good place to be. This was because the military provided numerous resource subsidies, many of which were extremely rare, and some were invaluable to third-ring wizards. But for Richard, such resources were of little use. He had no shortage of resources. However, Richard remembered that the Grand Wizard trial was held by the military, and the battlefields were all worlds where the military was waging wars across various planes. Then I have to go. Although Richard had no intention of joining the military, it would be quite nice to become acquainted with the wizards who had joined. Although the Grand Wizard trial was nominally a selection system, in practice, it was a qualification-based system. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the military, no matter how many survived, you would all qualify for the Grand Wizard promotion. However, generally speaking, the number of third-ring wizards who survived would only be fewer than the predetermined number, not more. So, getting acquainted with other wizards would allow you to offer some assistance if you encountered them on the battlefield. Having made up his mind, Richard put the crystal ball back into his pocket and prepared to head to the Garlon Wizard Academy. This message was sent 4 years ago, and according to the message, this third-ring wizard gathering would take place 30 years from now. He still had 26 years until the gathering began. It was still early, so he might as well study how to craft rule magic armor and develop the radiation rule while doing so. Chapter 413. Alisa, does the library have any books on rule magic armor? In the library of Garlon Wizard Academy, Richard stood beside a massive stone bookshelf and asked the elf before him. The collection of books at Garlon Wizard Academy is vast, and even flipping through the catalog can take a while. If you want to find the book you need more efficiently, the best way is to ask the library elves for help. Though these little creatures may not seem very intelligent, their abilities as librarians are undeniable. They memorize every book that enters the library. And the price of engaging them is a 10 magic stone elf lollipop. Alina, the palm-sized girl, held a lollipop in her hand, a thoughtful look on her delicate face. Rule magic armor? The library has tons of books on the subject. Do you want to borrow them all? A lot? Richard's face lit up. A lot, please. What's the price for borrowing these books? A lot. A lot. Alina's face showed a hint of distress. She put the lollipop aside and counted on her fingers. Some require magic essence, some require contribution points, and some require special status. Which one do you want? Magic essence, Richard said without hesitation. Magic essence was all he had available. Okay, let me calculate it for you. Alina continued counting on her fingers for a long moment before she said, a total of 53,200 magic essence for 73 books. Hearing the price, Richard was stunned at first, then pulled out his communication crystal ball. The price was a bit unexpected. He didn't have that much money this time. Soon, the communication was connected, and Jimmy's voice emanated from the crystal ball. This is Jimmy. Richard, what do you want to talk to me about? Well, Master, Richard said with an awkward smile. I'm planning to borrow some books from the library, and they cost a total of 53,200 mojo. But I don't have any on me. How much? Why would you need so much mojo? Jimmy interrupted Richard brusquely, his voice as if he had seen a ghost. Alina, did you miscalculate again? How many books did Richard borrow to cost 50,000 mojo? Hearing Jimmy's question, Alina, who was currently enjoying a lollipop, suddenly became furious. No! I recalculated several times this time. Jimmy, if you tell anyone about my miscalculation again, I throw all your books to the bottom of the library catalog. Hearing Alina's threat, Jimmy's hearty laughter echoed from the crystal ball. All right, since Alina's calculations are wrong, you can keep these books for now. As for the magic spirits, there's no rush. You can still pay them back, so just put them on the account for now. Alina nodded at Jimmy's response. Okay, I put it on the account for now. Jimmy hung up the crystal ball, and Alina drew a circle of glowing dust with her hand, then slipped into it and disappeared. An hour later, Richard suddenly heard a gust of wind overhead. He saw magic books, thick as encyclopedias, falling from the sky within a circle of glowing dust. Richard reached out to catch them, and soon, all 73 books landed in his hands. The stack of books was 3 times as tall as Richard. Okay, here are all the books you borrowed. Alina finally emerged from the circle of light and crouched on the top book, like a salted fish. Thank you, thank you. Richard smiled, using his magical hand to hold the books, then casually pulled another elf lollipop from his pocket and handed it to Alina. But Alina saw this and waved her hands, shaking her head. No, it's my job to help you with your books. I can't take any more candy from you. With that, Alina drew a circle of light in the air and fled. Richard, watching this, found it amusing. I left the candy here. Don't waste it. With that, Richard pocketed all the books on the side and left. After a long while, a circle of light suddenly appeared around the lollipop. A small hand reached out from the circle of light and took the lollipop into it. Oh, what a shame, this wizard. It's such a shame to let go of such delicious candy. Alas, I just have to refuse his candy next time. But what's this wizard's name? Oh, right, Richard, remember that name. I won't accept his candy next time. Carrying these books worth 53,200 magic essences, Richard immediately returned to the Wizard Tower. In the Wizard Tower study, Richard numbered the borrowed books and placed them one by one on the bookshelf. Then he began to swim in the ocean of knowledge. From these books, Richard learned what rule magic armor was, how it differed from regular magic armor, and some of the techniques for creating rule magic armor. So-called rule magic armor, in essence, is magic armor that uses a unique type of enchantment. Ordinary magical armor uses rune arrays to achieve certain effects. Rule-based magical armor, on the other hand, directly utilizes rules to achieve a certain effect. In principle, the fuel ring Richard refined to radiate rules is a rule-based magical armor, though its effects are more specialized. However, one advantage of rule-based magical armor over ordinary magical armor is that ordinary magical armor can be enchanted with rules, transforming it into a rule-based magical armor, thereby achieving a multiplier effect. However, the methods of enchanting rules and effectively utilizing the effects of rules differ in these books. The approach to crafting rule-based magical armor can be roughly divided into 2 schools. One is the material school. They utilize rules by directly imprinting them onto materials, and then applying enchantments to the materials. The other is the Rune School. They first create ordinary magical armor, then imprint the rules onto the armor in the form of runes, allowing the rules to directly amplify the rune array. Each of these schools has its own merits, and the editors have cited a wealth of experimental data in the book to support their arguments. He occasionally sprinkled in personal attacks against other wizards. Richard spent 3 years reading all of these books. Afterward, he felt like he was practically developing doublethink. A variety of seemingly contradictory, yet entirely valid, data constantly collided in his mind. These collisions didn't spark any inspiration, but instead gave Richard a splitting headache. This is a bit of a dilemma. Richard glanced at the crystal ball in his hand. The information about Jorod within it left him feeling somewhat helpless. As an alchemist who had reached the 3rd level of magic not much earlier than Richard, Jorod's knowledge of rule-based magic equipment was equally blank. Before questioning Jorod, Richard also consulted Anna, who gave the same response. Alas, there's no research. It seems only practice can reveal true knowledge. Richard placed a blueprint on the test bench. It was a distortion illuminator he had casually designed during his 3 years of study. For this illuminator, Richard employed the first construction method, imprinting rules into the material, causing the material's properties to change. This method's advantage lies in its simplicity. Compared to using rules to enhance rune arrays, this method doesn't change the magical armor-making process much. It requires less knowledge from the wizard, making it suitable for beginners. According to the book, the material imprinted with rules should ideally be free of any special properties and stable. This material, Richard muttered to himself as he pulled a colorless crystal from his pocket. This crystal, called a buffer crystal, is a common energy converter in alchemical machinery. It possesses no special properties, and is extremely stable. Then, there are the imprinting rules. Richard tilted his head to the left of the test bench. There stood a row of cyan ice balls, each containing a ball of light. These lights were arranged from largest to smallest. The first was the distortion rule, followed by the soul rule, then the nightmare rule, and the gestation rule. Finally, the smallest was the flesh and blood rule, which Richard had first obtained. Richard brought the distortion rule to his side, then produced a black slate, and began drawing an alchemy array on the test bench. The imprinting rules required an extremely complex alchemy array, and all wizards, who employed this method to create rule-based magic armor, had this point clearly stated in the book. That is, the rules of the branding must be incomplete. Wizards who choose the Rune School often use this point to attack those who choose the Material School. However, as it stands now, the Material School's approach is not wrong. It's simply that their technology is insufficient. The alchemical array supporting the branding is extremely complex. Richard had to draw nearly 5 million runes on a 1 cubic meter black stone platform. This was an extremely long task. 5 years later. Finally, it's done. Richard looked at the black stone slab on the test bench, beads of sweat on his forehead. Next is the final step. Richard looked to the other side of the test bench, where a black alchemy platform needed only 1 stone slab to be complete. Richard took the final stone slab and assembled the alchemy platform. Then, the runes on the alchemy platform gradually illuminated, and fine runes spread across every corner of the platform. Soon, the light faded. The entire alchemy table was now free of cracks. The stone slabs fused together, forming a seamless whole. Seeing this, Richard felt a wave of relief, and a smile crossed his face. The alchemy table was complete. Without delay, Richard immediately added a protective outer shell to the table to protect it from damage. Next, Richard opened the secret realm rift, pulled Ulises to his side as a safeguard, and began imprinting the rules on the alchemy table. Richard placed the buffer crystal in the center of the alchemy table, and released the ice ball that sealed the distortion rules. Then, the alchemy table lit up. A force field replaced the seal, trapping the soon-to-dissipate distortion rules on the test table. A drop of sweat fell from Richard's forehead as he carefully used the alchemy table to imprint the distortion rules into the buffer crystal. After a long moment, the alchemy table dimmed again. Richard leaned against the alchemy table, feeling a bit dizzy. The branding rules had consumed too much of his mental energy. But thankfully, everything went smoothly. In the center of the alchemy table, a purple-red crystal, resembling solidified blood, emanated an eerie glow. Chapter 414. After recovering a bit of his mental strength, Richard took the buffer crystal imprinted with the distortion rules to the test bench. Although he had imprinted the distortion rules into the buffer crystal, changing its properties, Richard himself had no idea of its specific effects. The purple-red crystal shone with an eerie glow under the light. Richard took an energy probe and briefly examined it. No energy field overflow? Richard checked the energy probe's data, a hint of surprise on his face. No energy field meant that, under normal conditions, this crystal had no effect on its surroundings. This was the exact opposite of the corrosive nature of the distortion rules. Interesting. Are the buffer crystal's properties so stable? Richard's expression was a touch excited. The buffer crystal's stability far exceeded his expectations. If this wasn't a special case, then he wouldn't have to worry about the material used to carry the rules when crafting rule-based magic armor in the future. Richard took the buffer crystal in his hand and injected a little magic power into it. Immediately, Richard saw the buffer crystal glow faintly. The cells in his hand, illuminated by this light, began to tremble. Good, the distortion light device seems to be working. Richard pulled a box from his pocket, filled with a silicone-like filler. He cut a hole in the filler and placed the buffer crystal, or distortion crystal, inside. Although the distortion crystal's properties were stable, no one knew what would happen if it were subjected to physical impact. So it's better to be conservative. After putting away the distortion crystal, Richard meditated for 8 hours, restoring his mental strength to full strength. Then he began his second rule imprinting. This time, he imprinted the soul rules. Runes shimmered on the alchemy table, and under the alchemy table's power, the invisible and intangible soul rules gradually merged into the buffer crystals within the alchemy array. The soul rules were more incomplete than the distortion rules, so this imprinting was much easier than the last. After the imprinting, Richard felt a little dizzy, but his spirits were relatively good. He picked up the crystal from the alchemy array and checked it again with the energy probe. Good, it seems the buffer crystal's properties have indeed stabilized. Looking at the probe's feedback, Richard nodded in satisfaction. In the future, when crafting rule magic equipment, as long as the rules are no less incomplete than the distortion rules, he can use the buffer crystals as the rule carrier. After putting away the soul crystal in the same way, Richard followed the same process, imprinting all his remaining rules into the buffer crystals. For ordinary alchemists, crafting rule-based magic armor is a luxury. Imprinting the rules is easy, but extracting them from the materials is much more difficult. But Richard had no such concerns. After possessing the interdimensional space bubble, his soul essence was free. Unless he became a great wizard, he couldn't use soul essence to forcibly attack. Richard was probably already a great wizard by now. The cost of extracting the rules from the materials was a minor matter. After imprinting all the rules, Richard began to use these crystals as the core components of the magic armor. At this point, the benefits of adopting a material-based approach became apparent. Richard didn't need to design a rune array specifically for the rules, as the rune school did. He simply crafted it like any other magical armor. Distortion Illuminator, Flesh Scalpel, Nightmare Mask. In just 1 year, Richard had transformed all the crystals into rule-based magical armor. Most of these magical armor served as laboratory instruments, and they were even more useful than when they were integrated into Richard's body. Under the influence of the rune array, these rules blossomed with a brilliance far exceeding that within Richard's body. This made Richard feel a little ashamed. He had previously neglected the utilization of these rules. He clearly possessed a mountain of gold, but was blinded by a nugget of gold that fell from the treasure mountain. It seems that developing the rules must be put on the agenda. Richard checked his to-do list and added an item called Develop Rules to the top. Radiation Rules. This rule seemed to have a lot of potential for development. Radiation is a very general term. According to Richard's definition from his previous life, radiation is a physical phenomenon that exists in all objects in nature. In environments other than absolute zero, any object inevitably emits thermal radiation. But in the wizarding world, radiation is defined as the overflow of energy. According to this definition, the law of radiation is simply divine. After all, everything in the world possesses energy, and controlling energy is equivalent to controlling the world. But under Richard's tests, his radiation law did not demonstrate such terrifying power. The radiation rules greatly enhanced his spell penetration, allowing him to now use even the simplest magic missiles to penetrate energy barriers powerful enough to defend against a 1000-level spell. Additionally, he possessed the ability to emit high-energy radiation. But the high-energy radiation he emitted wasn't simply generated. It all came from his body, and the return of mana within it. If he used this ability for even a short time, his body would begin to break down. Additionally, he gained the ability to control radiation within certain limits. Beyond this limit, he could only weaken it, not control it. As a joke, even after mastering the radiation rules, Richard would still be reduced to ash by the radiation before returning to the fortress's power reactor. It's just that this time he could hold out a little longer. This left Richard feeling frustrated. He asked Ulysses why this phenomenon occurred, and this alien world master gave him this answer. Rules are like amplifying powers with different colors. But if the object being amplified is too small, no matter how powerful the amplifier is, it can't match the larger ones. This is why a demigod will definitely not be able to defeat a world master. Your combat power is 1, and the rules can amplify it tenfold. Even if you deeply develop the rules, the amplification factor is only 13 or 14, or at most 20. Then your ultimate combat power is at most 20. The world master's combat power is 10. Even if their utilization of the rules is very crude, the amplification factor is only 11 or 12. Their ultimate combat power can still reach 112. This data gap has already exceeded the limit that skill can compensate for. Therefore, don't blindly believe in rules. Your own strength is the foundation of everything. You're a little too greedy. Elisa's words were like a slap in the face, a wake-up call for Richard. Obtaining the rules was a good thing, but he fell into depression because the power they granted him wasn't strong enough. This was truly greed at work. Realizing this, Richard felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he discovered the problem beforehand and avoided making any mistakes. But if he lost his mind on the battlefield, he'd be doomed. Alas, the gains from the Green Forest world were so great that they made me so greedy, Richard sighed. Dark Wizard's fear greed the most, and yet he unknowingly fallen into it. It was truly terrifying. Ulysses consoled him. It's a good thing you've come to your senses. Greed is human nature. Even the God King can be greedy sometimes. Richard summoned a ball of water and washed his face, freeing himself from his emotions. As Ulysses had said, waking up is a good thing. Back in the Wizard Tower, Richard went to his study and began flipping through the books he had just borrowed from the library. This borrowing took Richard a lot of effort, as Alina happened to be on vacation those 2 days. The library elves have 10 days off each year, free to leave the library. Richard had just learned of this rule. Who would have thought that these little elves, who were so bored every day, would have a special vacation? Richard borrowed hundreds of books this time, mostly covering knowledge from the School of Evocation. The radiation rules didn't have much room for development in alchemy. The School of Evocation is where it shines. As time passed, Richard read more and more books. He became increasingly proficient in utilizing the rules of radiation. Through his development, the power of his spells increased dramatically. With the aid of the rules, his ordinary fireball spell could reach nearly 8,000 energy levels. And his Heart of Annihilation spell reached a power of 15,000 energy levels. Spells of this power would kill even a 3rd-level wizard instantly if they weren't careful. And this was at normal power. If Richard were reckless, the spell's power could be multiplied several times, but the price would be extremely heavy. In addition to his spells, Richard also developed a sorcery called Radiation Combat Body. Through Richard's experiments, this sorcery could be achieved through the use of certain radiation ingredients, even without the rules of radiation. And its combat power was also incredibly impressive. After activating the Radiation Combat Body, every strike Richard struck carried a deadly energy radiation. This radiation possesses immense penetrating power, whether against energy barriers or even formidable flesh. And this was a byproduct of Richard's work. His original plan was to use himself as a power source, externally driving a set of rule battle armor, maximizing his strengths as an alchemist. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Wizards' gathering arrived. Following Jimmy's reminder, Richard gathered his equipment and hurriedly left the Wizard Tower, heading for the Garlon Wizard Academy. For a wizard like Richard, who had joined the Academy, attending the gathering naturally involved traveling with the Academy's wizards. Arriving at the Academy, Richard immediately caught sight of the wizards soaring in midair. The Garlon Wizard Academy had many third-ring wizards, nearly 200 in total. With so many third-ring wizards, they could almost form the backbone of a dimensional war expedition across a microcosm. Seeing Richard, Jimmy laughed out loud. "Richard, you're finally here. If you don't come, you have to find us at the Tower of Truth." Chapter 415. With Richard's arrival, the three-ring wizards at the Garlon Wizard Academy were nearly all present. So, led by Jimmy, they flew towards the Tower of Truth. On the way, Richard asked the wizards attending the gathering about the wizards' gathering. As a newly promoted three-ring wizard, there was much he didn't know. "Hey, just think of this gathering as a social gathering for your apprenticeship," replied Stio, whose skin was half iron gray and half dark gold, beside Richard. In the war in the Green Forest world, while Stio didn't make as much money as Richard, he still reaped a good harvest. He discovered a type of cell in a Green Forest world biological weapon that could metallize its cytoskeleton. This cell was much stronger than his own, capable of integrating even a small amount of adamantium into its cytoskeleton. Thanks to this biological weapon, Stio's body evolved again, becoming significantly more powerful than before. A get-together? Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. Didn't I see information mentioning a selection for military operators? There is indeed a selection, but that thing... Stio stopped mid-sentence. He looked Richard over, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Nothing. I just realized you might have a chance, Stio continued. The military always selects the best of the best when selecting operators. Even though there are so many third-ring wizards attending the gathering, only a few will actually make the cut. Those selected are all truly geniuses, and those who haven't been discovered by the grand wizards beforehand. Richard's gains in the Green Forest world had long been known among the wizards. So many spider-like armed puppets, and that giant floating cannon mothership. It could be said that if Richard chose, few wizards at this gathering could stand up to him. Geniuses who haven't been discovered by the great wizards beforehand are indeed rare, Richard said with deep conviction. Due to the planar wars, the turnover of wizards within a wizard academy is extremely rapid. Often, after a planar war, most of the academy's faculty is replaced. Teachers like Richard, who are support wizards and hold high positions, are a minority among the minority. Thus, the majority of wizards within the Wizard Academy are essentially without teachers. If these wizards distinguish themselves during the planar wars, they will inevitably be noticed by the great wizards, and many of these wizards have a habit of recruiting numerous disciples. Therefore, it's no exaggeration to call a gifted wizard who reaches the level of a third-ring wizard and yet still isn't accepted as a disciple by a grand wizard a rare sight. If the military's target is these people, then for most wizards, this gathering is really just a social gathering. However, given your financial resources, even if the military is willing to accept you, you probably won't want to go. As he spoke, a hint of envy crossed Stio's face. Ritual magic worth hundreds of thousands of magic essences can be used on demand. This kind of generosity is no more common among third-ring wizards than among wizards selected as military personnel. Haha, I really don't want to go, Richard laughed. But I'm still very interested in those wizards who are selected. I heard, Richard said with a mysterious expression, that third-ring wizards in the military have a much higher chance of becoming grand wizards than ordinary wizards. What am I supposed to do? Stio said in a dismay. Everyone knows that. But judging by your expression, you don't seem to know the secret behind this number, do you? The secret behind it? Richard's interest was piqued. What other secret could there be? Stio chuckled and said, the secret is that this probability is a hoax. In reality, the probability of a three-ring wizard promoted through the military's internal promotion to Grand Wizard isn't much higher than that of individual wizards like us. And the reason the promotion probability is so high is because this selection, Richard and Stio said in unison. If only the outstanding three-ring wizards among the individual wizards were recruited into the military, the probability of Grand Wizard promotion would naturally increase. Furthermore, the number of three-ring wizards in the military is at least an order of magnitude less than those outside. Under these circumstances, it would be strange if the military's promotion probability wasn't high. What are you two talking about? A voice suddenly came from behind Richard. He turned and saw the two-faced wizard, with whom they had once worked, looking at them curiously. Nothing, just my first time at this gathering, just asking about it, Richard replied casually. Oh yes, Richard, this is your first time attending a third-ring wizard gathering, the two-faced wizard said with sudden realization. That's a good thing though. This time the gathering is moved. It's not being held in the council's secret realm, but in an undiscovered world. I heard even the procedures have changed. Hearing this, Stio's eyes widened. Is there such a thing? The two-faced wizard nodded. I heard from a friend in the military that they've encountered difficulties while expanding their borders, and they're planning to expand. Hard-boned? What kind of hard-boned person could possibly stand up to those military wizards? Stio asked in disbelief. Although Stio considered himself no less capable than those military wizards, one thing was undeniable. The military wizards' warlike prowess was unmatched by any other wizarding academy in the wizarding world. These wizards possessed the finest alchemical weaponry in the wizarding world, capable of equipping all sorts of strategic-grade magical equipment that couldn't be mass-produced due to cost constraints. Furthermore, these wizards' personal qualities were considered above average among regular wizards. These impressive personal qualities, coupled with superb weaponry and logistical support, meant the military rarely suffered losses during their plane expeditions, let alone encountered tough opponents. God knows. The two-faced wizard spread his hands. My friend has already revealed the most. There are confidentiality regulations within the military. The speaker may not have meant it, but the listener took it seriously. As Richard listened to the two-faced wizard's words, the word civilization immediately came to mind. Richard couldn't think of any other explanation for why the military felt so stoic except for civilization. Suddenly Jimmy, leading the group, turned and shouted, "Everyone, be careful. The weather's about to change. Be careful not to get struck by lightning, haha." The wizards following him burst into laughter upon hearing this. The hearty laughter filled the sky, as if the impending storm ahead were but a gentle breeze. After 5 days, they finally reached the Tower of Truth. Led by the Tower of Truth staff, the wizards boarded an airship, passed through a portal through the central world, and arrived at the gathering's venue. A small world numbered 011320 and named Galaxy. Entering the world, Richard habitually surveyed his surroundings. Balance 4 elements, magic concentration 5 times that of the wizarding world, special rules. Richard glanced at the sky from the airship window. Galaxy World seemed to have no day/night cycle. In the sky, the sun was replaced by an incredibly brilliant Milky Way. I guess this is why wizards named this world Galaxy World. This place looks newly conquered, the two-faced wizard beside him said. He twisted his neck, and the face at the back of his head came forward. It looked like a demon from myth and legend, its crimson face a pair of dim yellow eyes gleaming with an erotic light. I see a lot of resentment. This world must have been conquered less than 10 years ago. Less than 10 years? 10 years sounds like a long time, but to a wizard, it's only a month's work for an average person. Perhaps, there are still some remaining indigenous people within this world that haven't been completely eliminated. Why would the Tower of Truth choose such a world as the venue for the gathering? Richard's mind flashed back to the news the two-faced wizard had mentioned on the way, and a vague suspicion formed in his heart. This world might be connected to that hard bone. Steo's face changed slightly upon hearing this. He wasn't as knowledgeable as Richard, but he had a vague feeling that something was amiss, though he couldn't put his finger on it. He simply wondered, why would the Tower of Truth choose such a place? Could it be that they want us to help the military eliminate those remaining natives this time? Richard didn't respond, simply staring out the window at the world outside. 3 days later, everyone arrived at the gathering venue. The venue was a palace complex, and in its center, for waterfalls, like pillars, supported a vast hanging garden, suspended in the air. The airships above the venue obscured the sky. Richard roughly estimated that there might be hundreds of thousands of third-ring wizards attending this gathering. "Something's wrong," said Stio, beside Richard, as he looked out at the swirling airships, a flicker of horror crossing his face. "What's wrong?" Stio's face was grim. In previous gatherings, there were only a few tens of thousands of third-ring wizards, wizards from the same Tower of Truth as us. But this time, the number is so vast that I'm afraid all the third-ring wizards in the entire wizarding world have been summoned. It seems something serious has happened. Soon, the order to disembark came over the airship's radio. Hundreds of thousands of third-ring wizards descended through the hatch at the bottom of the airship and landed on the palace complex below. Thump. Richard tapped his toes and landed silently on the ground. As soon as he landed, a small elf appeared out of thin air beside him. "Respected wizard, I am your guiding elf. I will assist you in this gathering." Richard observed the elf before him and habitually stroked his chin. He could sense that this creature was completely different from the library elf. The library elf, in Richard's opinion, was a unique creature. The elf before him, however, looked more like a creation of some kind of sorcery. "Okay, then, what should I do next?" Richard asked. The elf bowed slightly to Richard. "Please follow me. The procedures for this gathering are different from those of the past. This time, all wizards, whether willing or not, must participate in the military's operator selection. The winners of the selection will enter the Sky Garden to receive news from the Council of Truth." Chapter 416. The guiding elf's words were calm, but to Richard's ears, they resonated like thunder. If it had been speculation before, he was now almost certain that the wizard had encountered another civilization. This military personnel selection was only the beginning. If nothing unexpected happened, once the two civilizations officially went to war, all third-ring wizards would be summoned by the military. And as the fighting escalated, the Council of Truth would continue to expand its recruitment. An unprecedented war was about to begin. As for why the two civilizations couldn't reach cooperation and coexist harmoniously, don't be ridiculous. How could a wizarding civilization with 5 truth wizards, over 1,000 great wizards, and hundreds of millions of dedicated war wizards choose peace, conquest, and enslavement were the wizards' way of treating alien races? Besides, Richard didn't believe that other civilizations would coexist harmoniously with the wizarding civilization. Not every civilization was a hodgepodge like the god civilization, with members of every race. The great era is coming, Richard muttered to himself. Following the guiding elf, Richard arrived at a luxurious palace. Inside, wizards from various academies and towers of truth gathered. Some looked puzzled, some frowned, some were eager to fight, and some yawned lazily. These were the elite among ordinary wizards, 1 in a million. Yet, here, they were just ordinary attendees of the gathering. Please wait a moment, the guiding elf bowed to Richard. The gathering will officially begin only after everyone has arrived. Richard glanced around the hall, his brow furrowing. The entire palace was devoid of white wizards. It was filled with black wizards. What is the council trying to do? Richard checked the wizards in the hall, confirming that none he recognized. He quietly retreated to a corner of the palace, awaiting what would happen next. Soon, a wizard resembling a stone giant entered the palace, and a shadowy figure suddenly appeared in the center. Silence. Soon, the hall fell silent. Seeing the hall fall silent, the shadowy figure spoke. I am the leader of this wizard gathering, the head of the Wizard World Development Department, and the Grand Wizard of Bronze Spear. Due to institutional reforms, from now on, Third Ring Wizard gatherings will no longer be held by individual towers of truth. All Third Ring Wizards will gather together in the worlds under the council. In addition, the previous voluntary selection system has been abolished. Now, all Third Ring Wizards must participate in the selection process for Wizard World Development Department operators. Those who pass the selection process will automatically join the Wizard World Development Department. Note, this rule applies to all wizards, regardless of whether you are a student or descendant of a Grand Wizard. The wizards in the palace erupted in excitement upon hearing this. Although the military offers generous benefits, they participate in interdimensional wars far more frequently than ordinary wizards. Joining the military means countless battles ahead. This statement also hinted at a dangerous situation. This is just the beginning. Once forced conscription begins, it will never stop. Silence. Although the great wizard of Bronze Spear was only a shadow, as he spoke, a terrifying pressure emanated from his shadow, silencing the entire palace. Due to institutional reforms, the original rules of the Wizarding World Development Department have been revised. Members of the Wizarding World Development Department will be able to earn various resources and benefits through accumulated military merit. These include, but are not limited to, Grand Wizard status. Grand Wizard status. This sentence was like a drop of water in boiling oil, instantly setting the palace ablaze. Grand Wizard status is the dream of many Third Ring Wizards, but for thousands of years, countless Third Ring Wizards have been stuck before reaching the qualification. Now, the Council of Truth has actually opened up the Grand Wizard promotion rights. The excitement was followed by silence, as the wizards eagerly watched the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard, anticipating his next news. The effect of giving a sweet treat after a good fight is remarkable. Though Third Ring Wizards all knew the military merit required to become a Grand Wizard was astronomical, and even if they joined the military, few would survive to see the day of redemption, but hope was so alluring that even though everyone knew it was like a moth to a flame, they were willing to be the moth. These are the major changes. The rest are just details. After the gathering, a special booklet will be distributed to you. Next, I will announce the rules of this assessment. Next, you will be randomly transported to any corner of this world to undergo a selection process similar to the bloody exams you took during your apprenticeship. Of course, you are far more valuable than those wizard apprentices, so you have protection. Your guiding elves will protect you from death during this selection. Once the elf's protection is activated, you will be disqualified. Your task in this selection is to defeat as many other wizards as possible. Defeating each wizard will earn you a point. After 30 days, the competition will conclude, and the top 100 Three-Ring Wizards will join the Pioneering Division. After saying this, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard paused. Also, I think you've all noticed that this world is newly conquered, and there's still considerable resistance within. The guiding elves will transmit information about these creatures to you later. Killing these resisting creatures will also earn you points. The selection will begin in 30 seconds, so be prepared. With that, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard silhouette suddenly vanished. A subtle fluctuation of magical energy emanated from beneath the palace floorboards. This was the activation of the random teleportation array, signaling a call to action. No wonder they're all dark wizards. Richard gazed at the uniformly black wizard robes in the hall, a hint of nostalgia playing on his lips. So it's a battle royale competition, huh? Although both are Third Ring Wizards, dark wizards generally possess superior individual combat prowess to white wizards. Due to this division of labor, white wizards tend to research spells that enhance their subordinates or coordinate the power of other wizards. Dark wizards, on the other hand, are more inclined to enhance their own combat effectiveness. Richard muttered to himself, I wonder how the white wizards will be selected. The Tower of Truth can't just send a legion of wizards for them to fight against, right? In the White Wizard's palace, the Bronze Spear Archwizard read out the selection rules for the White Wizards. This time, you will enter the Soul Maze of Truth. You will then be able to customize your legion's configuration. There are many types of slaves, and you can customize your legion to your heart's content. But remember, the legion size is fixed, and there are trade-offs. This competition uses a point system. Each victory earns you 1 point, and you will not face opponents you've already fought. At the end of the competition, the 100 wizards with the highest points will join the Wizarding World Development Department. In 30 seconds, you will begin the competition. With that, the shadowy figure of the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard suddenly vanished, leaving only the bewildered white wizards. Soul Maze? What is that? I thought we were going to the World Mirror and fighting with our slave legions. My sorcery is perfectly suited to slaves. Using the Soul Maze, the council has really invested heavily this time. As the wizards discussed, the palace floor gradually lit up. 30 seconds later, all the wizards in the palace complex vanished without a trace. As the scene before him gradually returned to normal, Richard, holding the World Tree Staff, curiously surveyed his surroundings. Because the galaxy world lacked anything like the sun, the entire world was shrouded in a dim state. Under the cold light of the galaxy, the earth seemed coated in a layer of silver, appearing peaceful and tranquil. The world is so vast, it's a bit difficult to find other wizards, Richard said, looking at the plain before him with a slight headache. Don't worry, the guiding elf suddenly appeared beside Richard and replied calmly, I have the ability to detect nearby elves. If you wish, I can show you the locations of third ring wizards within a radius of 50 kilometers. However, when I use this ability, other guiding elves will be able to detect me, so please use it with caution. In addition, every 10 days, the competition area will be reduced in size. At that time, wizards who fail to reach the competition area within a day will automatically be considered withdrawn from the competition. Richard's mouth twitched at this. What a battle royale! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distance. As far as Richard could see, 2 third-ring wizards had already met, engaged in a passionate exchange of spells. It seems your help isn't needed for now, Richard said casually to the elf, observing the 2 wizards. Points are coming your way. Goring felt he was truly the chosen one. Before becoming a wizard apprentice, he was a prince of the empire, second only to the emperor and above all others. After becoming a wizard apprentice, his astonishing talent caught the attention of an old wizard, who took him in as his successor. After becoming a wizard, he not only survived his first planar war without injury, but actually gained a great deal. He even earned more money than his teacher. What he researched was always valuable, and his thinking was sound. Although he often faced crises during planar wars, he always managed to turn danger into safety, turning crises into opportunities. Not long ago, he participated in the Grand Wizard selection, but was accidentally rejected. He thought his good luck would end there, but he didn't expect the Council of Truth to reform the system. He didn't have to participate in the Grand Wizard trial. He could qualify for the Grand Wizard title simply by joining the military. As a wizard, he had always scoffed at the idea of being the chosen one. But now, he had some faith. It's the destined one. Thinking this, Goran swung his staff, harnessing the power of the rules to increase the spell's power to 10,000. Looking at the 3-ring wizard before him, the precarious magic barrier, Goran said in a deep voice, my friend, it's over. Your failure isn't due to your abilities, but to your encounter with me, Goran, the destined one. With that, a brilliant light pierced the magic barrier. The wizard within the barrier instantly vanished into thin air. 1 point, Goran exclaimed. He spoke with a touch of excitement. But his excitement didn't cloud his brain. Soon, Goran opened his mouth and released a burst of sound waves inaudible to human ears. This was a reconnaissance spell he had developed based on a creature called the Shadow Bat, with a detection range of 10 kilometers. Quickly, he turned to his left. There, a black-robed wizard, holding a dark gold staff, was rapidly approaching him. Goran's face showed a hint of mockery. I'm truly destined for this. It's only been a few minutes, and I've already hit another point. Chapter 417. Richard wasn't entirely sure why the wizard before him could await his arrival with such confidence. Although, in his energy field of vision, Goran's body radiated a brilliant light. This light, while powerful, was still far inferior to that of those truly veteran third-ring wizards. Based on Richard's experience observing other third-ring wizards, this wizard hadn't even reached the maximum mental power of a third-ring wizard. This also meant that this wizard hadn't been promoted to the 3rd ring level very long ago. It made sense that such a wizard, upon seeing a wizard whose energy radiation was completely concealed approaching him, not only didn't flee, but instead stood there nonchalantly, ready for a truly manly one-on-one battle. This truly puzzled Richard. Suddenly, Richard stopped abruptly. A purple thunderbolt crashed down in front of him with a booming sound, exploding into a ball of tiny white-purple lightning. The lightning bolts hit the ground with a thud, like firecrackers. Richard looked down and saw bowl-sized, charred pits where the lightning had landed. If he hadn't stopped in time, the lightning bolts would have struck him. Power level 10,000, and specialized in penetration, Richard thought, holding up his magic barrier. No wonder he's so confident, he's certainly quite capable. To be able to unleash power level 10,000 lightning bolts so easily, this wizard must have mastered the laws of thunder. With the laws at his side, this wizard certainly had reason to be proud. But alas, Richard sneered. He had even more rules. Goran's heart sank as he saw his carefully prepared strike miss. But before he could summon a second thunderbolt, he saw the black-robed wizard's body suddenly glow with a brilliant light. It was as if energy flowed through his veins instead of blood. The next instant, Richard's body flashed like lightning, appearing beside Goran. How fast? A thought flashed through Goran's mind. A gleaming fist slammed fiercely into his magic barrier. Bang! The barrier was penetrated. Goran stared at the magic barrier in a daze. If he remembered correctly, it could withstand attacks up to 8,000 energy levels. But he quickly gave up thinking. Because the fist, radiant as the North Star, slammed into him fiercely. Bang! Goran's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Huh? Richard looked at the flying Goran, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Aren't the guiding elves supposed to protect these wizards? Wasn't this blow enough to render this wizard powerless? Ahem, I have to admit, you're very strong. Golan, having been knocked back, struggled to his feet. Lightning flickered faintly in his eyes, body, and even in his veins. To have pushed me to this point, you're definitely the strongest enemy I've ever faced. But alas! Golan's head shot up. His eye sockets were now empty, only a white, lightning-like mass. You've met me. Golan, the son of destiny. Fate has doomed you to defeat here today. With these words, Golan, holding his staff in both hands, thrust it fiercely at Richard. The calm air suddenly became violent and unsettled. The staff in his hand seemed to transform into a spear piercing the heavens. The bluish-purple lightning carried destructive power, as if born from the wrath of an ancient god, each ray of light imbued with the power to rend all things. As it surged from the tip of the staff, the entire world seemed engulfed in this dazzling bluish-purple light. And the power of this strike reached a staggering 20,000 energy level. After the thunder, Goran lowered his staff and confidently turned around. A 20,000 energy level spell. Goran didn't believe even a 3rd level wizard could withstand it. But a voice froze him in his tracks. Child of Destiny, where are you going? Goran turned to see Richard, resembling a dragon man, standing perfectly still. A pitch-black circle encircled him, beneath his feet. 20,000 energy level thunderbolts surprisingly didn't cause Richard the slightest damage. Richard stretched himself. If the spell had been an ordinary elemental spell, he might have needed to dodge. But unfortunately, Goran used a thunder spell. The rules of radiation granted Richard the ability to manipulate radiation, and this ability is essentially the manipulation of energy. Though thunder spells sound like elemental spells, like fireball and cone of ice, in reality, elemental spells only have 4 elements. All other spells that sound like elemental spells are actually energy spells that utilize different energy properties. This is the fundamental reason why the School of Evocation is not called the School of Elementalism. Under the weakening of radiation manipulation, the power of thunderbolts was reduced by a full 7,000 energy levels. 13,000 energy levels remained, and with the weakening magic barrier, only 5,000 remained. A 5,000 level spell would be somewhat painful for Richard, who had activated his myriad transformations battle body, but it was only a slight pain. Richard tapped his toes, and appeared before Goran. You're using the thunder rule well, but that's all. The next moment, Goran felt his surroundings suddenly spin. When he came to his senses, he was back in the palace where he had listened to the Bronze Spear Wizard's message before the match began. I lost? Goran stared blankly around, unable to believe he had been killed so easily by a wizard. The wizard hadn't even used a spell. He had defeated him with just 2 punches. And he had even previously believed himself to be the chosen one, that this selection was meant for him. How ridiculous, how pathetic. Goran smiled wryly, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Even if there's only one genius wizard in 10,000, there are still hundreds of thousands in the wizarding world. You think you're a piece of gold, but to be at the pinnacle of the wizarding world's pyramid is to be truly magnificent. On the battlefield, Richard watched Goran disappear suddenly, a thought crossing his face. Teleportation, plus enhanced protection. Does that mean that high-level spells with spatial properties can break the guiding spirit's protection? Richard shook his head, shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind. This is a military operator selection, not a battlefield. Why dwell on killing people when there's nothing else to do? Richard snapped his fingers, and the guiding spirit appeared. You remember my points, right? I do. That's good. Richard nodded. Let's search for wizards around here. After a little action, I've discovered I'm quite formidable. As you wish. Meanwhile, across the galaxy world, the same scene unfolded for different individuals. Although third-ring wizards were considered geniuses, there were still differences among geniuses. On the plains, a wizard resembling a fire giant threw a powerful, 10,000 energy fireball, which flew like a meteor towards the fleeing wizard in the distance. The fire giant scratched his head in annoyance as he watched the fleeing wizard. Why bother? You're not going to die anyway. Just handing over your points directly would be much more efficient for everyone. As he spoke, several more fireballs, each with an equally terrifying aura, erupted around him. On the lake, a wizard, his body a turquoise ice crystal, silently walked across the surface. Cyan frost spread from her feet, threatening to freeze the entire lake. Inside the lake, a whale-like creature was seen dodging the frost. Soon, with no escape possible, the whale-like creature leaped from the frozen water, ready for a desperate struggle. But as soon as it emerged, chains of frost emerged from the surface, dragging it back in like a giant hand. Before being sealed, the whale finally revealed its true form, transforming into a half-fishman covered in scales. Can you tell me what this sorcery is called? The ice wizard whispered, or frost sealing. With that, the seal was complete, and the Murloc wizard vanished without a trace. In the dense forest, an old wizard in a black robe leisurely pursued the wizard ahead. The old wizard looked unremarkable, his every move simple and unassuming, seemingly without any apparent aura of power. But even this ordinary old wizard made the wizard he was pursuing feel like he was falling into an icy cellar. A wizard can perform one action perfectly, 10 actions perfectly. But as the number of actions increases, people inevitably create unnecessary movements. But this old wizard didn't have that. He was like a robot, his movements perfectly concise, as if these movements, these techniques, had become second nature. Suddenly, the wizard he was pursuing stopped. His face darkened, and he was about to fight to the death. But before he could strike, the old wizard swung his staff, and a deep necrotic energy pierced his magical barrier, triggering the guide elf's teleportation. Watching the vanishing wizard, the old wizard muttered to himself, "It seems the necrotic arrow's power could be reduced a bit. This one's still a bit too strong." Bang! A hammer swirled with thunder crashed down from the sky, a divine retribution that shattered the wizard's magical barrier. Puff! The wizard spat out a mouthful of blood, his body twisted for a moment, and then vanished. Seeing this, Stio, covered in blue blood, grinned. Points earned. Then he pulled a potion from his pocket, tossed it into his mouth, chewed it up like a pill, and swallowed it. Even after finishing the potion, he still felt unsatisfied, so he pulled a handful of metal particles from his pocket and ate them like soybeans. With the help of the potion, his wounds began to heal rapidly. Stio, holding his staff, gazed at the battlefield with a faint sigh. Alas, the good times are over. Why have the guys I've encountered been so formidable these past 2 days? It was already the 7th day since the tournament began, and many of the inferior third-ring wizards had already been dispatched. None of the remaining wizards were pushovers. The days of effortlessly racking up points, like those of the first 2 days, were gone. Soon, Stio felt his injuries had almost healed. He summoned the elf, and had it display the map. Because the tournament venue was so vast, the Tower of Truth divided it into 5 zones. When shrinking the venue, it was done by zone. Each zone had a safe zone. Now, 7 days had passed. The Tower of Truth had distributed the reduced playing areas to the guiding elves. Looking at the safe zones on the map, Stio rubbed the back of his head. It's quite close, no need to rush. Who? Stio's expression suddenly changed. He swung his great hammer staff violently, and a bolt of 8,000 energy lightning flew from the hammer's tip into the surrounding woods. Ahem, that's not a good way to greet someone. From the forest, a black-robed wizard, resembling a giant of fire, slowly emerged. The terrifying aura caused Stio's expression to change drastically. Sun Giant Belt. Chapter 418. Hearing Styles' address, the wizard known as the Sun Giant Belt's expression suddenly froze. Style, we're old acquaintances. Could you please stop calling me by my nickname from my youth? Styles' lips curled into a smile uglier than tears. It must have been over 500 years since we last met. It seems you've been doing well these past few years. Not bad. I completely devoured the fragments of the sun's core. Belt shrugged and casually summoned a terrifying fireball. You've been doing well these past few years. I never thought the metallized cells you discovered during your apprenticeship could even integrate adamantium. Styles' eyes twitched as he stared at the fireball. Sun Giant Belt, one of the wizards he had known since his apprenticeship. During his apprenticeship, Belt, with his bloodline of a fire elemental giant and, for an apprentice, his mastery of elemental magic, was astonishing. He dominated the bloody exams. Stio was one of the few wizard apprentices to escape his clutches. After becoming wizards, the two began fighting side by side in the planar war. As wizards of the same level, they were acquaintances, though not close. Later, Steel left his original academy and enrolled at the Garlon Wizard Academy to cultivate his physical evolution. Since then, their encounters have become increasingly rare. Recently, they hadn't seen each other for over 500 years. Steel had always remembered Belt as a genius. Even now, having become a third-ring wizard, he still considered Belt a genius. Even geniuses have their differences, and Belt is the ultimate genius. Don't look so grim, Stio, Belt said with a smile. We're all friends. I don't intend to take your points. I'm just here to catch up. Belt's attitude was friendly, but his words tinged with a condescending arrogance. He didn't think it would be difficult to take Stio's points. At this, Stio took a deep breath, and the sledgehammer staff in his hand was wrapped in white and purple lightning snakes. Thank you for remembering our friendship, old friend. But I've achieved some success over the years. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with high morale and anger. Who will win? It's still uncertain. With that, Stio's body suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant over 3 meters tall. The sledgehammer staff in his hand was wrapped in lightning, and it smashed towards Belt with immense force. He was no longer the weak apprentice, who had been forced to flee from the sun giant, Belt. Alas, why do my old classmates always treat me like this? Belt's face showed a hint of helplessness as his body suddenly grew larger, transforming into a fire giant taller than Stio. Old friend, since you insist on attacking me, don't blame me for being too harsh. Boom! The thunderous explosion shook the entire forest. Stio's sledgehammer was actually blocked by a magical shield. Old friend, your progress truly astounds me, Belt said with some difficulty, propping himself up against the shield. It seems the path of the great wizard Garen is indeed more suited to you. Stio didn't respond, simply raising his sledgehammer high. Bang, bang, bang. Thunderous explosions echoed through the forest, sending dead leaves flying and branches trembling. Two behemoths battled fiercely within the forest, one attacking, the other defending. Steel wielded a sledgehammer, his body entwined with white-purple lightning snakes, resembling the mythical god of thunder. Meanwhile, Belt held a magical shield, like a red-hot steel billet on an anvil, forged back and forth by Stio. Stio's momentum grew stronger with each attack, every cell in his body becoming hyperactive in this exhilarating battle. His cell's ability to absorb the magical energy in the air grew stronger, and his strength, speed, agility, and recovery abilities all increased significantly compared to before the battle. This was a unique ability possessed by wizards undergoing physical evolution, which Grand Wizard Garlon named Wild Resurrection. In this state, a wizard's strength was 1/5 greater than usual. Boom! Another loud bang. The massive shockwave instantly tore down the surrounding trees, sending boulders flying like bullets. Why aren't you attacking? Stio growled. He could sense that Belt wasn't so overpowered he couldn't fight back, but was deliberately letting him strike. Belt lowered his shield, wiped a few drops of lava from his forehead, and said lightly, "You won't see any improvement if you attack." Hearing this, Stio suddenly smiled. As expected, Belt was still the same Belt, the one who, though he considered himself approachable, always looked down upon others and spoke with unwavering arrogance. But the most infuriating thing was that this guy truly possessed sufficient resources. Stio sighed inwardly. In this match, the only ones who could defeat him were the students of the great wizards. Old friend, if you have nothing new to offer, then I take action. The shield in Belt's hand suddenly vanished, replaced by a golden flaming javelin. The javelin shone with a golden glow, as if forged from the flames deep within the sun. Every wisp of flame shone brilliantly, even the light carried an astonishing warmth. Stio swallowed dryly. On the javelin, he smelled the scent of death. This is a spell I recently developed called Sunlight. I created this sorcery after devouring a fragment of the sun's core, utilizing the solar principles within. It's not very powerful, only about 20,000 energy levels. Since you, my old friend, have shown me so much, I return the favor and send you off with Sunlight. With that, Belt's expression darkened. He grasped the javelin in his right hand and hurled it at Stio. Stio instinctively tried to flee, but Belt's fiery golden eyes, like the gaze of a demon, froze him in his tracks. A thought flashed through Stio's mind. Curse spell. At that moment, Stio felt as if he were back in his apprentice days, once again a frail apprentice fleeing under the command of the sun giant, Belt. Boom! The golden javelin exploded, transforming into a ball of golden flame that consumed everything around it, leaving only ash and lava. Huh? Belt stared in amazement at the center of the sun's powerful light. There, Stio still stood. Although his body was covered in charcoal, resembling a black man, Belt could clearly sense that Stio hadn't suffered any serious injuries. In the shadows behind Stio, a tall, young wizard in metal armor slowly stepped out with a kind smile. My name is Richard. May I know your name? Richard? Belt felt a familiarity in his heart. But unfortunately, it was too common, and he couldn't recall where he heard it before. But it didn't matter. Since he couldn't remember it, it meant he was a nobody. Dealing with a nobody would just be a bit more work. Belt replied with equal kindness. This wasn't a battlefield, so he didn't mind exchanging a few words with the other wizards. After all, he was sure to win. So it's Master Belt. Hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person, Richard replied, feigning surprise. Although he had never heard of the name, it didn't stop him from offering a few flattering words, stalling for time. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the surrounding woods, where crystal floaters quietly moved through the trees, preparing to create a massive hysteresis field. Oh! Stio mentioned me? Belt's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the wizard before him to have even heard of him. Richard's mind raced, and he quickly replied, yes. Stio thinks very highly of you, calling you a rare genius, a grand master who hasn't yet been promoted. Belt's laughter brightened at this, and he said, haha, I didn't expect you, my old friend, to think so highly of me. You have excellent taste. Behind Richard, Stio moved his lips, but didn't utter a single rebuttal. Although he hadn't mentioned Stio to Richard, he did believe he could become a grand master. After the fun, Belt smiled and said, since you and Stio are friends, I won't take your points. Please give way, and let me have them. Hearing this, Richard's smile froze. Friend, I see you're not a wizard who's even close to points. Why do you insist on taking Stio's viewpoints? I didn't want to at first, Belt said helplessly, but Stio insisted on fighting me. Richard glanced sideways at Stio behind him. Stio peeled off his carbonized skin and replied weakly, Richard, go away. You can't help me. This guy is a monster. There's no need to lose so many puppets for me. Although in Stio's eyes, Richard was also a genius. But Richard was a genius at making money, while Belt was a genius at fighting. Geniuses are different. Stio, you're a little too discouraged. Richard replied with a smile, a sharp glint in his eyes. I think my chances of winning are still pretty good. With that, a swamp-like force field instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Thousands of crystal floaters strained the mental power of a third-level wizard, creating a massive hysteresis field. The appearance of the hysteresis field slowly faded the smile on Belt's face. He could feel that within this force field, every movement consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Even projecting mental power became incredibly strenuous. Friend, your field magic is quite impressive, Belt said calmly. Although the hysteresis field was powerful, he was confident he could defeat this unknown individual. It would just take a little more effort. Thank you for the compliment, Richard replied with equal calmness. Belt raised his hand slightly, and the flames on his body, starting from his heart, gradually turned golden. But you don't think you can win with this, do you? With that, Belt, seemingly unaffected by the hysteresis field, strode towards Richard. In Richard's energy field, a faint barrier completely blocked Belt from the surrounding hysteresis field. Biofield? Richard's eyes narrowed slightly, having never expected Belt to possess such an unconventional ability. Alas, the hysteresis field was only the appetizer. Radiant Beam Cannon, activate. Chapter 419. The knowledge of the School of Evocation played a significant role in Richard's development of the radiation law. However, this doesn't mean that Richard only used knowledge from the School of Evocation to develop the radiation law. The radiation law granted Richard the ability to release high-energy radiation, a power that, if properly utilized, could be extremely powerful. Unfortunately, The intensity of the high-energy radiation Richard released was too high, and even with his radiation manipulation, it barely protected him from harm. For a long time, Richard used this skill as a field sorcery. But then, it occurred to Richard, since he couldn't control this high-energy radiation, wouldn't it be easier to find something else to do it? As an alchemist, it wouldn't be difficult for him to create a magical armor to assist him in controlling the radiation. Thus, the radiant cannon was born. Richard installed a radiation convergence device on his individual armor, confining the high-energy radiation he released, thereby achieving a powerful penetrating effect. Richard also incorporated a crystal floater design into the muzzle, further enhancing the penetrating power of the radiant light. Unfortunately, the materials and enchantments required to contain high-energy radiation are extremely demanding. Even now, Richard needs to replace the containment chamber every 5 uses of the radiant condenser cannon. But this is enough. 1 containment chamber is enough for Richard to defeat 1 enemy. If 1 containment chamber can't do it, then even if he can replace 1, it certainly won't be enough. A beam of radiant light, as thick as a bowl, shot out from the muzzle crystal on Richard's arm like an aurora, instantly passing through the hysteresis field. The hysteresis field, powerful enough to make a 3rd-level wizard feel mired in a quagmire, seemed non-existent before this radiant light. Belt's heart rang with alarm. A sense of utter danger suddenly overwhelmed him. Without hesitation, he raised his magic barrier, and the shield he had used to defend against Stio's hammer appeared in his hand again. But it was all in vain. Ziz! The magic barrier was useless before the radiant light, and the shield, once capable of withstanding spells of 10,000 energy, now had a hole, its edge melted. Behind the hole, Baird's left chest was pierced. Golden flames continuously patched the gap. Belt's eyes were fixed on Richard, his heart pounding, even though he no longer had a heart. This spell's penetrating power had reached 30,000 energy, all his defenses were useless against it. For the first time, Belt felt so close to death. If this radiant light had deviated even 3 centimeters to the right, his elemental core would have been pierced, just like his current body. But thankfully, he dodged it. Such a terrifying attack was most likely the hidden gem of this unknown individual named Richard. Having dodged this attack, what next? Belt hadn't even finished his thoughts, when his expression suddenly shifted to one of having seen a ghost. Another attack? Richard, seeing that Belter hadn't been teleported, unhesitatingly fired a second blast of radiation. For him, releasing high-energy radiation wasn't a difficult task. As long as he controlled the intervals between uses, he could do it without any pressure. A flash of turquoise radiation passed by, striking Belter squarely in the chest. The next moment, Belt's figure vanished into the hysteresis field. "Look, it's solved," Richard said, turning around and smiling. Behind him, Stio stared at the scene in amazement, unable to believe what he was seeing. Didn't Richard just reach the 3rd ring not long ago? How could he have just reached this level of combat power? Richard snapped his fingers and summoned his guiding elf. "Elf, how many points do I have now?" "You currently have 52 points, ranking 3rd in the division standings and 7th overall." "Wow." Richard couldn't help but smack his lips at the number 52. He himself had only earned 10 points in the past 2 days. And that wizard named Belt had contributed 41 points alone. In other words, Belt had sent at least 40 wizards packing. If this guy had been more careful, this battle would have been a very real possibility. If there hadn't been a hysteresis field, Belt would definitely not have resorted to close combat. If a spell-based attack were used, given Belt's abilities, Richard had no chance of victory except by using the radiant cannon to surprise the opponent. Of course, all this presupposes that Richard doesn't resort to trickery and unleash all of his crystal floaters, along with the floater matrix. If Richard unleashes the floater matrix, he absolutely dominates the match. But Richard definitely won't do that. Although the floater matrix and the floater array are Richard's personal property and can be used at will during this trial, if Richard actually unleashes the floater matrix and storms through the air, it will undoubtedly draw the attention of the military. At that point, accusing him of disrupting the competition would be a minor issue. If the military sees the opportunity to requisition his floating mother body, that would be troublesome. Richard was deeply skeptical of the moral integrity of this violent organization, backed by the Council of Truth. When an organization wields power and violence, they need not abide by the rules. They are the rules themselves. Inside the palace complex, the returned wizards gathered, as they often did at previous wizard gatherings, to discuss recent developments or recent challenges. They had already been eliminated, so this gathering was truly just another one. The air within the palace suddenly distorted. The next second, a stunned Belt appeared. He touched his chest. Before he was teleported, the radiant light had been less than a millimeter away from his elemental core. And yet, he was powerless. The feeling of being so close to death nearly brought him to tears. But then, a wave of excitement returned. This Richard is no mere nobody. He's definitely someone special. The wizards around him were stunned for a moment upon hearing Belt's words, then burst into laughter. "My friend, you've been in the lab too long," a wizard said, grinning at Belt. "Richard is no nobody. He's been a sought-after figure in the Four Rings Tower of Truth these days. He's not even a nobody in the entire wizarding world." Belt was stunned by this and quickly asked, "Whose great wizard is this Richard's direct student? How come he's so famous?" "Hey, my friend, you're mistaken," the wizard replied. "While the great wizard students are capable, they're nowhere near Richard's reputation. The Richard you met is the president and founder of the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce, the creator of the spell support vehicle. Currently, 4 out of 10 White Wizard Corps members are equipped with their chamber's alchemical weapons." Belt instinctively replied, 4 out of 10? Is the data so accurate? Did you conduct a special investigation? Years spent in the laboratory had made him somewhat sensitive to data. The wizard showed no sign of anger at this. Wizards who spend time in the laboratory tend to speak without thinking. He continued with a smile, "I haven't finished yet. The remaining 6 legions don't want to use these weapons, but they haven't yet completed the orders they placed with the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce." Belt's flames instantly jumped at this. He hadn't expected the wizard who had defeated him to be so prominent. "There are always people who are better than you," Belt muttered to himself. "I thought that after devouring the fragment of the sun's core, I was already a top-tier third-ring wizard. But now it seems like nothing more than a narrow view of the world." Although Belt's words were somewhat dejected, an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. The days ahead looked very exciting. In the 4th Division, Ole, like an icy figure, looked at the changing list, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Belt lost? Since the military only admits the top 100 wizards, the overall list is visible to all dark wizards to help them determine their admission. Onlay knew Belt's strength. Belt had once engaged in a foolish battle with her. Although she ultimately won, Belt's strength still left a deep impression on him. Over the years, Belt had devoured the fragments of the sun's core, and his combat power must have increased dramatically. But before he even reached the inner circle, he was defeated by another wizard. Or said thoughtfully, "This wizard named Richard. Must be that Richard." She hadn't been constantly in the lab for years, so she still had some knowledge of the wizarding world. The only Richard capable of defeating Belt was probably the guild master Richard. "It seems that magic essence is truly useful," or sighed softly. A newly promoted third-ring wizard could actually defeat Belt. That idiot Ganna really couldn't seize the opportunity, demanding such a valuable item for a small mineral vein. Now, if I try to make friends with him, I'm afraid I won't even be able to meet him. After saying this, she sighed again, and casually threw a piece of ice crystal to the ground. The next moment, the ice crystals rapidly grew into a carriage with a driver. She entered the carriage, and the ice crystal driver whipped his whip, heading towards the new location marked on the military map. 3 days passed quickly, and all the wizards, who hadn't reached the designated area within the allotted time, were teleported to the palace complex by the elves. As the area shrank, encounters between wizards became more frequent. And naturally, battles became more frequent. Bang! In the dense forest, Richard wielded his World Tree staff and, with a cold expression, sent the stone wizard back to the palace. Beside him, Style wielded his hammer staff, controlling a storm of metal as he battled fiercely with another wizard who had transformed himself into a bee swarm. To survive, the dark wizards began to band together. Seeing that Style was still fighting, Richard waved his staff, and radiant fireballs flew towards the bee swarm. Boom! The fireball exploded, the scattered flames instantly decimating the hive's population. Seeing this, the hive wizard, in order to prevent any losses, was forced to relinquish his qualification and had the elf teleport him back. "Huh? Those wizards behind us are no pushovers," Theo huffed. "What? You're withdrawing?" Richard held his magic essence, quietly recovering his mana. "Not really," Theo laughed. "I at least make it to the final lap before I'm satisfied. But I think it's best for you to return early." A voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Richard spun around to see an ordinary-looking old wizard in a black robe slowly approaching him. Chapter 420. Richard felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the old wizard suddenly appear. Before the old wizard spoke, he hadn't noticed a trace of him. If this had happened on the battlefield, he'd probably be dead by now. "Master, you're Master Delis." Richard was about to speak when he saw Stio shout with shock. Delis? This name, even for someone as uninformed as Richard, was a household name. Delis the Harvester, the legendary Dark Wizard of the Four Rings Tower of Truth. Legend has it that this Dark Wizard had participated in over 30 interdimensional wars, slaying countless natives, and accomplished countless seemingly impossible tasks. The most legendary of these was holding back a World Master. During one interdimensional war, Delis held back a World Master on the battlefield for a full half-hour. This single action directly changed the course of the battle, allowing the wizard to successfully conquer that world. But according to rumors, this legendary Dark Wizard had fallen during his ascension to Grand Wizard status. Richard carefully examined the old wizard before him. He had a standard human appearance, with no obvious physical modifications, and no fusion of indigenous blood. Facially, the old wizard was unremarkable, the kind of face you wouldn't even glance at on the street. His build was also average, at best somewhat robust. As for life radiation and energy fluctuations, the old wizard was truly exceptional in this regard. There was virtually no emanation of energy fluctuations or life radiation from him. Richard could only manage this by relying on the rules of radiation. "It was me," the old wizard replied calmly. "I know there are rumors that I died during the Grand Wizard promotion ceremony. But I didn't die, I simply failed. Failed to advance." Richard and Stio shuddered at this. Despite Delis' understatement, a normal wizard failing to ascend would cost them at least half their life. And Delis had managed to survive after failing to ascend to Grand Wizard. For this alone, Delis deserves to be called a legendary wizard. "Let's cut to the chase, President Richard. I'd like to invite you to join my project," Delis said. His voice was remarkably calm, devoid of emotion, as if it had been synthesized by a machine. "Plan?" Richard raised an eyebrow. "I'd love to hear the details. I discovered a hideout for an indigenous resistance group, but I'm not strong enough to wipe them out. So I plan to invite some wizards of sufficient strength to join me in eliminating this indigenous hideout." Delis' words were calm, but Richard detected a tinge of something unusual. "Strong enough? What does it mean to be strong enough?" Delis looked at Richard, his calm gaze making him uneasy. "Your strength is sufficient, and his isn't. I personally suggest you take his points, so others don't benefit. Because even if he enters the inner circle, they immediately become points for others. His rules are too few." Delis' words weren't pleasant to hear, but Stio didn't object. He even nodded. "Indeed. My fighting ability truly cannot compare to those geniuses." "Not geniuses," Delis corrected. "None of the wizards who made it past the first round of screening were mediocre. The difference between you and them lies in luck, resources, and a sudden burst of inspiration, not innate talent." Steele was slightly taken aback by this, then lowered his head and said, "Master, there's no need to comfort me. I'm not that." "I'm not comforting you," Delis interrupted. "I'm just stating the facts. Just like I'm advising you to give your points to your companions now, and go to that boring party." "Are those natives dangerous?" Richard suddenly asked. "Extremely dangerous," Delis corrected. "Those natives are the most dangerous I've ever seen in my life. It's hard to imagine how many wizards those mediocre military personnel must have expended to conquer this world." Delis' words made Richard's heart sink. If his guess was correct, these so-called natives were probably the remnants of another civilization's army. "Can you give us a detailed introduction?" Richard asked in a low voice. Delis said nothing more, then pulled a palm-sized biological specimen from his pocket and tossed it to Richard. "I've tentatively named this a galaxy plankton. It's a semi-gestalt creature. These planktons share a telepathic connection, yet each possesses its own distinct personality. This also makes them incredibly agile in combat. In small-scale battles, these creatures don't even need a commander. The coordination between individuals alone is sufficient to handle localized battles." Richard's heart grew colder as he listened to Delis' description. Facing a species like this, unless wizards could significantly outmaneuver them in high-level combat, a fight between two civilizations would be inevitable. Wizarding civilization doesn't seem to have the upper hand. Richard took out his tools and briefly examined the specimen. This galaxy plankton specimen was roughly at the limit of a level 1 creature. Its physical characteristics were very similar to those of common plankton in the wizarding world. For example, it had well-developed compound eyes, a chewing mouthpart, 3 pairs of legs on its chest, and 3 tail filaments. But there were also differences. For example, the galaxy plankton's wings were covered with numerous tiny scales, like butterfly wings. "This creature isn't very powerful individually," Richard returned the specimen to Delis. "If this creature were powerful individually, the military wouldn't dare use this world as a venue. They'd probably destroy it outright." "Indeed, it isn't." Delis' eyes flashed with approval. "This creature's individual strength is almost always between level 2 and level 1, with level 3 creatures rarely found. Furthermore, the combat effectiveness of these native individuals is very weak, requiring them to operate in groups to be effective. Then I think Stio can still participate, Richard replied. Chain lightning. Spells should be useful next. And my friend, he masters the rules of thunder. Delis glanced at Stio and nodded slightly. That's certainly possible, but before we do, let me say this. He's not strong enough. Even if he joins us in exterminating the natives, his score won't reach the top 100. Furthermore, if the natives trigger his protection mechanism, you won't be able to claim his points. Richard said nonchalantly, I'm not short of points, and I'm not that eager to join the military. Although joining the military allows one to earn military merit and advance to the rank of Grand Wizard. However, the original Grand Wizard selection process was not cancelled due to the new regulations. Richard can still directly participate in the Grand Wizard trial and gain the opportunity to be promoted to Grand Wizard. Don't think that participating in the Grand Wizard trial means the battlefields are all grinding mills. If they join the military, these third-ring wizards will find themselves in such a grinding mill. Hearing this, Delis gave Richard a deep look. Richard's condition was the same as his, without any energy fluctuations or life radiation. But his abilities were honed through countless battles. Richard clearly lacked his experience. Radiation rules? Delis had guessed. He pulled a map from his pocket and handed it to Richard. Here's the map and the location of the lair. I need to find a Grand Wizard student next, so I won't be taking you. With that, Delis disappeared into the shadows right in front of Richard. Even then, Richard remained unaware of Delis's presence. What a terrifying old wizard, Richard sighed. He unfolded the map. Its contents were sketchy, but it had everything it needed. Only 100 kilometers, not far. With that, Richard was about to call Stio to the nest marked on the map. But when he turned around, he saw Stio hesitate. Actually, it would be fine if I just gave you the points. With this risky plan, I only hinder you. Stio knew his own limitations. Forcing himself into something beyond his capabilities would definitely lead to bad consequences. What are you saying? Richard said, somewhat helplessly. I already told you your rules will be useful later. Why are you still hesitating? Let me tell you, these creatures are formidable. We'll likely be fighting them for years to come. The sooner you encounter them, the sooner you be prepared. This way, you'll be able to survive on the battlefield. Fight for years? Stio asked, somewhat puzzled. While these creatures are formidable, even the military wizards, even if they're useless, should have wiped them out in 50 or 60 years. Besides, we don't have to do anything to eliminate them. Who told you this creature is only in this world? Richard asked softly. What do you mean? Stio felt a flicker of panic. Richard's words gave him a chill. Subconsciously, he had deliberately ignored certain things. But Richard's next words ruthlessly brought these overlooked details to light. Stio, you said the astral plane is so vast. Is it possible that there's a world as large as the wizarding world? Could the creatures of that world, like wizards, have also transcended the world barrier and expanded their influence into the astral plane? Stio's face darkened. The long-standing ethos of the wizarding world has led wizards to consider themselves civilized, superior beings. Subconsciously, wizards have come to regard themselves as the son of destiny among the countless races of the astral plane. But this subconscious mindset presents a significant problem. With the astral plane's long history, how could wizards be the first civilized race? If a race more civilized than wizards emerges, are wizards also indigenous? Thinking of the creatures wizards considered indigenous, Stio shuddered. He forced a smile. Richard, are you kidding? We're wizards, and those indigenous. Stio, Richard interrupted coldly, perhaps my judgment is flawed. This bug might not be from another civilization. But you have to face the fact. Wizard civilization is not an isolated case. There must be other civilizations within the astral realm, fighting alongside us for the world. Otherwise, how could the lost ones vanish? Chapter 421. Richard's words were calm, but they resonated like thunder in Stio's ears. When the veil of the subconscious was lifted, the hidden contradictions revealed themselves to Stio. The wizard was simply lucky, not possessing any unique abilities. The astral plane was vast, practically infinite. There would always be other races as civilized as the wizards, conquering the starry skies. Instantly, a surge of immense fear, the same fear Richard had once felt, enveloped Stio's heart. After accepting more than one civilization, the reason for the Forerunners' disappearance lingered in his mind like a curse. Stio had witnessed the power of the Forerunners. Even their relics were valuable to wizards. But if such powerful Forerunners vanished, Wouldn't wizard civilization also be wiped out by other civilizations? Thinking of the wizard's treatment of other natives, Style felt as if his heart were being gripped tightly, making him breathless. Don't be afraid, Style, Richard said calmly. If the sky falls, the truth wizards will hold it up. We, the pawns, just need to follow them and charge into battle. Besides, we're not weak. If we're lucky, we might even qualify for a promotion to Great Wizard during the war. Richard's words eased Style's fear a little, and he forced a smile. Indeed, we're not weak. According to the map, Richard and the other two were about 100 kilometers north-southeast of the resistance group's lair, well inside the competition zone designated by the military. This coincidence made Richard wonder if the military had planned this. 100 kilometers wasn't a long distance for two third-ring wizards. Even while on guard against sneak attacks, the two of them only took 2 hours. Arriving at the destination, Richard hadn't even stopped when he felt an invisible blade hurtling towards him. Buzz! Richard's magic barrier couldn't even stop it for a moment before it pierced through. Richard frowned slightly, and a turquoise barrier of high-energy radiation instantly enveloped him. High-energy radiation can not only be used as an attack, but when contained, it can also serve as a shield against certain attacks. Though powerful, the invisible blade spell structure was instantly destroyed by the highly penetrating high-energy radiation, disintegrating into a ball of spatial turbulence. Huh, what a strange barrier. A black-robed wizard emerged from the shadows of the woods, holding a bladeless guandao. Though aware of this as a test, Richard remained somewhat infuriated. The strangest thing is yet to come, Richard said coldly. Richard raised his hand and unleashed a radiant beam. A flash of turquoise light instantly pierced the black-robed wizard's magical barrier and several defensive spells. Sizzle! A burning smell filled the air. The black-robed wizard's right chest was pierced, and the charred hole exuded a burning odor. My friend has a bad temper. The black-robed wizard looked at the wound on his right chest and casually waved his staff, casting a life spell on himself to accelerate recovery. I'm afraid this attack must have cost a lot. Richard said coldly, it's just a courtesy. Although the high-energy radiation was enhanced by the radiant beam, its power and penetrating power were enhanced. But the price was the loss of normal radiation, which harmed the body's cells at a microscopic level. This also made the black-robed wizard's recovery relatively easy. He was simply missing some organs, bones, and flesh. A little recovery wouldn't affect his combat effectiveness. My name is Anthony. I imagine Master Delis has invited you here to annihilate those Galaxy Mayfly wizards. Anthony said, his expressionless glance at Style behind Richard. He recognized Richard's strength, but in his opinion, the wizard behind him was somewhat subpar. Yes, Richard replied briefly. I'm Richard, and the one behind me is Style. Anthony was stunned at first upon hearing Richard's name, then asked with some surprise, Are you Richard? The Richard from the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce? Richard nodded slightly and said, Yes, I am. Judging from your abilities, I wonder which great wizard's disciple you are. Anthony said modestly, I don't deserve the title of disciple. My master is the great wizard Flash Sky. Richard didn't react to the name, but Style behind him looked a little excited. He spoke to Richard via telepathic communication. The great wizard Flash Sky is also a 6-ring great wizard, only a few thousand years younger than the Dean. This great wizard's spatial abilities are truly extraordinary. I once had the honor of following him in battle. This great wizard has even merged his domain with the secret realm. Within his domain, the great wizard Flash Sky is a living god. After hearing Style's boast, Richard nodded slightly. So he's a disciple of the great wizard Flash Sky. No wonder he has such a powerful spatial blade. Anthony sighed. No matter how powerful it is, it can't compare to the Master's radiation shield. Containing high-energy radiation into a shield, the Master's ideas are truly out of this world. No wonder he was able to create the spell support vehicle, a weapon completely different from existing alchemical weapon design. Amidst a wave of commercial boasting, the two men finally resolved the unpleasantness of their earlier encounter. Led by Anthony, Richard met with another wizard invited by Delis. As soon as they met, Richard exclaimed, Are you a student of the great wizard Qing Shuang? Across from Richard, Or nodded slightly. I'm Or, a student of the great wizard Qing Shuang. It seems the master has a very deep memory of my master. Of course I do, Richard said sternly. If it weren't for the Qing Shuang Legion, my spell support vehicle wouldn't even be in demand. Master, you're being too modest. After another round of commercial boasting, everyone finally got down to business. Or pulled a ball of cyan ice crystals from her pocket. Within the crystals, a galaxy mayfly the size of a human head was frozen. These natives are formidable. The one I sealed is only a level 2, But when fighting alongside hundreds of level 1 mayflies, its combat power is no less than that of a level 3 wizard. And within that nest, there are at least tens of thousands of level 1 mayflies, and hundreds of level 2 mayflies. Deep within the nest, there should even be a wounded level 3 mayfly. Orr's data left Richard silent for a long moment. Honestly, with natives of this strength, aren't we a few wizards too weak? These mayflies, taken together, would have the combat power of over 100 level 3 wizards. If the level 3 mayfly deep within the nest were to attack, their combat power would likely rival that of a level 3 creature that had pushed beyond its physical limits. Although they also have legendary wizards like Deli's, after failing to ascend to Grand Wizard status, how much of Deli's current strength compares to his former prime? Not bad, Anthony said nonchalantly. Though these mayflies are powerful, we're not weak either. We shouldn't have much trouble dealing with ordinary third-ring wizards. Besides, these mayflies give quite a lot of points. 100 first-level mayflies are equivalent to 1 wizard. 1 second-level mayfly is equivalent to a third-ring wizard. Even if we can't wipe them all out, we can just wipe out some to earn some points and then escape. As a student of the Grand Wizard Flash, Anthony's spatial magic was naturally a mastery. Escaping was no problem for him. Richard frowned slightly. Just because Anthony could run didn't mean he could too. If he wanted to escape, the best he could do was hide in the secret realm. But if the monsters guarded the corpses and barricaded themselves at the entrance to the rift coordinates, he would be powerless. In this world, Richard had no intention of letting Elias out. This was the military's world, and their current footage might be playing in some great wizard's crystal ball. If Elias were to be released and someone discovered his true intentions, he would be in big trouble. I have to go and see, Richard said. I'm a little unsure about this thing without seeing it with my own eyes. I'm a little unsure based on intelligence alone. Go ahead. Ori stepped aside. 5 kilometers behind me is the mayfly's nest. Richard bowed slightly. Thank you. Outside the galaxy world, the Bronze Spear Great Wizard, thousands of meters tall, was observing every blade of grass and tree through a mirror. The wizards in Zone 4 have already begun eradicating the mayfly nest. Really? Beside the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard, an equally massive wizard was fiddling with his crystal ball, showing no sign of watching the battle. Garlon, stop fiddling with your crystal ball, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard said helplessly. You also voted in favor of this military's key training program. Could you please put in some effort and find some promising talent? I don't understand what's in that crystal ball of yours that's so captivating to you. Garlon didn't even raise his eyes, paying no attention to the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's words. Although I voted in favor of the plan, you know I always vote with the alchemist's corona. Whatever he votes for, I vote for it. My personal opinion of this plan is that it's quite boring. All of us old men students are naturally gifted. But how many truly become great wizards? I've taken in hundreds of students, but only 2 have become great wizards. To become a great wizard, one must emulate the natives, infusing their bodies with the power of the world's origins and transcending the limits of mortals. Otherwise, one must enter the soul realm and make the final leap. There are only 2 types of wizards who can escape the soul maze. One is the absolutely rational, born wizard. The other is a wizard tempered by time and setbacks, and baptized by blood and fire. Can such a wizard be cultivated deliberately? While I have no doubt about the wisdom of alchemist Corona, in this case, I believe he has committed the mechanical fallacy common in alchemy. He mistakenly believes that everything can be manufactured through a standardized process. Hearing Grand Wizard Garen's blunt assessment, Grand Wizard Bronze Spear could only smile wryly. A wizard who is only 1 step away from the truth is so arrogant that even a wizard of truth dares to make such blunt comments. Fine, then don't look. But among those wizards in Zone 4, there are those from your academy. It seems he's the lucky star you mentioned. Grand Wizard Garen suddenly raised his head. You mean Richard? Chapter 422. Wow, it seems my advice isn't as effective as your lucky star. Seeing Grand Wizard Garen's actions, Grand Wizard Bronze Spear teased. Grand Wizard Garen glanced at him. What do you know? This kid is no ordinary fellow. I found the mark of the tavern owner from the Nightmare Wizard world on him. The tavern owner from the Nightmare Wizard world. Grand Wizard Bronze Spear was taken aback for a moment, then realized who Grand Wizard Garen was talking about, and gasped in shock. Are you talking about the Astral Lord from the Nightmare Dimension? If I remember correctly, he was already the Lord before the Lost Ones disappeared. Can this kid leave a mark on him? Grand Wizard Bronze Spear couldn't help but glance at Richard. While this young wizard had some strength, a wizard like him appeared every few years in the wizarding world. When small things add up to a large number, it's not uncommon. But for someone like him to have been marked by a Star Lord who had lived for who knows how many years, there must be something special about this kid he couldn't see. Could this thing be a parasite of a Star Lord from some imaginary world? The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard speculated. At such a ridiculous speculation, the Grand Wizard Garen couldn't help but slap the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard. Don't let your imagination run wild. Instantly, a small ether storm erupted from the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard, instantly shattering several approaching meteorites. I've secretly checked with the World Guardian, and he's a legitimate wizard recognized by the wizarding world. No matter how powerful the masters of those imaginary worlds are, they can't deceive the eyes of the World Guardian in the wizarding world. The Bronze Spear Wizard stroked his bronze beard and asked, "That's very strange. Have you discovered anything?" "Discovered?" Grand Wizard Garen asked, somewhat puzzled. "Didn't I already tell you?" "What?" "A lucky star." "What kind of discovery is that?" Grand Wizard Bronze Spear couldn't help but grumble. "Do you still believe in the Child of Destiny?" Grand Wizard Garen looked at Richard in the mirror and said without turning back, "Let me tell you this. I recently took him to a lost fortress world, and he gave me a fragmented star map and a functioning astral fortress. Although I don't believe in the Child of Destiny, if he consistently brings me benefits, I don't mind considering him the Child of Destiny." "Star map," the Bronze Spear Wizard exclaimed. "Incomplete." "Incomplete enough, that's enough," the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard lamented. "Isn't giving you the star map a complete waste? You've occupied the world, and all you do is farm and raise pigs. You don't develop the resources, and you don't open the world to the outside world. It's a complete waste of resources." Garlon said somewhat indignantly, "I'm happy to do that. Besides, if I develop all the worlds I own, you can expect a market crash. I'm just trying to reduce the burden on the council. You know nothing, you rusty bronze head. You're smart, a barbarian with a muscled brain." Richard, approaching the mayfly's nest, was unaware that, outside the world, two grand wizards were engaged in a childish quarrel over him. He and Style were cautiously approaching the nest in the distance. Mayflies in the wizarding world are aquatic insects, but this astral mayfly seems to possess similar characteristics. A kilometer away from Richard, a lake lies, its surface reflecting the Milky Way, a breathtaking sight. But if one observes with energy vision, one discovers that the lake is permeated with energy paths and a swarm of moving energy points. These mayflies, through some unknown power, have cloaked their nests in illusions. If one cannot see through the illusion, one would likely die without knowing how. This is probably a light energy illusion. Style communicated with Richard via telepathic communication. This illusion is different from the illusion spells of the soul school that directly affect the soul. This illusion combines optical images with energy to create a near-real illusion. This illusion can even harm people in the physical realm. It's a highly advanced form of transmutation magic. Richard was slightly surprised. Illusions could actually harm people. What the heck is this? But this thing is easy to break, Style continued. An illusion is an illusion, after all. To use it, one must have a deep understanding of the target. Knowing their primary senses is the only way to achieve the desired deception. We wizards use all kinds of senses, and anything like this, if it's fake, will inevitably have flaws. And it consumes a lot of energy. A wizard with a keen sense of energy would quickly notice something's amiss. Style knew that while Richard was powerful, his experience and knowledge were far inferior to those of older wizards like him. So, he added a role for himself. A commentator. He had fought in a full 20 interdimensional wars under various great wizards. While his combat prowess wasn't strong, his experience was certainly sufficient. Richard nodded slightly and replied via telepathic message, "Let's get closer." Using shadow magic, the two slowly approached the lake. The surface of the lake appeared calm, but in Richard's energy field of view, it was constantly moving. Swarms of mayflies constantly flew out of their nests, or in from outside. These mayflies not only possessed optical invisibility, but also the ability to weaken mental detection. To mental detection, these mayflies appeared like traces on the sand, vanishing without a trace at the slightest breeze. If you weren't paying attention, you could easily overlook them. Such a strong survival instinct. I wonder how capable they are in combat. Richard hid in the shadows of the forest, waiting quietly for the mayflies to arrive, like a predator waiting by a tree. From his earlier observations, he had determined that these mayflies were moving in and out of their nests, surveying the surroundings and gathering supplies. These mayflies seemed to be feeding something. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Richard, in the shadows, wasn't in a hurry, but waiting indefinitely wasn't an option. Thinking, Richard pulled a fragment of magic stone from his pocket and tossed it nearby. Since these mayflies could create light illusions, they must have a keen sense of energy. Since they were gathering supplies, using the magic stone as bait was perfect. Furthermore, to avoid appearing too deliberate, he deliberately absorbed some of the energy from the magic stone, creating the illusion that they had missed something. These mayflies are unlikely to ignore a complete magic stone, but a broken one is more likely. Shortly after Richard threw the magic stone, a group of mayflies arrived above it. In Richard's energy field of view, although each mayfly was a single individual, tiny energy paths could be faintly seen between them. These mayflies are even more formidable than Delis said, Richard thought to himself. The mayflies arrived beside the magic stone, and one at the end of the group picked it up. We've missed an energy stone. It's broken. I guess the last patrol didn't notice it. Hurry back. Those wizard monsters seem to have discovered this place. 2 patrols have been missing in the past 2 days. Alas, when can we contact the High Lake? Just as the mayfly squad was conversing, Richard and Style, hiding in the shadows, suddenly leaped up. Unspokenly, they both avoided using spells, instead resorting to quieter physical attacks. In an instant, their arms appeared like phantoms, instantly inflicting heavy damage on the entire mayfly squad. Soon, several rune chains emerged from Richard's hand, while Style's hand formed a ball of pitch-black iron sand. With expert ease, they sealed the mayflies. For 2 third-ring wizards, these first-level mayflies were completely powerless to resist. What should we do next? Style gestured. Richard glanced at the sealed mayfly in his hand and gestured for retreat. The mayfly's hive would surely notice the loss of a patrol. If he stayed here any longer, he might be forced into a direct confrontation with these mayflies. Returning with the mayflies, Richard, seeing that Delis hadn't returned yet, began studying them. Live astral mayflies appeared remarkably transparent, their delicate neural networks visible even to the naked eye. Through his energy vision, Richard discovered that the energy circulation of these mayflies was unusually simple, almost similar to the return of a wizard's magical energy. This circulation lacked the capabilities of ordinary biological energy circulation, but it offered 2 advantages: ease of use and a large storage capacity. The fact that this mayfly also used this energy circulation further confirmed Richard's suspicions that these mayflies were civilized creatures. Richard pulled a tube of anesthetic from his pocket and unsealed one of the mayflies. Before the mayfly could react, Richard injected the anesthetic. Live organisms are easier to observe. Anthony, standing nearby, saw this and his eyes lit up. President Richard, could you sell me some of that anesthetic? Live specimens and dead specimens look different. Richard pulled a bottle of anesthetic from his pocket. I made it myself. 100 magic essences. A large enough amount can anesthetize even a level 3 creature. Anthony didn't bargain, simply pulling out 100 magic essences from his pocket and handing them to Richard. Thank you, master. Or, watching this, felt a slight stir in her heart, and immediately went to Richard to buy a bottle of anesthetic as well. Thank you, master. Or took the anesthetic and bowed slightly to Richard. Richard nodded slightly, thinking to himself, these great wizard students aren't very price sensitive. The materials and labor for these 2 bottles of anesthetic combined only cost 20 magic essences. Although the current circumstances were special, he would be satisfied if he could get 60 magic essences, and 80 magic essences would be enough to make him happy. But who would have thought that these 2 great wizard students wouldn't bargain at all? Are the resources of a great wizard so abundant? Richard wondered. But Richard had forgotten one thing. This bottle of anesthetic wasn't just any ordinary anesthetic. It was crafted by Richard, the founder of the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce, and the creator of the spell support vehicle. An object has different value in the hands of different wizards. Richard hadn't yet fully grasped the fact that he was now a major figure. Chapter 423. With the anesthetic in hand, the 2 Grand Wizard disciples naturally began their own observations of live specimens. Soon, Delis returned with a black-robed wizard. Richard, upon seeing him, immediately greeted them with a smile. Delis had invited none other than Susanna, the only student of the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower and Ellie's mentor. Master Susanna, it's been a while since we last met. You're still as charming as ever. Susanna looked at Richard with some surprise, and asked, with a hint of astonishment, Richard, why are you here? But before she could finish her words, she realized what was happening, and said with even greater surprise, it was you who killed Belt. The third ring wizards weren't a large circle, so a figure like Belt wouldn't be unknown. When Susanna saw Belt being killed, she initially thought it was a wizard with the same name as Richard. But to her surprise, it was Richard who had killed Belt. It was just a stroke of luck, Richard said modestly. Susanna eyed Richard with amazement. Richard, now clad in his meticulously modified mechanic armor, showed no trace of energy fluctuations. He clearly possessed the demeanor of a master. Susanna recalled the past, remembering Richard as merely a clever apprentice. But in just over 1,000 years, Richard had become a third-ring wizard on par with him. "Are you two finished reminiscing?" Deliz's voice interrupted them at the perfect moment. The legendary old wizard said expressionlessly, "We don't have much time right now, although theoretically, the military's next adjustment of the site boundaries might well include this insect nest. But I always plan for the worst, so we don't have much time right now. Eradicating this hive isn't like clearing out wild bees. Just burn it and then hide." Hearing this, Richard and Susanna didn't waste any words, quietly waiting for the legendary wizard to outline his plan. Seeing the two finish their reminiscence, Deliz continued, "Our primary goal this time is to destroy this hive. So everything I'm going to say is based on this ultimate goal. These galactic mayflies possess a telepathic connection, and their cooperation is based on this. If we want to eradicate them, we must sever. President Richard, do you have a question?" Deliz frowned slightly as he looked at Richard, who had raised his hand. "There's a big problem. These mayflies aren't just telepathically connected, they also have a weak energy connection." Richard pointed to his eyes. Now a third-ring wizard, there were things he no longer needed to hide. "I have a soul gift called energy vision. I can directly see the energy connections between these mayflies." Hearing Richard's words, before Deliz could be surprised, Susanna's eyes widened. She had known Richard since he was a child, so how could she not know that he had such a soul gift? If he had such a gift, Alex and the other third-ring wizards stationed at the academy would have taken him away the moment he entered school. There was no way he would have been left with Joe Lord. "It awakened when I devoured the soul essence," Richard explained to Susanna via telepathic communication. Although energy vision wasn't a major issue, Richard had never brought it up to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was the first time he mentioned his soul talent. Deliz nodded slightly at Richard. "Excellent. Thank you, President Richard, for bringing this up so promptly. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly this time. In a military operation, any intelligence flaw can directly impact the outcome. If Richard hadn't brought this up in time, they would likely have been forced to flee in the ensuing battle." Deliz thought for a moment and continued, "Leave it to me to sever their mental and energy connections. I ensure these mayflies don't form a single entity during the battle. You all just need to quickly eliminate the lone mayflies. Also, Susanna, I remember you're a curse wizard. I need you to use curse magic to disrupt the combat effectiveness of that level 3 mayfly when it's active. Remember, it's disruption. This operation is mutually beneficial for everyone. If you curse it to death directly, it will be disadvantageous for you in the subsequent battle. Also, I believe that if you use a lethal curse, it will likely backfire, so don't be like an apprentice and try anything." Deliz's words were quite blunt. If it were the Susanna Richard had imagined, she would have stood up and argued with the old wizard. But in reality, Susanna responded with a look of shame on her face, without even a hint of rebuttal. It seemed something happened between these two, Richard thought to himself. "I have some advice for you on how to quickly eliminate these mayflies. Please pay attention to it." After addressing Susanna, Deliz immediately turned his attention to the other three. "I know you are all extraordinary individuals, future great wizards. But on the battlefield, as an old man like me, I suggest you follow my instructions carefully." With that, he began to describe the ensuing operations. Deliz's actions lived up to his legendary reputation. He was incredibly skilled in warfare, as adept as eating and drinking. But even more astonishing was that even with such proficiency, he remained extremely cautious in his approach to combat. The advice he gave Richard and the others covered every aspect of an operation, from how to quickly kill, to how to handle emergencies, to how to escape more efficiently if the situation got out of control. To put it bluntly, Deliz practically treated the three-ring wizards like fresh recruits. Richard was unfazed by this attitude. He might even have liked it. It felt so good to have a master plan for you, freeing you from having to think on your own. But the other wizards didn't share his optimism. "Master, we're not fresh recruits on the battlefield," Anthony said, somewhat annoyed. As a student of a great wizard, he'd never been looked down upon so much before. Deliz glanced at him, his expression still impassive, as if he was accustomed to this sort of thing. "You don't have to use my plan," Deliz said flatly. "But if you delay the progress of the plan, I have you kicked out of the competition immediately after it's over." For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Anthony's face darkened. The space around the Guando staff in his hand faintly distorted. Deliz's deeds were legendary, but no matter how legendary, he was still a defective product who had failed to ascend to the rank of Grand Wizard. If a fight truly came to a head, Anthony doubted he would lose to this old wizard. Sensing the staff's energy fluctuations, Delis silently turned to look at Anthony, his eyes suddenly darkening. The next moment, Anthony's expression changed drastically. He flicked his staff slightly, and several invisible space blades instantly flew towards Delis. The shadows around him, like parasites, rapidly crawled onto his body. Buzz, the space blades passed through Delis' body as if passing through a phantom, causing no damage. The shadows controlled by Delis, however, enveloped Anthony like a cocoon. Anthony tried to use space magic to free himself from the restraints. However, he found that the shadows seemed to have taken root within him. No matter how he teleported, they remained attached to him like a thorn in his flesh. He could sense that these shadows were absolutely capable of strangling him. "Little man, do you think that just because I failed, I'd be outmatched by someone like you?" Delis' voice remained calm, as if he were simply discussing what to eat today. "If you make this mistake again, something no wizard apprentice would ever make, I will kick you out of the competition without hesitation. You can go crying to the great wizard Flash Sky after this, and seek justice for yourself. Let's see if he comes to crush me to death, or throws you, a worthless student, into the twisting maze." At the mention of the twisting maze, Anthony's face suddenly changed again. As a student of the great wizard of Flashing Sky, he knew all too well what the twisting maze represented. In that maze, composed of spatial fragments, were sealed countless alien natives, as well as terrifying creatures deliberately nurtured by his teacher. As a student of the great wizard of Flashing Sky, Anthony knew that the maze served more than just to trap enemies. It could also serve as a form of punishment. He vividly remembered a senior fellow who, due to carelessness, had caused a devastating loss to a group of 10,000 white wizards. In the post-battle review, his mistake was discovered, and he was thrown into the twisting maze by the enraged great wizard of Flashing Sky. When he emerged, he was completely mad. Anthony shuddered. How had this old wizard known of this matter, when so few others knew about it? Seeing Anthony's reaction, Delis calmly lifted the spell and continued discussing the next steps. Soon, the plan was finalized. Everyone had a clear understanding of their respective roles. First, they set up a magical trap array around the hive to prevent any remaining mayflies from escaping. Then, they began clearing out the patrols outside, minimizing the mayfly swarm's strength. Soon, the mayfly nest responded. At the bottom of the lake, a mayfly the size of an adult suddenly opened its eyes. Its enormous compound eyes instantly captured the surrounding scene. With a thought, a second-level mayfly arrived at its side. "Tai, those wizards have discovered us." The mayfly, known as Tai, shuddered. Over the past few decades of war, it had been deeply impressed by wizards. The wizards' brutality against the natives had opened its eyes. "General, what do you want me to do?" A flash of light flashed within the general's body, and he spat out a crystal. "We will undoubtedly lose this battle, and I will undoubtedly die. Therefore, you must take on the task of gathering intelligence. Once the Supreme Lake reacts, our race will undoubtedly reclaim this world. That will be your opportunity to be of use." Chapter 424. Galaxy mayflies are a type of Gestalt-like creature. Their psychic connection makes their understanding of death significantly different from that of wizards. Death is not difficult for galaxy mayflies to accept. Throughout their long evolution, they have even developed an inexplicable reverence for death. So, when the general announced his impending death, Tai's eyes flickered with envy. The general was about to enter a noble death, burning his last ounce of strength for the great galaxy mayfly. "I understand, General. Everything for the galaxy mayfly." Tai's tail filaments suddenly stiffened, and he swallowed the crystal. The general's tail filaments also stiffened. "Together for the galaxy mayfly." Dong! 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 A sound like a bell echoed through the galaxy mayfly's psychic network. The mayflies, hearing this bell, stopped. "Are we going to fight again? Has the general contacted the Supreme Lake? I can finally sacrifice myself for the great galaxy mayfly." In the mental network, the galaxy mayflies freely exchanged their emotions. But soon, as a vast consciousness emerged within the mental network, all voices fell silent. The general spoke within the mental network. "Fellows, those wizards have discovered us. Our days of hiding are coming to an end. Next, we will dedicate our final strength to the great galaxy mayfly. Our souls will transform into drops of water from the Supreme Lake, eternally nourishing the galaxy mayfly clan. Fellows, the time has come to die. For the great galaxy mayfly." The general's voice echoed through the mental network, instantly resonating within the thinking organs of every galaxy mayfly. Followed by this, Tens of thousands of voices echoed almost simultaneously within the mental network. They all uttered in unison, everything for the galaxy mayflies. Outside the lake, 5 wizards had made all preparations, awaiting the appearance of the swarm of mayflies. They were certain they would emerge. Any commander, in this situation, would choose to attack. The vast disparity in strength between the enemy and our own made it impossible to hold out. Attacking would also guarantee a dignified death. And just as Richard had anticipated, the illusion of light energy on the lake surface suddenly vanished, and a massive swarm of mayflies instantly emerged from the galaxy above. These mayflies maintained a delicate distance from one another. Driven by the resonance of energy and mental power, a massive, spell-like model emerged in the air. Susanna. Deli showed no sign of panic. The mayflies before him pale in comparison to the scenes he had witnessed in the past. Susanna received the order and immediately began to cast curse spells. Curse spells are the most mysterious of the 5 major schools of witchcraft. Their effects and mechanisms are truly bizarre. Susanna pulled a handful of jet-black straw from her pocket and stared intently at the mayfly general in the midst of the mayfly swarm. Then, blood began to seep from her hand. The straw absorbed the blood, and in a blink of an eye, it woven itself into a miniature mayfly general. Among the mayflies, the mayfly general also noticed Susanna's actions. In his eyes, Susanna's body gradually faded into a shadow. The return of magic power and the flow of various energies became crystal clear. The galaxy mayfly actually possessed an ability similar to energy vision. This ability was even more advanced than energy vision. In General Mayfly's vision, strands of dark, mysterious power transformed into a chain, connecting him to the straw figure in Susanna's hand. They can actually manipulate mystical powers. What kind of racial talent does this race called wizards possess? General Mayfly had battled wizards before, and their manipulation of the elements had left a deep impression on him. He had originally believed that manipulating the elements was a wizard's natural talent. But as the war progressed, the wizard's myriad abilities became increasingly confusing. Undead creatures, mechanical puppets, soul-sea creatures. The wizard's methods left even General Mayfly, who considered himself knowledgeable, somewhat bewildered. Now, among the wizards, there's yet another individual wielding mystical powers. Is this race called wizards a multiracial union? General Mayfly couldn't figure it out, but thankfully, he no longer needed to ponder this question. He only needed to die with honor. You're not qualified to wield mystical powers. General Mayfly shuddered, and the chains connecting him instantly split into thousands, connecting to the entire swarm of mayflies. The next moment, no matter how Susanna cast her spells, General Mayfly remained motionless. The effects of all the spells were dispersed throughout the swarm. Huh? The Mayfly general, with a fleeting thought, was about to organize the swarm of mayflies for an attack. But before he could issue the order, he discovered that part of the swarm had lost contact with him. Attack! Deli shouted, and his staff suddenly erupted with lightning. White-purple chain lightning suddenly shot out from the tip of the staff, the power of this strike reaching a full 8,000 energy levels. Upon hearing the order, Richard and his companions immediately took action. Steel's hammer staff erupted with lightning, and a bolt of lightning, even more powerful than Deli's chain lightning, blasted out from the hammer head like a snake bite. In an instant, most of the separated mayflies were reduced to charcoal. While the combined combat power of these mayflies rivaled that of a third-level wizard, each individual was still only at level 1 or level 2. Chain lightning spells were incredibly effective against swarms of mayflies. Not only has the mental network been severed, but even the energy link has been severed. The mayfly general was a little surprised, but remained calm. With a single thought, the entire swarm underwent a dramatic transformation. Della seized the opportunity and unleashed several more chain lightning bolts from his staff, reducing thousands of mayflies to charcoal. But the galaxy mayflies didn't fear death. With each lightning bolt, a mayfly volunteered to die, minimizing the spell's power. Even Delis, a veteran of countless battles, was moved by this action. With such fearlessness, do these mayflies truly possess individual personalities? The vast differences between the species had completely caught Delis off guard. The galaxy mayflies could not have imagined a death cult. The galaxy mayflies shifted formations with incredible speed. In less than 3 seconds, tens of thousands of them had formed a new formation. This formation resembled a ghostly ball, layer upon layer. The energy links between the mayflies were almost visible in this formation. Delis' expression changed slightly. This new formation strengthened the mental and energy links between the mayflies. His spells to sever these links were no longer as effective as before. This is a bit of a problem, Delis thought, and a mental chain connected everyone. The situation is a bit complicated. Use Plan 2. Susanna, stop cursing it. Can't you see that curses have no effect on it? Now, use your evocation spells and help me contain these mayflies. Upon hearing the command, several wizards immediately adjusted their strategies. Plan 2 was the strategy for everyone's actions if Delis couldn't sever the links between the mayflies. The core of this plan lay in Anthony and/or. Anthony's spatial magic could sever the links between the mayflies at the spatial level. Or, on the other hand, could use sealing techniques to isolate the mayflies from each other. Though their efficiency in dealing with the mayflies was slower than Plan 1's, it was still acceptable. But just as wizards adjust their strategies, so too with the galaxy mayflies. The mayfly general's mind moved, and a powerful mental shock instantly emanated from the swarm of mayflies. The galaxy mayflies' innate mental connection allowed their mental energies to almost merge, creating an effect similar to joint spellcasting. This ability was difficult even for a well-trained soul wizard. Instantly, the 5 wizards felt a sudden blackout. The immense mental shock, like a sledgehammer, struck their souls. But the next moment, Delis regained consciousness. This level of mental shock was nothing but a drizzle for the old wizard's well-seasoned spirit. Wake up! Delis' voice flowed through the telepathic link, entering the souls of the other wizards. His own form suddenly expanded, and shadows surged into his body like a tide, transforming him into a shadowy giant in an instant. Buzz! A beam of light shot out from the swarm of mayflies, its power reaching a 10,000th level. But as soon as the beam appeared, it was seized by the shadowy giant and absorbed into its body. Uncrowned king? No, a failed king. General Mayfly saw Delis' estate at a glance, and his heart grew excited. I never thought the useless people like us could, at the last moment, replace a failed king. General Mayfly's voice echoed through the telepathic network, and instantly, the entire swarm of mayflies erupted in excitement. The failed king, even among the galaxy's mayflies, was a rare figure. Compared to the failed king, all of these mayflies combined were worth less than a strand of his tail. Delis keenly noticed the changes in the mayfly swarm, and his long experience enabled him to make a quick judgment. He was highly valuable in the eyes of these mayflies. The next moment, a shower of energy beams erupted from the swarm, heading straight for the shadow giant. The other 3 ring wizards were mere minnows. Delis was the big fish. Soon, one of the 4 wizards awoke, and the first to awake was surprisingly the youngest, Richard. As a wizard who combined the cultivation methods of both wizards and gods, Richard, after attaining his status, possessed a strong resistance to attacks targeting the soul and mind. Awake! Richard replied curtly over the telepathic network. Then proceed. But Richard didn't obey the order. After enduring the mental shock, he had a better idea. Master Delis, I need you to help me attract the attention of these mayflies. I'm going to use a magic armor next. If my theory is correct, these mayflies should be greatly weakened. Agreed, Delis replied without hesitation. But you will bear the consequences of failure. Richard also didn't hesitate. He replied briefly. Agreed. Then he pulled out a pale mask from his pocket, with a black and red crystal inlaid between its brows. Chapter 425. The Nightmare Mask, a magical armor Richard crafted using the rules of nightmares, still possesses the effect of nightmare invasion. However, enhanced by the rune array, the Nightmare Mask's nightmare invasion is several times stronger than Richard's original innate ability. And in this situation, Richard felt it was perfectly appropriate to utilize this magical armor. After the galaxy mayflies changed their formation, their mental and energy connections became even stronger. This was both a good and a bad thing. In this formation, the swarm of mayflies was highly resistant to severing their mental links, but it also strengthened the swarm's cohesion. In this situation, any galaxy mayfly could be used as a springboard to invade the mental network. Richard donned the mask, and the world before him instantly turned dark red, as if he had returned to a nightmare world. He seized the opportunity, and used nightmare invasion on a level 1 mayfly in the swarm. The crystal between his brows glowed faintly, and an invisible mental shock struck a level 1 mayfly. Standing nearby, Delis also launched a counterattack, drawing as much of the mayfly swarm's energy as possible. Instantly, a surging dark shadow crashed down upon the mayfly swarm like a wave. These shadows seemed like invisible monsters, devouring everything they touched, plunging it into a nameless space. Under this terrifying onslaught, the mayfly general was forced to respond with all his might. And Richard, a mere 3rd ring wizard, naturally ignored his subtle movements. He was just a 3rd ring wizard. As long as the mayfly swarm held, he wouldn't care about even 10 3rd ring wizards, let alone one. Seeing General Mayfly's lack of reaction, Richard sneered inwardly. No reaction? then expect your doom. The mayfly, consumed by nightmares, suddenly fell into a nightmare. Its frail soul was completely unable to resist Richard's nightmare. Soon, its mind was completely consumed by the nightmare. And with its demise, the other mayflies connected to it began to be enveloped by fear. The mayflies trapped in nightmares continuously fed fear into the mental network, and the nightmare, along with this fear, eroded them. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, the nightmare spread like a virus, wantonly exploiting the mental network of the mayflies. Soon, General Mayfly noticed a new cancer among the mayfly swarm. Damn it, mind virus. General Mayfly saw the effects of the nightmare, and immediately searched his memories for the corresponding item. Without hesitation, he ordered the swarm of mayflies to sever their mental connection with the infected galaxy mayflies. Then, the entire swarm's target instantly shifted from Delris to Richard. If they disbanded their formation, the swarm would be completely devoured by Delris's slashing tactics. But if they didn't change their formation, they would have to deal with a wizard who used the mind virus. How could General Mayfly change his target at will? At this moment, the other wizards, who had been incapacitated by the mental shock, had recovered. Delis ordered them to hold off the swarm of mayflies, giving Richard the opportunity to use the nightmare attack. Delis was not a rigid wizard, he was a pragmatist. If Richard's method proved more effective, he wouldn't mind abandoning his many prepared plans and assisting Richard. Instantly, for third-level wizards attack simultaneously, unleashing chain lightning, energy-devouring flames, spatial distortions, and other powerful spells, forcing General Mayfly to focus most of his energy on defense. Richard, meanwhile, occasionally interspersed these attacks with a nightmare attack. This was still like scraping flesh with a blunt knife. Soon, realizing he couldn't kill Richard under the protection of 4 wizards, General Mayfly shifted his focus back to his original goal. Kill Delris, make their deaths more glorious. Buzz Delis transformed into a shadowy giant, his body rippling like the surface of water. The energy beams from the mayfly swarm rained down upon him. Mental shocks and mental illusions constantly harassed Delris's mind. The combat power of the mayfly swarm surpassed that of a level 3 creature. Any ordinary third-ring wizard would have triggered their protective mechanism and been teleported away by now. But Delis handled this torrent of attacks with remarkable ease. The energy beams were swallowed by his shadowy form, and the mental blow was like a mosquito bite. If it had been before his Grand Wizard advancement, he could have single-handedly dealt with this swarm of mayflies. Suddenly, the mayfly swarm ceased its attack. The entire swarm of mayflies remained silent in the air, like a sphere. A barrier of energy and a barrier of mental power obscured its movements. Delis's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding instantly enveloped him. Years of warfare had sharpened his intuition. If he sensed something was amiss, it was truly amiss. Retreat! Delis acted decisively, immediately issuing the order through his mental network. The next moment, the entire swarm of mayflies suddenly shrank, as if compressed together by an invisible force. No longer were there any gaps between the mayflies. They clung to each other, their energy flowing as if from one to the next. In Richard's energy field of vision, the mayflies formed an extremely complex, spell-like pattern. And the effect of this spell-like pattern was, "Hurry, they're going to self-destruct." Richard cried out in terror, turning to open the secret realm rift. As masters of energy manipulation, though the galaxy mayflies' manipulation of elements was far less sophisticated than that of a wizard's, their mastery of the elements was far less refined. However, their manipulation of energy surpasses even that of the Transfiguration wizards. Self-destruction is a specialty of the death-worshipping galaxy mayflies. In their quest to conquer this world, the galaxy mayflies' self-destruction has become a major headache for wizards. Unless they possess absolute power, even acquiring a single specimen is incredibly difficult. Boom! The swarm of mayflies slammed into Delis like a meteor, and then, a brilliant light like a supernova erupted from the swarm. The air seemed to lose its fluidity at that moment, compressed to near solidity by the intense heat and pressure. Then, the suddenly released energy wave pushed it back, forming visible ripples that spread wildly in all directions. The earth turned to magma, and giant trees were uprooted. A massive amount of high-energy radiation and energy shockwaves nearly ripped the air apart. Instantly, a beam of light shot up into the sky, like a spear piercing the heavens. All the wizards in Division 4 noticed this conspicuous beam of light. Did someone touch those mayflies? One wizard speculated. All the wizards participating in this selection were third-ring wizards. Even if these wizards were weaker, they were still comparable to their third-ring counterparts. They themselves were among the cream of the crop among wizards. No matter how well the galaxy mayflies' camouflage was, there would always be skilled third-ring wizards who could detect them. Furthermore, the Galaxy Mayfly's camouflage wasn't particularly sophisticated. Luckily, we didn't touch those mayflies, one wizard said thankfully. An attack of this intensity would probably disrupt even the military's life-saving measures. Battlefield. A somewhat unstable spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, and Richard flew out, looking at the scene before him with some trepidation. The self-detonation of the Galaxy Mayfly swarm instantly vaporized half the lake, and the massive shockwave flattened the surrounding 500 meters. If we hadn't hidden in the secret realm, I'm afraid the teleportation mechanism wouldn't work, Richard said fearfully. No, the military's teleportation is still very effective. All three of them were transported away safely. Delis' voice suddenly rang out behind Richard. He turned around and saw Delis standing behind him, seemingly unharmed. The explosion targeting Delis hadn't even scratched his fur. Check your points. If nothing goes wrong, the Mayfly swarm points should be evenly split between the two of us. Richard was stunned by this, and quickly summoned his guiding elf. How many points do I have now? Your total points are 350, placing you second in the division and second overall. Second in the division, second overall. Hearing this ranking, Richard couldn't help but look at Delis. First place goes to me, Delis said calmly. After that, he produced a communication crystal ball. Although the Mayfly nest has been eliminated, our partnership in this competition has ended. But before we finally conclude, I'd like to do something extra. President Richard, could you please leave me your contact information? Hearing Delis' request, Richard paused for a moment and quickly pulled a communication crystal ball from his pocket. My contact number is Y124533781. Master, if you need any help in the future, please feel free to contact me. Delis wrote the number down, confirmed the connection, and then said, President Richard, there's no need for this. While I may have some fame, my contributions to the wizarding world are far less than yours. Your status is actually higher than mine, and will only rise higher in the future. I believe President Richard should be able to sense that something is amiss with these galactic mayflies. For the natives, isn't the combat effectiveness of these galactic mayflies a bit excessive? As a legendary wizard of the Fourth Ring Tower of Truth, Delis possesses a keen intuition about war. The qualities displayed by these galactic mayflies far surpass those expected of the natives of a small world. This gave Delis a vague suspicion. An unprecedented war is about to begin. In this war, an alchemist like Richard would surely shine. Richard nodded slightly. I've noticed. If these galactic mayflies are as expected, they must be from another civilization. Delis was stunned by this. Another civilization? Although Delis had guessed that a war of civilizations was imminent, he didn't know what exactly this war would be. A war of civilizations. Delis pondered this, his heart suddenly trembling. He asked tentatively, Are you saying these mayflies belong to the same civilization as the wizards? Richard nodded, then shook his head. I'm not sure, but once we enter the Hanging Gardens, the mystery will be solved. Delis said nothing more. After a slight bow to Richard, he turned and left. But in his heart, the phrase a war of civilizations lingered like a curse. He understood the depths of the wizarding world better than Richard. A wizarding civilization with tens of thousands of worlds, and over 1,000 great wizards, would be overwhelming for any single world. But if two such behemoths went to war? A thought flashed through Delis' mind. The stars were burning. Chapter 426. After leaving the battlefield, Richard found a corner and hid. He already had enough points, so there was no need to fight other wizards. Moreover, most of the wizards in the competition area had formed alliances. The lone wizards, aside from the unlucky ones, who couldn't find their teammates, were ruthless individuals like Delis. While Richard was confident of victory against these wizards, there was always the possibility of a setback. So, he decided to be safe and hide somewhere until the competition was over. A few days later, the new competition area was marked. But the direction of the reduction was beyond the wizard's expectations. Richard frowned as he examined the area on the elf map. The reduced area was quite far from his current hiding place. The military must have done this on purpose. Richard couldn't help but grumble. The first time the area was reduced, it was clearly evenly reduced. But this time, the area had expanded directly to the lower left corner of the competition area map. This was clearly a deliberate move, intended to galvanize the vast majority of wizards. After all, there were many wizards who shared Richard's sentiments. Richard pocketed the specimen of the Galaxy Mayfly and sighed helplessly. Oh, what a hassle! Boom! A massive black sphere suddenly expanded in midair, instantly engulfing a wizard. Across the vast plain, a towering wizard in metal armor was seen battling several others. Don't use soul magic. His resistance to it is ridiculously high. A black-robed wizard with a pale mask suddenly shouted. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, nearly fainting, clearly suffering from the backlash of his spell. The other wizards' hearts sank again when they saw their companion like this. This wasn't the first bad news they received in this battle. The alchemist before them was terrifyingly powerful. Their combined surprise attack by the 7 wizards not only failed to end the fight immediately, but the wizard's beam spells instantly dispatched 2 of them. Although the remaining 5 had prepared, the wizard's beam casting armor was rendered ineffective. But the wizard's immense strength still overwhelmed them. His impressive physique, powerful spells, impenetrable defense, and nearly limitless magical power made the besieging wizards feel not as if they were besieging him, but as if they were being besieged. It wasn't the wizard who was struggling, but they were struggling. "Retreat!" a wizard shouted. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for them. From the initial 7 men, only 3 remained capable of fighting. If the fighting continued like this, their surprise attack would fail, and the wizard would instead destroy them all. "Retreat?" the besieged alchemist sneered. Too late. A powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from the alchemist's armor. Then, the alchemist appeared beside the wizard who had spoken, his dark golden staff in hand striking down with earth-shattering force. In the previous battle, the alchemist hadn't activated the full power of his armor. Bang! The magical barrier shattered, and the dark golden staff, carrying immense force, instantly triggered the wizard's protective mechanism, teleporting him back to the palace complex. The remaining 2 wizards, seeing this, immediately used all their strength to escape the battlefield. Their speed was jaw-dropping. Just running away like that? The alchemist opened his armor's visor, revealing his true face. This alchemist was Richard, forced out of hiding by the military's incompetence. 7 wizards attacked me, a single wizard, and I killed 6 of them. It's true that the weaker you are, the more they stick together. The selection competition was drawing to a close, and the remaining wizards, less powerful than them, could only survive by relying on numbers. But unfortunately, they were dark wizards. Dark wizards didn't possess the extensive experience and accompanying skills of white wizards in group combat. A dark wizard team composed of the same number of wizards had a combined combat power equal to the combined combat power of each individual dark wizard. The combat effectiveness of the white wizard team, however, would multiply several times over. In this situation, once the black wizards formed a team, they were already on the verge of elimination. The rest was simply a matter of when they would be eliminated. Tigers don't need a pack. Using radiation manipulation, Richard devoured all the remaining energy radiation on the battlefield, replenishing his magic power at an extremely fast rate. After replenishing, he summoned the elf to determine his position. After all, this battle involved 7 wizards. Even Richard, formidable as he was, would inevitably have to switch battlefields several times. The elf displayed a map in the air, and Richard, examining the circle not far from him, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we're here. The 2 days of traveling day and night had exhausted him. Taking 2 metal ingots from his pocket, Richard began using battlefield alchemy to make simple repairs to his armor. On this battlefield, the protective performance of the Mechanic Type 1 armor was no longer sufficient. Even the weakest wizards, who reached the inner circle, could cast spells at a minimum of 7,000 or 8,000 energy levels. With a slight application of the power of rules, the energy level of their spells could reach over 10,000. Even armor capable of withstanding spells of 4,000 energy levels was practically useless in these battles. But even so, Richard remained in his armor. Besides the radiant beam cannon, the armor's power system was also of great benefit to Richard. Early armor served more than just armor. It was also a weapon in its own right. After the repairs were completed, Richard flew towards the area marked on the map. 2 hours later, Richard's body was completely transported to the new arena. The final competition venue was also a vast plain, dotted with sparse trees, like stars. Richard bent down and scraped away the loose soil beneath his feet. Beneath it lay a charred, black earth, as if scorched by fire. Richard surveyed the black earth and muttered to himself, "It seems this must be one of the main battlefields for the military's conquest of this world." He stood up straight and looked out. This plain, which should have been teeming with life, suddenly felt desolate. Large tracts of land were barren, and the trees were sparse, like the few hairs on a bald man's head. 10 years had passed, and this land, once a battlefield, seemed to rest in eternal sleep alongside the lives lost in the war. Alas, what a waste! Richard sighed softly. If this plain were properly developed, it could easily support tens of millions of lives. But for wizards, there are no resources here, no unusual phenomena worth studying, so it's just wasteland. The wizard's living space is a little too vast. So vast that vast tracts of land are just land, devoid of any value. Outside the world, Grand Wizard Garlon and Grand Wizard Bronze Spear observed Richard's every move through a mirror. Waste? Grand Wizard Bronze Spear couldn't help but shake his head. Garlon, you little guy have some unique ideas. Why don't I see any waste here? Waste? Grand Wizard Garlon was also somewhat puzzled by Richard's statement. Without resources, it's a wasteland for wizards. Wasteland doesn't require any effort to manage. This is the consensus of all Grand Wizards. I'm not entirely sure, but Richard does think a bit differently than the average wizard. Have you used the spell support vehicle? The Bronze Spear Archwizard nodded. I have, but aside from saving money, I haven't seen any real advantages. Having to replace the casting components after using it at full capacity is just rubbish. The Wizarding World Development Department possesses the most extensive arsenal of strategic magical equipment in the entire Wizarding world. Many of these equipment are prohibitively expensive and cannot be deployed on a large scale. But for the wealthy military, price is not an issue. So, the spell support vehicle, which the ordinary White Wizard Corps considers a truly revolutionary device, is, in the eyes of the military, just an ordinary support weapon. They've already fielded weapons with similar capabilities. Saving money is the biggest advantage, Grand Wizard Garlon said calmly. I asked Green Pine, and he told me that all White Wizard Corps equipped with spell support vehicles experience significantly reduced losses in the planar wars. The pace of warfare also increased. And all this was achieved with a mere cost of a few million magic essences. In the past, would you have believed someone could claim that spending only a few million magic essences could significantly reduce a corps' losses? Grand Wizard Bronze Spear was silent. A few million magic essences might sound like a lot, but to a Grand Wizard, it's just a drop in the bucket. And for the Wizarding world, this expenditure is practically nothing. And with this mere sum, the Wizarding world's overall strength has been boosted. Even if the increase is insignificant, it's still a tremendous improvement. Wait a few days, wait until this guy enters the Hanging Gardens. Then you can go ask him in person, Grand Wizard Garlon said casually. I ask in person? The Grand Wizard Bronze Spear was a little stunned. Grand Wizard Garlon frowned slightly, and turned to look at his old friend. Old friend, has your mind truly become rusty? Or has being the head of the development department made you a little too carried away, feeling truly superior? Arrogance is a major taboo for wizards' advancement. If you don't change this mindset, you never even dream of entering the realm of truth. Grand Wizard Bronze Spear fell silent again, then whispered back, There's definitely something wrong with my mindset. There's no need for arrogance on the path to truth. In the arena, Richard, unaware that his casual remark had caught the attention of a Grand Wizard. He was immersed in a new idea he had suddenly come up with. Land is useless to wizards, because even if ordinary people colonize a new world and ascend to a level 1 creature, they still have to return to the Wizarding world to do so. Humans are not native to the colonized world, and are not recognized by the original world. But Richard suddenly had an idea. What if he used blood magic to create a subspecies of human? So, can we deceive the origin of the world and allow subspecies humans to become first-level creatures in the colonized world? Chapter 427. Subhumans have always occupied an awkward position within the rules established by wizards. Due to the prevalence of bloodline magic, the vast majority of wizards in the Wizarding world have acquired the blood of other races. This situation directly impacted the Council of Truth's position on subhumans. Although subhumans often serve as slaves or even experimental subjects in the current Wizarding world, their legal status is far superior to that of ordinary alien creatures. In conflicts, subhumans can kill alien slaves just like wizards. They only have to pay compensation. This also sparked Richard's inquiries. Wizards don't actually dislike subhumans. The prevalence of bloodline magic over the years has almost completely wiped out the pure blood faction among wizards. Playing wars won't be any easier just because you're pure-blooded. For most wizards of mediocre talent, bloodline fusion is a very quick way to increase their strength. On this basis, subhumans can certainly elevate their social status. The wizards who experimented on subhumans were only a small minority. If the benefits of subhumans were significant enough, the voices of these wizards would be drowned out by more powerful voices. But only if they could truly deceive the world origin, Richard muttered to himself. And there was another major problem. The Truth Council's restrictions on human experimentation. No wizard, not even a great wizard, was allowed to use pure-blooded humans as experimental subjects. You're overthinking this. Richard scratched his head, feeling that his brainstorming had gone too far. Right now, even the Wizarding world's war potential hasn't been fully tapped, let alone these otherworldly realms. But Richard secretly made a mental note of this idea. Maybe it'd be useful once he becomes a great wizard. After 2 rounds of selection, only a few hundred of the tens of thousands of third-ring wizards in the 4th division made it to the final round. These individuals, some working in groups and some working alone, are each the best of the 3-ring wizards. And in this final round, these wizards will compete to determine the final candidates for military personnel. Boom! Across the vast plain, various elemental energies exploded like fireworks. The wizards, who hadn't reached the required points, were engaged in the final round. Not far away, Richard, hidden in the shadows of the trees, quietly watched their battle. He already had enough points, so there was no need for him to fight at this point. Furthermore, as a wizard high up the leaderboard, if he were discovered, he could easily be surrounded. "I'm assuming you're quite powerful, so why are you hiding so cautiously?" A voice suddenly rang out in Richard's ears. Richard froze, then immediately emerged from the shadows. He saw Delis and Jimmy had already arrived not far behind him. Jimmy saw Richard emerge from the shadows and greeted him with a smile. "Richard, Delis told me you've discovered something remarkable." Jimmy didn't mince his words as he greeted him. He stood unobtrusively in the forest, oblivious to the dozens of wizards engaged in a chaotic battle nearby. Boom! The wizard who spotted Jimmy reacted immediately. A fireball with a power level of 10,000 struck Jimmy like a meteor, erupting in a molten lava-like flame that engulfed him and the surrounding forest. But before the elemental flames dissipated, the wizard who had attacked wore a look of astonishment. "How did you survive with such eyesight?" A gigantic figure, shrouded in thunder, burst through the flames like lightning. Then, with a snap, the wizard's magical barrier shattered. A fist tinged with lightning, with a single blow, sent the wizard, a potential military operative, back into the palace complex. The wizards fighting nearby, shocked by this scene, abandoned their battles, and quickly flew away. Even among third-ring wizards, there are different levels. If third-ring wizards are divided into first, second, and third rings, wizards like Delis and Jimmy are third-ring wizards. "It's peaceful now," Jimmy said, smiling over his shoulder. Richard's eye twitched. He hadn't noticed it before, but after spending more time with Jimmy, he realized that the seemingly amiable old wizard was actually quite domineering. "Master, I think you're talking about the War of Civilizations," Richard replied. Jimmy flashed back to Richard's side. "So are you sure about this?" Richard said helplessly, "I'm not sure, and it's useless. Once we get inside the Hanging Gardens, we know everything." No, Jimmy shook his head repeatedly. "Richard, unless something unexpected happens, the military will never let us reveal the information inside the Hanging Gardens to the outside world. So we have to confirm this now. If this news is true, then we can make some preparations ahead of time, such as investing." Jimmy's words left Richard puzzled. The Grand Wizard certainly spread the news before us. Shouldn't we just follow the Dean's instructions on this matter? Jimmy smiled and shook his head. "Richard, the Grand Wizard certainly knew about this before us. But they also shoulder a heavier responsibility. The Grand Wizards must consider the market impact of their development adjustments. Therefore, they will be very slow to adjust. And this presents an opportunity for us." "Opportunity?" Richard was slightly taken aback, a word suddenly popping into his mind. "Speculation. If the war is real, then they can definitely exploit the window of opportunity during the Grand Wizard's development adjustments to make a killing in the market." "Ahem, Master, this isn't a good idea," Richard said, feeling somewhat guilty. "This is profiting from a national crisis." "What do you mean by profiting from a national crisis?" Jimmy's face hardened, and he spoke righteously. "We're using our wisdom to earn a fair return. We haven't received any information from the military yet, so all of these decisions are based on reasoning. If we're wrong and lose money, no one will compensate us." Jimmy's words did have some truth to them. If they were wrong, their current investment would likely be wiped out. "All right," Richard sighed. "I'm 90% certain we've encountered another civilization." Hearing this, Jimmy said seriously, "Do you have any evidence?" Richard pointed to Delis beside him. "Master, you should know Master Delis' assessment of the Mayfly's strength. The military suddenly changed the rules, and those rumors circulating are also evidence. But to me, these are merely auxiliary arguments. The real argument is that wizards are not the chosen ones. Within the astral plane, other races will surely emerge from their cradles and witness the true vastness of this world." Jimmy was silent for a moment, his eyes suddenly sharp. "This argument is sufficient. I send the investment plan back to the Academy in the next few days, and I also notify you." Richard's face was a little conflicted. He felt that this behavior was not good, as if it were poaching from the wizarding world. Jimmy patted him on the back and said in a low voice, don't overthink it. If a war of civilizations really breaks out, the little money we earn will only be our capital for survival. Even in interplanetary wars, great wizards occasionally fall prey to fate, perishing in other realms. If a war of civilizations were to break out, these third-ring wizards would likely be no different from ordinary soldiers. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Richard had been following Jimmy, so no fighting occurred. Finally, Richard's score reached 421, placing him 72nd on the overall leaderboard and earning him entry into the Hanging Garden. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the match, Richard's surroundings instantly transformed into distorted blocks of color. By the time it returned to normal, he had arrived at the Hanging Garden. The Hanging Garden, true to its name, was a remarkably beautiful garden. In its center, a pure white tower stood. Richard looked around. The remaining dark wizards, with qualified scores, had been teleported to the garden. The guiding elves appeared at the opportune moment. "Master Wizard, please follow me." Following the elves, they entered the pure white tower. The tower's first floor resembled a chamber of deputies. In the center of the circular staircase sat a massive round table. The avatar of the Bronze Spear Great Wizard stood beside the table, quietly watching the wizards enter the tower. As the wizards entered, the tower's gate slowly closed under an invisible force. The Bronze Spear Great Wizard said, "Please take a seat." Everyone took their seats, their gazes fixed on the Bronze Spear Great Wizard with mixed meanings, as if to melt him. The Bronze Spear Great Wizard did not sit down. He stood by the table, and after everyone was seated, he slowly spoke, "Everyone, I believe you have some suspicions about the news I am about to announce. I have seen from outside the world that many wizards have bravely made their own judgments, preparing to seize the opportunity and profit." The Bronze Spear Great Wizard's words caused the faces of many wizards present to change slightly. Richard was not the only clever person. "Don't be nervous," the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard smiled faintly. "This is your ability. The Council won't prohibit or stop you. Earning resources through one's own wisdom is something the Council has always advocated. Compared to wizards, who sit on a mountain of resources and don't strive for progress, your actions are truly exemplary. Now, I reveal the answer to the riddle." The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard paused deliberately, causing all the speculative wizards to gasp. Many of them have staked their entire fortunes on this. If they guessed wrong, they wouldn't lose everything, but they would certainly suffer a significant loss. "The answer is," the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard continued, "you guessed correctly. Wizards are not the chosen ones. Other life forms within the astral realm have indeed emerged from the cradle. The Council has tentatively chosen the name of this race as the Galaxy Mayflies. If nothing unexpected happens, our war with the Galaxy Mayfly civilization will begin soon." Chapter 428. Although the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's tone was calm, the implication of his words was like a thunderclap, leaving many wizards' minds stunned. What does it mean that wizards are not the chosen ones? Since the end of the Enlightenment period, wizards have entered the exploration era. No matter how powerful or bizarre the alien creatures, they will eventually fall before the wizard's wand. Resources of all kinds flow into the wizarding world like flowing water. Wizards have long formed a subconscious belief that wizards are superior to others. But now, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard actually told them that there exists another race within the astral plane that is just as powerful as wizards. This momentarily left their minds somewhat confused. Of course, this statement also brought a sigh of relief to the wizards, who had predicted the impending war of civilizations. Their investments would not be lost. Among these wizards, Richard seemed particularly calm. Unlike ordinary wizards in the wizarding world, he, with memories from a past life, had believed from the outset that races similar to wizards existed outside. Elisa's appearance further confirmed this belief. The Great Wizard of Bronze Spear silently observed the wizards present, secretly rating them. Besides the selection competition, this gathering also included a selection. The remaining galactic mayflies served as the sieve for the selection. Wizards who could infer the possibility of war from the galactic mayflies would be directly placed on the military shortlist. If the war escalated, they would be able to join the military without undergoing the selection. In fact, during this selection, many wizards had guessed that war was about to break out. Among those wizards who successfully passed the military selection, those who could predict the war would be directly enrolled in the military's talent development program. Wizards who quickly accepted this reality would be placed on the talent development program's reserve list. Wizards are a race that is more rational than emotional. The idea of being a child of destiny must be discarded. If a wizard cannot quickly accept this reality, they essentially lose the qualifications to become a Grand Wizard. Of the wizards present, 19 met the requirements for the talent development program, and 42 were placed on the reserve list. As for the remaining third ring wizards, although they were almost all students of Grand Wizards, in the eyes of the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard, they would be nothing more than soldiers for the rest of their lives. Not only did they lack wisdom and insight, they also lacked the fundamental qualities of a wizard. Ahem. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's fake cough brought the wizards' wandering minds back to reality. Their expressions ranged from calm to bewildered, from excitement to fear. The news of the civilization war would undoubtedly alter the course of their lives. Do not spread the news of the civilization war, and do not take any extraordinary actions. The council will not be releasing this information for the time being. Next, I will award you with operator badges. Congratulations on passing the selection and becoming third ring operators of the Wizarding World Development Department. The Bronze Spear Archmagus waved his hand, and 100 adamantine badges appeared in the air. These badges were etched with a pentagram and a staff, the emblems of the Wizarding World Development Department. With a light tap, the badges fell one by one in front of the wizards. Richard took the badge. It was more than just a decoration. He detected traces of enchantment within it. The badge seemed to activate a magical shield. The exact level of protection was unknown, but it was likely high. In addition to the magical shield, Richard also found a table within the badge. The table contained a catalog for the military's internal exchange of military merits. The dazzling array of rare resources made Richard's eyes brimming with envy. Many of these resources were strictly controlled by the Council of Truth and unavailable on the market. Even more astonishingly, at the end of the catalog, Richard saw spell models, spell theories, alchemical alloy formulas, and other knowledge. Even knowledge can be exchanged? Richard exclaimed in shock. But then again, the military was, after all, a department under the Council of Truth. Even established wizarding academies, like the Garlon Wizarding Academy, offered knowledge exchange. It wasn't uncommon for the military to offer military merits in exchange for knowledge. The Bronze Spear Archmage continued, joining the Wizarding World Development Department, you are no longer ordinary wizards. You will no longer be restricted by the Wizarding World's guardians and law enforcement wizards. You will abide by the laws of the Wizarding World, but if any problems arise, they will be heard by the Development Department's internal court. As he spoke, the Bronze Spear Archmage's eyes suddenly became sharp, a sharpness that seemed to cleave space, making the wizards present afraid to even look directly at him. However, don't think that this allows you to ignore the laws of the Wizarding World. Although the penalties of the internal court are milder than those of the legal department, in certain matters, our internal court is many times more severe than that of the legal department. This is especially true for acts of insane wizards, such as those involving the use of pure-blooded humans for experimentation. The voice of the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard resonated like a bell, jolting the hearts of the wizards present, and any sinister thoughts within them vanished instantly. Apart from this, the material benefits are already included in your badges. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's demeanor softened, and he smiled. I believe that even if you are the Grand Wizard students, you won't have seen all the rich resources here. I can guarantee that every achievement you achieve on the battlefield will be rewarded with nothing. All of you here are the Mithril and Mithril of the Mithril. For you, the qualification to Grand Wizard is just a matter of 2 or 3 planar wars. I believe that before long, one of you will be working with me. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's promises move many wizards. Becoming a Grand Wizard is a lifelong goal for many wizards. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard then went on to describe the benefits of the Development Department, painting a picture that was both large and round. After hearing this, many wizards were eager to join the planar war right then and there. After his promises, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard waved his hand and teleported many wizards out of the tower. Only Richard was left, looking around in bewilderment. Sir, do you have something to ask me? Richard asked cautiously. He thought to himself that he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary in this selection. It's unlikely that the military would also want to seize hundreds of crystal floaters. Indeed, something is wrong. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard nodded slightly, and then a flash of light flashed from his fingertips, and the scene of Richard entering the final arena appeared in the air. I've been observing this match the entire time. And you're my primary focus. My old friend Garlon told me you're a very talented young wizard, and many of your thoughts differ from those of ordinary wizards. So, I'd like to ask, what exactly were you thinking about when you said it was a pity? The Bronze Spear Wizard's attitude was neither arrogant nor humble. It was like a student in a class asking another what they thought about a question. Richard was stunned by the question. His mind raced. Are you talking about the subhumans? The Bronze Spear Wizard's resounding voice flashed through his mind, and immediately suppressed the subhuman plan. This idea was too crazy and too useless. There was no point in expressing it. In an instant, Richard's thoughts raced, And he immediately fabricated a reason. I was just casually sighing. Your Excellency may not know that I've established a nation of tens of millions on the tundra of the far north. And if this plane can support humans, then it should easily support tens of millions more. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard nodded slightly. Richard's thinking was indeed different from that of ordinary wizards. Few wizards paid attention to the ordinary humans, who formed the foundation of the wizarding world. So, do you think we should colonize ordinary people into other worlds? Richard shook his head. No. Colonizing other worlds is a waste. We haven't even utilized the wizarding world. If we change our strategy, the wizarding world's war potential alone would be terrifying. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard smiled with interest. This young wizard's way of thinking is truly interesting. Tell me, where do you see the wizarding world's potential for war? Richard paused, his mind suddenly reeling from the image of Far North City, and his own lament from that time. He then began, the wizarding world's war potential lies in its people, the ordinary people who form its foundation. Wizards must be selected from among ordinary people. As long as there are enough of them, the wizarding world's military will be endless. In today's wizarding world, many academies have underdeveloped their territories. Large areas are inhabited by only a handful of people. If standardized management were implemented, the number of ordinary people in the wizarding world would increase exponentially. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard nodded slightly. That's true, but you overlook one point. Wizards require education. Even at the generous White Wizard Academy, only a small number of people ultimately qualify to become wizards. Selecting so many wizards without sufficient teachers to educate them is useless. Furthermore, becoming a wizard requires resources. While these resources are limited, they cannot be wasted. With this, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard was about to teleport Richard away. While Richard's idea was sound, it was of little use to him. But just as he was about to act, Richard's words stopped him. Then why don't we bring in those idle wizards for education? Richard said. The wizarding world produces a large number of wizards every year, who only fight in one plain war, and then never participate again. These wizards can also serve as teachers. Furthermore, a considerable number of wizards lack teachers. As for the resource issue of becoming a wizard, sir, you should know more about the Wizarding World Ecological Restoration Plan than I do. 3 epochs have passed since the Enlightenment. Great Wizards of Truth, it's time to put the repair of the wizarding world on the agenda. Chapter 429. How did you know about the Wizarding World Ecological Restoration Plan? The Bronze Spear Archmagus looked a little surprised. This plan had been in preparation since it was proposed. After all these years, almost no one remembered it except the wizard who originally drafted it and the staff involved. It was so far-reaching that the staff had been replaced due to old age and death. Richard answered truthfully, I once had some communication with the magic dwarves within the World Mirror. They even entrusted me with bringing some of them back to the wizarding world. Then how did you guess that this plan would be implemented? Richard was a little bewildered. He hadn't guessed that this plan would be implemented. However, the Bronze Spear Archmagus's words reminded Richard of something that had happened before. Because the magic concentration in the wizarding world has dropped again, he said with certainty. A flicker of approval flashed in the Bronze Spear Archmagus's eyes. This young wizard's insight was indeed remarkable. Although intelligence cannot be quantified, the ability to analyze information can serve as a proxy for it. If a wizard is adept at collecting and analyzing information, then their intelligence is undoubtedly high. Since the Council of Truth has already formulated a plan for restoring the wizarding world's ecology, it means that they are indeed restoring the wizarding world. But in this situation, the wizarding world's energy concentration is still decreasing. As an outsider, there are only 3 possibilities. Either the Council of Truth has already initiated the plan but failed, or the current situation is the result of their manipulation. Or, the plan is still in the preparation stage and has not yet been implemented. The latter 2 possibilities are significantly greater than the first. Of course, Richard hadn't considered these. He simply assumed, based on common sense, that a war was imminent. If the world wasn't repaired, a surge of war would be a problem in the future. Cultivating a qualified wizard takes considerable time. Your speculation is correct. The current situation is the result of the Council's manipulation, the Bronze Spear High Wizard said with a hint of praise. If nothing unexpected happens, the wizarding world will enter its end of the law in 1,000 years. By then, the concentration of magic power throughout the wizarding world will drop to negligible levels, and the very essence of the world will fall into dormancy. The Council estimates this period will last about 100 years. After this century, the tide of magic will return to the wizarding world, and the wizarding world will gradually return to its pre-war of enlightenment state. Richard was shocked by this. Wouldn't it be awkward to start a war between civilizations at this time? It would be fine if the war started right away, only to have the barracks closed. Such is fate. No one expected a war between civilizations to break out at this time, the Bronze Spear High Wizard sighed. After that, he changed the subject and began discussing Richard. If nothing unexpected happens in this war, the alchemists will shine. I heard from Garlon that you've developed a magic support vehicle. Yes, sir. The Bronze Spear Archwizard nodded. I think you're quite capable. I have some blueprints for strategic-grade magical armor whose creators are now deceased. You can take them back and take a look. I see if I can reduce the cost or give you some inspiration. Of course, these things can't be passed on to anyone else. It's best not to let anyone else know about this. As he spoke, he pulled a crystal ball from his pocket and handed it to Richard. Richard was stunned. Was this the resource of the Minister of Military Affairs? He could just give me blueprints for strategic-grade magical equipment. The effect of his boast was truly remarkable. Thank you, sir. Richard, recovering from his surprise, quickly performed a wizard salute, his face filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard smiled and patted Richard on the shoulder. It's just a trinket. Those blueprints wouldn't be of much use to me, but they'd be great if I gave them to you. Go back and research them, and try to come up with something truly impressive. With that, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard flicked his finger, and Richard vanished from the council. Inside the palace complex, the three-ring wizards were conversing, occasionally arguing over a particular issue. Suddenly, Richard's figure teleported into the center of the hall, drawing the attention of the three-ring wizards within. Upon returning to the palace complex, Richard smiled at his surroundings before leaving. He couldn't wait to see the blueprints for the strategic-grade magical armor that the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard had given him. After leaving the palace, Richard found a secluded spot, took out the crystal ball, and used his mental power to absorb its contents. Richard closed his eyes in silence for a long moment. When he opened them again, a hint of joy crossed his brows. These are all good things. The Council of Truth had a vague definition of strategic-grade magical armor, but it could be roughly categorized into two criteria. First, it must be extremely powerful and capable of mass production. Second, it must be widely applicable, from logistics to the front lines. Such magical armor could be effective. Meeting even one of these two criteria qualifies it as a strategic-grade magical armor. As for cost-effectiveness, that kind of thing would be nice to have, but not having it is no problem. Back then, Richard's annihilation bomb had already reached the edge of the first criterion. Because of that simple structure, if slightly enlarged, its power could exceed the maximum spellcasting capacity of a first-level wizard, and because of its simplicity, mass production was not a problem. However, the annihilation bomb only reached the edge. When he registered this item with the Tower of Truth, it was rated level 5, the lowest level of strategic magical armor. The purchase price of the knowledge was a mere 500 magic essences. At the time, Richard considered lowering the cost of this item, and then getting it rated again, but things got busy and he forgot about it. His strength had grown so rapidly that the annihilation bomb couldn't even blast his dragon scales. But now, he had an idea for improvement. The design given to him by the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard happened to include a weapon that could annihilate the water and fire elements. This weapon, called the Annihilation Bomb, compressed water and fire elements far more efficiently than his own method. If this compression method were used, and then modified with dragon alchemy, the Annihilation Bomb. Richard's lips flickered to a faint smile, but it quickly vanished. A slight frown replaced it. He suddenly realized that even with the reduced cost, the Annihilation Bomb wouldn't be very effective against a wizard's battlefield. The Annihilation Bomb's energy dissipated too quickly, leaving a destructive range of only 1 meter. Even if the elemental content was increased, the destructive range would only double. Compared to a wizard's concentrated spells, this thing's destructive range was far too small. Its only advantages are its long projection range and increased damage within its range. Oh, what a headache! Richard sighed. He had thought he discovered something truly remarkable. But now it seemed the Annihilation Bomb was still useless. However, Richard didn't remain depressed for long. After all, the blueprints given to him by the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard contained more than just this. Among them, he also found a set of exoskeleton armor called Thunderbolt. But unlike the Mechanic Type 1 armor, this exoskeleton armor was far more extreme. It forgoes armor plating altogether, instead relying on energy barriers as a defensive measure. The remaining structure was almost entirely dedicated to enhancing the wizard's physical abilities. You could even say it wasn't a suit of armor, but a combat uniform. This structure is certainly a good one. Simplifying it a bit, and using it on a mechanic or a craftsman would definitely significantly improve the armor's performance. Richard's individual armor was primarily intended for use as armor, with the added benefit to the user being secondary. But with this addition, Richard could have both. Of course, this also meant the armor would be more expensive. But when pursuing performance, one shouldn't be too concerned with cost. This trip wasn't in vain, Richard muttered to himself. After enjoying his excitement, Richard didn't go all mad scientific and plunge into the secret realm to perfect his newly minted idea. Perfections could be made anytime, but if you missed the Wizarding Gathering, you have to wait another 1,000 years. Besides, Richard had already become a military operative, so it was even a question whether he would be invited to the gathering. So, he planned to take this opportunity to communicate with these wizards and make some friends. If he encountered any problems in the future, he would have more options. Besides, these wizards were all quite knowledgeable, so he could discuss some of his problems. The wizards' gathering lasted for a month. During the first week, the wizards were not divided by region. But by the second week, the wizards had consciously divided into 5 groups based on their respective towers of truth. The distances between the towers of truth were so great that traveling to another world was easier than traveling to another tower of truth. So, a brief acquaintance was sufficient. There was no need for deep friendships. After forming small groups, communication between wizards became incredibly smooth. The circle of third-ring wizards was small, and third-ring wizards within a tower of truth all knew each other to some extent, except for newly promoted third-ring wizards, like Richard. The wizards' gathering was the perfect opportunity for newcomers, like Richard, to integrate into the circle. Of course, ordinary newcomers integrate into the circle. For Richard, it was the circle that integrated him. In a luxurious palace, several alchemists gathered in a corner, discussing their latest problems. Master Richard, you are truly gifted. You possess such unique insights into alchemy at such a young age, an old wizard exclaimed in admiration. Just now, Richard had, with a few words, solved a problem that had troubled him for decades. Master, you are so kind, Richard said with a smile. I simply had a different perspective, so I spotted something you overlooked. As the gathering progressed, a third-ring wizard from the Tower of Truth spontaneously divided into 5 smaller circles, based on their schools of thought. As the latest rising star of the alchemy school, Richard naturally became the center of attention. Many legendary old wizards, whose names Richard had only heard of, came to discuss their problems with him. Alas, I really need to talk to someone, the old wizard lamented. I've been stuck in the wizard tower all day, my brain has rusted into a pile of scrap metal. Richard deeply agreed with the old wizard's lament. Staying rigid in thinking is a problem all wizards face. Come to think of it, Master Richard, you've been discussing things these days, but it seems you haven't raised any questions yet, one of the alchemists nearby suddenly said. Richard was taken aback, then nodded slightly. I didn't ask any questions. It's mainly because my questions were more practical, so this kind of question isn't quite right. Why wouldn't it be? The old wizard, enlightened by Richard's words, laughed. The theoretical problems have been solved, so why would anyone ask you for a share of the profits for an applied problem? The surrounding wizards echoed, that's right. The theory is the most important. As long as you don't ask for blueprints directly, haha. Seeing everyone's reaction, Richard brought up the issue of the annihilation bomb. Just as he spoke, a wizard, his entire body transformed into an alchemical machine, said, the damage range is too small. Then, wouldn't it be possible to do the opposite? Reduce the amount of elements, making the energy less and more concentrated, and then confine it? Chapter 430. This 3-ring wizard's suggestion was like a revelation to Richard. Yes, since the killing range isn't that large, we can completely do the opposite, reduce the range, then restrict it, thereby increasing the damage quality of the annihilation bomb. This approach would reduce the killing range of the annihilation bomb, but compared to the previous 1-meter radius, it was a significant improvement. Master, that's quite true. Richard excitedly said to the wizard who had made the suggestion. That's absolutely true. The wizard smiled, it's just a small suggestion. Master Richard, you come up with this idea sooner or later. No, Richard shook his head. If I hadn't been reminded, I don't know when I would have thought of this. Master, could you please leave me a name? I definitely add your name to the finished product I make. Seeing Richard's seriousness, the wizard said seriously, my name is Eugene. If you, Master Richard, have any questions about alchemical machinery, please feel free to discuss them with me. This is the purpose of wizard gatherings, giving advice and building relationships. The month-long wizard gathering quickly passed. Organized by the Tower of Truth, wizards from different towers of truth boarded airships and returned to their respective towers. For many wizards, this gathering didn't change much from the usual. But what they didn't know was that their lives were quietly changing. Upon returning to Far North City, Richard immediately plunged into the development of the Annihilation Bomb. Eugene's suggestion had given him a glimpse into the future uses of the Annihilation Bomb. Since it couldn't be used as a cannonball, could it be used as a bullet? By reducing the elemental content of the Annihilation Bomb, the energy confinement was entirely possible. The high-density energy generated by the Annihilation reaction was enough to rip through most native defenses. It could penetrate both energy barriers and physical armor. Thinking of the Annihilation Bomb's effects, Richard couldn't help but smile. If equipped with such a weapon, his salamanders would likely be able to swiftly kill even wizards. Richard spent 3 months designing the new Annihilation Bomb. This process primarily involved balancing the elemental content and the confinement mechanism. Richard needed to balance the Annihilation Bomb's power with its cost, maximizing its cost-effectiveness. To achieve this, he had to once again combine dragon alchemy with wizard alchemy. After his balancing act, the Annihilation Bomb's effectiveness left Richard quite satisfied. The complete Annihilation Bomb was 4 centimeters long and 2 centimeters in diameter, resembling the buckshot Richard remembered. However, instead of a warhead and eggshell, the Annihilation Bomb consisted of only an elemental chamber and a confinement mechanism. After balancing, the Obliteration Bomb can penetrate a magic barrier of 1,000 energy levels and physical defenses of 900 energy levels. And its production cost a mere 20 magic stones. And with mass production, the price could be lowered. Its triggering mechanism is also simple, derived from the ice cone technique Richard discovered during his apprenticeship. After Richard's refinement, the effectiveness of this kinetic energy spell has been multiplied, while energy consumption has been greatly reduced. Of course, this amount of kinetic energy is less than nothing compared to the Obliteration Bomb's power. After the Obliteration Bomb was completed, Richard brought the finished product into the secret realm to discuss future production with the Fire Lizard craftsman. He also asked if Ulysses knew the galaxy may fly. He remembered Ulysses saying there were several civilizations surrounding the god civilization. These civilizations didn't border the god's sphere of influence, so relations between them were relatively harmonious. The lords of each world could operate within the other's territory without being killed by the supposed lords of the wild world. After entering the secret realm, Ulysses, as usual, basked in the sun in Halonist. Beside him, Hogg followed suit, lying on the ground with his belly exposed, lazily basking in the sun. Ulysses, come and take a look at this. Richard pulled the specimen of the galaxy mayfly from his pocket, ready to show Ulysses a closer look. Gah, what the hell? Ah! Where did you get this? Ulysses stood up from Halonist and lazily flew over to Richard's shoulder. After seeing the galaxy mayfly specimen clearly, Ulysses's laziness instantly vanished, and he became incredibly energetic. Richard replied quietly, the wizard civilization and this one are bordering each other, and a war between civilizations will begin soon. Judging from your appearance, I imagine you've seen this civilization before? Ulysses was stunned for a moment, then his entire body began to tremble. He muttered, So I'm here. He was utterly excited. Richard interrupted, calm down. Tell me what you know about this civilization. Ulysses forced himself to calm down and began to share his information with Richard. According to Ulysses, the galaxy mayfly civilization was one of the civilizations near the god civilization. He didn't know much about this civilization, only that it excelled at manipulating energy and spirits. Their world masters were weak individually, but once they commanded hundreds of millions of people, their power could double. But according to rumors, this civilization supposedly only has 4 God King level figures. Thus, the wizard civilization holds a significant advantage in high-end combat power. Honestly, this war won't be easy for you, Ulysses said gravely. While high-level combat power is a huge advantage for you, it's not normally deployed. The normal battlefield will still be a battle between you mortals and the great wizards. But in this area, you're not at an advantage, and you're even at a disadvantage. Ulysses' words made Richard's heart sink. Ulysses never spoke without purpose. Whenever he spoke, he meant it. Even if it's difficult, we have to fight, Richard said worriedly. A small figure like me can't decide the direction of civilization. The only ones who can determine the direction of civilization are the wizards of truth, perched atop the tower. Of course, I'm just saying that, Ulysses consoled. Until war breaks out, no one knows where it will lead. Back then, we thought the war with the Abyss civilization would be over in 1,000 years. But now, 2,000 years have passed, and the war is still a quagmire. Richard sighed, brushing aside his chaotic thoughts. During this time, train Hog more. Unleash her potential. Following you in the sun all day, what's the big deal? Ha ha, got it. Putting aside the matter of the civilization war, Richard approached the salamander craftsman with the annihilation bomb. Sulina, Carrion, come and take a look at this thing. In the alchemy workshop, the two chief salamander craftsmen heard Richard's call, immediately dropped their work, and came to Richard's side. Sir, you're looking for us? Richard handed over the obliterator bomb and, at the same time, pulled the schematics from his pocket. Is there anything that can be improved on this thing? If not, we can consider designing a production line. The two took the obliterator bomb and examined it carefully, then compared it with the schematics. Then, he confidently said, Sir, the structure of this thing should be simplified. Richard raised an eyebrow. Oh! It seems your alchemy has improved. The two smiled humbly at this. Carrion said, This is all thanks to Mistress Hog. As a dragon, she is extremely proficient in dragon alchemy. From her, we artisans have learned a lot. Although dragons are oppressors and slave owners to the salamanders, thanks to Ulysses's discipline, Hog has little interest in them, and is very gentle when communicating. This has greatly improved the salamander's impression of dragons. The dragons of the Red Sun world had long been slain, and the fire lizard's hatred for dragons had long since become a custom passed down through generations. In the face of time, even hatred carved in stone will fade like traces on sand. Richard was slightly surprised. Hog has such a skill? But then again, dragon alchemy is a dragon skill. It's only natural that Hog, the heir of the Dragon Prince, would have some of this in his bloodline. Progress is a good thing. You can learn from him more often, Richard said approvingly. As a wizard, he greatly appreciated this kind of proactive learning. Carrion and Sulina breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Richard wasn't angry. Going to Hog to learn alchemy without Richard's permission wasn't a safe bet for the salamanders. By the way, take a look at this. Richard, as if struck by a thought, suddenly pulled a thick sheaf of manuscript paper from his pocket. These are designs for exoskeleton armor by other wizards. Take a look, study them, and see if you can simplify them to make the mechanics and craftsmen even more outstanding. Sulina took the manuscript paper and gave a sheet to Carrion. The two of them glanced through the paper, their pupils suddenly dilating several times. This design is so beautiful, Carrion said, somewhat mesmerized. As a craftsman, he had never imagined that a mechanical creation could be so exquisite and beautiful. Take a look at it more often, and let me know when you have a plan. Richard ignored Carrion's gaffe. To be honest, he was equally astonished when he saw the blueprint. It was hard to imagine that machinery could be as delicate as a living being. Yes, sir, Carrion and Sulina said in unison. After leaving the secret realm, Richard sat in his laboratory, his mind racing with thoughts. He had many things he wanted to do. He needed to improve his physical fitness, striving to reach the physical limits of a level 3 creature before the next war. He also needed to optimize his magic support vehicle. With the war imminent, if the Tesla Chamber of Commerce developed a comparable product, his business would undoubtedly be severely impacted. He also needed to study magic, as it was the foundation of a wizard. He needed to improve his combat skills, as he was a wizard undergoing physical evolution. He also needed to develop radiation rules and research those strategic-level magical equipment. He had so many things to do, and each one of them would require a considerable amount of time. Richard paced the laboratory for a long time, and suddenly noticed that the walls of his lab were curved. Snap! Richard clapped his hands suddenly realizing, how could I have forgotten about the small floating city? This thing will be of immense benefit to me, the Chamber of Commerce, and the wizarding world. As he spoke, Richard pulled his personal armor from his pocket, opened its chest, and took out the Star Wrathful Power Reactor. Raw materials: Small Star Wrathful Power Reactor. Refined information: Star Wrathful Power Reactor Blueprint. Refined cost: 230 spiritual power. Refined skill: Goblin Craftsman Forging Incomplete. Refined cost: 130 spiritual power. Refined rules: Strange rules. Refined cost: 20 soul power. Looking at the information provided by the Miracle Furnace, Richard chose to refine the blueprint without hesitation. Chapter 431. In a moment, the design drawings for the Star Wrathful Power Reactor appeared in Richard's mind. This otherworldly, nearly perpetual motion machine finally unveiled its true nature to Richard. Richard frowned slightly, walked over to the test bench, pulled out a sheet of paper, and began drawing the basic blueprints for the power reactor. This drawing process lasted a full 3 days. Despite its fist-sized size, the Star Wrathful Power Reactor contained a considerable number of parts. These parts were compressed into the reactor using an unimaginable technique, making it appear so tiny. After drawing the components, Richard meditated for a moment, then turned to refine the Goblin craftsman's forging technique for the reactor. The moment he mastered the technique, Richard felt his world spinning. The forging techniques used by the Goblin craftsman were entirely based on the unique rules of the Goblin world. Thus, their forging techniques were essentially a way to manipulate these rules. In Richard's vision, he seemed to become a Goblin craftsman, constantly utilizing the unique rules of the Goblin world to process in various illogical ways. You can't believe it. To make a material more malleable, these Goblin craftsmen soaked it in water for 2 days. This method, seemingly illogical to ordinary people, became practical for the Goblin craftsman. But beyond the surface, Richard clearly saw how the Goblin craftsman, relying on instinct and applying the unique rules of the Goblin world, altered the properties of water. This was an extremely sophisticated technique, and the mere sight of it made him feel dizzy. The Goblin craftsman, however, did this almost instinctively. Soon, Richard opened his eyes, somewhat wearily. This was the first time he hadn't been able to fully comprehend the craft. The Goblin craftsman's skills were so advanced, so many of the details that Richard felt he would have to become a great wizard to understand them. But even with a partial understanding, Richard's application of the rules had improved dramatically. Richard raised his right hand, a faint radiance flickering at his fingertips. He found a small ingot of metal, and attempted to use the Goblin forging technique, employing the rules to alter the properties of the object. Swallow water began to form on Richard's forehead, and his mind felt dizzy. In his vision, the Goblin craftsman's almost instinctive manipulation seemed incredibly laborious to Richard, and this was only scratching the surface. Sweat dripped down, and soon Richard was covered in sweat. In his hands, the metal ingot was slowly being transformed by the rules of radiation. Huh? Richard breathed a sigh of relief as the metal ingot suddenly glowed with a faint glow. The glow lasted only a few seconds before fading, but that was enough. This represented a brief shift in the ingot's properties. These creatures of rules are truly terrifying, Richard muttered to himself. He dared to say that even an ordinary great wizard wouldn't be able to master this Goblin artisan forging technique. After a brief moment of contemplation, Richard approached the test bench and began studying the blueprints for the Staven Wraith power reactor. Although this power reactor was crafted using Goblin artisan forging, its internal structure was surprisingly precise, without a trace of absurdity. Except for its fuel. The core of the entire power reactor is its fuel. The Star Wraith power reactor is fueled by 12 wraiths crafted from Goblin rules. These wraiths will operate within the reactor for nearly eternity. But in reality, they too need to be replaced. However, this replacement cycle is very long. Generally, even after a spaceship dies, its wraiths don't need to be replaced. This presented Richard with a headache. These wraiths can only be crafted in the Goblin world, by Goblin craftsmen. Richard couldn't create them in the wizarding world. He had to find a replacement. Richard smiled wryly. Rule replacement. Haha, I've found myself a good job. Opening the secret realm, Richard pulled Ulysses out. Ulysses, you are the lord of the world. Help me think of a suitable rule to replace the race. Ulysses was stunned by Richard's question. What did rule replacement mean? If the rules could be replaced, then what was the point of them existing? However, after he understood Richard's meaning, he quickly offered a suggestion. Use your nightmare rules. Nightmare rules? Richard was taken aback, but then immediately attracted by the suggestion. While the Goblin rules were absurd, the nightmare rules were equally absurd. If he could use the rules to create an environment similar to the nightmare realm, then the power race wouldn't be a problem. The problem, however, was how to create such an environment. Richard, I have a solution to this problem. Ulysses shook his head, but I suggest you seek help from your great wizard. You can't make something like this. Richard was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. You're right. This isn't something I can make. He was certain that if he could create a wizard-made version of the Wrathful Power Reactor, it would be requisitioned by the Council of Truth. It was a groundbreaking artifact, powerful enough to influence the course of the war. And then, how would he explain the design of the power reactor? Inspiration was a universal excuse, but it was clearly insufficient to convince the great wizards. If they delved deeper, they would find that something was amiss with him that wouldn't withstand scrutiny. Richard didn't intend to pin his hopes on the great wizards making mistakes during their investigation and overlooking his flaws. He looked at the manuscript on the test bench and said weakly, I hope the dean will see me for the star map I gave him. Garwan Wizard Academy. Winter arrives early in the far north, with heavy snowfall already in September. The biting wind, mingled with ice and snow, cuts like a knife on the face. And yet, at the top of the mountain at Garlon Wizard Academy, the great wizard Garland's clone, clad in a single layer, stood outside the wizard tower, braving the wind and snow as usual. The biting wind is a joke to wizards, but to the great wizard Garland's clone, it's as comfortable as a summer afternoon breeze. Suddenly, a streak of light descended upon the mountaintop. "Dean," Richard said, bowing slightly. The great wizard Garlon hummed a syllable, then opened his eyes, and stretched his muscles. "Richard, what do you want to talk to me about? What's wrong with your research?" Richard shook his head slightly, but then paused and nodded. "I'm indeed researching the aforementioned problem, but it's not about physical evolution, but alchemy." "Alchemy?" Great Wizard Garlon brushed off the frost from his head. "You've come to the wrong person for alchemy. I know a little bit about alchemy, but it's neither systematic nor organized. It's fine for personal use, but it's not enough for teaching others." After saying this, he looked at Richard with some curiosity. "With your status, finding a great wizard from the alchemy school shouldn't be difficult, right?" Richard was a well-known figure in the wizarding world. Great wizards weren't narrow-minded, and they weren't shy about supporting a talented wizard like Richard. Of course, the price would certainly be quite high. After all, Richard wasn't their student, so the principle of equivalent exchange still applied. Richard took a deep breath and pulled out the blueprints he had prepared in advance. After deciding to seek the help of a great wizard, Richard began to transform the structure of the Star Wrathful Power Reactor into a sorcerer. Although the goblin craftsman's designs were ingenious, any wizard who had systematically studied alchemy could see that the structures were definitely not the work of a wizard. So, to be on the safe side, transforming the power reactor into a sorcerer was a must. This took Richard a full 10 years. "Dean, please take a look at this." Great Wizard Garlon took Richard's crystal ball and absorbed the information within. A moment later, a massive wave of energy erupted from his body, instantly sweeping away the snow and wind from the entire mountaintop. "Good boy." Grand Wizard Garlon looked at Richard with some shock. "Physical evolution is a bit of a waste of your talent. Alchemy is where you should shine." According to Richard's blueprints, as long as the power wraith problem is solved, the small floating city will no longer be a problem. This is of epoch-making significance. "Dean, you're too kind," Richard said honestly. "This is the result of plagiarizing an alien creation." "What plagiarism?" Grand Wizard Garlon smiled and patted Richard on the shoulder. "That's learning. Come with me. The technology you need is not difficult. I help you complete it." Following the Dean, Richard entered the wizard tower atop the mountain. As soon as he stepped through the wizard tower's gate, Richard felt an extremely strong surge of magical energy. It was obvious that this unassuming wizard tower, like the 300th floor of the central Black Tower, was integrated with the secret realm. The first floor of the wizard tower was a vast study, with massive bookshelves rising like a towering wall at the end. On one side of the bookshelf, various bizarre biological specimens were neatly arranged on force field displays. Richard passed by a display and noticed a crystal ball placed within the force field. Inside the crystal ball, a swarm of bee-like creatures swirled continuously. "That's a bloodthirsty bee swarm, a gestalt creature from a medium-sized world. I found it interesting, so I sealed it within the secret realm fragment. If you find it interesting, I can give you 2 to play with." Great Wizard Garlon was in a very good mood, his tone sounding incredibly cheerful. Normally, if Jimmy asked for something from these displays, he would grumble for a long time. Today, he was actually willing to give it away. "Thank you, Dean," Richard said bluntly. Great Wizard Garlon was stunned for a moment when he saw Richard agree so quickly. "Good boy," Grand Wizard Garlon said with a smile. "You're quite capable. You're really not sorry to be fleecing me." Richard chuckled. "Dean, your family is so wealthy. This little thing is nothing." Up the stairs, the two of them arrived at the laboratory. As a Grand Wizard, every piece of equipment in Grand Wizard Garland's laboratory was priceless. Richard only took a cursory glance and discovered that they were all rule magic armor. Grand Wizard Garlon walked to the laboratory table and waved his hand, causing a large field of runes to appear in the air. "You need to create something similar to the Nightmare Realm in the power reactor to power it. This might be difficult for an average Grand Wizard, but I've researched something similar in the past, so you've come to the right person." As he spoke, the runes that had just appeared suddenly transforming into a portal. "I'm going to the Nightmare Realm for a while, and we'll be back shortly." Chapter 432. For a junior wizard like Richard, entering the Nightmare World requires the effort of a dedicated spell. For a wizard like Grand Wizard Garlon, who stands only a step away from truth, entering the Nightmare World requires only knowing this illusory world. For someone of his level, the veil of the world is practically non-existent. A shadow emerged from Grand Wizard Garland's body. As soon as it emerged, it solidified into a faintly fluorescent replica of Grand Wizard Garland. The fluorescent Grand Wizard Garland stretched his body, a trace of distress on his face. Alas, it's just not pleasant to be without a body. Richard, surprised, said, Dean, your soul looks as if it's materialized. Great Wizard Garland replied casually, once you become a great wizard, your soul will begin to materialize. The higher your spiritual power, the deeper the materialization. This is also why, after becoming a great wizard, one's lifespan can exceed the 10,000-year limit. With this, Great Wizard Garland stepped through the rune-encrusted door. Richard stood there waiting. Not long after, Great Wizard Garland returned to the wizarding world. So soon? Richard exclaimed in surprise. Great Wizard Garland shook his head and asked, Boy, have you established a nightmare territory in the far north of the nightmare world? Richard was shocked. He hadn't expected Great Wizard Garland to enter the far north of the nightmare world directly. He nodded and said, Dean, you have a keen eye. I did it. Great Wizard Garland nodded slightly. If you did it, I moved to another location. Don't worry. Gathering nightmare power doesn't count as using mortals for experimentation. With that, he entered the rune gate again. This time, it took a bit longer. Richard waited in the laboratory for 2 full days and nights. On the 3rd day, Great Wizard Garland finally fled from the rune gate in a panic. And upon emerging, he destroyed it. But even so, a terrifying, shuddering aura still permeated the rune gate, nearly freezing Richard in his tracks. What kind of monster was behind the gate? Great Wizard Garland laughed heartily. Haha, this soul fragment is weak. Even a level 5 creature could outrun me. As he spoke, he pulled a crystal ball from the sleeve of his wizard robe. Inside the crystal ball, a cloud of black and red smoke continuously assaulted the seal. Lucky luck. I encountered a little creature who had just reached level 4 upon entering. This little creature's nightmare rule should be more than enough. Great Wizard Garland's tone was like that of a fisherman who had stumbled upon a good catch while fishing. If Richard had encountered a level 4 nightmare lord in the nightmare world, escaping safely would have been a blessing. But for the Great Wizard Garland, it was as easy as plucking a crab. Don't just stand there. The Great Wizard Garland excitedly opened a spatial rift and pulled out a large pile of high-level alchemical materials. Here are the materials. We need to make a finished product within a few days. If it's done, the alchemical corona will personally meet you. Alchemical corona? This unfamiliar term startled Richard. But then he realized who this alchemical corona was. The truth wizard can meet with me? Richard asked with some fear. It was already a remarkable feat that his secret had been able to shield him from the prying eyes of the Great Wizard Garland. If he had encountered a figure as powerful as the Truth Wizard, he would have been seen through immediately. Grand Wizard Garen didn't understand Richard's emotions, assuming he was frightened by hearing about the audience with the Wizard of Truth. Don't panic. I'm only meeting you through a medium. Medium? It's an alchemical puppet, Grand Wizard Garen explained. Alchemy Corona's true form is always dormant. Even if I wanted to see it, I might not be able to. When Alchemy Corona receives a wizard, it usually projects a ritual into the alchemical puppet and uses it to conduct the meeting. Asleep? Richard was startled. Could it be that Alchemy Corona? No, Grand Wizard Garen interrupted. Alchemy Corona is incredibly healthy. He's dormant simply because he's stingy and feels the energy consumption of moving his true form is too great. So, he usually uses a specially made alchemical puppet. Stingy. Richard was at a loss for words. A wizard of truth is stingy. That sounds ridiculous. As if reading Richard's thoughts, Grand Wizard Garland smiled and said, the greater your strength, the more you must maintain a stable humanity. If you lose your humanity, what's the difference between a wizard and an alchemical puppet? Richard paused for a moment, a thought forming within him. But he quickly carried the alchemical materials to a corner of the laboratory. This material was too far away for him to consider right now. The Nightmare Power Reactor's structure was extremely complex. To expedite the production process, Grand Wizard Garland gave Richard access to his warehouse. Some materials, which he considered to be overly frugal, were replaced with higher quality materials. This greatly reduced the difficulty of constructing the power reactor. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 months, besides extracting the nightmare rules from the Nightmare Lord, Grand Wizard Garland's clone spent the rest of his time acting as Richard's assistant, helping Richard craft various complex parts. Thanks to Grand Wizard Garland's unassuming demeanor, Richard was able to create the first prototype of the Nightmare Power Reactor in just 3 months. In the laboratory, Grand Wizard Garland released a cloud of black and red mist into the Nightmare Power Reactor, which filled half the room. Under his manipulation, the black and red mist expanded smoothly within the power chamber, gradually permeating the entire reactor. Richard watched nervously. Although he believed his design was flawless, this creation was beyond his capabilities. He wasn't sure if his ideas were correct. As the black and red mist permeated the interior of the power reactor, an eerie aura permeated the entire structure. As if it weren't a power reactor, but a demonic womb in disguise. In the next second, countless demons would burst forth from this womb, drowning everyone present. The black-red mist attempted to spread further, but the power plant's outer shell held it firmly within. Okay, now it's the final step. Great Wizard Garlon observed the power plant intently. Driven by his mental power, the rune array within the power plant activated. Under the influence of the black-red mist, the activated rune array began to change, altering the power plant's internal structure as well. Great Wizard Garlon continuously guided the power plant's changes. Under Grand Wizard Garen's manipulations, the entire power reactor seemed to transform into a nightmare creature cloaked in the material world. Soon, a small nightmare realm was born. It's done. Grand Wizard Garen's tense face finally relaxed. He walked over to the nightmare power reactor and placed his hand on the lever that activated it. Then he called to Richard, "Richard, come here. This is a historic moment." Richard awkwardly approached Grand Wizard Garen. At that moment, his heart was filled with both joy and bewildered fear. He placed his hand on Grand Wizard Garen's, and then he saw Grand Wizard Garen produce a crystal ball and, with his magical hands, position it in the proper position. 1, 2, 3, start! With a flick of the lever, the screams of countless people awakened from their sleep echoed from the power reactor. Then, a continuous stream of energy flowed through the energy pipes, illuminating a magic lamp they had prepared. The birth of the Nightmare Power Reactor prototype undoubtedly heralds the advent of a new era. This isn't just a power reactor, it represents a new approach to alchemy. Beyond the two paths of using rules to alter materials and using rules to amplify rune arrays, a third path has emerged, using magic armor to complement the rules. Perhaps others have already considered this path, but Richard is undoubtedly the first to produce a finished product. Undoubtedly, if anyone uses this approach to design magic armor in the future, Richard's name will be unavoidable. Northern City, Wizard Tower. Grand Wizard Garlon watched Richard and Tozio place the Nightmare Power Reactor into the pre-prepared power compartment, and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, I was wondering how you could come up with this thing. So you came across the blueprints for a small floating city? Haha, Dean, you're mistaken. This is Tozio's research direction," Richard said with a smile to Grand Wizard Garen, while adjusting the energy pipeline. Tozio, on the other side, his expression was tense. To Richard, Grand Wizard Garen was a good-tempered dean. But to Tozio, Grand Wizard Garen was an unattainable figure. And now, this important figure was actually watching him install the power reactor, and chatting and laughing with his own president. This made him extremely anxious. What kind of person was his own president, to speak so casually to the Grand Wizard? What's Tozio's research direction? Grand Wizard Garlon asked in astonishment. If it's not your research direction, how dare you build your wizard tower like this? If you hadn't developed this power reactor, wouldn't all these designs have been wasted? Richard said nonchalantly, "At worst, we can just build another one. Wizard towers aren't expensive." Grand Wizard Garlon was taken aback by this, then realized he was looking at the situation from his Grand Wizard's perspective again. For him, replacing a wizard tower was a daunting task. Building a wizard tower required filing a petition with the council, integrating secret realms, and relocating his collection. But for Richard, he could simply move the experimental equipment and the wizard tower. That's true, Grand Wizard Garlon nodded. Soon, with a click, all the energy pipes and energy relays for the Nightmare Power Reactor and the wizard tower were installed. As Richard pulled the lever, a shrill scream echoed, and a steady stream of energy began to flow into the energy pipelines. Richard and Tozio nervously stared at the data crystal ball next to the power reactor. The Nightmare Power Reactor's output had already met the required standards. If there were any issues, it would likely be due to a design flaw in the small floating city. Thankfully, while the data was somewhat limited, it remained within the expected range. The two of them exited the power cabin. Tozio tapped the outer wall, and a crystal ball emerged from it. He bowed slightly to Richard and said, "President, the small floating city is now in your hands." Faced with such an honor, Richard shook his head. "You are the designer of the floating city. We should work together at this moment." With that, Richard grasped Tozio's hand and placed it on the crystal ball. Then, he used the crystal ball to command the wizard tower to take flight. Boom! The people of Far North City listened to a thunderous roar and gazed at the sky in surprise. There was no thunder. But before they could lower their heads, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. A metallic structure, hundreds of meters in diameter, slowly ascended into the sky, facing the rising sun. A new era of dimensional warfare had arrived. Chapter 433. The Wizard Tower soared for 2 minutes before hastily descending to the ground. Inside, Richard and Tozio scurried around, repairing the energy lines like a fire brigade. While Tozio's energy lines did work, they only lasted a short time. A slight increase in power would cause them to break. A faint blue arc of energy darted throughout the Wizard Tower, leaving the two men in a state of disarray. After a long day of work, Richard, having finally repaired the energy lines, returned to the lab and said with an awkward smile, "Dean, Unit 01, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Great Wizard Garen laughed heartily, and patted Richard on the shoulder. "Not bad. For Unit 01, being able to ascend is already a remarkable achievement. You can refine the blueprints, and for materials, go directly to Jimmy. The Academy fully supports your project. My only request is that the small floating city you create must be practical. Building a small floating city with ample alchemical materials is not a difficult task. But Great Wizard Garlon doesn't need a toy. He needs a small floating city that can be used in actual combat. If this thing succeeds, it will change the way wizards conduct dimensional expeditions. In future wars between civilizations, small floating cities can also greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of wizard civilization. For wizards, materials are not a problem. As long as the blueprints are available, even if they just pile up mithril and fine gold, wizard civilization can build a fleet of small floating cities." "Yes," Richard responded swiftly. Great Wizard Garlon nodded and disappeared into the Wizard Tower. Elsewhere, seeing the Great Wizard Garen disappear, Tozio felt his body suddenly weaken, nearly falling to the ground. "President, what's your relationship with the Great Wizard Garen? I feel like you're just his student." Richard glared at him. "Don't gossip. The Dean may be kind, but it's ours, and he appreciates it. If I were to go to him with a piece of trash, do you believe he smacked me all the way from Garen Wizard Academy to Far North City?" Tozio laughed. "I do, but the president certainly wouldn't go to him with trash." After recovering a bit of his strength, Tozio pulled the blueprints for the Wizard Tower from his pocket. "President, I have a simple improvement idea. The design of these energy pipes." "Don't worry about that for now," Richard interrupted. "Tozio, there's nothing wrong with the energy pipes you planned. The biggest problem lies with the materials used. First, calculate the carrying capacity of the energy pipes. We use that capacity to find the right material. Remember, this time you need to consider not only the energy consumption of flight, but also the energy consumption of the weapons and the shield generator." Tozio nodded slightly at Richard's request. "Okay, in that case, I start the calculations." After assigning the tasks, Tozio left Far North City, while Richard produced a communication crystal ball. As soon as the crystal ball was connected, the panicked voice of the Far North City mayor echoed from the other end. "Great Wizard, what just happened?" "That was my experiment. There's nothing wrong with it." The mayor was interrupted coldly by Richard before he could finish. "Inform the citizens. This situation will become very common in the future. But they needn't worry. I won't abandon Far North City." Hearing Richard's promise, the mayor on the other side of the crystal ball finally breathed a sigh of relief. He habitually replied, "May the Holy Sun bless you." But midway through his words, he realized something. Richard was the Holy Son of the Order of Miracles. So he changed his words, "May the truth favor you." "Yes." The crystal ball disconnected, and Richard opened a rift in the secret realm, entering it. In a corner of the secret realm, a massive crystal creation, which Richard called the Giant Floating Matrix, officially designated by the Forerunners as a land-based floating matrix, lay dormant. Beside him, the spider-like armed puppets Richard had acquired were also dormant. Richard walked over to the matrix and activated it, commanding with his mental power, "Enable maintenance mode." As the command was issued, cracks suddenly appeared on the land-based floating mothership, which had suddenly become one piece. Such a massive creation naturally couldn't be cast in one piece. After activating maintenance mode, Richard was able to disassemble the floating mothership's parts. Among these parts, energy pipelines accounted for a considerable portion. Raw materials, energy pipelines from land-based floating motherships. Refining information, energy transmission crystal production. Refining cost, 10 mental power. The energy transmission pipelines of land-based floating motherships have a high carrying capacity, and the energy transmission process loses very little, almost negligible. If Richard could use wizardry to replicate this crystal, then the material problem of the energy transmission pipelines for the small floating city would be solved. Richard chose to refine, and soon he learned the production process for this energy transmission crystal. Wow, making it is so complicated. After receiving the production process, Richard was immediately shocked by the complexity of the process. Making the energy transfer crystals for land-based floating motherships requires over 500 steps, involving the addition of over 800 materials. Furthermore, a significant portion of these materials were artificially synthesized by the forerunners. To complicate matters, Richard had no idea how those materials were synthesized. Even if he knew how, he wouldn't have pursued the process of making energy transfer crystals. It was simply too expensive. He lacked the necessary industrial system. To synthesize those materials, he would have to establish a corresponding alchemy workshop, determine the production process, and reduce costs. If there were any byproducts or waste, he would have to find a way to dispose of them. It was an extremely cumbersome, time-consuming, and costly process. Richard sighed softly. Sure enough, without the necessary industrial system, replicating the Forerunner's creations is a pipe dream. However, he remained undeterred. While he couldn't create a perfect energy transfer crystal, he should be able to create a degraded version. The energy transfer crystal had a single property, and he now had far more comprehensive equipment than before, so measuring its properties wouldn't take him long. As long as he could measure its properties and determine the mechanism by which the energy transfer crystal reduced energy consumption, then, with his wizardry, creating a degraded version shouldn't be a problem. Without wasting any time, Richard immediately returned to the laboratory with the energy transfer tube. Thanks to his experience studying the precursor crystal, measuring the crystal's properties went very smoothly this time. It took Richard only 2 months to determine the crystal's properties and, incidentally, to determine the mechanism by which energy loss was reduced. Quasi-superconductivity mana particles? Richard looked at the data in his notebook and rubbed his brow with a slight headache. Wizards are a race that pursues truth, and the mystical properties of magic, a mysterious force, naturally attracted countless wizards to explore its mysteries. Thus, the School of Transmutation was born. One of the ultimate questions of the Transmutation School is what magic is. Currently, wizards' understanding of energy is divided between wave and particle perspectives, much like the debate among scientists over light in Richard's previous life. As things stand, both the wave and particle perspectives have ample evidence. Richard strongly suspects that magic also possesses wave-particle duality. Truth wizards also know this property, but have kept it secret. Because the process of proving wave-particle duality led to the creation of countless ingenious transmutation spells, greatly enhancing the overall strength of wizards. The key to the low energy loss of energy crystals lies in their extreme stability when charged. Mana particles pass through the crystals at a microscopic level with little hindrance. To explain the underlying principles, we must address the ultimate question of alchemy. What is matter? Even Richard himself struggled to grasp the complexities of these principles, so I won't elaborate here. This result forced Richard to abandon the idea of using a degraded energy crystal as the energy pipeline for the small floating city. This pure material advantage couldn't be compensated for by rune arrays. However, this measurement wasn't completely useless. Richard could determine the basic structure of the crystal, and then create materials with similar structures. However, this materials science experiment was a bit of a gamble, and there was no telling how long it would take. So, he was waiting for Tozio's results while he began preparing the formula for the mithril alloy. Mithril, an extremely precious alchemical material, was extremely valuable to ordinary wizards. But from a civilizational perspective, mithril was merely a common metal with low production. As long as Richard didn't use pure mithril for piping, the small floating city would have practical value. 1 year later. President, these are the results of my calculations. Based on them, I've designed another energy transmission system. Do you see anything else that needs to be modified? Tozio's tired voice echoed through the crystal ball. Richard examined the transmission and replied with satisfaction, "Very good, I take care of the rest. Go to the Chamber of Commerce and withdraw 1,000 magic essences from my account. Rest well. Thank you for your hard work." It's not hard at all, President. Launching a small floating city has been my lifelong dream. You need to rest well too. After the call ended, Richard copied the results from Tozio into his notebook. So many? Richard looked at the results with a headache. He really needed to figure out the formula for the mithril alloy. Suddenly, the crystal ball on the table lit up. Richard glanced and saw it was Jimmy's call. He answered the call. "Jimmy, you wanted to see me." "It's me. The deep voice of the great wizard Garlon emanated from the crystal ball. Huh? Dean, what do you want to talk to me about? How's your work on the floating city going? Well, Richard replied casually. I just calculated the pipe's capacity, and am now preparing the materials for the energy transmission pipe. Once the materials are assembled, the floating city should be fine. That's perfect. You can stop what you're doing now. Bring your data, and come to the academy. Alchemist Corona somehow got wind of the small floating city, and he wants to see you. Chapter 434. Alchemist Corona wants to see me. Richard was struck by lightning upon hearing this news, completely stunned. To be honest, even though Alchemist Corona would only use a puppet to receive him, he was still filled with fear. If something went wrong, wouldn't that be the end of him? But he couldn't refuse Alchemist Corona's request, no matter what. After all, he was the great wizard of truth, a wizard at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. Okay, I know. I go to the academy right away. Richard suppressed his fear and feigned composure. Okay, don't worry, don't leak the data. After the call ended, Richard took a deep breath, pulled a tube of nerve agent from his pocket, and injected it into his body. Under the effects of the nerve agent, his overly active nerves finally calmed down. A blessing in disguise, not a curse. If it is, it's inevitable. This time, I'm just meeting a puppet, not even a clone. There's nothing to fear. Even a truth wizard must adhere to the basics. Even a powerful projection of consciousness shouldn't be able to see through him. He only needed to prepare what he needed. Richard roughly checked the data sent by Tozio, and confirmed there were no major issues. Richard had also participated in the design of the small floating city. Although his skills weren't enough to design it independently, he verified that the data was correct. Confirming the data was correct, Richard pocketed the updated design along with the data. He then left the Wizard Tower and flew towards the Garen Wizard Academy. Today was a rare sunny day. From the clear sky, the dazzling sun shone brightly, bathing the earth in warmth. At the top of the Garlon Wizard Academy, Grand Wizard Garland's clone was chatting and laughing with Grand Wizard Bronze Spear. Beside them, a very young female wizard wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood silently. Bang! A streak of light descended on the mountaintop. Look, they're coming! Grand Wizard Garland smiled at his old friend beside him. The streak of light dissipated, and Richard gave the two Grand Wizards a wizard salute. Dean, Grand Wizard Bronze Spear. The two Grand Wizards nodded slightly, and then Grand Wizard Bronze Spear asked, Have you brought everything? Yes, Richard nodded nervously. Everything. That's all right. Let's go to the Tesla Chamber of Commerce headquarters first and hand over the documents. This project is now fully under the Tesla Chamber of Commerce's control. Hearing this news, even with the Grand Wizard in front of him, Richard couldn't help but frown. Although he hadn't contributed much to the small floating city project, the important details were largely handled by Tozio and Grand Wizard Garlon. But that didn't mean he could give up so easily. Richard couldn't help but glance at Grand Wizard Garlon. He was now, both nominally and de facto, the vice president of the Garlon Wizard Academy. As the dean, Grand Wizard Garlon surely had to express some appreciation for this act of robbery. As expected, upon hearing this, Grand Wizard Garland's expression darkened. Bronzehead, that's not what you said just now. How did the Tesla Chamber of Commerce become solely responsible for the small floating city? Grand Wizard Bronze Spear waved his hand. Don't worry, listen to me. This project will be taken over by the Tesla Chamber of Commerce. Your credits remain unchanged. Richard, and you are still the creators. It's just that we need one more person in addition to yours. Richard didn't react to hearing about the additional person, but Grand Wizard Garlon snorted coldly. Is that what the transmutation crown meant? Grand Wizard Bronze Spear nodded slightly. A good thing like a small floating city can't be monopolized entirely by the alchemy school. Listening to the two Grand Wizards exchange, Richard felt completely bewildered. While small floating cities could change the landscape of wizarding world-plane expeditions, Richard's biggest advantage was the magic essence. The profits from building a small floating city would surely be staggering. But from what the two Grand Wizards said, there was something else going on. Hello, Master Richard. I'm Elizabeth, the de facto head of the Tesla Chamber of Commerce's Fourth Ring Tower of Truth branch. Just as Richard was stunned, the female wizard who had been standing silently beside the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard suddenly spoke. Looking at the wizard's outstretched right hand, Richard hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook it. I heard that Master Richard also has a guild, currently specializing in the popular magic support vehicles in the wizarding world. Elizabeth's voice was friendly and comforting. But Richard was also well informed, and as soon as she spoke, he sensed a hint of soul magic. Aura of friendliness? Richard speculated. Indeed, but compared to the Tesla Chamber of Commerce, a small-time fry like me is nothing. Elizabeth smiled and shook her head. Master, there's no need to be modest. The popularity of the magic support vehicles is obvious to all. The Tesla Chamber of Commerce may be large, but it's entirely due to its backing from the Council. Without the Council, the Tesla Chamber of Commerce would be nothing more than a regional guild. In my opinion, the Master's Chamber of Commerce is even more powerful. After all, you, with your own talent, were able to sell the spell support vehicle to other towers of truth. Elizabeth's words were spoken with such sincerity that even though Richard knew they were mostly just politeness, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. After all, the person who said this was the head of a Tower of Truth branch of the Tesla Chamber of Commerce. Master, you're too kind, Richard said modestly, suppressing his pride. Seeing Richard unmoved, Elizabeth's eyes flickered with surprise. This was the first time she'd seen a wizard so calm in the face of such praise. This President Richard's will was so strong it could even resist the gifts bestowed upon her by the soul rules. What Elizabeth didn't know was that as a saint of the Order of Miracles, possessing the status of a heroic spirit and the faith of tens of millions of believers, Richard's mental resistance was absurdly high. Not to mention her incomplete soul rules, even if they were, her abilities would be half as effective against Richard. How could this be an exaggeration? Elizabeth continued with a smile. Master, I've seen your spell support vehicle. The Master's design ideas were truly imaginative. If these disposable spellcasting components were used on ordinary weapons, they would definitely be destroyed. But with the spell support vehicle, this flaw becomes acceptable. Hearing Elizabeth's direct statement, she had researched spell support vehicles. Richard, the spell support vehicle's creator, smiled with a hint of amusement. Studying other people's magical equipment is something everyone does, but speaking directly about it is another matter, Master Elizabeth. Elizabeth looked at Richard, the friendly smile on her delicate face even more refreshing. I believe sincerity fosters cooperation, don't you? Richard raised an eyebrow, thinking he was finally getting to the point. What kind of cooperation do you want? Elizabeth bowed slightly. Master, don't worry. This collaboration is my personal idea, and there's no other important figure behind it. I've noticed that while the magic support vehicle is useful, its power is a bit too weak. It relies primarily on sheer numbers. So, on behalf of the Tesla Chamber of Commerce's Fourth Ring Tower of Truth branch, I'd like to reach a collaboration with you. To launch a new type of magic support vehicle. A new magic support vehicle. Richard paused for a moment, then shook his head slightly. You need to discuss this with the actual person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. But I'm not personally very interested in this matter. Elizabeth didn't get upset after hitting a wall. She simply pulled something resembling a business card from her pocket and handed it to Richard. Since Master has said so, I guess I have to go talk to Master Kylewood. Here's my contact information. If you need any help in the future, please contact me. A falling out over a failed deal is unlikely in most cases. Everyone knows that in business, harmony brings wealth. Officially, the conversation between Grand Wizard Garlon and Grand Wizard Bronze Spear had concluded. Grand Wizard Garlon looked somewhat displeased, seemingly disputing this arrangement. Richard, check your data. We go to the Tesla Chamber of Commerce now. Okay. Richard checked the data again, confirming it was correct, and nodded to Grand Wizard Garlon. Dean, I've got everything. Okay, let's go. With that, Grand Wizard Garlon created a spatial rift and pulled Richard through. Off to the side, Grand Wizard Bronze Spear also created a spatial rift. Elizabeth, how did your talks go? Grand Wizard Bronze Spear asked casually. Elizabeth shook her head slightly. Master Richard isn't very interested in my deal, but I think there's still potential for us to work together. Grand Wizard Bronze Spear nodded slightly. Garlon values this guy very much, and I'm quite optimistic about him too. Don't use some tricks. Hearing this, Elizabeth let a hint of resignation appear on her face. Teacher, I'm not a child anymore. And from my observation, this Master Richard is likely someone who responds to soft tactics rather than hard ones. Using tricks will only backfire. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard rubbed Elizabeth's head, like a kindly grandfather. Just be sensible. With that, the two of them entered the spatial rift. Behind the spatial rift was a long spatial tunnel. Walking through this tunnel, Richard felt an immense sense of familiarity. This is a cross-domain passage built by the World Guardians, using the power of the world's origin. Old folk like us can use it on a daily basis, Grand Wizard Garlon explained. Richard nodded slightly, looking around in amazement. The spatial tunnel was pitch black, but within this darkness, Richard could faintly see a few flashes of light. The two flew forward along the tunnel. After a long moment, Grand Wizard Garlon suddenly spoke. "Aren't you curious about the argument between me and Bronze?" Richard was silent for a moment, then replied helplessly, "It's not something I can get involved in." "Alas, it's certainly not something you can get involved in." Grand Wizard Garen sighed helplessly. "Even I can't stop the two coordinates deal. The 1/3 share must go to the Transfiguration coordinate." "Share?" "Yes, share," Grand Wizard Garen said quietly. "Boy, do you want to know how to become a truth wizard?" Chapter 435. Becoming a truth wizard? Richard's voice was distorted with surprise. The secret of ascending to the 7th level of life was of paramount importance to any civilization. How could he possibly know such a thing? "Look at how flustered you are," Grand Wizard Garland said with a smile. "The secret of ascending to the truth is even less confidential than the Grand Wizard's ascension ceremony. Any Grand Wizard knows how to become the truth, but actually achieving it." "Humph." Grand Wizard Garland chuckled with a touch of pride. Of all the 6-ring Grand Wizards in the wizarding world, he was the only one just one step away from the truth. Richard was puzzled by this. Logically, the method of becoming the truth should be even more confidential. As he voiced his doubts, Grand Wizard Garland shook his head slightly and said, "Common sense suggests that the method of ascending to the truth is indeed more valuable than ascending to the Grand Wizard position. But you also have to consider another issue: how to put these secrets into practice after knowing them. If the ritual for ascending to the Grand Wizard position were to leak out, the indigenous world masters of other worlds would be able to discover the secret to ascending to level 4 lifeforms, thereby increasing the difficulty of our conquest of the world. But if the method of ascending to the truth were to be revealed, it would be useless to other indigenous world masters, or even to the masters of other civilized worlds. Because the method of ascending to the truth in the wizarding world relies on racial contribution, this method is useless to any indigenous person." "Race contribution? Dean, can you explain it in more detail?" Richard's curiosity was piqued at the unfamiliar term. Since it wasn't a secret, it wouldn't hurt to hear about it. But Grand Wizard Garlon didn't directly explain. Instead, he asked an irrelevant question. "Richard, how well do you know about the classification of rules?" This question confused Richard. He paused for a moment, then honestly repeated what he had read in the book. But after listening, Grand Wizard Garlon smiled and shook his head. "You're wrong, Richard. There are only 2 kinds of rules: physical rules and imaginary rules. Physical rules are like the rules of the fire element, rules that are unaffected by life. Whether life exists or not, the fire element remains the fire element. Illusory rules, on the other hand, are similar to the nightmare rules you're familiar with. They require life to exist." Grand Wizard Garland's explanation left Richard slightly stunned. Nightmare rules actually require life to exist? Seeing Richard still puzzled, Grand Wizard Garland further explained, "Think about it carefully. What if all living things in this world were alchemical puppets? If a world were deserted and devoid of life, would the nightmare world still exist?" After hearing Grand Wizard Garland's explanation, Richard suddenly understood. If no one dreams, then the nightmare world naturally ceases to exist. Seeing Richard understand, Grand Wizard Garland continued, "Knowing this definition, you should be able to understand what I am going to explain next. At the end of the Enlightenment, the 5 major schools fought frantically, developing all kinds of insane weapons and spells. At this time, while researching decisive battle weapons, the Cursed Crown unexpectedly discovered an illusory rule hidden within countless dimensions. This rule connects every wizard, and indeed every mortal. Corona of the Cursed, exploring this connection, unexpectedly discovered a wizard dimension within the illusory dimension. This dimensional world is divided into 5 nations, and these 5 nations, like a wizard war, are engaged in a chaotic tug-of-war. Corona of the Cursed, as the leader of the School of Curses, merged with the Corona of the Cursed in the illusory dimension the moment he entered the dimension. With the help of this power, Corona of the Cursed became the first wizard to break through the 6-ring wizard limit. With his intervention, the wizard war ended. And for his achievement in stopping the wizard war, he became the first wizard of truth. The share we're talking about is the share of power within this illusory dimension." Richard pondered this. In other words, if the share is large enough, a wizard can, through this illusory rule, become a wizard of truth. Great Wizard Garen nodded. "You can roughly understand it that way, but this share isn't something anyone can claim. This rule was named the Wizard Rule by the Council of Truth, and to receive its blessing, an equivalent exchange is required. The more you contribute to the wizard race, the greater the blessing you receive. This is an ironclad rule that no truth wizard can change. The cursed Corona became truth because it prevented the wizarding war. The alchemical Corona became truth because it established the prototype of the planar war, the conquest of the floating city. If a small floating city succeeds, its creator will inevitably receive the blessing of the wizard rule. This is why the Transfiguration Corona needs a name. Richard nodded in surprise, having never imagined that a tiny floating city could stir so many things. Be smart when you meet with Corona later. If nothing unexpected happens, Corona should give you some small compensation. Though those things won't be as much as the share you lost, they'd be far more useful to you right now. Unless you reach Grand Wizard status, the wizarding rules won't strengthen you, but the compensation will translate into actual combat power. As he spoke, Grand Wizard Garland's expression grew serious, as if a thought had occurred to him. Remember, if Corona asks you for something later, don't ask for Grand Wizard status. That's completely useless. Promoting Grand Wizard status requires sufficient experience. Rushing into it rashly is a surefire way to fail. You've already joined the military, so exchanging for promotion status shouldn't be difficult. Don't waste such a precious opportunity. If you truly don't know what you want, let Corona decide for yourself. Richard nodded seriously. Yes, I remember that. Soon, Grand Wizard Garland opened another rift. The two emerged from the rift, and Richard saw a vast steel city. This is the headquarters of the Tesla Chamber of Commerce, Grand Wizard Garland sighed. It's been an epoch since I last visited here. Ever since the Council of Truth became a major shareholder in the Tesla Chamber of Commerce, this city has expanded like a behemoth. I remember this place was originally just a small town, less than 10 square kilometers. He shook his head slightly and led Richard into the city. In the steel city known as Tesla, alchemical machinery is everywhere. Alchemical locomotives, alchemical airships, even the street cleaners are specially designed alchemical puppets. The entire city resembles a gigantic machine, each member a cog in a cog. In the heart of Tesla City, a towering steel tower reaches into the sky. The moment Richard saw it, his heart skipped a beat. A mysterious aura suddenly filled him with awe. Huh? The alchemical corona came directly to the Tesla Chamber of Commerce? The great wizard Garland seemed to have noticed something, his tone becoming deeply surprised. He led Richard towards the tower at high speed. Alchemical puppets issued speeding warnings along the way, but he ignored them as if they were air. When they reached the tower, a beam of light swept over them. In an instant, Richard felt the world shift, and when he regained consciousness, he was in a room completely out of place in Tesla City. In the steel city of Tesla, there was actually a wooden room. And just outside, there was actually an exquisite garden. Sit down. A voice, whose age was indeterminate, came from behind Richard. Richard turned and saw a wooden puppet smoothing wood with a plane, like a carpenter. Richard looked at the puppet with some confusion and asked tentatively, "Are you alchemical corona?" The wooden puppet set the plane aside and walked to the tea table next to the workbench, pouring 2 cups of fragrant magic tea. "It's me," the wooden puppet said calmly. Hearing this, Richard hurried to the tea table and sat down, his expression serious and reserved. "Don't be nervous. I'm not a man-eating monster." A hint of human resignation crossed the wooden puppet's face. Bronze Spear has already explained the share issue. Richard nodded nervously. "I did? That's good." Alchemical Corona sat across from Richard, like a neighbor's uncle, holding a cup of magic tea. "The small floating city share is quite significant. That shaper wasn't willing to let us take it all, so he asked me for a name. You've suffered a loss in this matter, and so has Garland. But Garland and I have some sort of agreement, so his loss doesn't matter. But you're a wizard of the alchemical school. A few epochs ago, you would have been one of my subjects. Your loss can't be in vain, so I intend to compensate you with a small gift. Tell me, is there anything you want?" Alchemical Corona's attitude was very gentle, without a trace of condescending arrogance. But Richard remained extremely cautious. He believed that Alchemical Corona's gentleness was genuine. But he also believed that if the miracle forge were discovered, Alchemical Corona would seize it without hesitation. Compared to the miracle forge, his achievements were truly insignificant. Instantly, countless thoughts raced through Richard's mind. Finally, he cautiously said, "Master Corona, I don't want anything. How about giving me something?" Hearing Richard's words, Alchemical Corona couldn't help but laugh. "Slippery bastard, let Garland teach you." Richard nodded obediently, selling out his own dean without hesitation. "All right, since you asked me to give you something, I give it to you." With that, Alchemical Corona opened the puppet's abdomen, groped around, and pulled out a wooden ball. "That's it. Whatever comes out of this will be your compensation. If you're unlucky, you might even receive a promotion. If you're lucky, you even be able to explore our school's secret vaults." Corona Alchemist handed the wooden ball to Richard, who twisted it slightly, opening it. A flash of light appeared within the ball, revealing a small scepter. It's the Scepter of Special Affairs. Chapter 436. Richard looked at the foot-long, seemingly ordinary wooden scepter in his hand, and looked at Alchemical Corona with some confusion. What is the Special Operations Scepter? Alchemical Corona said with interest. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. The Special Operations Scepter is as valuable as the secret vault of the school. But in terms of its usefulness, it's completely useless. You should be lucky. So how did you draw this? Richard asked cautiously. May I ask, Your Excellency, what is the purpose of this scepter? It's simple, Alchemical Corona replied. It legitimizes your actions. Simply put, with this scepter, you can conduct illegal experiments, such as those on pure-blooded humans, without being investigated by law enforcement wizards. Of course, its effect is only once. After use, the scepter disappears. As he spoke, Alchemical Corona stared at Richard, sizing him up and down. Are you planning on doing anything illegal? Richard shook his head repeatedly. Not at all. I have no shortage of resources or research materials, so why would I do something like a mad wizard? Corona Alchemist smiled faintly at this. He said leisurely, you better do that. But I must remind you that this special scepter was taken from you, not given to you by me. So if you get into trouble and offend others, I won't stand up for you. Richard shook his head repeatedly. How could I? I probably just used this scepter as a decorative ornament. Corona Alchemist said nothing more. With a gentle wave of his arm, Richard disappeared from the room. After Richard disappeared, the door suddenly opened. Grand Wizard Garen walked in boldly, took Richard's unfinished magic tea, and drank it all in one gulp, leaving Alchemist Corona stunned. Hey, you fool! Is that how you drink magic tea? Alchemist Corona shouted angrily. Grand Wizard Garen said nonchalantly, Hey, it's not a valuable item. I give you 2 tons someday. You can even use it for a bath. Alchemist Corona sighed and said lamentably, Alas, it's a waste of my magic tea to give it to you. Grand Wizard Garen was unconcerned and turned to ask about Richard. Have you seen anything special about Richard? To have left a mark on that old tavern owner, Richard must be quite something. Alchemist Corona didn't answer, but simply snatched the teacup from Grand Wizard Garen's hands and placed it, along with the teapot, into the puppet's abdomen. After finishing the job, Alchemist Corona calmly said, I've seen a little more than you do. This kid is a destiny tangle. His future is destined to be turbulent. Anyone who becomes involved with him will likely be drawn into his own vortex of fate. Great Wizard Garlon said jovially, a destiny tangle? No wonder that old turtle left a mark. It's a reminder to stay away from him. Alchemist Corona agreed, saying, There's a reason that boss has lived so long. Should I have to limit my interactions with this little guy in the future? Great Wizard Garlon asked. Not really. Alchemist Corona took the plain piece of wood in his hand, and gently ran his puppet-like fingers across it. The next moment, countless intricate runes appeared on the wood. We're already trapped in a vortex of fate. A single entangled body of fate can't stir up any waves in the vast maelstrom created by 2 civilizations. Alchemist Corona paused, looking at the wood in his hand. What's on your mind? Grand Wizard Garen asked cautiously. Alchemist Corona mused, nothing. I was just wondering, if this entangled body of fate could grow to your level, could it influence the fate of wizard civilization? I think this would be an interesting experiment. Even though Grand Wizard Garen was accustomed to the power of the Truth Wizard, he was still shocked by Alchemist Corona's thoughts. Corona, you must think clearly. Wizarding civilization is intimately bound to you. Corona Alchemist waved his hand impatiently. I'm not an idiot. How could I do such a thing casually? But as a wizard, you must experiment boldly. I wonder how a conservative like you could have gotten so far. Great Wizard Garen replied bluntly, because I have a conscience. You're quite capable of experimenting on the entirety of wizarding civilization. Despite his words, deep down, Great Wizard Garen longed to know the results of this experiment. The desire for truth is ingrained in all wizards. Corona Alchemist waved his hand, somewhat angrily. Forget it. I have no business arguing with a conservative like you. If not, leave quickly and don't disturb me. I do have something to say, Great Wizard Garen said suddenly, his tone serious. I've found the corresponding starry sky for the incomplete star map I have. According to the astrologer's speculation, there should be a large, incomplete world there. The world we've been searching for might be it. As the scenery returned to normal, Richard found himself in a plain office. The office's style was consistent with the metallic, mechanical style of Tesla City. The only discrepancy was the small red flower on the windowsill. Finally, someone's here. A voice rang out beside Richard. Richard turned and saw a majestic-looking alchemical puppet applying ointment to its body. Noticing Richard's appearance, the alchemical puppet set the ointment aside, took a wizard's robe from a hanger in the corner of the room, and donned it. The fact that it could wear a wizard's robe indicated that this alchemical puppet was an alchemical wizard whose entire body had been transformed into an alchemical machine. Master Richard, do you have all the data? Of course, if you don't, there's no need to delay. We can calculate it directly here, which is much faster than going back to get it. And it's more accurate. The alchemist's tone was humorous, but Richard's eyebrows raised slightly. He heard a strong sense of arrogance and disdain in his words. I haven't asked for your name yet, Richard said calmly. Victor Tesla, just call me Victor. Hearing the name Tesla, Richard nodded slightly. No wonder he seemed a bit arrogant. He was the descendant of the great wizard Tesla. So you're the descendant of the great wizard Tesla? My apologies, my apologies. As he spoke, Richard emphasized the word descendant, which made Victor's eyes sharpen. Any self-righteous genius hates it most when others only care about their status and ignore their abilities. And Victor, in this case, was clearly one of those self-righteous geniuses. Master, you may have misunderstood something. The Tesla Chamber of Commerce doesn't keep idlers, especially in the R&D department. Wizards who get into R&D are elites, who have undergone rigorous selection. Someone with just one or two good ideas won't get in. Richard smiled slightly, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Really? I'm sure these wizards have developed something as impressive as a small floating city. After all, they're elites who have been carefully selected. Alchemists always speak with their work, and in that regard, no three-ring wizard in the wizarding world can compare to Richard. This irrefutable statement made Victor's gears jumble. A subtle metallic grinding sound emanated from his body, as if something had malfunctioned. Seeing this, Richard quickly feigned concern and asked, Master, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? You're so careless. How could you use inferior components on your own body? Richard's feigned concern caused another rumbling within Victor. Furious, Victor pushed Richard away, a surge of intense energy erupting from his body. Richard's face turned cold. He couldn't afford to play it safe. He was going to resort to force. A flash of fluorescent radiation lit up at his fingertips, but before he could make a move, alarms blared in the office. Alarm. Radiation leak. Alarm. Radiation leak. The piercing alarm awoke Victor's consciousness. He was at the Tesla Chamber of Commerce headquarters, and the man before him was a future star who had just met alchemical Corona. If he were to fight here, even if he were the descendant of the great wizard Tesla, he would lose his position as head of R&D. He walked to his desk and nodded slightly, and the shrill alarm instantly vanished. Victor suppressed his anger and said slowly, Master, please hand over the data. Richard pulled out the new Tozio design from his pocket, along with his calculated energy pipeline capacity. Victor looked at the data, pulled out something resembling a chip, and inserted it into the back of his head. Then Richard felt the human presence of Victor vanish without a trace. At this moment, he seemed like an alchemical puppet. I'm sorry, Master Richard. I apologize for my impulsive behavior just now, Victor said, bowing slightly to Richard. The environment of the Tesla Chamber of Commerce has made my main personality a bit arrogant. Main personality? Richard looked at Victor with interest. So you're the secondary personality? You can call me Victor too, so to speak. After that, Victor too received Richard's data. Soon, Victor too spoke. It can be seen that the alchemist who designed this small floating city is a master of classical alchemy. His blueprints are full of classic designs. Perhaps because of the main personality's impulsive behavior, Victor too's words were very tactful. Translated, this sentence means that the wizard who designed this floating city is out of touch with the times, and has come up with a bunch of outdated designs. Richard agreed with this assessment. He could see that the blueprints use many outdated technologies. Even so, Richard grudgingly argued, our design goal is stability, so we incorporated many classic designs. Is that so? From a stability perspective, this design is indeed exceptional, Victor number 2 replied. But we don't need a flying wizard tower, we need a mobile war fortress. Stability alone isn't enough. So, we likely discard this design. However, I'd love to meet this wizard. His knowledge of classical design is exactly what the R&D department lacks. Richard raised his eyebrows slightly. If it were just now, I might have introduced him to you, but now I have to consider his safety. Victor number 2 said calmly, please rest assured. I swear on the Sea of Souls that I will never conduct any research or discussion with this wizard beyond the scope of my own research. With that, a subtle vibration emanated from Victor. This was the very sign of the oath sworn on the Sea of Souls. Chapter 437. Seeing Victor swear the oath so easily, a flicker of surprise crossed Richard's face. Didn't he impose any restrictions on you before creating you? Second personalities are not uncommon among wizards. Many soul wizards split their personalities into two to better adapt to the battlefield. But when creating a second personality, wizards generally impose restrictions on this auxiliary personality. After all, while the two personalities appear to be one person, they are essentially two consciousnesses. Switching personalities is like handing over one's body to another without reservation. This is hard not to be wary of. But the personality before him, Victor number 2, seemed to have no such restrictions, even taking the soul oath freely. Because my main personality believes I'm a perfect wizard, Victor number 2 said calmly, the decisions I make are necessarily the most correct. Any restrictions will hinder my pursuit of the right path. But in my opinion, this belief is a form of mental illness. Victor number 2's words and actions gave Richard a strange feeling. He felt like he wasn't talking to a person, but an artificial intelligence. I have to say, you've sparked my desire to study soul magic. Richard pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and wrote a string of numbers on it. This is his contact number. I hope you enjoy working together. Leaving the office, Richard followed the flight path into the first-floor lobby. In this process, he experienced what a monopoly giant truly is. As a giant among the wizarding guilds, the Tesla Guild headquarters maintains constant contact with hundreds of white wizarding academies and thousands of white wizarding corps. To meet the needs of these corps, tens of thousands of wizards toil away within this tower. These wizards shuttle through the narrow flight paths, like red blood cells in a vein, providing the behemoth Tesla with the nutrients it needs. Richard found a seat in the first-floor lobby, ready to wait for Grand Wizard Garwan to appear. But after a long while, Grand Wizard Garwan didn't show up, and instead, Elizabeth found him. Master Richard, Elizabeth said, naturally taking a seat across from Richard. I just contacted your teacher, and he's very interested in collaborating. However, he values your opinion, so he's leaving the decision to you. May I ask, what's the issue between us? Richard was slightly troubled by Elizabeth's arrival. He could tell that President Elizabeth was planning a protracted battle. The problem is, I don't need to cooperate, Richard replied. I've previously studied the Tesla Chamber of Commerce's structure. Weapon research and development must be conducted by the R&D department at headquarters. And your branch, as president, only has the authority to manufacture weapons, not research and develop them. And what you're talking about is circumventing this rule and collaborating with me under your name. Although I believe this is merely a formality, and won't pose a major problem in practice, but why should I cooperate with you? What's the point of creating a competing product for myself? After hearing Richard's words, Elizabeth smiled. So that's the problem. Master, I think you've overlooked one point, the current timing. I don't need to explain much about the war. The magic support vehicle's power is adequate for conventional battlefields, but it's insufficient for the war that's about to begin. The enemy certainly possesses numerous means to counter the elemental storm. We can't rely solely on it. I believe many Legion commanders have already noticed this flaw. And once the war begins and they report it, who do you think will be tasked with the research and development? Richard sighed dejectedly. Tesla Chamber of Commerce? By then, I'd be completely kicked out. Okay, I agree to cooperate. You can discuss the specific commissions with my teacher. Hearing this, Elizabeth's smile brightened. She extended her right hand to Richard. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Richard stood and shook hands. Happy cooperation. Great Wizard Garen had been gone for a long time. Richard waited in the hall for a week before he reappeared. Let's go back. Grand Wizard Garwan smiled and patted Richard's back affectionately. I'm indebted to you this time. I remember you cultivated the Myriad Combat Body, right? Take any of the Myriad Combat Body's battle diagrams you like. The Materials Academy will provide them. The war is about to begin, so you must stay alive. Richard returned the wizard's greeting. Thank you, Dean. Returning through the spatial channel, Richard searched the contribution shop for a suitable diagram. There are many Myriad Combat Body battle diagrams, but Grand Wizard Garwan wasn't being stingy by letting him choose just one. Rather, these diagrams themselves are already the limit of what a third-ring wizard can endure. If the diagrams are stacked on top of each other, the wizard will inevitably mutate into a pile of rotten flesh. This is the conclusion personally verified by the Academy's seniors. There are over 500 diagrams in the contribution store, and each one has its own unique features. Some diagrams are astonishingly powerful, some are lightning fast, and some have ridiculous recovery abilities, with no vital points on their bodies, which dazzled Richard. Suddenly, Richard came across a somewhat unusual diagram. It depicted a giant with dragon horns on its head, dragon scales on its body, and thunder wrapped around its body. That's interesting. Has dragon blood been added? Richard glanced at the diagram's description. This diagram was called Thunder Giant, and its primary ability was to manipulate thunder. In its description, a paragraph was specifically noted. The dragon blood required for this diagram must come from at least the four-headed Dragon King. Without this condition, the diagram's effectiveness would be greatly reduced. The four-headed Dragon King. Hog is the offspring of the six-headed Dragon King. His bloodline must be strong, right? Richard thought, rubbing his chin. After this thought, he opened the Atlas's ability description, ready to see the mysteries of this battle form infused with dragon blood. And upon seeing it, Richard was instantly captivated by its abilities. The Thunder Giant's abilities are divided into two parts, one for manipulating lightning, the other for absorbing energy. The Thunder Giant's inherent lightning innate power is quite powerful. For a wizard studying the School of Evocation, this lightning power would be enough to allow him to perform extraordinary feats. But that wasn't what attracted Richard. Richard's attention was completely drawn to the energy-consuming aspect. According to the diagram, the Thunder Giant can devour the surrounding free energy. This sounds common, but what if this ability could even devour energy spells below 1,000 energy level? According to the diagram, if the Thunder Giant's battle form is infused with the dragon blood of the six-headed Dragon King, most energy spells below 1,000 energy level will be invulnerable to the Thunder Giant, and instead absorbed by it. The combat method described in this diagram exploits the Thunder Giant's ability to devour surrounding free energy, thereby achieving highly saturated lightning strikes. It can be said that the core of this battle form diagram lies in this energy-consuming property. Thunderbolt is merely a way to transform this ability into combat power. And Richard's radiation manipulation is precisely what enhances this property. This means that in Richard's hands, this battle form will be many times more effective than that of an ordinary wizard. Great. You're the one. Richard happily took out the atlas. Seeing Richard choose a combat body atlas, the clerk at the contribution shop couldn't help but warn him, Master, this atlas requires very high dragon blood requirements. If the blood isn't high quality, the combat body's effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Richard smiled. No problem, I take it. After putting the combat body atlas away, Richard contacted Jimmy via the crystal ball. Thunder Giant? You're quite the picker, Richard. Hearing Richard's choice, Jimmy's voice tinged with sarcasm. This atlas isn't cheap. Dragon King blood isn't hard to find, but using the blood of 4 Dragon Kings would make the Academy seem a bit stingy. But a 6-headed Dragon King is nowhere to be found in the entire wizarding world. How about getting you some blood from a 5-headed Dragon King? Richard smiled at this and said, Thank you for your trouble, Master. I do have some good Dragon King blood here. I wonder which bloodline is better, the offspring of a 6-headed Dragon King or a 5-headed Dragon King. Offspring of a 6-headed Dragon King? You have such a good thing? Jimmy's voice suddenly rose, clearly startled by Richard's question. Richard said calmly, I happened to find a dying dragon egg and luckily hatched one. Goodness, how could I not have come across such a coincidence? Jimmy exclaimed in shock. So how is this bloodline? Very strong, comparable to the bloodline of a 5-headed Dragon King. But its potential is even greater. That's good. After finishing his battle form, Richard returned to the Wizard Tower to continue his research. He currently had many things to research: biological specimens, mineral specimens, rare artifacts, and even Forerunner relics he had acquired over the years, all of which were highly worthy of study. However, in order to rapidly enhance his combat effectiveness, Richard had to forego some items that required long-term research and offered unstable results, such as the rare artifacts he had collected over the years. The time saved was then allocated to studying Forerunner relics. Undoubtedly, Forerunner relics were the most useful tools for improving combat effectiveness. Richard's defensive secondary guns, detection arrays, dense fog shield technology, and the shield generators for his sacred armor were all excellent research materials. If these items were integrated into Richard's sorcery, they would greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. In addition to studying Forerunner relics, Richard also focused on physical evolution. I don't intend to give up. Since the distortion rules have been transformed into magic equipment, Richard can now fully automate cell screening. He only needs to separate a soul seed and a supporting personality to observe the experiment. When the cells he needs emerge, he can shut down the equipment. Physical evolution is an uncharted path. Even with the pioneering efforts of the great wizard Garlon, who has paved a barely traversable path, this path is still fraught with thorns and mud. However, this also means that the tree of physical evolution still has many low-hanging fruits that remain unplucked. After learning about the wizard rules, Richard had an idea. What if he could develop a sorcery that would be useful to all physically evolved wizards, and then use this sorcery to strengthen all physically evolved wizards? Would he then gain the blessings of a vast number of wizard rules? Chapter 438. Research is a tedious process. Bold hypotheses, careful verification, and then gradually eliminating incorrect options from a multitude of options. This process forces wizards to endure numerous negative emotions, including boredom, failure, doubt, self-deprecation, and resignation. But despite this, wizards continue to pursue the path of truth. For this is the meaning of their lives. Without finding meaning, a wizard's long life is no longer a blessing. Voidness is the mortal enemy of any intelligent being. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. During this time, Richard devoted almost all his energy to studying the Forerunner relics. The results were well worth his efforts. In the Astral Fortress's reconnaissance array, Richard discovered a technology he named Dimensional Long-Range Energy Wave. This technology allows him to emit a special energy wave that penetrates deep within surface space, beneath the veil, enabling long-range reconnaissance. Richard crafted this technology into a magical armor called the Eye of Dimension. In addition to the Eye of Dimension, Richard also discovered the secrets of dense fog shield technology and the shield generation technology of the sacred armor. Using dense fog shield technology, Richard created a sorcery he named Mist Barrier. This sorcery creates a fog that obscures enemy perception. Whether it's for support or escape, this sorcery has a wide range of applications. The shield generator also changed the construction of Richard's magic barrier, transforming it from a single layer to a multi-layered structure. Each layer of the barrier is structurally different, but together, it can resist spells of up to 15,000 energy levels. However, this new version of the magic barrier had a problem. It consumed a lot of magic power. Even though he was already a third-ring wizard, he could only use this barrier as a shield. He wouldn't use the full-body protection of the magic barrier unless absolutely necessary. In addition, Richard's individual armor had also been upgraded. While the armor plating remained the same, the exoskeleton system within had been greatly enhanced. Even without activating his transformation battle form, Richard's strength was enough to rival a dragon of the same physique. His speed didn't decrease, but rather, his burst speed was significantly improved. Of course, this also meant the armor consumed more energy. However, this wasn't a big problem. After all, Richard couldn't be in combat mode all day. When he paused, Richard could easily recharge his individual armor through radiation control. And the transformation battle form diagram he had chosen. The Thunder Giant was only one step away. He only needed to fuse the bloodline of an elemental creature called the Cloud Giant, and his battle form diagram. The Thunder Giant would be complete. Dong! 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 A resounding chime echoed through the laboratory, the hour and minute hands of the clock aligning, marking the hour of noon. As the chimes rang, Richard completed the engraving of the last rune. On the test bench before him, a hollow metal sphere radiated a magical glow. This was the spellcasting component of the new spell support vehicle. The Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce and Elizabeth had begun a collaboration. According to the agreement, the new spell support vehicle would still be released by the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce, but sales would be funded by the Tesla Chamber of Commerce and the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce, each establishing a new chamber to sell the vehicle. According to the agreement, the new version of the spell support vehicle would be sold for 2,000 magic essences. Richard's profit from each vehicle reached a full 100 magic essences. Even before the spell support vehicle was released, several white wizarding academies had already placed pre-orders, and the military had even generously ordered 2,000 as a trial run. This made Richard truly admire Elizabeth's connections. Opening the communication crystal ball, Richard found Elizabeth's number, and prepared to inform her that the new spellcasting component was ready. The spell cast by the new spellcasting component was still Fireball, but unlike before, Richard had modified it, incorporating the Flame of Desolation rune and the Earth Fire rune provided by Elizabeth. The modified Fireball had a power of nearly 1,000 energy levels, comparable to the concentrated spells of the veteran White Wizard Legions. Those veteran White Wizard Legions would grant their members spell models to enhance their overall combat effectiveness. But before he could even begin, Elizabeth's call came through. What a coincidence! I just finished it, and the call came in. As the call went through, Elizabeth's projection suddenly emerged from the crystal ball. This was a new communication crystal ball, now supporting video calls. Elizabeth, long time no see. What a coincidence today. I just finished it. But before he could finish, Elizabeth interrupted him. Master Richard, according to my teacher, the army of the galaxy floating civilization is approaching the galaxy world. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be drafted into the army soon. Elizabeth's news was like thunder, and Richard's face suddenly changed. How could it be so fast? Richard muttered to himself, somewhat listlessly. No, it wasn't fast. It was even a little slow. The military's conquest of the galaxy world must have taken considerable time, and after the main war, another 10 years were spent clearing out the remnants. And now, 30 years have passed since the wizards' gathering. According to common sense, the galaxy's floating army should have arrived long ago. Yet, it had taken so long for them to arrive. There was only one possibility. The galaxy's floating civilization had prepared a major attack. Okay, thank you for the information. I understand. Richard quickly shook off his panic. A war of civilizations was inevitable. Unless he wasn't a wizard, he would inevitably find himself on the battlefield one day. And now, at least he still had a small chance of choosing. I've already finished the spellcasting components, and I send them over later. Also, are you aware of the progress of the small floating city? The small floating city is progressing very quickly, Elizabeth replied. Master Tozio, whom the master introduced, has been very helpful with the small floating city project. The R&D department has completed the prototype of the small floating city, and is currently testing the data. If nothing goes wrong, we have a small floating city fleet in a few years. Richard breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news that the small floating city was about to go into production. The strategic significance of the small floating city is that it serves as a mobile war fortress. But this war fortress isn't limited to the inner world. In the astral realm, the small floating city can also serve as a war fortress. Due to the spatial turbulence and the erosion of the violent ether within the astral plane, beyond visual range attacks between warships would be severely disrupted by these two factors. This meant that, barring the absence of advanced technology, wars within the astral plane would be fought within a very short range. The battlefield might be within a single astronomical unit, or even smaller. In the astral plane, this scale was no different from face-to-face combat. And small floating cities, small war fortresses, were the best defensive weapons. Okay, I understand. If there are no problems with the spellcasting components, start production as soon as possible. I hope I can use my designs on the battlefield. Elizabeth bowed slightly. I'd be sure to do that. I wish the master a successful mission and a triumphant return. After the call ended, Richard examined the spellcasting components in his hand and sighed helplessly. One cannot help oneself in the world of war. As a wizard living in such a great era, no one's fate can be stable. The tide of the times is rolling in. If one cannot ride the waves, one will be shattered. Well, let's go meet the teacher. After decades of not seeing each other, Jorod had accepted a new student. After receiving Richard, the old wizard became particularly enthusiastic about taking on students. But after 4 students died in a row, he realized the truth. Richard's miracles could not be replicated. Still, this did not stop the old wizard from wanting to teach and educate. Over the years, the old wizard had long been accustomed to taking on students. On the 99th floor of the central black tower, Jorod sat behind his desk as usual, flipping through a thick magic book. Meanwhile, on one side of the laboratory, an apprentice, seemingly no more than a teenager, was diligently dissecting a magic-eyed frog. Suddenly, the laboratory door clanged. Come in, Jorod said casually. Click, the latch flicked, and the door swung open. Teacher, it's time to replace the things in your lab. The familiar voice made Jorod look up suddenly. Upon seeing the person, he put down his magic book and said with a smile, What brings you here? After not seeing each other for decades, Richard suddenly noticed a few gray hairs on Jorod's head. And his life force seemed to be decaying. Though a third-ring wizard could theoretically live for 10,000 years, very few wizards in the entire wizarding world actually reached that age. Battlefield injuries, failed experiments, or even immature sorcery can all affect a wizard's lifespan. If Richard remembered correctly, Jorod was over 4,000 years old, approaching 5,000. According to his assessment, if Jorod didn't undergo the life-extending transformation, his lifespan would stop at around 7,000 years. Richard smiled and said, Nothing. The military is about to go to war again, and I suspect I'd be drafted, so I came to see you. Another war? Jorod was startled. He had also been a part of Jimmy's earlier operations. Those operations were clearly speculative. Based on this, Jorod had a vague suspicion that the wizarding world might be about to enter a major war. So, upon hearing that Richard was going to join the war, His heart sank. It seems you, teacher, have guessed something. Richard sat down across from Jorod and casually slipped a fine quill into his pocket. This is an unprecedented war. I can't escape it, and neither can you, teacher. The wizarding world will either reach its peak or perish in this war. Jorod shuddered. The message in Richard's words chilled him. Will wizards become extinct? But soon, Jorod calmed down. Thousands of years had long since tamed the old wizard. He sighed softly and replied, well, since you've come to say goodbye, don't waste your time on an old man like me. Ellie and Woody are now lecturers at the academy. You should go meet them. Chapter 439. In the vast tiered classroom, Ellie stood at the podium, her face coldly explaining basic elemental theory. As a lecturer at the Black Tower Wizard Academy, Ellie had to teach at least one public class each week. While she didn't dislike this rule, she certainly didn't enjoy it either. Because of her bloodline, Ellie possessed a feminine charm unlike any other. For wizards, this charm was at most a matter of a second glance. After becoming accustomed to it, they wouldn't even glance. But for apprentices, this charm was a deadly allure. Even after Ellie cast a soul spell to reduce her charm, each of her public classes still attracted crowds of wizard apprentices. These apprentices ranged from men and women to even the living dead, who had undergone undead transformation. They attended class not for the precious knowledge, but simply to get a glimpse of Ellie. But seeing these wizard apprentices not paying attention, and instead focusing their attention on her, Ellie wished she could kill them with a single finger. Isn't valuable knowledge more important than a beautiful appearance? When she was in school, there were no wizards teaching practical knowledge like hers. The resonance distance between runes 9 and 10 is 3 to 5 units. If you exchange for lesser fireball, you can conduct more in-depth research on its spell model. This will be beneficial to your combat effectiveness. Dong! 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 A heavy bell suddenly rang, signaling the end of class. Ellie stopped talking the moment the bell rang, waiting for it to fall. She then rushed out of the classroom, showing no intention of staying after class. No matter which wizarding academy, it's impossible for wizards to overstay their welcome. For any wizard, wasting time on apprentices who aren't their students is a waste of luxury, but she paused as soon as she opened the door. Then, the apprentices in the classroom were treated to a scene they had never seen before. Teacher Ellie actually smiled. Richard peeked into the classroom, surprised by the overflowing classroom of apprentices. With so many apprentices, your class must be quite popular, Ellie. Popular? Ellie sneered. She glanced sideways at the apprentices, and said sarcastically, more than half of these apprentices are complete idiots. I feel like a joke to be welcomed by them. Ellie didn't lower her voice. The apprentices in the classroom heard her entire, cutting sarcasm. But what good would it do if they heard it? The apprentice wizards lowered their heads at Ellie's gaze. Before a second-ring wizard, they didn't even have the courage to refute. That's true, Richard said with a smile. We all started as apprentices. It's normal to make some mistakes at the beginning. When a group dies, there will be more smart people. As he spoke, Richard glanced at the apprentice wizards in the classroom. These students were lucky. With the war of civilizations imminent, unless the performance of the galaxy-floating civilization was too poor, the training model for dark wizards, which produced dozens, perhaps 100 or 200 wizards each year, would surely be abolished. If nothing unexpected happened, future dark wizards would be selected from the elite white wizards. Most of these apprentice wizards will likely be able to catch up with this education reform. These apprentices are lucky, Richard sighed softly, then left the classroom with Ellie. Shortly after they left, a sound finally began to fill the silent classroom. Who is that male wizard? Why haven't I seen him before? One apprentice asked in confusion. This wizard must have appeared somewhere before. He looks very familiar. I remember, I've seen his statue. He's Master Richard. Richard's potions shop in the commercial district was opened during his apprenticeship. Upon learning Richard's identity, the apprentice wizards erupted in exclamations. For the apprentice wizards, the Wizarding Guild, honorary alumni, these things were too ethereal, completely unreal. But the potions shop was deeply connected to them. Most of them were loyal customers of Richard's potions shop. So they were well aware of the power of Richard, the founder. While the Richard Jorod Chamber of Commerce primarily deals in spell support vehicles, Jorod also manages a small-scale potion business. While the potion business isn't as lucrative as weapons and ammunition, the chamber has still reaped significant profits after mass production. Currently, the Richard Jorod Chamber of Commerce's potion shops are expanding across wizard academies. Jorod's philosophy is to cultivate customers from apprentices. As long as the quality of the potions is guaranteed, once apprentices become wizards, they are likely to become repeat customers. This is a different approach from mainstream potion merchants. Most mainstream potion merchants focus on military supplies, a path that offers high returns but faces numerous competitors. As a newly established chamber of commerce, the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce lacked any competitiveness compared to the established ones. Finding a new path, this was what Chorode had learned from Richard. Outside the central Black Tower, Richard and Ellie chatted idly about recent events. They had been together since their apprenticeships, and a glance was enough to understand each other's meaning. Ellie knew the purpose of Richard's visit the moment she laid eyes on him. "Alas, I never seem to be able to keep up with you," Ellie sighed. She considered her own improvement to be quite rapid, but compared to Richard, she seemed to be stagnating, or even regressing. In the Hive world, the two of them could still fight side by side, but after just over 1,000 years, she no longer even had the ability to assist Richard. "I've had my opportunities," Richard said with a smile, "but if possible, you better improve your strength as quickly as possible. How's your bloodline developing?" Ellie's fused bloodline, combining the power of a dragon and an abyssal demon, has limitless potential. If developed successfully, her achievements could surpass those of the Black Tower's Grand Wizard. "Not bad." Ellie waved her hand, and a dark red flame ignited in the air. The tiny flickering flame even caused a slight distortion in space. "I've been considering joining the Garlon Wizard Academy lately. My teacher can't offer much help with bloodline development." Although Susanna had also fused this bloodline, she was already a third ring wizard when it was fused. That bloodline in her body was far less active than in Ellie's. This also made it completely impossible for her to develop her bloodline, based on Ellie's suggestion. "Then join," Richard said nonchalantly. "The old dean isn't unreasonable. And I bet he'd be eager for you to join the Garlon Wizard Academy." "Huh?" Ellie exclaimed in surprise. "Did something happen that I don't know about?" Richard smiled mysteriously and telepathically told Ellie, "If nothing unexpected happens, the great wizard Garlon will soon achieve the truth. The civilization war, while dangerous, also presents a tremendous opportunity. The blessings of wizarding rules require contributions to the wizarding community, and in the civilization war, there are countless opportunities to contribute to the wizarding community." Ellie's face suddenly changed at Richard's news. She stared at Richard in shock, speechless for a moment, unable to utter a single word. After a long pause, she slowly spoke, "This truly is a great era." Under Ellie's guidance, Richard found Wu and I at the academy. Wu and I had now recovered the spiritual power of a second-level wizard. In a few decades, he would reach the strength of a third-level wizard. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" In the lab, Wu and I looked at Richard with surprise. He and Richard hadn't seen each other for decades. "I'm going to war again soon, so I came to see you." Richard walked into the lab and looked around. Although Wu and I was previously a soul wizard, after following Richard, he changed his profession to an alchemist. However, like Richard, he was a practical man. He dabbled in alchemical machinery and synthetic beasts. In his lab, Richard also saw an unfinished synthetic beast, half mechanical, half flesh. "Here's my latest research. Study it." Richard pulled a scroll from his pocket, along with a piece of flesh soaked in nutrient solution. "You're a third-ring wizard, so you can use all of this stuff directly. Make the most of your time to improve your strength. That's all I can say." Seeing Richard's serious expression, Wu and I quickly put the items away. "I study it carefully." Richard nodded slightly. Ellie left at the perfect moment, leaving the master and apprentice some privacy. The master and apprentice chatted for a long time. After Richard left, Wu and I hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the laboratory door. A few years later, the Black Tower Wizarding Academy had a new vice president named Wu and I. Having met everyone he needed to, Richard didn't linger at the academy for long. The war between civilizations was no joke. He had to seize the opportunity to improve his combat effectiveness. Returning to Far North City, Richard entered the laboratory and pulled a bottle of mist-like gas from his pocket. The bottle contained the blood of the Cloud Giant. As elemental creatures, their blood was vastly different from that of ordinary flesh and blood creatures. In conventional blood formulas, elemental blood could not be mixed with that of flesh and blood creatures. But the great wizard Garlon had overcome this. Richard looked at the blood and muttered to himself, "As long as this blood is integrated into my body, the Thunder Giant battle body will be complete." A complete Thunder Giant battle body would be a great aid to Richard in his war. The blood fusion process was not complicated. First, a poison was injected to weaken the body's immune system. Then, an alchemical array was used to integrate the blood into the body. Finally, a neutralizer and stabilizer were injected, along with a large amount of energy. The rest was left to the body itself. The different bloodlines collided and mingled within Richard's body, and fine strands of blood continuously flowed out through his pores. During this process, Richard felt as if his body were being repeatedly penetrated by 1,000 penises, the intense pain nearly paralyzing his mind. Fortunately, Richard had grown accustomed to this kind of pain. He used soul magic to withdraw his consciousness, enduring the pain from a third-person perspective. After a long time, Richard's body expanded as if inflated, reaching a length of about 5 meters in a moment. Her head sprouted ferocious dragon horns, and a dense layer of dragon scales formed on her skin. Soon, tiny arcs of electricity leaped from her dragon horns, signaling the successful fusion of her bloodline. Richard opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his face. Thunder Giant Battle Body, completed, but before he could even stand, his face suddenly froze. A subtle fluorescent glow involuntarily emanated from his body. Chapter 440. Richard was momentarily bewildered by the changes in his body. The battle body diagram didn't indicate that this battle body would react to the radiation principle. But now, the radiation principle within him suddenly began to move on its own. It seemed as if the radiation principle had produced some strange reaction with the Thunder Giant battle body, causing even though his bloodline had already been fully integrated, it had begun to mutate. This was not a good sign. Mutation is a very common phenomenon in the process of physical evolution. In other words, the essence of physical evolution is the pursuit of mutation. But mutations are not always benign. If left uncontrolled, the probability of malignant mutations is far higher than that of benign mutations. Thus, wizards always try to avoid unexpected mutations when conducting experiments. Richard's current situation was clearly beyond his expectations. Faced with this situation, Richard was forced to draw a large amount of magic essence from his pocket to support the mutation. But he soon discovered that this action was futile. It was simply because his bloodline was mutating at an astonishing rate. His body, which had grown during the blood fusion phase, collapsed in large sections. Leaking tissue fluid, mixed with blood and damaged cells, quickly flooded the entire laboratory floor. His rate of absorption of magical power was far behind the rate of mutation. He now had to slow the rate of mutation. Without hesitation, Richard pulled the remaining blood neutralizer and blood stabilizer from his pocket and injected them into his body. The effects of the drugs were immediate. The two potions quickly slowed the rate of mutation. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Richard immediately pulled a vial of life essence from his pocket. This item was originally intended for emergency use on the battlefield, but at this moment, he naturally couldn't care less. As a large amount of life essence flowed into his body, a powerful and gentle vitality began to repair Richard's body. Richard held the magic essence in one hand and the nutrient solution in the other, continuously providing nourishment for the mutation of his bloodline. While it was currently unknown whether the mutation was benign or malignant, he had to complete it. Leaving a half-finished product behind would undoubtedly result in a bad outcome. Thanks to the life essence's repair, Richard's body finally stabilized. After about 3 hours, the mutation was complete. Richard stood up and, with a wave of his hand, a ball of flame descended, consuming all the blood on the laboratory floor. Richard looked at his body and sighed softly. I wonder what kind of mutation it has become. For now, he could only pray that this mutation was benign, otherwise, his combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. It was practically impossible for him to cultivate a combat body before the battle. Entering the secret realm, Richard first sought out Ulysses and told him about the changes in his body. Rules causing bloodline mutations. Isn't that normal? Ulysses scratched his head, looking at Richard with some confusion. Don't the books you read explain the effects of rules on living things? No, Richard shook his head. Those books only explain the application of rules. Although the Garlon Wizard Academy's library was extensive, the books within were written by, at most, third-ring wizards. These third-ring wizards were neither grand wizards nor disciples of grand wizards. Their understanding of the rules was entirely their own creation. Some omissions were normal. And Grand Wizard Garlon, who had left behind his battle form, likely didn't anticipate that his creation would be affected by other rules. All right, Ulysses said somewhat helplessly. Rules subtly influence the body, and even the soul of the possessor, allowing them to more easily apply the rules. This influence is particularly pronounced on bloodlines. In our area, descendants of demigods or gods, upon acquiring the rules of their ancestors, find great ease in using them. You simply hit a critical juncture, resulting in a more drastic mutation. Ulysses said, somewhat puzzled. Logically, this kind of thing shouldn't be hidden. Even incomplete rules can affect the body's bloodline. You wizards can't just not have children, right? We do have wizards. The wizard family. Richard replied with a hint of resignation. But this is an outdated thing, and the wizarding world will soon eliminate it. And wizards generally reproduce at the first level. Second-level wizards rarely reproduce. As for third-level wizards, let's not even talk about whether wizards even have the desire to reproduce. Just considering the wizard self-transformations, how many wizards do you think have the ability to reproduce? You can't expect elementals, undead creatures, wandering spirits, or cyborgs to reproduce, can you? Ulysses was silent for a moment, then said quietly, this might not be a bad thing. Without families, there will be fewer useless, and civilization will be more vibrant. The god civilization and the abyss civilization fought for such a long time because they were filled with useless, all-looking bastards. Compared to the demons of the abyss, who had grown up through battle, those useless creatures only led commanders to miscalculate. After confirming this was normal, Richard was filled with anticipation for his new battle form. According to Ulysses, rules would make the body's blood more compatible with them. This mutation, then, would presumably make his Thunder Giant battle form more suitable for utilizing the rules of radiation. With anticipation, Richard activated his Myriad Transformation battle form. Then, a pale green fluorescent light emanated from Richard's body, and his blood vessels glowed with an unusually bright glow, as if coursing with energy. Then, his body suddenly grew to 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging. Fine dragon scales spread across his skin, and 2 ferocious dragon horns flashed with white-purple lightning. Aside from being a little greener and smaller, Richard's overall form didn't seem much different from the Thunder Giant battle form. However, just because his appearance remained unchanged didn't mean his abilities hadn't changed either. Richard pointed his finger, and a bolt of lightning, like a giant python, engulfed a distant target. 5,000 energy levels, not bad. He gazed at the red, molten target in the distance, nodding slightly. He hadn't used any control in this strike. It was purely the power of the lightning itself. If he had used his wizarding knowledge, the lightning's power could easily reach the 10,000th level. Richard had learned a great deal about the School of Transmutation over the years. With the power of money, his attainments in the School of Transmutation were even greater than those of an average 3-ring transmutation wizard. Since the thunder hadn't changed, the change must be in the ability to devour energy. Richard's mind shifted, and in addition to the energy circuit that maintained his myriad changes battle body, another energy circuit emerged within his body. This was the energy circuit associated with the Thunder Giant battle body, greatly enhancing its combat effectiveness. Now, as Richard established this circuit, he discovered a dramatic shift in its function. After establishing the circuit, his body began to frantically absorb surrounding energy, then began to expand continuously. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters. Richard's body continued to grow, and soon, he felt a subtle crackling coming from within. His muscles began to break, and his bones began to strain. As a last resort, Richard began to forcibly interfere with the energy circuit. As the energy circuit slowed, Richard's body stopped growing and even began to shrink. This ability to expand and shrink at will came from the Cloud Giant. However, even Cloud Giants had limits to how much they could expand. But this circuit gave him the feeling of unlimited growth. As long as it had energy, it could grow infinitely. Soon, Richard's body reached about 5 meters. This size combined strength and speed, making it ideal for combat. The only flaw was its height. Such a large target would undoubtedly be conspicuous on the battlefield. After shrinking to a suitable size, Richard began a new test. A tiny flash of lightning flashed from his fingertips and struck his other arm with a snap. Strangely, this lightning, with a strength of 2,000 energy levels, only caused him a momentary pain. His body devoured the lightning bolt at an incredible speed. Sure enough, the biggest change is here. The mutated battle body's energy absorption was even stronger. In addition to these battle body abilities, Richard also felt that the powers granted to him by the radiation rules when his battle body was activated were even more powerful than before. He could now even barely contain a certain level of high-energy radiation. Concentrated radiation streams, which once required a radiant beam cannon, he could now achieve with his bare hands. The only drawback was that this method was extremely mentally taxing. Richard used it briefly twice before feeling a bit dizzy. After confirming the changes in his body, Richard surveyed his glowing form and sighed softly. This battle body can no longer be called a Thunder Giant. Radiant Giant would be more appropriate. After shutting down his battle body, Richard felt a surge of fatigue at the cellular level, feeling as if his entire body had been hollowed out. Using the ever-changing battle body also depleted the vitality of cells, and the more complex the battle body, the greater the drain. Before, when he only had dragon blood, this consumption wasn't noticeable. But now that he completed the radiant battle body, even briefly activating it made him feel deeply exhausted. Thankfully, this was only temporary. With diligent practice, his cells would gradually adapt to the myriad battle body, reducing the loss of cellular vitality. After completing his myriad battle body training, Richard divided his remaining time into two parts. One to continue studying the Forerunner's relics. The other to strengthen the salamanders. After replenishment, the salamanders had returned to a strength of 500 men. But compared to their former strength, they were now several times stronger. This strength was more than enough for cannon fodder. But Richard didn't intend to use them as cannon fodder. That would be a waste. He pulled a notebook from his pocket, which contained some of his thoughts over the years. On page 112, he wrote the following passage. Since I can use enhanced cells to strengthen my physique, I can apply this method to my alien slaves. Furthermore, some body modifications are harmful to wizards. But for those alien slaves with strong vitality, they may not be harmful. If wizard methods are applied to salamanders, perhaps the salamander's combat effectiveness will be greatly increased.